Chapter 1: The Proactive Landlady. In Taichung, the summer heat is intense. Chen Yuan happily finished delivering his last takeout order and prepared to return to his rented apartment to relax in the fan and reward himself. The old building had no elevator, so he struggled to climb to the fourth floor. Suddenly, the alluring sound of high heels filled my ears. The moment I pushed open the stairwell door, a sweet fragrance filled the air. The next second, the landlady walked towards us. Big waves, fair skin, square shoulders, wrists extending past the crotch, and a stunning figure in black stockings. The exaggerated bust-to-waist ratio, so perfect it looked like something out of a cartoon, made Chen Yuan's heart skip a beat. Before he could even say hello, everything went black, and he kicked his legs. He just lay there, completely still, in the hallway. Ah! Su Wanqing exclaimed in surprise, her face changing drastically as she prepared to dial 120. However, the moment she saw Chen Yuan's face clearly, she suddenly froze on the spot. The man lying on the ground. It was the perfect embodiment of her lonely, nighttime dreams. He has sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, a high nose bridge, thin lips with a slight upturn, and a well-defined jawline. I wonder if it was because my muscles were tense when I fell. Chen Yuan's physique, which was concealed by his loose delivery uniform, was now fully revealed. Her lines are perfect, not exaggerated like a fitness instructor's, but they exude a captivating and alluring charm that's hard to look away from. Saving lives is the priority. Su Wanqing, who had been feeling empty for many years, did not hesitate at all. She stepped on Valentino shoes, carefully bent down, squatted down next to Chen Yuan, and gently touched his sweaty shoulder with her finger. "Hey, Xiao Chen, are you alright?" Su Wanqing herself didn't realize that her voice was much softer than usual. Seeing that Chen Yuan didn't react at all, her heart started pounding. Light streamed through the stairwell and fell on Chen Yuan's face, highlighting his near-perfect profile. Su Wanqing held her breath and observed the man in front of her closely. His skin had a radiant glow, delicate and translucent, even more beautiful than her face, which she had spent a fortune on skincare for. Even in his unconscious state, his expression possessed an indescribable allure. "It's been a while since I've seen this delivery guy in the building, and he's gotten so handsome." At this moment, the landlady was not concerned about Chen Yuan's health. On the contrary, his sudden unconsciousness stirred a secret unease within me. Su Wanqing's husband passed away unexpectedly years ago. She and her daughter were left to depend on each other for survival. Fortunately, the rent for this 4-story building is stable. The mother and daughter lived a comfortable life, making a living by collecting rent. These days, she has been traveling with her daughter. I never expected something like this to happen so soon after I got home. Su Wanqing tried to extend her fingertip and gently probe Chen Yuan's breath. The warm breath brushed against her fingertips, carrying a masculine scent unique to men. Her slender hands trembled slightly, and she felt a strange excitement welling up inside her. As a single mother, she taught herself the Heimlich maneuver in CPR for her daughter. He also obtained a first aid certificate, just in case. Unexpectedly, my first real-life combat experience was against a complete stranger. The situation is critical if we don't provide immediate assistance. This poor delivery guy might just end up killing himself. We must perform artificial respiration immediately. Su Wanqing took a deep breath, her beautiful face showing a firm gaze. I quickly looked around, but there wasn't a soul in the empty hallway. She pursed her lips, moistened them, swallowed hard, and quietly swallowed. His gaze was fixed on Chen Yuan's handsome and charming face. Fortunately, her status as a woman allowed her to act without any scruples. Su Wanqing bit her lower lip, closed her eyes, and slowly pressed her cheek against it. Their hot breaths mingled, and Chen Yuan's fine eyelashes brushed lightly against her cheek. The moment their lips met, Su Wanqing couldn't help but tremble. How many years has it been? Her heart was like the steel and concrete of this city, hard and cold. Since her husband passed away. She has never been so intimate with any man since. Su Wanqing subconsciously gripped the lace trim of her Balenciaga dress, her heart churning violently. She forgot about the proper procedures for breath-blowing first aid. Some primal urge was driving her. As if possessed, she let her instincts guide her. Unconsciously, she stuck out the tip of her tongue and gently pried open Chen Yuan's jaw. As the tongue intertwines with the flesh, the touch is unexpectedly soft and smooth, with a heart-fluttering warmth. The parched desert has finally welcomed the rainy season. An elderly woman carrying a garbage bag came downstairs and inadvertently caught a glimpse of this scene in the stairwell. Her eyes flashed, and she thought to herself, "Young people these days have so many tricks up their sleeves." Two figures were pressed closely together in the hallway, a posture that would make anyone's imagination run wild. The next second, the woman's body trembled. Isn't that the landlady, Su Wanqing, up there? She hurriedly turned around, quickly closed her bedroom door, and pretended not to have seen anything. Su Wanqing was completely absorbed in the moment and unaware of what was happening. She only realized what she had done when she suddenly woke up. She immediately looked up and, in the dim light of the hallway, guiltily wiped away the bright red lipstick stain from Chen Yuan's lips. Su Wanqing was immediately embarrassed, her ears burning with shame, and a sense of absurdity welled up in her heart. A respectable landlady forcibly kissed to deliver a man who had fainted in the hallway. No, I need to stay calm, I need to save them. Su Wanqing muttered to herself, forcing herself to act professionally. Following the standard CPR posture, she placed her crossed hands on Chen Yuan's chest. Her beautiful legs, encased in black stockings, were spread wide apart, and she straddled Chen Yuan steadily. The most dazzling ethnic music automatically started playing in my head, and I began to press the keys rhythmically. Finally, Chen Yuan slowly woke up. A warm, soft body was right in front of me. What came into view was a dazzling expanse of white. Su Wanqing's low-cut neckline accentuated her undulating curves. The sudden visual shock caused Chen Yuan's brain to shut down instantly. His body leaned backward uncontrollably, and he looked like he was about to faint again. Watch out! Su Wanqing reacted quickly, wrapping her arms around his swaying shoulders. Chen Yuan instinctively reached out and tightly embraced the warm, soft body in his arms. He subconsciously buried his face in Su Wanqing's neck. The delicate fragrance is mixed with the sweet and warm scent unique to young women. A triumphant smile curled at the corners of Chen Yuan's mouth. He seized the opportunity and unleashed an epic burst of energy. Madam, I'm so sorry, The two were very close. This made Su Wanqing clearly aware of something unusual. She forced herself to sit up from Chen Yuan's embrace, trying to appear calm, and straightened her disheveled clothes. You just fainted, and I performed CPR on you before you woke up. Chen Yuan nodded thoughtfully, feeling a bit thirsty. His gaze fell on Su Wanqing's flushed red lips. Su Wanqing's slightly swollen lips were glistening with moisture. The traces of panic and embarrassment from the moment of haste still lingered on it. Chen Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Thank you, madam. All right, now that you're all right, you should get some rest. Su Wanqing turned around and gently placed the back of her hand on her burning cheek. I tried hard to suppress my voice and make it sound normal. You can't push yourself too hard. Taking care of your health is the most important thing, isn't it? After saying that, Su Wanqing quickened her pace and left as if fleeing. Ding! Succubus System activated. New player task, from 0 to 1. Duration, 3 days. Mission rewards, 1S rank random item chest, 1S rank random skill chest, 10 lottery tickets. What's going on? The system notification startled Chen Yuan. He was penniless, just a food delivery man, and had never even been in a serious relationship. How could he possibly win someone over in 3 days? Shocked, he suddenly realized that he was now a man with a system. Chen Yuan turned his head and followed the landlady's back. That swaying waist, that swaying peach-shaped buttocks. Every curve of her body exudes the fatal allure of a mature woman. A true man is born between heaven and earth. How can he remain subservient to others for long? At this moment, Chen Yuan squinted, his expression playful. His eyes radiated an endless, sinister charm. Chapter 2 Sun Yanning, the Dance School Beauty. Even after fainting, Chen Yuan remained conscious. He could see everything the landlady did. A hint of doubt arose in my heart. This landlady is usually dignified and gentle. When did you become so thirsty? He silently curled the corners of his mouth. An exciting guess came to mind. System? Aren't you going to come out and introduce yourself? Congratulations, host, on binding with the system. This system will assist you in your gradual transformation. Physical modification complete, mental modification in progress. It has to be brother tone, finally someone understands me. Years of honing his craft had long filled Chen Yuan's heart with restlessness and resentment. He once gritted his teeth and swore an oath in the dim night. If I ever gain the mandate of heaven, I will not leave Sea Girl on earth. Looking at himself in the mirror, Chen Yuan couldn't help but feel a little dazed. He raised his hand to gently stroke his face and murmured to himself. Handsome is the only word I'll say, and I'll only say it once. even the four heavenly kings of Hong Kong at their peak. Standing before Chen Yuan at this moment, one would probably feel ashamed of oneself. But, why is my back a little itchy? He slightly furrowed his handsome brows and deftly took off his shirt with one hand. Could it really be growing little wings? The next second, he was completely stunned. The body in the mirror looked as if Nuwa herself had reshaped it. His strong pectoral muscles and well-defined abdominal muscles made a ping-pong sound when slapped. Broad shoulders and narrow waist, well-defined muscles, and smooth, full lines. He tightened his abdomen, his entire body forming an explosive inverted triangle shape. That physique belongs to Lazar, one of the world's top fitness models. You also have to hand over protein powder and become an apprentice. Could it be that the legend of 10 women in one night's battle without falling down is also true? Looking at his modified body, Chen Yuan couldn't help but think. Just then, the bell rang. I looked at the incoming call on my phone, saved as Nian Ning. Chen Yuan thought for a moment and then answered the call. A sweet, whiny voice came from the other end of the phone. Chen Yuan, I've had too much to drink. I'm at the Platinum Club. Can you come pick me up? Pick you up? Sure. Chen Yuan replied calmly, but inwardly he was sneering. Ha, so they're accumulating bills again, waiting for me to be ripped off? His decisive and efficient response surprised Nian Ning. In the past, he would have been eagerly asking all sorts of questions by this time. Oh, okay. Nian Ning gave a vague reply, didn't think much of it, and mumbled as she hung up the phone. Memories surged forth like a tidal wave. Su Nian Ning, a campus belle from the dance department of Taichung University. She was already famous for her beauty when she was a sophomore in college. When Chen Yuan was delivering milk tea to her, he accidentally knocked over the food container. He quickly apologized and bought another cup at his own expense. Su Nianing chuckled and took out her phone. Let's add each other on WeChat, you can treat me next time. This addition marked the beginning of a nightmare. The innocent Chen Yuan was manipulated by her time and time again. Su Nianing was like a goddess high above him, summoning him at will and dismissing him at will. Chen Yuan listened to her every word and even saved money to deliver takeout. He received gold coins round after round, but he never even held her hand. However, things are different now. Every gift bestowed by fate should be cashed out at its peak. On the road to light. Let's begin our tasting from you, this arrogant, high and mighty flower. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a Newbie Deluxe Gift Pack X1. As the system notification sound faded, a semi-transparent light screen unfolded before Chen Yuan's eyes. The interface smoothly displays several options. Lottery, goddess, items, skills, balance. With a thought, Chen Yuan entered the items section. A magnificent gift package floated silently inside. Open. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained Random A Rank Skill Chest X1. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained Random Grade A Item Chest X1. Ding. Congratulations. You have received 10 newcomer lottery tickets. Note, you can obtain lottery tickets as you progress in winning over the goddess. 2 dazzling beams of light flashed by as the light continued to illuminate the scene. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained the A-level skill Eye of Insight. Insightful Eye allows observation of various physical indicators of the other party. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained an A-grade item Sleep Potion. Sleep Potion improves sleep quality when used on the target. Chen Yuan felt very comfortable after getting A. He looked at himself in the mirror and couldn't help but use his insightful eyes. Name, Chen Yuan. Height, 182 centimeters. Age, 22. Weight, 78 kilograms. Appearance, 100-100, figure, 100-100, rating, SSS. Number of charges, 0, number of charges, 0. Current state, excited. Chen Yuan looked at his near-perfect panel, a burning desire welling up in his eyes. I still have 10 newcomer raffle tickets that are gleaming faintly in my hand. There was a line of small print above. Each use of a lottery ticket grants a random reward of 10,000 to 100,000 yuan. The chances of obtaining high-quality items increase with each draw. He smirked, let's do a 10 pull and see what good stuff we can get. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained a D-grade item Robot Vacuum Cleaner X1. Ding. Congratulations! You have obtained a C-level item gym annual membership X1. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained a D-grade item Dyson hair dryer X1. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained a C-level item iPhone 17 Pro Max 1. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a B-grade item LV Casual Custom Set X1. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the S-rank skill Music Master. The arrogant performer, able to master any musical piece without practice, possessing absolute musicality and improvisational ability. After a 10 pull, the only S-rank skill turned out to be an art-oriented Music Master. This made Chen Yuan purse his lips, feeling slightly disappointed. What's going on? You can't just directly seduce a woman. However, getting an iPhone 17 Pro Max for free is definitely not a bad deal. All his dissatisfaction vanished the moment he put on that bespoke LV suit. The top quality fabric hugged every inch of his skin, and the precise tailoring made it seem as if it were made just for him. The man in the mirror was noble and languid, with an inherent charm in his brows. Awesome! Ding! Lottery completed. Congratulations on receiving 580,000 yuan. Balance, 630,000 yuan. 580,000 in one go. Is the newbie gift pack really that generous? Upon hearing the system notification, Chen Yuan felt as if his soul was ascending to heaven. Chen Yuan, have you set off yet? Hurry up! On the other end of WeChat, Nian Ning sent another message. Chen Yuan glanced at it casually. He leisurely straightened the cuffs of his LV suit. Is she in a hurry? I'm not. Chen Yuan gave a faint smile to himself in the mirror before leisurely pushing open the door and leaving. At the end of the corridor, a faint piano melody drifted from the landlady's door. Kikujiro's Summer. The sound of the piano flowed under the dim corridor lights. It subtly resonated with his current state of mind. Chen Yuan lightly tapped his fingertips on the stair railing, his footsteps keeping time with the lively musical notes as he slowly descended the stairs. Chapter 3 Being handsome is a privilege. Neon lights flow, the night is hazy. Platinum Club, a well-known luxury venue in Taichung. I'm outside the door, you can come down now. Chen Yuan pressed the send button and put the new phone back in his pocket. He stood quietly in the night wind, his figure upright and his demeanor refined. Just then, a group of wealthy women who had just come out of the private room pushed open the door, laughing and joking. They were still discussing how the male model's abs felt when they touched them. However, upon seeing Chen Yuan, everyone instinctively fell silent. Their eyes met silently, filled with amazement and longing. This man is far superior to those male models at the club who flaunt their muscles and use sweet talk. The male model I just thought was quite delicious suddenly lost his appeal compared to him. He was just standing there, and the difference between them was already like heaven and earth. Aloof, noble, and beyond compare. The woman in the lead looked to be in her early 40s, with a pretty face and a well-maintained figure. She was worldly wise and knew the principle that the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. After adjusting her mindset, she calmly walked up to Chen Yuan. Young man, you look unfamiliar. Do you work here? Chen Yuan's heart stirred slightly. He had often daydreamed about being noticed by rich women. Unexpectedly, this actually came true one day. The woman was decked out in designer brands and exuded a sophisticated aura. But the big red rose tattooed on her chest was both eye-catching and flamboyant, clearly indicating that she was no ordinary person. Through investigation, it was discovered that the woman had had thousands of romantic relationships. Chen Yuan returned the smile with a helpless sigh and politely declined. No, I'm waiting for someone. I see. The woman wasn't annoyed. Instead, she took a half step closer, her eyes sparkling, and lowered her voice. How about we add each other on WeChat? Your brother-in-law isn't home tonight. I'll make you some noodles for dinner, hee hee. As soon as he finished speaking, his two female companions behind him let out a knowing chuckle. Don't listen to her nonsense. Another plump woman squeezed forward and chimed in enthusiastically. Young man, I know yoga. When would you like to come to my house? Chen Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. Was I being harassed by these rich women? Fortunately, Su Nianing arrived shortly afterward. She spotted the man surrounded by the women at a glance, and her eyes lit up. Even just seeing his back was enough to make her heart flutter. However, she had no time to savor it now. I'm here today to celebrate my birthday with my friends. On a whim, I got a little tipsy and casually opened a bottle of red wine with labels I couldn't understand. When the bill arrived, she was completely stunned. It cost 38,000. Where would she, a student, get so much money? In her panic, Sun Yining's first thought was of Chen Yuan. Given his deep affection for her, he would definitely come to pay without hesitation. Sure enough, he readily agreed after just one phone call. You bastard Chen Yuan, you lied to me and said you were here. Just wait and see how I deal with you. Sun Yining looked around but didn't see Chen Yuan in the crowd. She stomped her foot in frustration. Don't even think about getting me any more late-night barbecue next time. Chen Yuan felt somewhat helpless as he was surrounded by several wealthy women. Looking up, I saw Sun Yining walking out of the clubhouse, frowning and looking around. He gestured to the women around him with a gentlemanly nod of his chin, indicating that they should look in that direction. Several pairs of eyes turned to look at them simultaneously, and they immediately understood each other. Oh, so he's already taken. No wonder he looks down on us, his girlfriend is quite pretty. They exchanged a smile and wisely stopped pressing the matter. With the wealthy women gone, only Chen Yuan and Sun Yining remained on the field. Sun Yining's mind is in turmoil right now. She hoped Chen Yuan would come over quickly to settle the bill, but she couldn't help glancing frequently at the stunningly handsome man from earlier. Hurry up, Chen Yuan. She was secretly anxious. Hurry up and pay, maybe I can even sneak a peek and ask for their WeChat. What if I miss out on this heartthrob? She bit her lip, silently blaming Chen Yuan for all the losses in her mind. It's all his fault for being too slow, it's all his fault for wasting so much time. When Chen Yuan didn't show up for a while, she got anxious and made another WeChat call. The next second, she watched as the man not far away slowly turned around. The light fell on his sharply defined face, making him both familiar and unfamiliar. Nian Ning stared wide-eyed, somewhat incredulous. Until Chen Yuan walked closer and stood in front of her. She suddenly came to her senses. You are Chen Yuan? Otherwise what? Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly, a playful smile curving his lips. Didn't you say you were drunk and asked me to pick you up? Ah. I'm actually. He had been so confident in asking him to pay the bill, but the words stuck in his throat, and he couldn't utter a single one. She was terrified that saying even the slightest wrong word would ruin her image in his eyes. Nian Ning lowered her head, not daring to look Chen Yuan in the eye. Her hands didn't stop for a moment as she quickly sent a distress message to the fish pond via WeChat. Urgent. Lend me some money. Chen Yuan calmly observed Sun Yining in front of him. Today she's dressed in a carefully chosen, pristine white-themed outfit. The off-shoulder top accentuates the defined collarbones and elegant swan neck. The lace mini-skirt's hem fluttered gently, making her legs appear even slimmer and longer. Pure white stockings that reached below her knees, paired with a pair of delicate high heels. Beneath her fresh and pure appearance lies an elegance tinged with a touch of sexiness. If I hadn't woken up in time, I probably would have been deceived by her innocent appearance and become hopelessly entangled with her. Chen Yuan's gaze sharpened slightly, and he blinked his eyes. The eye of insight has been quietly activated. Name, Sun Yining. Height, 171 centimeters. Age, 20. Weight, 52 kilograms. Appearance, 92 points, figure, 88 B points, overall rating, S. Number of charging cycles, 0, number of charging attempts, 0. Current state, nervous, excited. Character profile, a sophisticated egoist, extremely superficial, with a preference for good looks. Her criteria for a partner is based solely on facial features, not physical appearance. Deep down, she yearns to marry a wealthy man, become a rich wife, and realize her dream of traveling the world and enjoying life. Looking at the last few lines of information, a hint of surprise flashed in Chen Yuan's eyes. Unexpectedly, Sun Yining still retains her innocence. That's really surprising. Chen Yuan never intended to pay for Sun Yining's expenses. He crossed his arms and watched Sun Yining's desperate attempt to raise money. 38,000? If she had enough time, she might actually be able to raise it. Unfortunately, time was of the essence, and the more anxious she became, the more disheveled she appeared. Nian Ning bit her lip, her fingers flying across the keyboard, feeling both anxious and regretful. She couldn't help but complain about her social circle. How come I don't have a single rich friend? They're all just lowly junior students. I barely managed to scrape together 18,000, but I'm still short 20,000. Nian Ning subconsciously brushed her bangs aside. The elegance she once displayed in front of Chen Yuan vanished without a trace. Chen Yuan had no patience to wait for her any longer and casually said, "I thought you couldn't pay your bills." Nian Ning twisted her slender hands around the hem of her skirt, struggling for a moment. She steeled herself, raised her flushed cheeks, and spoke in a soft, sweet voice. "Ah, Yuan. I'm only short 20,000 yuan, you'll help me, right?" Chen Yuan found it amusing, raised an eyebrow, and feigned ignorance, asking in return, "What do you mean by that?" "Just now. I was a little tipsy and accidentally opened an extra bottle of red wine, slightly exceeding my budget." She paused, then quickly raised her wet eyes. "Ah, Yuan, today is my birthday, I absolutely can't embarrass myself in front of my friends." Chen Yuan nodded thoughtfully, feigning sudden realization. "So, you want me to pay for your meal, right?" Nian Ning quickly shook her head. "It's not about paying the bill, it's about borrowing. I want to borrow 20,000 yuan from you." Chen Yuan chuckled, his tone clearly displeased. 20,000 yuan? Do you know how many takeout orders I'd have to deliver to earn that much? Nian Ning's heart sank. She knew that she wouldn't get through this without resorting to some ruthless tactics. She stepped forward, gently took Chen Yuan's hand, and softly pressed her body against his. "Ah, Yuan, please help me." As she spoke, she stood on tiptoe and leaned close to Chen Yuan's ear. The warm breath carried a subtle, alluring scent. "If you're willing to help me, I'll send you what you've always wanted to see later." She paused for a moment, then her voice became even more alluring. "A photo of me wearing white stockings." Chen Yuan took a half step back and looked Sun Yanning up and down. His naked gaze was undisguised after a moment's hesitation. "Okay, but I need to collect some interest from you first." Chapter 4. Just spend one night with me. "Interest, what do you mean by that?" Nian Ning was taken aback, somewhat confused. The Chen Yuan before me was completely different from the one before. It hasn't been that long since we last met, and he's already learned how to negotiate. Before Nian Ning could react, he pulled her into his arms. Chen Yuan's large hand firmly supported the back of her head, and he kissed her in a way that left no room for resistance. Nian Ning was at a loss, and her hands instinctively pressed against Chen Yuan's chest. This was my first kiss. Her cheeks burned, and she was forced to close her eyes. When she came to her senses and tried to push Chen Yuan away, she found that she couldn't muster any strength at all. As the most beautiful girl in the dance department, she only surpassed Chen Yuan in terms of physical flexibility. In terms of strength, the difference is not small. She was held firmly in Chen Yuan's arms and could not move at all. Holding Nian Ning's slender waist, Chen Yuan showed no tenderness whatsoever. Nian Ning struggled slightly in Chen Yuan's arms, but it was all in vain. Gradually, the lack of oxygen made her dizzy and her legs weak, making her unsteady on her feet. Until her face turned completely red, and she stopped breathing weakly. She leaned almost entirely against Chen Yuan's arm. Chen Yuan was finally satisfied and quickly put his phone into his pocket. Nian Ning kept her head down, breathing heavily. It took her a while to recover, then she glared at Chen Yuan. "You." She has always been adept at navigating her numerous suitors without ever getting attached to anyone. "I never expected to stumble on Chen Yuan." Nian Ning looked up and saw Chen Yuan with his eyes slightly narrowed, his brows exuding an indescribable charm. Her spoiled princess temper, which she was about to unleash, vanished instantly. In the end, she just rolled her eyes at Chen Yuan, muttering with a hint of resentment. "Now look what you've done. You got off easy. Ding. Congratulations. You have won 2 lottery tickets." A system notification sounded in my mind. Having received 2 lottery tickets at once, Chen Yuan's gaze towards Nian Ning became greedy, and a wicked smile curled at the corner of his lips. That expression made Nian Ning's heart tighten, and she instantly felt afraid. Since Nian Ning is an S-rank goddess, then a bold idea was born in Chen Yuan's mind. The two walked side by side into the Platinum Club, where the lighting was dim and the atmosphere was extravagant. The manager, understanding the implication, stepped forward and politely handed the bill to Chen Yuan. "The total cost here is 38,000 yuan, and you still need to pay an additional 20,000 yuan. Sir, please take a look." Chen Yuan simply gave a faint hum, without reaching out or bowing his head. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The air seemed to freeze, and an awkward silence descended upon the scene. Nian Ning stared at Chen Yuan with wide eyes, her gaze filled with confusion. They clearly agreed to help with the payment, so why did they suddenly change their minds as soon as we entered the store? How could she possibly save face? How can this person be so shameless? But she only dared to grumble in her heart and didn't dare to say it out loud, for fear of upsetting Chen Yuan. After a moment of silence, she patiently and softly reminded him. Ah, Yuan, you can pay now. Ha? Chen Yuan seemed to have just come to his senses and looked at Nian Ning in surprise. Payment? Did I agree to such a thing? In the past, Chen Yuan would probably have nodded without hesitation. Now, 20,000 yuan, just for her white stockings photo? You haven't even taken your clothes off, what gives you the right to do this? A faint, almost imperceptible sneer appeared at the corner of Chen Yuan's mouth. Ah, women. You think you can get me to spend money so easily? That's too lenient of you. Nian Ning's heart sank suddenly, and she was startled. The person in front of me is truly different. Not only his appearance, but even his eyes and attitude exuded a strange indifference. For the first time, she realized that Chen Yuan had completely slipped out of her control. What's even more terrifying is that he has now become the one being manipulated by him. Looking at his ambiguous, half-smiling gaze, Nian Ning took a deep breath, knowing she couldn't remain passive any longer. She quickly made an excuse and pulled Chen Yuan to the waiting area behind the screen in the lobby. Once she was sure no one was around, she finally dropped all pretense and said in a low, harsh voice. Chen Yuan, I'm not going to be polite with you anymore. If you don't pay this money today, I'll sue you for indecent assault. I'll let you experience what it's like to go to jail. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan remained calm, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. Since we're going to play, let's go big. He slowly took out his phone, and on the screen was a video of the two of them kissing. In the picture, Nian Ning has her eyes closed and her expression is dreamy. She appeared completely absorbed, letting him take whatever he wanted. Not bad, right? Chen Yuan chuckled and turned the screen towards her. Do you think if I posted this to your school's group chat, wouldn't everyone be pleasantly surprised to see the dance department's most beautiful girl like this? He leaned forward slightly, his voice low but each word clear. You wouldn't want this kind of thing to be known by the whole school, would you? Nian Ning never expected that Chen Yuan would be so unscrupulous. When did you take this picture? If word got out that I was in a state of confusion and disarray, with my clothes disheveled. She simply couldn't imagine it, she'd rather be dead. Photos? Chen Yuan fiddled with his phone. I was a little bored when I was kissing you just now, so I took a few pictures on the spur of the moment. What, you don't like the pictures? This sentence completely stunned Nian Ning. Who is she? The most beautiful girl in the dance department of Taichung University. She's the dream girl that so many boys don't even dare to look her in the eye. The man in front of me said such a thing so casually. Kissing you is so boring. It's an immense humiliation for me. Chen Yuan seemed to feel that he hadn't had enough fun yet. He raised his volume while gently pressing his thumb and forefinger against the screen. The screen suddenly zoomed in, and the sound of Nian Ning moaning in a moment of passion could be heard. He tilted his head, muttering to himself as if admiring a work of art. TSK, you know what, the photos taken with this iPhone are really clear. Exhausted, Nian Ning gave Chen Yuan a deep look, her gaze complex. Now, only one last resort remains. She knew Chen Yuan's weaknesses all too well. No man is immune to this. Ultimately, they respond better to gentle persuasion than force. Nian Ning has always believed this. She would never resort to such a method unless absolutely necessary. It really damages her usual elegant and aloof fairy-like image. Nian Ning quickly scanned her surroundings to make sure no one was paying attention. Finally, she pursed her lips, and recalling Chen Yuan's various methods, her eyes immediately reddened. Little pearls quickly welled up in her eyes, and her shoulders trembled slightly. Once she felt it, she simply squatted down and buried her face in her knees. A pure and beautiful little girl started crying silently. Her slender figure was like a willow in the wind, so fragile that it could be broken at any moment, and every tear fell at just the right time. She cried for a while, but still didn't receive any response from Chen Yuan. Nian Ning couldn't help but wonder to herself, what's going on? This time, her crying was clearly more genuine and moving than before. The man's reaction completely exceeded her expectations. Chen Yuan let her continue. He sat down leisurely on the opposite sofa and said casually, You shouldn't have studied dance, you should have studied acting. You're incredibly talented. Nian Ning, with her back to him, gritted her teeth. I almost lost my composure because of that bastard's words. Damn it. I have to concentrate, I can't laugh. She turned her head slightly, trying to compose herself. Just then, I caught a glimpse of Chen Yuan holding up his phone again, the camera clearly pointed at me. What are you doing now? She couldn't help but blurt it out. Chen Yuan, with a composed expression and a hint of appreciation, said, Of course, I'd shoot TikTok videos to capture those precious moments. That's enough. You win. Nian Ning completely gave up struggling. She raised her head, her voice carrying a hint of compromise. Tell me, what exactly do you want to pay this bill for me? Chen Yuan stepped forward and looked directly into her eyes. He raised his hand, intending to gently lift her chin, but saw Nian Ning turn her head away in frustration. Even though she was unwilling, she didn't dare to run away. Chen Yuan chuckled softly, his fingertips brushing across her cheek, caressing her earlobe, and drawing closer to her. It's very simple, all you need to do is. That magnetic voice was like a devil's whisper, each word striking deep into her soul. Just stay with me for one night. Chapter 5: The Plastic Relationship Between Best Friends. Nian Ning froze, unable to stop herself from trembling slightly. She looked at Chen Yuan in disbelief, as if she had never truly known him. Such a blunt and excessive request. He actually said it without any hesitation. I'm still just a student. Nian Ning's fingertips felt cold, and for a moment she didn't know how to respond. She always knew that she was going to marry a rich man. With her outstanding looks and lively, cheerful personality. She firmly believed that she could use this opportunity to break free from the constraints of her family of origin and leap into another social class. They understood perfectly well what was happening to the people of that world. What a precious asset a girl's purity is. That was also her most important trump card in climbing into high society. Is it really going to end up so easily in Chen Yuan's hands? He is indeed excessively handsome now. But what good is being handsome? You can't put food on the table. He was just a food delivery driver in a pragmatic city like Taichung. Even buying a house seems a distant dream. How can she support the future she desires? But now, she has nowhere to retreat. Nian Ning stood there, her heart filled with struggle. Chen Yuan knew that some things couldn't be rushed. He still needs to repay the emotional wounds from the past. Little by little, he's not in a hurry. Just as Nian Ning was struggling with her inner conflict, Chen Yuan calmly entered the system interface. I just got 2 raffle tickets from her. Let's see what prizes we can win. With a slight thought, he initiated the lottery. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the A-level skill fighting master. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained an A-grade item truth potion. Master fighter, proficient in various practical combat techniques, possessing keen reflexes and excellent body control. Truth potion: after taking this potion, the target will be unable to lie for 3 minutes and will answer all questions truthfully. This was a good result. Both awards reached grade A. Chen Yuan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a satisfied expression. Just then, Nian Ning's best friend, Zhu Xiaolu, walked out of the private room and into the lobby. Seeing that Nian Ning hadn't returned for a while, she became a little curious and took the initiative to go out and look for her. Nian Ning caught a glimpse of her figure, hurriedly dodged, and hid in a corner of the waiting area. Her heart was pounding wildly. If my best friend finds out I'm broke but still trying to put on a show, I'll lose all face. In a moment of desperation, she quickly leaned closer to Chen Yuan and urged him. Okay, I agree. Come with me to pay. Chen Yuan sat there unmoved, merely glancing at her indifferently, his tone revealing dissatisfaction. Seeing this, Nian Ning had no choice but to soften her voice and plead, tugging at his clothes. I promise you. Please hurry up. Chen Yuan reached out and touched the top of her head, looking at her pitiful appearance. Then he smiled and said, if only you had been this obedient earlier. Having that video of her in my hands, I'm not afraid of her playing any tricks. Soon, the two walked out of the waiting area one after the other. He bumped right into Xiaolu. Hey, Nian Ning, why did you take so long? Xiaolu asked with a slightly puzzled look. I just ran into a friend. We hadn't seen each other in a long time, and we chatted for so long that we lost track of time. Nian Ning forced a calm smile. I see. A barely perceptible hint of disappointment flashed across Xiaolu's face. I thought you didn't bring enough money, and I was just about to ask brother how to lend you some. While they were talking, Chen Yuan quietly paid off the bill. Xiaolu's gaze fell on Chen Yuan, who was standing to the side. Instantly, her gaze hardened, unable to move an inch. Good heavens, no wonder he didn't come back for so long, he was keeping a mistress here. The KTV drinking party at the club, which was about to end, was brought back by Xiaolu. Full of energy, she linked arms with Nian Ning and suggested, "Since we've run into each other, how about we sing a few more songs together? Have a couple of drinks and chat." Nian Ning's mind raced. Since we've already agreed to Chen Yuan's request, we might as well squeeze every last drop of value out of him. Besides, he's so handsome, it's a good impression to take him out in front of friends. Thinking this, she nodded slightly and replied with a smile. "Okay, let's play a little longer then." The three of them pushed open the door and entered the large private room of the KTV, where 2 men and 2 women were sitting. For Nian Ning's birthday, Xiaolu specially invited the rich young master Song Hao and his usual sidekick. In reality, Xiaolu had received a lot of benefits from Song Hao in private and was eager to match Nian Ning with this rich young man. The expensive bottle of red wine on the table was opened by Nian Ning at Xiaolu's urging. She had no intention of telling Nian Ning the real price. The original plan was to wait until Nian Ning couldn't pay her bill and was at a loss, then have Song Hao gracefully come to her rescue, staging a hero saves the damsel in distress moment. Unexpectedly, Chen Yuan appeared out of nowhere and paid the money first. "Let me introduce you all. This is Nian Ning's friend, Chen Yuan." Xiaolu took the initiative to speak, glancing at Song Hao in acknowledgement. Chen Yuan poured himself a glass of wine with a graceful and generous manner. He raised his glass to the crowd in greeting, then drank it all in one gulp. His movements were graceful and his posture composed, exuding an indescribable elegance. From the moment he entered, the girls' eyes were almost constantly on him. Chen Yuan's every move exuded an effortless charm, like a clear mountain spring, instantly attracting the attention of all the girls present. Even one of the younger girls, when she met Chen Yuan's gaze, her cheeks were flushed, her breathing was rapid, and her heart was about to stop beating. Chen Yuan casually sat down on one side of the sofa, leaving the empty seat at the far end for Nian Ning. Nian Ning had originally planned to sit with Xiaolu. She had just taken a step when she was stopped by Chen Yuan's cold gaze. After hesitating for a moment, she finally walked over carefully and sat down gently beside him. Feeling the envious glances from her best friends, Nian Ning couldn't help but feel smug. Indeed, when it comes to boyfriends, you still have to find someone handsome. That's so impressive, it makes me feel so proud. Despite her intense vanity, her thoughts are simple and unpretentious. Chen Yuan's appearance greatly satisfied her little desires. But the next second, she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If only Chen Yuan wasn't a food delivery man. Seeing that Chen Yuan stole the spotlight from the moment he arrived, Song Hao's expression gradually darkened. This suitor of Nian Ning was of average appearance, but came from a very wealthy family. He already had feelings for Nian Ning, and now seeing her sitting obediently next to Chen Yuan, an inexplicable fire suddenly rose in his heart. It was one thing for her to sit next to Xiaolu before. When he tried to get closer to her, he deliberately got up and said he wanted to pay the bill. It's clear they're not giving themselves any chance at all. What's even more infuriating is that Nian Ning actually managed to pay off this exorbitant bill. Without a doubt, the money must have come from the man in front of her. To be honest, he went to great lengths to win Nian Ning's heart. He had planned to take advantage of this opportunity to go all out and get her to throw herself into his arms. Even though I felt a little pained by the expense, I still thought it was worth a try. I never expected Chen Yuan to beat me to it. How infuriating. Where there are many chickens and ducks, there is a lot of excrement and urine. Where there are many women, there is much laughter. The girls in the private room were like a catfish darting into a school of fish because of Chen Yuan's appearance. The atmosphere immediately became lively, and the air was filled with the scent of youthful passion. Nian Ning, who had just finished paying the bill and was secretly relieved, was unaware that she had already been set up by her most trusted best friend, Xiaolu. Song Hao's face was gloomy as he rapidly tapped his fingers on his phone screen. Not long after, Xiaolu's phone screen lit up. She glanced down at it, and her expression immediately became somewhat subtle. She subconsciously glanced in Song Hao's direction, then immediately looked away. "You guys sing first, I'm going to the restroom." She forced a smile and walked out with slightly heavy steps. A moment later, Song Hao straightened the hem of his clothes and stood up with a slightly awkward movement. I'm going to use the restroom too." After saying that, he hurriedly followed after her, looking impatient. All of this came into Chen Yuan's view. Before Xiaolu left, he made a point of scanning her over with his eye of insight. Name, Su Xiaolu. Height, 162 centimeters. Age, 21. Weight, 52 kilograms. Appearance, 76 points, figure, 75 points, overall rating, B. Number of charging cycles, 5, number of charging times, 122. Status, depressed, angry. Inner monologue, so you can't handle Nian Ning, so you come to me to vent? Song Hao, you bastard. And Nian Ning, what are you pretending to be so high and mighty for? You just wait. Chapter 6: The enchanting scene in the private room. What a farce of fake sisterhood. After seeing Su Xiaolu's inner thoughts, Chen Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Nian Ning, who was next to me, was singing enthusiastically. Catching a glimpse of his smile, she thought he was mocking her, and angrily furrowed her brows. Hey! What are you laughing at? Can't you show me some respect? Chen Yuan glanced at her, unsure whether to be angry or amused. He leaned close to Nian Ning's ear and casually said, Your best friend Xiaolu and Song Hao colluded to trick you into spending a lot of money on alcohol. Nian Ning was taken aback at first, then burst out laughing. What nonsense are you talking about? Xiaolu is my best friend, how could that be? She tucked her bangs behind her ears, giving him a look that said, Don't try to provoke me. You're just making baseless assumptions because Xiaolu and I get along well. Looking at her innocent and naive appearance, Chen Yuan gently shook his head and didn't continue speaking. The singing was in full swing in the private room when Chen Yuan's thoughts began to stir. The truth potion was retrieved from the system space, only one drop of essence remained. He got up without making a sound, pretending to reach for the sunflower seeds on the table. As it passed Song Hao's wineglass, his fingertips flicked lightly. A drop of colorless and odorless medicine fell silently into the wine. Then, Chen Yuan spoke casually and turned to walk out the door. I'll go get 2 more bottles of wine. Seeing Chen Yuan get up and leave, Nian Ning couldn't help but feel a little dejected. She hasn't even had a chance to properly showcase her singing talent yet. A sense of loss welled up inside me, and my fingers loosened their grip on the microphone. The other girls looked at each other, equally disappointed. Chen Yuan quietly followed the 2 figures. They discovered that instead of heading to the restroom, they slipped into an empty private room. The door had barely closed when Song Hao roared in anger. Didn't you say it was foolproof? What's wrong with this guy? Xiaolu's voice carried a hint of weariness. I didn't expect that either. Brother Hao, don't worry, I'll think of something next time. Is this all you'll be good for next time? Song Hao was blunt and mocked. They're quick to take money, but utterly useless when it comes to getting things done. Xiaolu was silent for a moment, then her voice gradually lowered. Brother Hao, don't be angry, I'll help you calm down, okay? A rustling sound arose, and her figure slowly lowered, her movements compliant and helpless. Chen Yuan stood outside the door, a cold smile playing on his lips. TSK, I really didn't expect that. In the dimly lit corner of the empty private room, 2 figures moved rapidly. Chen Yuan quickly took out his phone and quietly recorded the scene. 3 minutes later, he put away his phone and returned to the private room with his wine, looking completely normal. Shortly after they sat down, Song Hao and Xiaolu pushed open the door and entered one after the other. That was close. That was a real close call. Chen Yuan glanced at Song Hao with amusement, noticing his unsteady steps and weary expression. I couldn't help but sneer inwardly. This guy, it's only been a short time, and he's already so useless. After venting his anger, Song Hao collapsed onto the sofa. His lackey leaned close to his ear and whispered a few words, as if offering some advice. Song Hao nodded slightly after listening, then stood up and loudly proposed. How about we each pick one song and see who gets the highest score? The sidekick immediately chimed in, Great. Great. Since none of them are professional singers, their scores were generally not high after several rounds. Nian Ning's song later surprisingly scored 90 points. Song Hao was the first to clap his hands loudly, his tone exaggerated. No wonder she's the most beautiful girl in the department. She's gorgeous and has a sweet voice, she's practically leaving us no chance. The follower and several other girls quickly echoed. This sounds amazing. Nian Ning, you're amazing. Hearing everyone's praise, Nian Ning's cheeks flushed slightly. She instinctively looked at Chen Yuan first, her eyes filled with anticipation. Chen Yuan simply nodded slightly, his reaction indifferent. Nian Ning felt a little frustrated at not getting his approval. When it was Chen Yuan's turn, the song The Wind Rises suddenly popped up on the screen. This wasn't the song he requested at all. He frowned slightly, and Nian Ning noticed that something was wrong with his expression. This song, wasn't it you who requested it? Song Hao, who was standing nearby, immediately interjected, his tone somewhat deliberate. This is the song. Who else could it be if not him? The lackey chimed in. Yeah, if that doesn't work, I can change it to something simpler for you? Several girls looked at Chen Yuan, wondering what was going on. They had no idea that Song Hao had secretly sabotaged things. He deliberately chose a difficult song, wanting to see Chen Yuan embarrass himself in front of everyone. Chen Yuan waved his hand dismissively. He had already seen through the scheme, realizing that these two were behind it all and deliberately trying to embarrass him. He took the microphone from Nian Ning and spoke calmly. No need for that, this one will do. Chen Yuan slowly stood up, his gaze calmly sweeping across the entire room. On the screen, the music video for The Wind Rises features floating lights and shadows. He closed his eyes, adjusted his breathing rhythm, and when he opened them again, his eyes were clear as a lake. We traveled this route, stopping and starting frequently. The moment he spoke, his clear and magnetic voice silenced the entire room. With the blessing of the S-rank skill, Music Master. Chen Yuan's pronunciation of each syllable was incredibly precise. His breath control was steady as a long wind, his high notes were not harsh, his low notes were not deep, and his transitions were incredibly smooth. It's as natural as the wind rustling through the treetops and the water overflowing the sandy shore. Entering the chorus, he handled it with even greater ease. In your eyes, light and shadow intertwine, and your smile blossoms like a flower. Under the flickering lights of the private room. Nian Ning met Chen Yuan's gaze and her heart skipped a beat. He's so handsome, he's got me completely smitten. When the music ended, the entire private room was completely silent. An amazing score popped up on the screen, 98 points. Song Hao, who was originally prepared to watch the show, froze on his face. Seeing that all the girls in the room were attracted to Chen Yuan. Enraged, Song Hao grabbed the wine glass in front of him and drank it all in one gulp. He never expected that Chen Yuan could actually handle this difficult song so well. His effortless transitions between high notes were in no way inferior to those of professional singers. He glared at his lackey beside him, burning with rage. The lackey dared not utter a sound and hurriedly lowered his head. He knew in his heart that he had made a fool of himself this time, and had instead let Chen Yuan steal the spotlight again. Chen Yuan's eyes lit up when he saw Song Hao drink the wine. Trying to embarrass me? Now it's my turn. He casually asked Song Hao. Your name is Song Hao, right? Song Hao was taken aback, not expecting Chen Yuan to suddenly confirm his name, and subconsciously answered. Yes. Chen Yuan laughed, casually handing him the microphone, his tone relaxed. What were you doing outside for so long? Song Hao was puzzled. Hadn't he said he was going to the toilet? Why did he ask that question? Just as he was about to answer, his lips involuntarily slipped out. I just had sex with Xiaolu in the next private room. These words shocked the entire audience. Several girls covered their mouths in disbelief. Is this something I can say? Their gazes darted back and forth between Song Hao and Su Xiaolu. The camera finally focused on Xiaolu's face, her eyes filled with astonishment. Although the sidekick already knew about the relationship between the two, he didn't expect that they wouldn't even let go of this little bit of time. He couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Brother Hao really knows how to make the most of his time. Song Hao felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his mind a complete mess. He clearly wanted to explain, but once the words came out of his mouth, they wouldn't obey him. He tried to salvage the situation, but then he heard his own voice again. Xiaolu's breasts are too small, I'd rather try Nianning's. In an instant, the entire private room fell into a deathly silence. Nian Ning could hardly believe what she was hearing. Xiaolu's friend seemed harmless, but she turned out to be so heartless and insane. Her anger surged to the top of her head, and her spoiled princess temper flared up instantly. Nian Ning picked up her wineglass and splashed the entire glass of wine hard onto Song Hao's face. Song Hao! What nonsense are you spouting? Chapter 7 Yudhya with speed limit removed. Chen Yuan watched this scene with great interest. You deserved it for swindling me out of 20,000 yuan. He pressed on with his questions at a leisurely pace. Today is Nian Ning's birthday, what are your plans? Song Hao wiped the alcohol off his face and closed his eyes in pain. He tried desperately to control himself, attempting to cover his mouth but to no avail, and continued to speak. I had Xiaolu encourage Nian Ning to spend extravagantly, until she can't afford it, then I'll coerce her into giving in. Tonight, I've already booked the hotel room. Hearing Song Hao reveal the entire plan, Nian Ning looked at Xiaolu beside her, trembling with anger. She deliberately brought Song Hao along, pretending that she had never tasted such good red wine before and invited him to try it. It turns out that everything was a trap to lure me into. Fortunately, Chen Yuan appeared in time. Sha. However, compared to the hypocritical and despicable Song Hao in front of her, Nian Ning knew him all too well. Although by a twist of fate, she was forced to submit to Chen Yuan. Even so, she would rather choose Chen Yuan than Song Hao. She stood up abruptly, pointed to the door, and said coldly, Song Hao, this is my territory, get out of here right now. Nian Ning finally saw through Song Hao's true colors. Chen Yuan reached out and gently patted Nian Ning's shoulder. I've told you this before, remember it. Song Hao couldn't understand why he answered every question Chen Yuan asked. The more he resisted, the more uncontrollably the truth slipped out. Song Hao suddenly looked up, his eyes bloodshot, and asked in a hoarse voice. What did you do to me? He stared intently at Chen Yuan, his heart filled with both anger and fear. I just can't figure out how Chen Yuan did it. Chen Yuan was too lazy to waste his breath arguing with him. The thought of Song Hao's scheme causing Nian Ning to spend tens of thousands of yuan more for nothing made her feel terrible. In the end, he had to clean up her mess himself, which infuriated him. Do you know how hard it is to deliver food, one order at a time? You rich kids do nothing productive all day but resort to these despicable tricks. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. The effects of the medicine gradually wore off after a few minutes. Seizing this brief moment of clarity, Song Hao hurriedly spoke. Nian Ning, let me explain. He was still trying to argue something. The next second, the projector in the KTV room suddenly switched. The image on the screen clearly shows the photos that Chen Yuan had just secretly taken. Chen Yuan turned the background music up to the highest level. The sound system at the Platinum Club, worth hundreds of thousands of yuan, was no exaggeration. Powerful bass and penetrating treble. Every gasp and groan from the two intertwined figures in the scene is magnified to the fullest extent. The entire private room was instantly filled with these ambiguous sounds. The girls covered their faces and screamed in alarm, then fled in panic towards the door. They were all terrified, fearing that Song Hao would unleash his beastly nature. Song Hao's face was frighteningly dark. He glared angrily at his henchman beside him and pointed at Chen Yuan, roaring. What the hell are you standing there for? Get him. Upon hearing this, the follower immediately understood and strode over to Chen Yuan. He swung his fist and smashed it hard into Chen Yuan's face. You want to attack me? Chen Yuan sneered. The A-level skill, Fighting Master, is activated instantly. He immediately got into the zone. As the fist came flying, he reached out with his left hand and precisely grabbed the other person's wrist. He then turned sideways and delivered a sharp kick to the abdomen. The henchman didn't even have time to utter a sound before collapsing to the ground. He curled up like a shrimp, unable to move. In the blink of an eye, Song Hao was left alone to face Chen Yuan. Song Hao had not expected Chen Yuan to be so strong, and he immediately became a little scared. He stumbled backward, his knees hitting the sofa, and he fell to the ground. The action blockbuster on the screen is also coming to an end. Chen Yuan glanced mockingly at the screen, then swept his gaze over Song Hao, who was slumped on the sofa. Is that all you've got? You dare mess with me? He stepped forward, his eyes showing no mercy whatsoever. Chen Yuan kicked Song Hao hard in the stomach with great force. Song Hao, who usually indulges in sensual pleasures and is utterly ignorant, how could he withstand such a blow? He suddenly felt his stomach churning, and he collapsed to the ground uncontrollably, vomiting violently. The wine I had just drunk, mixed with acidic water, spilled all over the floor. Hearing the fighting commotion inside the private room, the girl outside couldn't help but push the door open. Standing at the door, I saw the two lying on the ground looking miserable. Chen Yuan casually dusted himself off and turned to walk out the door. Xiaolu was too ashamed to face Nian Ning and the other women, so she ran away. The other two girls looked at each other in bewilderment. He hurriedly hailed a car, said goodbye in a low voice, and returned to school first. Chen Yuan grabbed Nian Ning's hand and led her away from this troublesome place. I never imagined that Song Hao and Xiao Lu would be these kinds of people. The two walked side by side on the street at night, and Nian Ning sighed softly. Don't overthink it, I'll take you home. Chen Yuan had no interest in their affairs and casually pressed the car key. Not far away, a Yadea electric vehicle turned on its lights. Take me back to school? Nian Ning looked puzzled, thinking to herself. Didn't we agree on this? Seeing her stunned expression, Chen Yuan laughed along, raising an eyebrow to tease her. Oh, I forgot, someone promised to stay with me all night. Nian Ning's anger hadn't completely subsided, and she couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. You're no better than me. Chen Yuan simply smiled faintly, his tone calm. Miss Nian Ning, at least I've never cheated you. We have a clear price list. You're worth tens of thousands of yuan for one night. This is already a friendly price because of your status as the most beautiful girl in the dance department. He added, with a hint of sarcasm. Otherwise, people will say I'm disrupting the market. Hearing Chen Yuan address him in such an objectifying tone. The way she called her Miss Nian Ning was particularly grating, and she immediately flew into a rage. You're the one who's a prostitute. Your whole family are prostitutes. Chen Yuan didn't reply, he just looked at her silently. Sure enough, she got anxious again. Nian Ning stood there, rubbing her eyes. The alcohol was making her sleepy, but she refused to get in the car. What are you standing there for? Aren't you coming up? Nian Ning looked at his Yadea electric scooter, feeling more and more aggrieved. She was determined to marry a rich man, so how did she end up like this? She suddenly raised her foot and kicked the rear wheel in a fit of anger. Why are you shouting so loudly? Chen Yuan quickly steadied the car and slowly got out. This electric scooter has been with him through wind and rain for so long that it's become like an old friend. Now this woman is kicking him and taking her anger out on him. Chen Yuan silently lifted the speed limit on the Yadea as his eyes shifted. Princess, please get in the carriage? That's more like it. Nian Ning muttered to herself, and finally got into the car reluctantly. Chen Yuan laughed. What a fine example of someone who doesn't have the life of a princess but has the syndrome of one. It looks quite heavy. Chen Yuan stretched his neck and shook his wrists. He put the only safety helmet on his head. What are you doing? Nian Ning immediately sensed something was wrong and instinctively grabbed the hem of his clothes. You'd better pray for yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yuan suddenly twisted the handle. The front of the car suddenly lifted up, and with a rapid start, Nian Ning screamed in fright and clung tightly to his waist. Ah! Something's wrong, it looks like you kicked the rear wheel off course. What did you say? Chen Yuan stopped explaining and sped up towards Taichung University. The night breeze rushed towards me, while behind me, a warm, soft body pressed against me. Nian Ning was nervous and kept her arms around his waist the whole time. Her delicate body touched him intimately as they drove. Chen Yuan would deliberately brake suddenly every now and then, causing her to bump into his back. The soft, full touch came again and again, making him secretly surprised. I never expected this. Nian Ning looks slender, but she's actually quite well endowed. Chapter 8 Mrs. S. Midnight Order. We arrived at our destination in no time. For Nian Ning, this journey felt like an eternity. As soon as she got off the bus, she spotted a budget hotel next to the school. Nian Ning gripped the hem of her white dress tightly, her fingertips turning slightly white. It's like making a certain decision in your heart. She gritted her teeth and pointed there. Let's go with this place. Anyway, you men will only be here for a few minutes at most. It makes one think that Song Hao and Su Xiaolu can even make it to the bathroom in the short time they need to go. She felt a slight sense of relief. Just bear with it. I believe it will pass soon. Small hotel, are you trying to outdo the hotel next door in terms of volume? Chen Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze sweeping over Nian Ning. Besides, Chen Yuan, am not such a casual person. The moonlight outlined her pure and innocent features, casting a long, slender shadow on the ground. Especially her slender, beautiful legs, which were even more alluring in the dim light. Her coquettish and sulky demeanor was rather endearing. A gentle night breeze carried the faint scent of alcohol emanating from her. Chen Yuan suddenly took a step closer and pulled her into his arms. He lowered his head and sniffed her hair, then feigned disgust and said, He reeks of alcohol, he's awful, how can anyone be in a good mood? I haven't even complained about you, but you're complaining about me first. Nian Ningxian's shoulders trembled slightly, and she wrinkled her delicate nose in protest. Say that again, and I bet I'll take off my socks and stuff them in your mouth right now. Her eyes were fierce, and she emphasized every word. And then kick you in the face? After saying that, Nian Ning raised her fist in anger. It slammed down squarely on Chen Yuan, showing no mercy whatsoever. The soft fist landed on Chen Yuan's muscular body, like a tickle, without causing any pain. Chen Yuan let her vent without stopping her. So much happened today, she needs time to process it all. After all, forced relationships are never sweet. Don't worry, I won't break my promise. Chen Yuan gently held her mischievous hand, not allowing her to break free. Since you're in such a hurry, tomorrow night will do. By the way. Chen Yuan leaned forward slightly, lowered his voice, and smiled with a hint of amusement. Remember to wear white stockings. Nian Ning rolled her eyes at Chen Yuan and turned to walk towards the school. Watching Nian Ning's figure gradually disappear into the distance, Chen Yuan gently patted the Yadea electric scooter beside him. A clear sense of urgency welled up in my heart. Being handsome might make women less resistant to you. But feelings without material support are like a pile of loose sand. Ding! Congratulations! You have won 3 lottery tickets. A system notification sounded in my mind. You will receive 3 lottery tickets at once. It seems that Nian Ning's strategy has made another step forward. On a whim, he immediately started the lottery. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained a Grade B item, a limited edition Chanel bag. Ding! Congratulations! You have acquired a C-level skill drain cleaning technique. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained an A-grade item body growth potion. Growth potion gently promotes secondary development, upgrades and optimizes, reaching the perfect limit of human genetic potential. Chen Yuan didn't pay much attention to the limited edition designer handbags. If Nian Ning's performance tomorrow satisfies me, I might as well give it to her. As for the only C-level skill, sewer unclogging technique, Chen Yuan couldn't help but scratch his head. What use is this thing now? However, this a great item, the body growth potion, filled Chen Yuan with immense joy. This stuff is just perfect. No man in the world can resist such temptation. Without hesitation, Chen Yuan took out the medicine, tilted his head back, and gulped it down in one go. The whole process was done with utmost care, for fear of spilling even a drop. The next second, a warm and gentle aura surged from his dantian. Chen Yuan felt as if he were immersed in a hot spring. I feel completely refreshed and invigorated. How wonderful! Ding! A new order has arrived on Meituan crowdsourcing. When his phone beeped, Chen Yuan lost all interest in accepting the order. Now that I have 600,000 in my hands, I no longer need to struggle for a few taels of silver. He casually swiped the screen and glanced at it. I couldn't help but let out a soft the delivery address was actually in the same building as mine? What a coincidence, it was actually the landlady who placed the order. Since it's on the way anyway, let's just consider it the final order. With this final journey, I bid farewell to my long and arduous career as a food delivery driver. With that thought in mind, Chen Yuan tapped his finger and accepted the order. No matter how you put it, I feel it's all hypocritical. You've been with me for so long, and you say it's been torture? Who have you taken me for, from the past until now? You fickle butterfly! On the night street, Chen Yuan hummed his favorite sad love song as he drove his electric scooter wobbling along. This was his final composure as the king of the singles. Arrive at Ego Supermarket according to the order address. He took the plastic bag from the boss. Looking down, I was surprised to find a drain spring unclogging tool inside. Chen Yuan was taken aback at first, then couldn't help but burst out laughing. Isn't this just like bringing a pillow when you're sleepy? The drain cleaning technique I just received might come in handy later. Okay, from now on I'll only take orders like this. Once I have more money, I must buy a luxury car, and then I'll drive for Didi as a side job. Anyone whose appearance rating is below S-level? No way. He was happily planning for the future when, without realizing it, he returned to his neighborhood. Standing in front of the landlady Su Wanqing's store, I tidied myself up a bit. Chen Yuan felt a sudden, involuntary tension. Your takeout has arrived. He knocked gently on the door and called out. They're here, they're here. A gentle female voice came from inside the room. A moment later, the door lock clicked. The door opened slightly, and Mrs. Su Wanqing appeared behind it. It was obvious that she had just taken a shower and hadn't tidied up properly yet. Her wet hair was casually draped over her shoulders, still dripping water. A black slip dress accentuated her stunning curves. The neckline is a bit low. Her waist, however, was slender. Thighs below the skirt. Her toes, clad in slippers, were painted with bright red nail polish. He was enveloped in the warmth of his bath. A warm, mingled scent of shampoo and shower gel wafted over with her movements. She held a towel in one hand to dry her hair, while looking up at the door. "It's you, Xiao Chen?" Su Wanqing was somewhat surprised, not expecting it to be sent by Chen Yuan. "Late at night, I heard my wife's charming voice." Chen Yuan, who was still a pure yang body, suddenly felt his whole body burning hot. He sighed silently to himself. No wonder the lady got a 40% discount on this takeout order after all, it was quite a journey. Chen Yuan had only ever seen this kind of scene in those short films with suggestive covers. However, in the past, when watching movies, he always found these plots to be too long and would simply press the fast-forward button to skip them. Now that he's actually encountered it, he can't help but feel a little regretful. Why didn't I study properly back then? You only realize how little you know when you need it, Chen Yuan thought to himself, slapping his thigh in frustration. "It's me, madam." Chen Yuan nodded, then, a sudden inspiration struck him, and he brandished the tools in his hand. "Do you need me to take a look? Is there a blockage somewhere?" At the same time, he secretly added a sentence in his heart. "I guarantee I'll clear everything out for you, inside and out. Chapter 9 goes smoothly once you get through it. I never knew how to do repairs." Su Wanqing was somewhat surprised, but she did not immediately open all the doors. Wait a moment, for me." She spoke softly, but her heart was beating faster than usual. He randomly turned his back to the door and took a deep breath. She tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear and pursed her lips. Chen Yuan is an honest and hard-working young man. He doesn't seem like a bad person at all. Ultimately, what happened during the day? It's obvious that I'm the bad guy. Thinking of this, Su Wanqing looked at Chen Yuan with gentle eyes. His eyes were fixed on the ground, and the corners of his mouth were unconsciously slightly parted. Chen Yuan, having shed his delivery uniform, was now wearing a bespoke casual suit. The crisp fabric gleamed subtly under the light. The well-tailored clothes accentuated his tall and upright figure. He was flipping through phone orders with one hand and carrying repair tools with the other. His demeanor was completely out of place with his usual image as a food delivery driver. "Xiao Chen, how come you've changed so much?" Su Wanqing couldn't help but chuckle softly, secretly pondering to herself. Could he be a rich second-generation heir hiding his identity, here to experience the life of an ordinary person? She shook her head, immediately denying it. "Chen Yuan did indeed rent a place from me for quite some time. He delivers food from early morning to late at night every day, and it doesn't seem like he's faking it." Chen Yuan smiled gently, his brows and eyes relaxing. "Is that so?" The door opened fully, and Su Wanqing invited Chen Yuan inside. As soon as he entered, Chen Yuan slowed down. Su Wanqing's room was decorated in a warm and elegant style. Natural wood furniture paired with beige walls. Several potted plants were placed in the corner, exuding a sense of life everywhere. Do all women's rooms smell this good? Chen Yuan sighed inwardly. A sweet but not cloying fragrance filled the air. For a moment, he didn't want to leave. Su Wanqing seemed to notice his pause. She glanced at Chen Yuan and made a shushing gesture. Her slender fingers gently pointed towards the bedroom. Chen Yuan immediately nodded in understanding, his gaze fixed on the spot she was pointing to. A faint light shone from inside, indicating that the daughter was sleeping peacefully. Su Wanqing walked lightly towards the bathroom. As he passed by Chen Yuan, he waved to him, signaling him to follow. Chen Yuan immediately strode after him. His gaze swept over her plump, rounded, and feminine back. A glint flashed in Chen Yuan's eyes as his eye of insight quietly activated. The personal information of Mrs. Su Wanqing was displayed before me. Name, Su Wanqing. Height, 168 centimeters. Age, 30. Weight, 55 kilograms. Appearance, 88 points, figure, 92 points D+, rating, yes. Number of charges, 1, number of charges, 10. Current status, heart palpitations. Inner monologue, is this fate? He shouldn't have noticed what happened during the day. Seeing his wife's inner thoughts, Chen Yuan was taken aback. It seems that she has more or less affection for him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have let a strange man into her home late at night. Su Wanqing gently pushed open the bathroom door, and a wave of steam rushed out. Look, the water has overflowed. She pointed to the water that was constantly overflowing from the edge of the bathroom. The sewer is completely clogged. Do you have any ideas on how to fix it? Su Wanqing's fair face was rosy and glowed with the moisture of a post-bath. The steam rising from the bathroom made her fair skin appear even more rosy. A nightgown couldn't hide her mature charm, making one want to kiss her. I'll give it a try. Chen Yuanxiang suppressed the burning desire in his heart. Force yourself to focus all your attention on the repair in front of you. The next second, the sewer unclogging technology was immediately activated. Although it's only a C-level skill, it excels in specialization. Holding a long drain pipe, he carefully probed into the sewer entrance. With flexible wrist movements, the flexible tube sometimes rotates to the left and sometimes to the right, sometimes going deeper and sometimes pulling back. Suddenly, a muffled gurgling sound was heard. The water in the bathroom, which was up to my ankles, was being sucked in wildly through the drain. In just a short while, the water had completely disappeared. Chen Yuan slowly pulled out the drain spring, the end of which was wrapped with a few strands of long hair. Without much thought, it's most likely that the landlady's hair, which accumulates during her daily showers, has clogged the drain. Su Wanqing stood quietly behind Chen Yuan, without saying a word. The man appeared at this time when help was most needed. Chen Yuan's serious and focused demeanor is even more captivating. Su Wanqing said somewhat shyly. My hormones have been acting up lately, and I've been losing a lot of hair. I never imagined it would clog the drain. Okay, from now on, just rinse it with hot water every few days, and it will be better. After Chen Yuan finished giving his instructions, Su Wanqing insisted on keeping him in the living room. Wait a minute, let me get you something to drink. She turned and walked towards the kitchen next door, the lingering fragrance of her voice still present. Oh, no need for that, madam. Chen Yuan verbally declined, but his feet remained firmly planted on the ground. What, madam? It sounds awful. Su Wanqing peeked out from the kitchen. She held a can of want milk in her hand and handed it to Chen Yuan. From now on, just call me Sister Cheng. Chen Yuan took the milk, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against her slightly cool palm. His Adam's apple bobbed. Yes, thank you, Sister Cheng. Su Wanqing lay lazily on the sofa in the living room. Two fair and beautiful legs were elegantly crossed, with pink slippers dangling from their toes. The light from the ceiling shone through the lampshade onto her knees. Her smooth, jade-like calves were coated with a soft halo. It's so late, and you're still delivering food. That's really hard work. Didn't you go to university? Chen Yuan looked out the window at the distant cluster of high-rise buildings and slowly began to speak. I was admitted to Taichung University a long time ago, but I had no choice because I had a younger sister who was still studying at home. My parents passed away early, so the responsibility of taking care of my younger sister fell on my shoulders. Even graduating with a regular bachelor's degree doesn't guarantee a good job. Instead of wasting 4 years, it's better to enter the workforce and start earning money sooner. If I work as a delivery driver for 4 more years, I can repair the house and save enough for my sister's tuition. Su Wanqing stared blankly at Chen Yuan's resolute profile, her eyes reddening. She seemed to see herself reflected in the image, as she herself was single-handedly supporting her daughter. She could completely empathize with Chen Yuan's situation. Take it slow, everything will be all right. Su Wanqing spoke softly, her slender hand unconsciously stroking Chen Yuan's shoulder. Hearing Chen Yuan's nonchalant reply, this big boy is only a few years younger than me. The sense of responsibility that settled between her brows gave her a tremor. Even though her own life has just begun, she has already shouldered the heavy burden of the entire family. For some reason, Su Wanqing suddenly felt a pang of sadness and couldn't help but feel a little heartache. How old is your sister? Chen Yuan smiled, a hint of pride in his eyes. At 18, she lived up to expectations and was admitted to Taichung University this year. And what about you? Su Wanqing couldn't help but ask. Hasn't he ever thought about himself? Is he going to spend his whole life delivering food? Chen Yuan looked down at the half-finished want milk in his hand. Water droplets condensed on the surface of the aluminum can slid down onto my fingertips. He suddenly gave a meaningful smile and gently shook his head. When she looked up, the sharp glint in her eyes made Su Wanqing's heart skip a beat. Delivering takeout? Chen Yuan chuckled softly, his voice carrying a hint of confidence. That was just me in the past. He leaned forward, his back straight as a pine tree, his movements calm and unhurried. No one is unlucky forever, just like a sewer won't stay blocked forever. He looked up at Su Wanqing, his eyes flashing with a wicked light. Once you get through it, things will go smoothly. Su Wanqing felt her heart burn under his gaze, and unconsciously closed her legs together. What do you mean? Chen Yuan suddenly stood up and looked down at her. It means, I'm glad I'm a food delivery driver. He lowered his voice, which carried a subtle magnetism. Su Wanqing's ears burned with embarrassment at his bold words, but she forced herself to remain calm. You're so irresponsible. What are you talking about? Chen Yuan leaned down, bracing his arms on the back of the sofa beside her, trapping her in front of him. If it weren't for delivering food, how would I have had the chance to chat with Sister Ching here tonight? He was very close, and the faint smell of sweat mixed with his masculine scent wafted towards me. Su Wanqing's heart skipped a beat. She instinctively tried to back away, but the sofa back blocked her way. As Chen Yuan slowly approached, seemingly giving up the struggle, Su Wanqing looked shyly towards her daughter's room. Chapter 10. Are you asleep late at night? We're all adults, so there's no need to spell things out. Even if Chen Yuan was slow to understand, he could still discern the hidden meaning in Qing Jie's words. Perhaps they felt their relationship was progressing too quickly. Perhaps they were worried that their daughter inside would be woken up by the noise the two of them would make. That's why he interrupted Chen Yuan at the crucial moment. It turns out it wasn't a lack of affection, just an unfortunate coincidence. Chen Yuan couldn't help but admire him. My succubus constitution is truly bizarre. The beautiful landlady actually took the initiative to throw herself into his arms. Who could resist being moved? Taking advantage of Chen Yuan's momentary lapse in concentration, Su Wanqing's wavering mind suddenly cleared. She abruptly pushed Chen Yuan away, her fingertips trembling slightly. She quickly stood up and hurriedly smoothed out the wrinkles on her dress with both hands. It's getting late. With her back to Chen Yuan, her voice was a few decibels harder than usual. You should go back to sleep. For Su Wanqing, the landlady who saved his life, Chen Yuan knew when to stop while he was ahead. When it comes to matters of the heart, you can't rush things, especially since things have already gotten off to a good start. The insightful eye has been quietly launched. Thoughts, Su Wanqing, you're so unreserved. We've only known each other for a short time. With his ability activated, Chen Yuan quickly discerned her feelings. He understood and smiled knowingly. As long as Sister Qing doesn't truly resist me, there's no need to rush. Such progress was achieved in just one day. This was an unexpected surprise that far exceeded my expectations. Chen Yuan walked to the entrance hall, his eyes still holding a lingering smile. Then I'm leaving, Sister Qing. Okay, get some rest. Su Wanqing turned around and glanced at Chen Yuan before quickly looking away. I was afraid that if I looked at him even once more, I would reveal the wavering in his eyes. The tranquil lake of his heart, which had remained calm for many years, was stirred into ripples by a pebble thrown in by Chen Yuan. She was also afraid that if she were alone with a man, she might not be able to control herself. I thought I would grow old alone like this. Chen Yuan's appearance unexpectedly disrupted her peaceful life. The passionate scene from the daytime kept flashing through my mind. She forced herself to stop thinking about it. But the more this happens, the more I toss and turn and can't sleep. Chen Yuan felt no disappointment upon returning to his rented apartment. You have to eat one bite at a time, and walk one step at a time. Some things, when left to their natural course, will bring the most wonderful experience. The benefits brought by the succubus physique made Chen Yuan understand what a true SSS level was. If it were before, I would still be just an ordinary food delivery guy. Whether Sister Qing will risk her life to help is still a question. Perhaps he had already breathed his last in that dimly lit stairwell. When contentment prevails over desire, happiness will last a lifetime. After washing up, Chen Yuan lay down on the bed, staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. Suddenly, the image of my younger sister, Chen Jin, appeared in my mind. I have so much money in my account, I should transfer some to my sister. Just as I was about to make a call, I glanced at the time displayed on the screen. It was already 11 p.m., and calling her would probably disturb her rest. Suddenly, the phone screen lit up. Chen Yuan's WeChat video call request popped up. "Brother, what are you doing?" On the other end of the screen, Chen Jin's voice, tinged with laughter, came through. The brother and sister, who were of one mind, thought of each other at the same time. Chen Yuan's younger sister's well-behaved and sensible nature was also a major reason why he was willing to risk his life. This girl never asks for money on her own initiative, and she always remembers to ask him if he is tired. "I was just getting ready to go to sleep." On the other end of the video call, Chen Jin rubbed his cheek and laughed. "Oomph, have you forgotten something?" Chen Yuan was startled, and then suddenly remembered. "Tomorrow is the freshman orientation ceremony for Taichung University." He's been delivering food non-stop, and he's almost lost track of the dates. "No, how could I forget?" he quickly explained. "I was just about to call you when you called." "I don't believe it." Chen Jin, the younger sister, puffed out her cheeks. "You, as the older brother, actually forgot about such an important day." "Ha ha." Chen Yuan laughed heartily and scratched his head. "Your brother is preparing a gift for you. He'll give you a surprise when you register for school tomorrow." "That's more like it. By the way, guess who I'm with right now?" Suddenly, two girls burst into playful laughter from the other end of the video call, accompanied by rustling and pushing sounds. After a while, a slightly timid female voice came from the edge of the camera. "Brother Yuan, it's me, Qingqing." "Lu Qingqing?" Looking at the half-face peeking out from the camera. Her eyes were as clear as a mountain stream, and a few strands of hair fell beside her porcelain-white cheeks. Her skin was radiant and translucent, her nose was delicate and elegant, and her lips were naturally red without any makeup. It possesses a certain innocence and purity, yet also exudes the delicate beauty nurtured by the misty rain of Jiangnan. Girls really do change a lot as they grow up. The raw yet innocent voice instantly transported Chen Yuan back to the past. The shy, introverted boy who always followed him around when he was little. It turns out that this young girl, like her sister, was admitted to Taichung University. "You've really made something of yourself, Qingqing." Chen Yuan's lips unconsciously curled up into a smile. "That's great. 2 college students have come from one village." He nodded solemnly, his voice filled with undisguised satisfaction. "Okay, remember to message me when you arrive at Taichung High-Speed Railway Station, I'll come pick you up." "Okay, thank you, brother Yuan." Qingqing's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. He managed to say just those 2 sentences with all his might, then lowered his head, not daring to look at Chen Yuan. Seeing this, Chen Jin playfully leaned closer to the camera and deliberately joked. Okay, Qingqing is shy and embarrassed to say it. Brother, let's go to sleep, bye-bye." The video call ended abruptly, and the screen went dark instantly. Chen Yuan stared helplessly at the black screen. "Long time no see. I wonder how my sister is doing." He sighed softly and swiped his finger across the WeChat interface. Without hesitation, I transferred a sum of money to my younger sister for living expenses. He usually transfers 2,000 yuan to his sister. This time he glanced at his account balance, which was a full 610,000. Chen Yuan paused on the screen for a moment, then transferred 10,000 yuan to his sister. The person who was once penniless is no longer the same. He secretly decided that he would give his sister a fixed amount of 10,000 yuan per month for living expenses from now on. Girls should be raised in a wealthy environment. His years of experience delivering food have shown him how many girls have gone down a path of no return because of financial difficulties. I remember last time I delivered condoms to an apartment building, wow. 3 men and 1 woman, who can stand that? Chen Yuan casually put down his phone and lay sprawled out on the bed in a starfish position. Just as I was drifting off to sleep, my phone next to my pillow suddenly chimed softly. He frowned, grabbed his phone, and muttered to himself. What time is it? Who would be looking for me now? When I opened WeChat, it was a message from Su Wanqing. Xiao Chen, are you asleep? Chapter 11. A pavilion deep within the garden. Chen Yuan, who had been feeling a little sleepy, suddenly perked up. He sat up abruptly, squinted, and rested his chin on his hand as he pondered. Something's not right with this landlady. He smirked, revealing a brilliant smile. Looks like there's no peace and quiet tonight. What a series of surprises. Chen Yuan walked to the window and tapped the screen a few times with his fingers. He carefully considered his reply before answering, I'm not asleep yet. Unexpectedly, Su Wanqing's reply was so brief that it left people scratching their heads. All right. After waiting for several minutes, there was no response. Chen Yuan couldn't help but feel puzzled. A woman's heart is truly unfathomable. He scratched his head, unable to figure it out no matter how hard he tried. Why do you reply to messages so blandly? He looked up at the window and saw the moon hanging in the night sky, big and round. As if by some strange twist of fate, he took a picture of the moon and sent it to Su Wanqing. The moon is very bright. The message was sent and Su Wanqing replied almost instantly. Brightness is useless. Chen Yuan paused for a moment, then chuckled softly. It's bright even if it's useless. The underlying meaning of their conversation was obvious to anyone with eyes to see. I like you, liking you is useless, but I still like you even if it's useless. Su Wanqing was, after all, a woman, and she had all the proper reserve. Even though she has been feeling unbearably lonely and bored all these years, she has gritted her teeth and endured it. When Chen Yuan took the initiative to flirt with her, she politely brushed him off. But what about Chen Yuan? A young man in his early 20s, full of vigor and vitality. In the middle of the night, who can resist such temptation? After waiting for a while, Su Wanqing's message finally popped up in the WeChat chat. I'll be waiting for you in the garden downstairs. A violent wave of dizziness hit Chen Yuan. Things seemed to be getting interesting. Chen Yuan quickly put on a clean set of clothes. However, even the neatest clothes can't match the commanding presence of a LV haute couture collection that can instantly impress someone. Alas, it's so hard to go from extravagance to frugality. The first thing I need to do tomorrow is go to the mall and get myself a couple of decent outfits. As Chen Yuan pondered this, he looked out the window. Su Wanqing was sitting on a garden bench. She wore a black semi-transparent lace top. It made her pale skin appear almost transparent, and the faintly visible D-curves sparked the imagination. The A-line skirt she paired with the outfit accentuated her mature and sophisticated figure. The familiar Balenciaga stockings encased her rounded legs. She wore Valentino high heels, which gleamed with a subtle yet luxurious sheen under the lights. Her long hair, fresh from a shower, was casually draped in large waves. She exudes the captivating charm unique to urban women. Just as Chen Yuan rushed over, a middle-aged food delivery man riding an electric scooter approached Su Wanqing. Hey beautiful, all alone? How about I treat you to some barbecue? Su Wanqing was still thinking about Chen Yuan when this middle-aged man suddenly interrupted her thoughts. He glanced up at the other person, deciding it was better to avoid trouble. She pursed her lips and gently shook her head. Seeing Su Wanqing shake her head, the middle-aged man not only didn't give up, but became even more enthusiastic. If they didn't directly reject me, then there's hope. His own little scheme began to bubble up. Especially the woman in front of me, she looks like a celebrity. Her figure was impeccable, with a curvaceous bust, shapely hips, and long legs, all wrapped in a tight skirt that made him incredibly aroused. He has been delivering food all over the city on his electric bike for many years. I've seen plenty of beautiful women on the street, but none quite like her, with her hot figure and stunning looks. To be honest, I've never actually encountered one. The delivery driver knew exactly what was going on. With his pathetic appearance, a woman of his caliber would never even look at him. But looking at Su Wanqing's figure, he felt a weight lift off his shoulders. With a loud slap, he slapped his thigh and gritted his teeth, saying, I'll give you 2,000 yuan. Want to play all night, okay? Su Wanqing saw that this person not only didn't know when to leave, but instead took advantage of her kindness. He was instantly furious. Do I look like the kind of woman who was promiscuous? No, you should find someone else. She suppressed her anger, her tone cold. Based on the principle of yielding to happiness. Su Wanqing quickly stood up, not wanting to get entangled with this sleazy man. If things really get out of hand, you'll be the one who suffers. Su Wanqing walked on high heels, the heels clicking loudly on the stone pavement. Seeing that she was about to leave, the middle-aged man immediately chased after her on his electric scooter. The engine roared as soon as I twisted the accelerator. 5,000. For one night. I'm taking you out for some fun tonight. He shouted at the top of his lungs, his greasy voice particularly jarring in the night. Su Wanqing didn't even lift her eyelids, quickening her pace towards the apartment building, wanting to shake off this pervert. The middle-aged man stared at Su Wanqing's swaying hips and back view. His throat tightened, and he kept swallowing his saliva. He spat on his hand, wiped his mouth haphazardly, threw the electric scooter onto the steps in a flurry, and chased after it. Just as he was about to catch up, another voice suddenly entered the hallway. The next second, Chen Yuan walked out of the building. Su Wanqing saw Chen Yuan come out of the building. They immediately grasped at a straw, forgetting all about their image. She leaned in affectionately and took Chen Yuan's arm. Chen Yuan was taken aback by her sudden intimacy. Isn't this a huge contrast? Turning his head and glancing at the menacing man behind him, he immediately understood what was going on. Without saying a word, Chen Yuan clenched his fists and charged forward. He watched helplessly as the woman he loved was harassed by someone else. A sinister aura suddenly emanated from him. The middle-aged man never expected the seemingly gentle and kind Su Wanqing to be like this. In the blink of an eye, she found herself with a young and strong partner. Chen Yuan's tall stature and muscular build clearly indicate that he is no ordinary person. Dude, it's a misunderstanding. He felt a pang of envy for Chen Yuanyan's good fortune. They quietly backed away, preparing to slip away as if their feet were greased. With his frail physique, he's only good for bullying women. If they really fought Chen Yuan, they would be utterly crushed in no time. Seeing Chen Yuan pressing him relentlessly without giving an inch, the delivery man completely panicked. As I was going down the steps, my foot slipped, and I fell heavily to the ground with a thud. His right knee slammed against the edge of the flower bed with a thud, making him grimace and yell in pain. He clutched his leg and staggered to his feet. When she looked up, she was completely enveloped by Chen Yuan's shadow. He met Chen Yuan's dark eyes, which were devoid of any emotion. His eyes were icy cold, and deep within them lay an endless evil aura capable of devouring people. Ah! The delivery man let out a scream. My heart was pounding as if it were about to burst out of my chest. Ignoring the excruciating pain in his leg, he limped onto the electric scooter. He gripped the handlebars tightly with both hands, his knuckles turning white. Only when Chen Yuan's figure in the rearview mirror became smaller and smaller did he dare to breathe. I sped along without looking back, with only one thought in my mind. This man is terrifying. I need to run away and save my life. Watching the middle-aged man's disheveled escape, Chen Yuan then slowly withdrew his succubus aura. He slowly turned around and saw Su Wanqing standing behind him. Two slender, white hands clenched together nervously. It's all right, Sister Chang. Chen Yuan gently placed his large hand on her fragrant shoulder and softly comforted her. Su Wanqing finally breathed a sigh of relief, relaxed, and nodded her thanks to him. Thank you so much, Xiaochen, you really saved my life. Chen Yuan smiled and said, speaking of which, it was clearly Sister Cheng who saved my life first. Upon hearing Chen Yuan's words, Su Wanqing's pretty face unconsciously flushed slightly. This guy actually saw everything that happened during the day. Being exposed on the spot made her uncomfortable, so she looked away, but she couldn't help but steal glances at Chen Yuan. The next second, she looked up and met his gaze. The two locked eyes, and the atmosphere became subtly awkward. It was Su Wanqing who broke the silence. She confidently reached out and took Chen Yuan's arm. Shall we go for a stroll in the garden? She spoke casually, as if nothing had happened. Chen Yuan immediately felt his arm sink into a soft mass. The sensation was so real that it sent a shiver down his spine. This was the first time he had experienced something so close and for such a long time. The two walked side by side in the community garden in a natural way. Just like any ordinary young couple. The fountain in the center of the garden was splashing water gently. The purple landscape lights adorning the surrounding stone benches flickered on and off. Under the soft light, Chen Yuan gently held Su Wanqing's delicate hand in his. The two successfully tied the knot. Su Wanqing's fingertips twitched slightly, and her hand gesture changed to interlocking her fingers. Only then did Chen Yuan truly realize it. It turns out that being cherished by someone feels so warm. Is this your first time doing this with a woman? Su Wanqing chuckled and asked curiously. Chen Yuan pondered to himself. If the transaction with Nian Ning is considered just a transaction, this situation is indeed unprecedented. But he didn't answer. Who would admit to being a novice? If a woman admits it, she may feel a sense of belittling. If others don't want it, I don't want it either. However, Su Wanqing had already gotten the answer from Chen Yuan's feverish palm. What? Where did you go from being in my room just now? Su Wanqing spoke slowly, her tone carrying a hint of sarcasm. She lightly tapped Chen Yuan's chest with her fingertip, her gesture full of teasing. Upon learning of Chen Yuan's situation, she couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Cough cough. Chen Yuan quietly turned his gaze to the pavilion not far away. The next second, he suddenly bent down. He grabbed Su Wanqing's legs and, with a forceful lift of his arms, scooped her up in his arms. You! Su Wanqing exclaimed softly, but did not struggle. Chen Yuan carried her steadily and strode towards the pavilion deep in the garden. Chapter 12. Happiness came too suddenly. It's late at night. The street lights in the community garden were dim, and the chirping of insects in the grass was clear. There was a rustling sound coming from the pavilion. Chen Yuan's eyes were dark, and his Adam's apple bobbed. He suddenly grabbed Su Wanqing's head and forcefully pressed his lips against hers. Su Wanqing gave a soft hum and instinctively placed her hands on his chest. Don't want. Her protest quickly turned into a sob. 10 minutes later. Su Wanqing straightened up, looking somewhat aggrieved. She quickly put on her high heels and patted off the grass clippings and fallen leaves that were stuck to her skirt. She walked towards the apartment building with light, spiteful footsteps, as if in a fit of pique. Ding! Congratulations! You have won 5 lottery tickets. A system notification tone sounded. Chen Yuan didn't care about any of that and quickly got up to chase after him. As I passed by Chen Yuan's rented room on the 4th floor. Su Wanqing finally stopped. Her room was at the end of the road. I'm going back to sleep. She turned around and found Chen Yuan standing right behind her, the two of them very close. Chen Yuan was still burning with lust when he saw Su Wanqing about to leave. He gritted his teeth, blocked her path, and stared intently at her. Sister Cheng, why don't you stay out tonight? With his keen insight, Su Wanqing's mind was laid bare. Despite being completely limp, he insisted on walking. She felt the garden pavilion was too open air, with grass and leaves covering the ground, making her feel a bit restricted. In Chen Yuan's view, this concern was not a problem at all. Her face was flushed. It wasn't that she was unwilling. It was just one last kick away from victory. Chen Yuan tentatively grabbed Su Wanqing's wrist, stopping her from leaving. He quickly reached into his pocket with one hand and pulled out his keys. It unlocked the door at the fastest speed I've ever experienced in my life. The moment the door opened, Chen Yuan pulled her into his arms. The entryway was narrow, and the two people stood close together. Su Wanqing's back was pressed against the cold wall, and in front of her was Chen Yuan's burning hot body. Feeling the warmth against his skin, Chen Yuan couldn't help but start touching him all over. Just as he was thinking of taking things further, Su Wanqing suddenly reached out and placed her hand against his chest. She was panting, her voice softening. Wait. I want to take a shower first. Hearing this, Chen Yuan had no choice but to let go of her hand and let her into the bathroom. Chen Yuan's rented room was very small. It was crammed full with just a bed and a table. Aside from the bathroom and balcony, there is no extra space. The sound of rushing water from the bathroom kept coming, making Chen Yuan's heart itch with desire. He pulled out the air conditioner remote that he usually couldn't bear to turn on. The cold wind blew out, finally calming the restlessness in his heart a little. He took out his phone and looked at the 5 lottery tickets that the system had just rewarded him with. With a thought, the lottery begins. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a C-grade item, critical hit eye patch X1. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a C-grade item, attack speed stockings X1. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining an A-level skill, culinary master X1. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained a grade B item, high-end top-of-the-line computer X1. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a grade B item, Tiffany limited heart necklace X1. Ding! The lottery draw is complete, and the amount has been randomly selected. Congratulations on winning a reward of 400,000. 5 draws, each with a prize of 10,000 to 100,000. Winning 400,000 yuan randomly means I'm pretty lucky. Looking at the 1 million yuan balance in his card, Chen Yuan felt extremely happy. I started thinking about the few things I had acquired. Critical hit eye mask, attack speed stockings? He was thinking to himself, maybe this will come in very handy later. Chen Yuan shook his head. His only A-level skill was being a master chef. He usually eats out, and there isn't even a kitchen in his house. This skill is of little use to him at this stage. As for the high-end computer and the Tiffany heart-shaped necklace, Chen Yuan was quite satisfied. The sound of water in the bathroom gradually stopped. Chen Yuan sat on the edge of the bed, anticipating the wonderful things that were about to happen. Suddenly, a scream came from the bathroom. "Ah, there's a mouse." Chen Yuan immediately rushed over. He slammed the bathroom door open. In the hazy mist, he paid no heed to the beautiful scenery before him. He scooped up the trembling Su Wanqing and carried her out. "Don't be afraid, let me see." As Chen Yuan spoke, he carried Su Wanqing back to bed. Su Wanqing was so frightened that she didn't dare to put her feet on the ground and clung tightly to Chen Yuan's neck. Only after gently placing her on the bed did Su Wanqing react shyly. She quickly pulled the summer quilt over herself and wrapped her snow-white skin tightly. "It's all right, Sister Qing, it's nothing now." Chen Yuan gently rubbed her hand to comfort her. Despite her fear, Su Wanqing was still thinking about Chen Yuan. "The conditions in your room are terrible. I'll get you a different room tomorrow." Hearing Su Wanqing's words, Chen Yuan felt a warmth in his heart. He remembered the Tiffany necklace he had just drawn. He turned around and took a small box out of the system. "Here, Sister Qing, I have something for you." "Oh? You even bought me a gift." Su Wanqing's beautiful eyes lit up, and she was very happy. I never expected Chen Yuan to have such a thoughtful side. Under the light, the heart-shaped diamonds on the necklace sparkled. Chen Yuan gently wrapped his arms around Su Wanqing from behind and put the necklace on her. Her pale, cool skin is incredibly versatile. The necklace gives her an air of luxury and elegance. "Is this that limited edition heart-shaped necklace from Tiffany?" Su Wanqing quickly picked it up and examined it closely, gently stroking the necklace with her fingers. It has a smooth and warm texture, exquisite workmanship, and is definitely an authentic product. "Xiao Chen, where did you get so much money to buy this?" She looked up in surprise and asked. Seeing Su Wanqing's puzzled expression, Chen Yuan leaned closer to her ear and chuckled. "You'll find out later." He knew in his heart that with the existence of the system, he had earned $1 million on the very first day. "I'll explain things properly to Su Wanqing when I own the property myself." "Aha!" Su Wanqing nodded in agreement, her fingers stroking the necklace again and again, clearly enamored with it. What girl could resist such a gift? She had wanted this necklace for a long time, but had always thought it was too expensive and hadn't been able to bring herself to buy it. Unexpectedly, Chen Yuan actually gave it to her today. Su Wanqing already had a good impression of him, and now it was growing even stronger. She leaned closer and gently kissed Chen Yuan on the cheek, filled with joy. "Mum." Before Chen Yuan could react, Su Wanqing's sweet kiss sealed his lips. He straightened up and rolled over, pinning Su Wanqing beneath him. After a brief moment of tenderness, Chen Yuan quietly took out the 2 SSS-level items from the system space. Critical hit eye mask, attack speed stockings. Since we've already got it, might as well use it. Why do you carry all this random stuff with you? Su Wanqing muttered to herself. On second thought, he realized that he had been alone for over 20 years. Perhaps it's normal to have a little quirk after suppressing one's feelings for so long. She playfully patted Chen Yuan's shoulder. "You're not allowed to buy these things anymore, understand?" Chen Yuan shrugged, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Then, madam, do you have any good solutions?" Su Wanqing rolled her eyes at him, her smile exceptionally charming. She raised her slender, delicate hand and gently brushed away the stray hairs from her forehead. She picked up a lock of long, smooth, black hair with her slender fingertips. The next second, it directly covered both eyes horizontally, with the tail end wrapping around behind the ears. "Isn't it me who's here?" Chen Yuan stared wide-eyed at his wife's expression, which was both innocent and alluring. His heart raced instantly. Holy crap, there's such a thing! This is a real gem. Chapter 13 Top-tier sports car, choose one of 3. A lone man and a lone woman are alone in a room. Even with the air conditioner set to its lowest setting, the heat couldn't be contained. The moment their eyes met, it was like dry tinder igniting a fire. One night. Ding! Congratulations! You have won 5 lottery tickets. He turned over and fell fast asleep. The next morning, Chen Yuan groggily got up. He subconsciously turned his head and saw that Sister Qing's bed was empty. He rubbed his eyes and looked around. Su Wanqing was no longer in the room. Looking back on what happened last night, it was as beautiful as a dream. For the first time, he understood. Ding! Congratulations on completing the task. System rewards are being distributed. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained an S-rank random item chest X1. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained an S-rank random skill chest X1. Ding! Congratulations! You have won 10 lottery tickets. Chen Yuan entered the system panel. At a glance, I saw that my inventory was overflowing with rewards. Adding the 5 tickets from last night, that makes a total of 15 raffle tickets. This wave is taking off. 2 S-rank treasure chests, their dazzling golden effects are almost blinding. Chen Yuan rubbed his hands together and started drawing. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a C-grade item, 10G of small golden beans. 999 pure gold, market price approximately 780 yuan G. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained a grade B item, premium whiskey collection set. 1 bottle of Macallan's 60-year-old plus custom wine cabinet. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained a grade B item, 1 night in a presidential suite at a 5-star hotel. Choose any city worldwide, including butler service, luxury car transfer, Michelin-starred dining. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained a grade B item, Swiss Army Knife Deluxe Edition. Aerospace grade fuselage with 23 tools, collectible tools, globally limited edition, a symbol of status. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained an A grade item, the right to use a private jet. Gulfstream G100, 5-hour flight time. Any route including crew. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained an A grade item, cashback card. After use, any purchase will be doubled, with a maximum refund of 1 million. After 15 draws, I got all sorts of useful items, a very rewarding haul. Chen Yuan accepted everything without a second thought. We can take it out when needed. Ding! The lottery draw is complete, and the amount has been randomly selected. Congratulations on winning a prize of 1 million. This wave directly brought in a full 1 million. Adding to what I had before, my account now has a total of 2 million in savings. Chen Yuanxiang suppressed his pounding heart. Excitedly, I opened the remaining 2 S-rank treasure chests. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained an S-level item, choose one of 3 limited edition sports cars. Color optional, Ferrari SF90 Stradale, Lamborghini Aventador, Porsche 918 Spider. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the S-rank skill, mastery of all vehicle models. Sedans, supercars, off-road vehicles, heavy trucks, F1 cars, all types of barrier-free driving, top-level driving from the start. They are all genuine supercars worth tens of millions. Chen Yuan chose the Lamborghini Aventador according to his own preferences. He tapped his finger and selected black directly. The vehicle has been delivered to a roadside parking space on Taichung Commercial Street. Please pick it up as soon as possible. So fast? Chen Yuan almost jumped out of bed, then quickly got out to get his car. Just then, my phone chimed with a WeChat notification. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a message from Su Wanqing. Are you up yet? Come over and have breakfast together. Chen Yuan was secretly delighted. It seemed that Sister Qing truly cared for him. Last night's passion was not a spur-of-the-moment thing. He stood up cheerfully, deciding to talk about the sports car after dinner. Wearing the LV casual suit that I washed and dried yesterday, I felt refreshed and energetic. Chen Yuan arrived at Su Wanqing's door and gently knocked. A moment later, the sound of light footsteps came from inside. The door opened, and a little girl wearing a light-colored dress stood in the doorway. She has a cute and well-behaved appearance, and bears a resemblance to Su Wanqing. Good morning, brother. She had big, watery eyes and a soft, sweet voice. Following her mother's instructions, she opened the door for the older boy in front of her. Behind him came Su Wanqing's reproachful tone, tinged with affection. Little Xiao, you should call me uncle, okay? The little girl shook her head. She blinked, staring at Chen Yuan's young and handsome face, and retorted confidently. No, he's not an uncle. He's clearly an older brother. Chen Yuan smiled and squatted down to rub the little girl's head. He often saw this little girl in the community garden. She's pretty and charming, and very likable. I never expected it to be Sister Qing's daughter. Oh, how well behaved, Xiao Xiao. The little guy has a natural affinity for Chen Yuan. She clung tightly to Chen Yuan's thigh, refusing to let go. Until Su Wanqing helplessly called out. Dinner's ready. Xiao Xiao reluctantly let go of Chen Yuan. She skipped and hopped, pulling him by the hand as they ran to the dining table. 3 breakfasts were already laid out on the table. Bacon toast with hot milk is a simple yet comforting meal. The aroma was so enticing that Chen Yuan's appetite was instantly whetted. After a meal. For the first time in a foreign land, Chen Yuan truly felt the warmth of home. He leaned back comfortably on the sofa, squinting his eyes to enjoy this moment of peace. Xiao Xiao came over with Lego bricks, eagerly wanting to play with him. Chen Yuan was just about to agree. Go, practice the piano first. Su Wanqing gestured with her chin towards the piano towards her daughter. Little Xiao sat obediently on the piano bench with her head drooping. The moment my hand touched the piano keys, a melodious tune filled the room. Chen Yuan was stunned. So the piano piece he heard yesterday was played by this girl. Such a great talent. Su Wanqing explained with a smile. Xiao Xiao is taking her grade 6 piano exam in a couple of days, so she needs to practice a lot these next few days. I see. Chen Yuan nodded and unconsciously stood up and walked behind Xiao Xiao. The little girl was playing Czerny's etudes with great effort. She would get stuck on parts that went up an octave, her little brows furrowing tightly. Chen Yuan squatted down and reached out to raise the piano bench by 2 levels. After Xiao Xiao sat up straight again, her elbows were level with the piano keys, and her posture became much more standard. Keep your wrists flat. Chen Yuan pressed down on Xiao Xiao's slightly stiff little hand. You can't exert any power when you play like that. He played it again with his small hands, each note crisp and clear. Su Wanqing leaned against the curtains, raising an eyebrow as she watched this scene. And here too. Chen Yuan pressed down on the sheet music. In this chord progression, you rushed the 16th note on the 3rd beat a bit. Xiao Xiao followed his hand and suddenly found that the places that used to get stuck were now working smoothly. Listen, don't skip over the ornaments. Play them like this in the original Chopin version. Chen Yuan held her small hand down and gently tapped the piano keys, first lightly touching and then rebounding. Su Wanqing was dumbfounded. She had never heard her daughter produce such an effect before. 10 minutes later, Xiao Xiao played the entire piece. She sat upright, her wrists were flexible, and she played even the worst ornaments with a smooth, rounded quality. Xiao Chen, when did you learn to play the piano? Su Wanqing was so surprised she couldn't close her mouth. Chen Yuan was secretly overjoyed. As expected, an S-level music master is still useful. He smiled faintly, placed his hand in front of him, and made a downward pressing motion. I know a little. Chapter 14, Hit a Tesla. Su Wanqing looked on in shock. Chen Yuan put one hand in his pocket and turned around with an air of nonchalance, as if he didn't recognize anyone. This is exactly the effect I wanted. I could faintly hear a small, childlike voice filled with adoration. Brother, you're amazing, not just handsome. Chen Yuan's mouth was practically stretched to the back of his ears in a wide grin. Next, it's time to pick up the car. Chen Yuan took the Lamborghini car keys out of the system space. The metal key was heavy and felt substantial in my hand. With excitement in my heart, I was about to hop on my electric scooter downstairs. He glanced at his old friend who had been with him for many years. In the end, I decided to take a private car. It wouldn't hurt to spend that little bit more money. Driver, to Taichung Commercial Street. The ride-hailing driver who accepted the order was a middle-aged man. He rolled his eyes and sized up Chen Yuan. This young man was dressed in casual designer clothes, and his handsome face was even more energetic than a celebrity. He's all about 3 words, pretty boy. He suddenly felt a little resentful. Why should I work myself to the bone while these young people live carefree lives? Along the way, he chatted idly whenever he had a spare moment. Young man, what do you do for a living? Me? Chen Yuan thought for a moment. I'm a freelancer. Upon hearing this, the uncle looked down on him even more. Judging from his appearance, he's obviously a kept man and probably too embarrassed to tell the truth. Freelancing is great, it's so liberating. The middle-aged man said, feigning envy. Unlike me, I can only drive this Tesla and do odd jobs in my spare time. Chen Yuan then came to his senses and hailed a Tesla. Judging from the man's words, it seemed like this car was something special. Chen Yuan gave a casual reply. Tesla, that car is really good, I'd like to buy one too. Upon hearing this, the uncle inwardly scoffed. What are you pretending for? You're just a gigolo. He scoffed, wanting to buy it is easy, just find a rich woman, right? Chen Yuan frowned, thinking to himself, why is this person so resentful? He turned his head to look out the window, too lazy to pay any more attention to the driver. We arrived at a crossroads, and the traffic light countdown began. In the adjacent lane, a red convertible BMW slowly came to a stop. The wealthy woman in the driver's seat was well maintained and appeared to be around 50 years old. The older man glared at the young man in the passenger seat, seething with hatred. He turned his head and began to chatter on to Chen Yuan. If you're a down-to-earth person, you'll have everything you need. The only thing to fear is? Chen Yuan sensed the hidden meaning in his words but was unwilling to explain further. So being handsome means you have to endure jealousy from other men. He coughed lightly and changed the subject. Sir, you seem to know a lot about cars? The uncle perked up immediately upon hearing Chen Yuan's words. Ha, you think you know more about cars than me? You must be joking. Do you know how fast my car accelerates from 0 to 100 km/h? 4.5 seconds. He stood up straight, exuding an air of expertise. Dual motors, 4-wheel drive, battery range of 650 kilometers. The middle-aged man glanced at Chen Yuan sideways, waiting for him to ask further questions. What do you think of the Lamborghini Aventador? Chen Yuan raised a question at the opportune moment. A multi-million-dollar supercar, with a 6.5L naturally aspirated V12 engine, accelerating from 0 to 100 km/h in 2.9 seconds, and a top speed exceeding 350 km/h. The middle-aged man couldn't hide his pride as he spoke eloquently. Oh, last month, I was in Shanghai. I happened to see the actual car at an exhibition. I queued for ages and was lucky enough to touch it. The feel of that carbon fiber was just, wow. Listening to the man's animated boasting, Chen Yuan's lips curled up slightly. It seems I made the right choice. He nodded and flattered, that sounds amazing. The middle-aged man got even more excited. His tone carried 3 parts smugness and 7 parts probing. Hey young man, you haven't bought a car yet, have you? Chen Yuan smiled faintly and crossed his legs. Sitting in the back row, he said casually. I'm going to pick up the car today. The middle-aged man curled his lip, inwardly scoffing. Ha, you're so obsessed with saving face. Young man, what kind of car are you planning to buy? We need to be realistic about our budget. He added, feigning concern. This car is a consumable item, you can afford to buy it, but you also have to be able to afford to maintain it. Fuel, maintenance, insurance, everything costs money. Chen Yuan leisurely fiddled with the car keys in his hand, passing the time. Soon, the driver brought the car to Taichung Commercial Street. We've arrived, young man. The man turned his head away, still preoccupied with showing off his Tesla. Regarding the door on Teslas, you need to press that electronic button. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly caught a glimpse of the car keys in Chen Yuan's hand out of the corner of his eye. The enormous Lamborghini Bull logo gleamed brilliantly in the light. The middle-aged man's mind went blank for 2 seconds. He subconsciously rubbed his eyes, his lips twitching as he forced an awkward smile. Hey bro, your lighter, it's pretty unique. Chen Yuan waved the car keys in front of the man. You've been to auto shows before, don't you know how to tell the difference between real and fake? The middle-aged man stared at the genuine Lamborghini Aventador car key in Chen Yuan's hand. His pupils contracted sharply. The design, the texture, the iconic bull relief. It's exactly the same as the real thing he saw at the Shanghai Auto Show last month. Look, my car is right there. Chen Yuan casually pointed out the window. The man mechanically turned his head to look, and was instantly struck dumb. The entrance to the commercial street. A group of people are taking photos around a Lamborghini Aventador with a matte black finish. The middle-aged man was completely dumbfounded. Did the man in front of him actually have such strength? Thinking about what she had just said in front of him, she was immediately so embarrassed that she wanted to disappear. Good heavens, it turns out that the clown who was jumping around all this time was himself. He sat silently in his seat, too embarrassed to speak. Until 2 soft thuds came from the car window. Chen Yuan politely knocked on the car door to remind him. The driver then suddenly realized what was happening. I was so busy with the social media crash that I forgot to unlock the doors for the passengers. He frantically pressed the unlock button on the center console, his face turning bright red. Pray that Chen Yuan will leave soon to lessen his suffering. Chen Yuan opened the car door and went to the windshield. Oh, by the way, sir, thank you for the explanation. You really know a lot. The sound was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for the man to hear clearly. The man's fragile self-esteem could not withstand the torment. He couldn't bear to stay a second longer, so he slammed on the gas pedal and fled the scene in a panic. Chapter 15. What are you doing, senior? The commercial street was bustling with people. Top-tier supercars like the Lamborghini Aventador. Let alone a second-tier city like Taichung, even in international metropolises like Beijing and Shanghai, it is one of the few that can be considered exceptional. Then, under the watchful eyes of a crowd of onlookers, Chen Yuan casually pressed the light button. Instantly, the Lamborghini's headlights blazed on like the eyes of a beast. The car's sharp lines reveal its formidable presence, exuding an imposing aura. The matte black paint gleamed with a cold, metallic sheen, shining brightly. This drew gasps from the onlookers. My God! Is that really an Aventador? Nonsense, those carbon fiber wheels could at least buy a Mercedes-Benz. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and their eyes were fixed on Chen Yuan, who was not far away. He was tall and stood out in the crowd. She has unparalleled good looks and an outstanding overall demeanor. Perhaps it was because Chen Yuan's aura was too powerful. Everyone instinctively stepped back, afraid of crowding him. The crowd naturally parted to both sides, making way for him. Chen Yuan walked to the car and reached out to press the door unlock button. It was accompanied by a soft beep. He gracefully opened the scissor door and got into the driver's seat. Just as Chen Yuan was getting ready for a nice drive, among the group of girls around, a pretty girl suddenly mustered up her courage. She mustered her courage and stepped forward, gently knocking on Chen Yuan's car window. Hello, brother. The girl's voice was soft as she pointed to her QR code. Would it be convenient for us to add each other on WeChat and get to know each other? Chen Yuan's mind raced, and his eye of insight swept across the area. The girl's information immediately came to mind. She scores 85 points for looks and 78 points for figure, but her overall rating is only A. If this were back when I was delivering food, Chen Yuan would definitely be happy if such a beautiful girl took the initiative to strike up a conversation with him. Nowadays, people strive for better opportunities. Having tasted the sweetness of an S-class goddess, Chen Yuan no longer finds a class goddesses appealing. Number of charging cycles, 5. Number of charging times, 662. Current state of mind, so handsome. This man is totally my type. Not only is he handsome, but he also drives a supercar. If I could be with him, I'd be willing to take care of his mistress during her postpartum period. Chen Yuan looked at the girl's innocent and harmless appearance. She was secretly surprised she hadn't expected someone who looked so innocent. That's such a wild idea. The contrast is just too much. No, see you again someday. Seeing the girl's expectant look, Chen Yuan smiled gently. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. It seems I'll have to get used to rejecting women gradually. He slowly rolled up the car window, his movements composed, leaving the girl with only a perfect profile. Immediately, the roar of the Lamborghini's V12 engine echoed through the streets. The scorching exhaust fumes billowed out and disappeared into the traffic in the blink of an eye, leaving everyone else in the dust. The girl involuntarily took a few steps back, watching Chen Yuan walk away. She suddenly felt a blow to her confidence and couldn't help but feel disappointed. Several close friends quickly gathered around. Don't be silly. A chubby girl patted her on the shoulder. A man like that is way out of our league. That's right. Men who can afford supercars like these are reserved for truly top-tier rich and beautiful women. We ordinary people shouldn't even dream about it. The girl with dyed blonde hair paused. At least I'll have something to dream about tonight, right? The girl managed to force a smile. Chen Yuan drove his Lamborghini along the route he used to take food deliveries. Looking at the familiar streets and neighborhood, he was surprised to find. After spending most of the day riding hard, now I only need to lightly press the accelerator. The whole world seemed to shrink in his eyes. It was lunchtime. Chen Yuan drove around, enjoying the envious glances from passers-by. Back when I was a food delivery man, I'd just grab any Shasian snack shop to fill my stomach. I never cared about anything else. Things are different now. If we have money in our pockets, we have to eat something good. Chen Yuan wasn't in a hurry to go to the upscale restaurant. He thought of Nian Ning. The deal between the two wasn't finished yet. Then, a slight smile appeared on her lips as she sent a message to Nian Ning. Taichung University. Nian Ning, who is in the center position, has just finished rehearsing for the welcome party she will be attending. Surrounded by a group of male and female classmates. Everyone laughed and joked as they arrived at the cafeteria, ready to eat. Several girls on stage joked amongst themselves. Nian Ning, your figure is amazing. I'm so envious of your waist and legs. Yes, another girl chimed in. The performance at the gala will definitely be amazing. One of the younger students, who was fairly good looking, wore black-rimmed glasses. He looks very refined and polite. His face flushed slightly as he spoke cautiously. Senior Nian Ning, you have such a great presence, you look so photogenic on stage. The sisters huddled together, whispering secrets in Nian Ning's ear, and giggled. Look, here comes another one who's fallen for you. Nian Ning giggled, get lost. I don't want just any man. The girls exchanged smiles, spread their hands, and shrugged at the younger students. The implication is quite clear, Junior, she doesn't like you, so you can keep pursuing her. Even when politely rejected in person, the junior student was not annoyed at all. He stared intently at Nian Ning's bright and beautiful smiling face. It's okay, the junior student encouraged himself. As long as I treat her sincerely and gradually show my strengths, I will eventually win her over. Everyone had just sat down and hadn't even had a chance to order. Nian Ning's phone vibrated with a ding. She instinctively picked up her phone, her bright smile instantly freezing. It was a WeChat message from Chun Yuan, are you ready? The message also included a location, which was the gate of Taichung University. Nian Ning stared at the short message, her fingertips pausing slightly. She panicked for no reason and quickly turned off her phone screen and placed it face down on the table. However, this whole scene was witnessed by the bespectacled junior student standing to the side. He tilted his head and asked with a concerned look. What's wrong? Senior Nian Ning, you seem unhappy. Nian Ning was immediately speechless. She was in a heavy mood and ignored the bespectacled junior next to her who seemed to want to say something but couldn't. You guys eat first, I suddenly have something to attend to and have to go ahead. After saying that, he quickly walked towards the school gate. Unfortunately, it was right after the rehearsal. The white leotard she was wearing underneath was still on. This could probably be considered white silk stockings, right? She told herself that. We can't let that bastard always get what he wants. The junior came here specifically to see senior sister Nian Ning. Seeing Nian Ning leave, he also got up and quickly followed. He longed to know the goddess in his heart who seemed untouched by worldly concerns. Who could possibly cause such a commotion in her heart and elicit such a strong reaction? In particular, she clearly saw that the other party sent her a WeChat address. Nian Ning rushed over, her forehead beaded with sweat. She stood in the shade of a tree, impatiently taking out her phone. I've arrived, where are you? Shen Yuan's nonchalant voice came from the other end of the phone. In this sweltering heat, you think I'd wait for you in the sun? Of course I'm in the car. A car? Nian Ning was taken aback. Chen Yuan's beat-up Udea electric scooter? Can it even hide from the sun? That's ridiculous. She patiently looked around under the blazing sun. Parking is only allowed temporarily at the school gate. Looking around, there was only one black sports car, which was quite eye-catching. Could it be this car? As soon as the idea came to her, she found it somewhat ridiculous. This brand new, top-of-the-line sports car is something he probably couldn't afford even if he saved every penny of his life. Chen Yuan deliberately turned on his hazard lights, leaned out of the car window, and waved in Nian Ning's direction. Nian Ning's beautiful eyes widened, and she involuntarily moved closer. She peeked into the car and froze when she saw the familiar figure in the driver's seat. My God! Where did you get so much money? Nian Ning covered her mouth, staring at the sports car in disbelief. Before Chen Yuan could answer, she opened the car door herself. As she lifted her skirt and stepped into the car, her shapely bottom protruding. I heard hurried footsteps behind me. The bespectacled junior student caught up, panting. Senior, who is he? Nian Ning was furious. She never expected him to catch up with her. This caused his deal with Chen Yuan to be exposed. She was speechless for a moment, stammering and unsure of what to say. Upon seeing this, the bespectacled junior immediately tapped nervously on the car window, his face full of worry. Senior, please don't get scammed. These days, lots of men rent luxury cars to cheat girls out of money and other things. Seeing that Nian Ning's expression was off, and that she couldn't even explain the identity of this strange man, she realized that Nian Ning's expression was off. The junior was even more anxious. He bent down and looked Shen Yuan up and down. If you can't tell me your identity today, I'm not going to let Senior Nian Ning go with you. Is that so? Shen Yuan's lips curled into a playful smile. He reached out and wrapped his arms around Nian Ning's slender waist, then kissed her with a soft pop. The sound of their lips touching was exceptionally clear. The junior student stared in disbelief, his Adam's apple bobbing, and he subconsciously swallowed. Shen Yuan released Nian Ning, his thumb lingering intimately across the corner of her moist lips. With his other hand, he gently pinched her soft waist. You tell him yourself. Nian Ning's cheeks flushed red. She was both angry and embarrassed. She turned her head and vented all her anger on her junior. What's it to you? He's my master, are you satisfied now? WH. What? The junior student was struck dumb, his Dao heart shattered instantly. He clutched his chest and staggered backward, in disbelief. The seemingly pure and aloof senior in front of me is actually someone else's plaything in private? He stood there, stunned and unable to accept it. Senior, what are you doing? Chapter 16 Tasting Xin Lu Ji Seafood. The junior student stared intently at Shen Yuan. There was a subtle sense of oppression emanating from the other person. It made him, a boy who was used to walking with his head down, feel very uncomfortable. His emotions were in turmoil, filled with envy and jealousy. Why? How could the senior who was shining brightly on stage just now have fallen to this state? He preferred to believe there was something he couldn't say, rather than admit that his senior was that kind of person. As if grasping at the last straw, he said anxiously, Senior, do you have some kind of leverage over him? Tell me, and I'll tell the teacher. If there's nothing else, you can leave now. Nian Ning just wanted to get rid of the junior in front of her as soon as possible. After all, the deal between him and Shen Yuan was an immoral one. By the way, please stop secretly following me. I'm afraid you'll see, and I won't be able to handle it. Shen Yuan turned his head to look at the junior in front of him. In a daze, I saw my former self. Junior, I'll definitely help you out as much as I can. Shen Yuan remained silent, only slamming on the gas pedal. The V12 engine vibrated so violently that the air trembled, startling the junior student who staggered backward. He watched helplessly as his beloved goddess was taken away by a man. No, to be precise, the senior student herself took the initiative to sit in the passenger seat. Countless beautiful fantasies were shattered in an instant. His eyes were lifeless, and he looked utterly lost. Nian Ning thought Shen Yuan would take her directly to the hotel. Unexpectedly, the car drove straight to the famous Xin Lu Ji restaurant in Taichung. The first seafood restaurant in China to be awarded 3 Michelin stars. The car slowly drove into the parking lot in front of the gate. The store manager's eyes lit up instantly. A Lamborghini? Especially the men and women who got off the bus. The two of them were so good-looking that he was absolutely amazed. As a local of Taichung, Nian Ning was taken aback when she saw the magnificent entrance. Xin Lu Ji. Shen Yuan actually brought her to eat at a place like this? It's worth noting that this is a well-known restaurant in Taichung, and it has the highest average spending per person. Even wealthy people wouldn't dare to come and check in so easily. Are we going to eat here? She couldn't help but look at Shen Yuan and asked uncertainly. Of course, you need to be well fed to have the energy to work. Shen Yuan teased with a mischievous grin. There was no time to consider the joking tone in Shen Yuan's words. The thought of taking beautiful photos and posting them on WeChat Moments to show off is so appealing. Nian Ning felt a surge of joy. But then she thought again, she was going to have to give herself to him. We must order some expensive dishes later, preferably enough to make him bleed a lot. She gritted her teeth secretly, thinking fiercely. The store manager, all smiles, personally led the two through the lobby. Pushing open the carved wooden door of the private room, the light shines brightly through. Silver inlaid tableware was set on the table, and the beautiful lake view outside the window was picturesque. Please come in, distinguished guests. What would you like to try today? Just as Nian Ning was about to reach for the menu, Shen Yuan casually closed it. He gestured with his chin toward the manager. Give me one of each of your most expensive signature dishes. This. The manager was taken aback and subconsciously glanced at Nian Ning. Chen Yuan sat comfortably in his chair, and couldn't help but think of his younger sister. Why hasn't she called me yet? I wonder if she's eaten. Don't worry, we'll pack up any leftovers. Chen Yuan added slowly and deliberately. Oh, and a good bottle of red wine, please. The manager was instantly stunned by Chen Yuan's extravagant gesture, and he bowed repeatedly. Okay. I'll arrange it right away. While waiting, Nian Ning excitedly walked to the window with her phone in hand. She took selfies in front of the lake and was surprised to find that every single one of them was exceptionally photogenic. The sun was shining brightly, and Chen Yuan couldn't help but glance at Nian Ning a few more times. She wore a light purple dance costume with a simple and elegant design on the upper body. The perfect exposure of the graceful neckline makes her as elegant as a swan. The lace trim on the chest adds a touch of sexiness to the innocent look. The white tights she wore over her lower body, and the sheer skirt she wore over it, created a hazy yet alluring effect. She looks fresh and refined, and her beauty is captivating. As expected of Xin Lu Ji, even though the food is made to order, it's served quickly. Moreover, each dish is introduced and served by a waiter. Homestyle braised wild yellow croaker, made with the purest wild yellow croaker, which grows in natural sea areas, has a wide range of activity, firm and delicious flesh, and is rare and precious, not something you can eat all the time. Steamed Boston lobster with garlic and vermicelli, air-shipped from North America to ensure freshness. The lobster is killed to order, maintaining its tender and bouncy texture. Served on Vietnamese deep-sea vermicelli, it absorbs the lobster's broth and the aroma of garlic, resulting in a smooth and flavorful experience. Crispy young pigeon, made from 13-day-old pigeons, is tender and juicy, bursting with aroma with every bite. Salt and pepper mantis shrimp, braised pork with abalone. Looking at the table full of expensive seafood, Nian Ning couldn't help but gasp. She turned to look at Chen Yuan with a questioning look in her eyes. What's going on with this guy? With sports cars and lavish meals, did he win the lottery? But right now, she can't worry about that anymore. The table was filled with delicious-smelling dishes, but she tried her best to resist touching them. Wait, let me take a picture first. Before Chen Yuan could even pick up his chopsticks, she snapped a series of photos of the food, afraid of missing a single angle. Nian Ning's thoughts are that simple. I just took a lot of beautiful photos while leaning against the soft leather seats of the sports car. Then take photos of the lake view outside the window and the delicious food in front of you. Today's 9-grid template is surprisingly easy to use. She was in a great mood and especially wanted to include the elegant Chen Yuan next to her in the photo to show off. Unfortunately, this guy is really infuriating, so I guess I won't film him. Soon, Nian Ning posted it on her WeChat moments with the caption. Happiness today is this simple. She put down her phone with satisfaction, anticipating the flood of likes that would soon fill her WeChat moments. She waited happily, and had just put down her phone. Looking up, I saw Chen Yuan eating heartily all by himself. Chen Yuan wasn't that pretentious. It was like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. It was so delicious that you couldn't stop eating. Although a lot of dishes were served, the portions were pitifully small. He ate heartily, his lips still glistening with oil, and mumbled. This upscale restaurant is really something else. They even serve sweet potatoes as a dish. Nian Ning glanced at him and said irritably. It's called honey-glazed sweet potato, you country bumpkin. I see. Chen Yuan stretched out his hand and swallowed the small sweet potato sprinkled with white sesame seeds in one bite. Nian Ning watched as only one piece remained, and quickly picked up her chopsticks. She quickly picked it up and stuffed it into her mouth, afraid that if she remained reserved any longer, Chen Yuan would finish her off. The moment it enters your mouth, the sweet potato is sweet, soft, and chewy, with a delicate and residue-free texture that melts instantly on your tongue. Instantly, her eyes lit up. It's so delicious. I want to eat more of this. As she spoke, she stood up without regard for her image and reached for the salt and pepper mantis shrimp on the opposite plate. Mantis shrimp the size of an arm, cut into sections and deep-fried until golden brown and crispy. With a satisfying crunch when you bite into it, the outer skin is crispy and fragrant, while the snow-white shrimp meat is tender and sweet. She grabbed the shrimp pieces with both little hands and ate them with gusto, her mouth glistening with oil. Chen Yuan scoffed. Sure enough, no one can resist the temptation of delicious food. Chapter 17 will definitely satisfy you. Ah, I'm so full. Nian Ning gently stroked her lower abdomen and leaned back in her seat. She completely forgot about ladylike manners and elegant image. wild yellow croaker, Boston lobster, crispy pigeon, braised pork with abalone, on the dining table. With their tireless efforts, they actually finished eating everything. Chen Yuan slowly wiped his mouth with a tissue. His eyes glanced at Nian Ning, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Her tight-fitting dance costume was stretched into a bulge. Feeling Chen Yuan's malicious gaze, he was clearly mocking her. Nian Ning glared at him, deliberately acting petulantly. "I'm so full, it looks like I won't be able to do anything for a while." Chen Yuan wasn't annoyed. Chen Jin, the younger sister, told Qingqing that she would arrive later. He also needs to prepare some gifts in advance, as he can't go to people empty-handed. Especially Qingqing, it's been so many years since I last saw her, I wonder what she looks like now. Moreover, when my younger sister arrives, we'll need to find someone to help her move her luggage. He couldn't help but set his sights on Nian Ning. Chen Yuan tilted his head back and gulped down the rest of the red wine. The two got up and went to the front desk to pay the bill. Nian Ning tiptoed closer to Chen Yuan. "I was surprised when I saw the price. This meal cost nearly 8,000 yuan, plus a 10% service charge. In just a short while, they ate up a year's tuition for the two of them." The waitress smiled sweetly and quickly helped Chen Yuan pay the bill. Then she turned to Nian Ning and reminded her. "Madam, you can pay here now." Nian Ning didn't react for a moment. "Huh? What's going on? So this meal is going to be split equally, go Dutch?" She quickly turned to look at Chen Yuan and asked anxiously. "Didn't you treat me to dinner?" Chen Yuan, a playful smile on his lips, slowly said. "When did I say that?" Nian Ning's heart skipped a beat, and she thought to herself, "Oh no, he's at it again. It seems I'll have to be careful in everything I do when dealing with him in the future." She gave up entirely, shouting, "What are your conditions? Tell me." Chen Yuan curled the corners of his mouth and pointed to his face. Nian Ning breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the request wasn't excessive. She looked up at Chen Yuan's strikingly handsome face. To say that she had absolutely no thoughts about it would be a lie. Given the awkward relationship between the two, she was even less likely to take the initiative to do anything. Fortunately, Chen Yuan's request was indeed very simple. She lowered her head, tugged at her skirt, and slowly approached, feigning reluctance. This scene, witnessed by the waitress, made her extremely anxious. "I wish I could rush over and do this task for her." "Are you sure you can do it? If not, let me do it." Finally, Nian Ning gently pecked Chen Yuan on the cheek. Unexpectedly, Chen Yuan's reaction was extremely calm. He merely nodded slightly, his tone casual. "It was just so. I'm looking forward to your performance tonight." Upon hearing this, Nian Ning's face flushed red. She glanced hastily at the waitress next to her. He quickly lowered his head. This guy really has no shame. After finally paying the bill, the waiter asked with a low laugh. "Sir, would you like a receipt?" "Receipt?" Upon hearing those two words, Nian Ning instantly forgot all her shyness. Yes. She excitedly agreed repeatedly and reached out to take it. "This is excellent material. I definitely have to take a picture and post it in the girls' group later, so I can show it off properly." Unexpectedly, the waiter seemed to have fallen for Chen Yuan. With just a glance, he handed the receipt to Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan saw through Nian Ning's little scheme, so he deliberately held the receipt up high. Even when Nian Ning jumped on tiptoe, she couldn't reach it, and she immediately said angrily, "Give me the receipt, I just want to take a picture." Chen Yuan thought of his A-level item consumption cashback card. "While I still have time, I want to make as much money as possible. Cashback card, after use, receive double the cashback on any purchase within 1 hour, up to a maximum of 1 million. He casually handed the receipt to Nian Ning. "Let's go shopping at the mall." Nian Ning took the receipt and followed behind Chen Yuan, her heart pounding with excitement. "Now I can finally post it in my girlfriend's group chat and let them all be envious." Chen Yuan stepped on the gas, and the Lamborghini drove toward the nearby Wanda Plaza. "My younger sister, Chen Jin, has gone to university. As her older brother, I should at least buy her some new clothes and a new phone." Since Qingqing was also there, we decided to buy 2 portions for each of them. Although it was a weekday, the square was still bustling with people. The good looks of Chen Yuan and Nian Ning instantly attracted the attention of many passers-by. Some people couldn't help but whisper among themselves, "Wow, the guy is handsome and the girl is beautiful, they're a perfect match." Upon entering the mall, you'll see the central display stand. Chen Yuan saw that the real estate agent had placed a model of the building inside. Ha! They're selling houses inside shopping malls now? He was thinking to himself. With nearly 2 million in my own hands, plus cashback cards, buying a house is definitely not a problem. Chen Yuan glanced at the sand table casually, then hesitated for a moment. No rush, let's make more money later. I'll just buy a detached villa later, it'll definitely be much more comfortable to live in than here. Chen Yuan wasn't very satisfied with the current high-rise residential buildings, most of which were cramped and dilapidated. They greeted the saleswomen, who were dressed in stockings and OL skirt suits, with great enthusiasm. Chen Yuan waved his hand dismissively, saying, I'm not considering it. He turned and strode toward the Apple store. As soon as I got to the counter, I saw two girls huddled together, talking in hushed tones. It turned out that the girls had been staring at Chen Yuan the moment he entered the room. I saw him walking into the shop. The two quickly tidied their hair and tidied their appearance in front of the reflective mirror of the counter. Chen Yuan was unsure about the phone color that girls preferred. He turned to Nian Ning beside him and asked, What color do you like? Nian Ning, who was standing nearby, was overjoyed when she heard Chen Yuan ask her the question. Could it be that he had a change of heart and felt guilty towards himself? Could it be that he's getting ready to buy himself a new phone? Nian Ning looked at the several phone colors shown by the salesperson. After hesitating for a moment, I extended my finger. I chose lavender purple over silver white. This one is good, the color is soft, and it suits me well, so I'll choose this one. Chen Yuanqiu nodded to the shop assistant. Okay, I'll take one of each of these two colors. Is it really that extravagant? Nian Ning was startled. She quickly grabbed Chen Yuan's arm and said with concern. No, that's too wasteful. One phone is enough for me. Chen Yuan glanced at her, his tone indifferent. Can't I just buy it as a backup phone? Seeing this, Nian Ning didn't say anything more. She thought to herself, you're rich, so what? However, you can get a brand new iPhone for free. My old model has been used for 2 years, and it's finally time to get a new one. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but take Chen Yuan's arm and swing it happily. After paying the bill, Nian Ning happily accepted the beautifully packaged phone box. Her delicate eyebrows curved into a smile. Thank you, Yuan. The next second, Chen Yuan pretended to be completely confused. Why are you thanking me? Ha? Nian Ning was taken aback, suddenly recalling the scene of paying the bill at the restaurant. She immediately realized, didn't you buy it for me? Chen Yuan suppressed a laugh and deliberately teased her. Didn't I tell you, I bought it as a backup phone? What are you thinking? You. Nian Ning was so angry she couldn't speak, internally screaming, #%amp. Her face flushed red, and she felt her toes digging into the ground, feeling incredibly embarrassed. I could faintly hear the low chuckles of the receptionist trying her best to suppress. Nian Ning gritted her teeth, feeling like she wanted to strangle Chen Yuan. This guy is a fraud. From now on, you can't believe a single punctuation mark he says. She turned around angrily and was about to leave. Chen Yuan thought of the limited edition Chanel bag he had won in a system lottery. She grabbed Nian Ning's slender hand, leaned close to her ear, and whispered. If your performance satisfies me, I'll give you a big surprise later. Nian Ning glared at Chen Yuan with hatred, not believing his nonsense. However, in the next second, Chen Yuan suddenly pulled out his phone. Nian Ning unconsciously widened her eyes, counting the decimal points in shock. The screen showed that Chen Yuan's bank balance was nearly 2 million. She paused, and when she looked up again, her eyes lit up instantly as she looked at Chen Yuan. Okay. I'll definitely make you satisfied. Chapter 18. I'm very angry right now. Seeing Nian Ning's eager expression, Chen Yuan finally understood. Money is for women to see, not for women to spend. Just 2 million is enough to excite her to this extent. If it were 20 million, they'd go completely insane. Chen Yuan pondered to himself. Judging by this trend, she'd probably agree to even the most outrageous requests I make. For a happy life in the future. Making money must be the top priority. The cashback card is only valid for 1 hour, so time is of the essence. Chen Yuan dragged Nian Ning into a luxury store and began a shopping spree. He first picked out 2 Armani casual suits for himself. One set was black, the other navy blue. Both were neatly tailored and stylish. The female sales assistant greeted him with a smile and skillfully helped Chen Yuan try on clothes and put together outfits. Chen Yuan swiped his card to pay without even blinking. 80,000 yuan? I'll pay in a second. As for Nian Ning, who was about the same height as her younger sister, she naturally became Chen Yuan's clothes hanger. It must be said that Nian Ning is the most beautiful girl in the dance department of Taichung University. She has a slender figure, over 1.7 meters tall, fair skin, beautiful face, and long legs. No matter what she wears, it looks like it was tailor-made for her. Each piece is more stunning than the last. When Nian Ning came out of the LV fitting room wearing the last outfit, Chen Yuan's eyes were immediately glued to it. Nian Ning gently twirled her skirt, causing it to bloom like a flower petal. The clattering of high heels on the floor was incredibly alluring. Do you like this outfit? Chen Yuan stared at her shapely figure, his Adam's apple bobbing. A strong desire ignited within me, and I felt inexplicably hot. Sir, your girlfriend is very beautiful. The saleswoman could tell that Chen Yuan was very satisfied, so she smiled and came closer. Yes, she wanted all the ones she just tried on. Chen Yuan gently stroked the silky fabric around Nian Ning's waist. Except for what I'm wearing. He paused, then said, replace everything else with new ones, pack them up. Yes, sir, I'll arrange it right away. The saleswoman was overjoyed she had finally met a big customer today. Not only does he buy a lot, but he's also incredibly handsome. If I weren't married, and he didn't have a girlfriend. Otherwise, I'll do anything to try and hook up with such a sugar daddy. Nian Ning really liked the dress she was wearing. But when Chen Yuan said that besides this, the meaning couldn't be clearer. She knew in her heart that she was just cooperating with Chen Yuan as a fitting model. Even seeing herself in the mirror wearing an expensive dress, she couldn't help but feel disappointed. She pursed her lips, took one last reluctant look, and quietly snapped a photo. Nian Ning tiptoed toward the fitting room. It's time to change back into my own clothes. The next second, I heard Chen Yuan's voice in my ear. Pack your things. Nian Ning turned her head sharply, her face filled with disbelief. You mean you're going to buy it for me? Chen Yuan leaned back lazily on the sofa. 10 seconds, hurry up. Nian Ning reacted instantly and ran towards the fitting room in her high heels. She grabbed her old clothes and rushed to the cashier. Chen Yuan then slowly got up and walked over. At the cashier, the total price popped up, 220,000. Nian Ning watched Chen Yuan swipe his card without changing her expression. His expression was as calm as if he were buying a cup of milk tea. He spent over 200,000 yuan without hesitation. That's over 200,000. Not just $20-odd. Could he have been a hidden tycoon all along? He pretends to be a food delivery guy, all in search of his true love. That must be it. She touched the price tag on the LV clothing in her hand, which read 38,000 yuan, and thought to herself. No one has ever been so generous to her since she was a child. Chen Yuan's already handsome face looked as if it were plated with gold under the lights. Ignoring the crowds around the mall, Nian Ning took the initiative to step forward and grab Chen Yuan's arm. She leaned in and gave him a quick kiss on the lips. Honey, you're so good to me. This was the first time Chen Yuan had heard her address him like that, and he immediately felt a strong urge to do so. He glanced at Nian Ning sideways, and a surge of anger welled up inside him. Looking up, the two realized they had stumbled into a private cinema. Unfortunately, it was a very unfortunate coincidence. Chen Yuan glanced at the time. There was still half an hour before the cashback card expired. I've already spent 300,000 with another 200,000, I can get the maximum return of 1 million at the best cost performance ratio. I can't do the fill-in-the-blank questions anymore. A wicked glint flashed in Chen Yuan's eyes as he looked at the stunningly beautiful Nian Ning after her transformation. There should still be time for the handwritten and oral questions. Nian Ning clung tightly to Chen Yuan, pressing her entire body against him. She was still caught up in the sudden sweetness and hadn't come to her senses yet. It wasn't until Chen Yuan led her to the front desk that she asked the question, still somewhat bewildered. What are we doing? Just do what husband and wife should do. Feeling the warmth of Nian Ning's body, Chen Yuan's mind was instantly aroused. He smiled and said to the receptionist, "Give me the most expensive room." Okay. The receptionist looked at Nian Ning's beauty and swallowed hard with envy. He quickly processed the room key and handed it to Chen Yuan, saying, "Brother, here's the room key for you." Nian Ning was stunned. Huh? Even if you've already made up your mind. When the moment actually came, she was still incredibly flustered, even though it was her first time doing this. The door opened, and a faint fragrance wafted out. Chen Yuan gently held Nian Ning's slender hand and comforted her. "Don't worry, I'll give you time to adjust." Nian Ning lowered her head and remained silent, sitting motionless on the edge of the bed. Chen Yuan strode forward and pulled the curtains closed. I gently turned off the room lights, leaving only a little light coming from the bathroom. The dim light finally allowed Nian Ning's tense heart to relax a little. "Go take a shower first," Chen Yuan said to Nian Ning. Seeing her moving so slowly, he couldn't help but get a little anxious. I still need to spend another 200,000 later. The two of them couldn't afford to waste too much time here. There will be plenty of time in the evening. Chen Yuan stepped forward and picked Nian Ning up in his arms. Nian Ning panicked and threw herself into his arms, hugging him tightly. "Could we wait until tonight? I'm a little scared." "Of course, I respect your decision." Chen Yuan nodded, then changed the subject. "But I'm really angry right now. Then I'll think of a way." Nian Ning bit her nails, struggling with her dilemma. Chen Yuan grinned mischievously. "Take your time thinking about it. Let's take a shower first." The bathroom door clicked shut by Chen Yuan, leaving only two figures behind. Amidst the misty steam, Chen Yuan patiently taught Nian Ning. Chen Yuan gently ruffled Nian Ning's hair and praised her. "Not bad, you're very talented." "Humph." Nian Ning raised her chin and turned her face away. Chen Yuan, wrapped in a bathrobe, leaned against the headboard and closed his eyes to rest for a moment. He beckoned to Nian Ning with his finger. "Come here and sit on my lap." As Nian Ning drew nearer, he gently lifted a strand of her slightly damp hair with his fingertips. Nian Ning, puzzled, brushed her bangs aside. "Why? Don't I look good like this?" Chen Yuan suddenly found her rather cute. He reached out and pinched her delicate cheek, then leaned down and kissed her forehead. Nian Ning's ears turned bright red instantly, and she became somewhat embarrassed. She stood by the bed in disposable slippers, not daring to look up at Chen Yuan's handsome face. Chen Yuan placed his large hand on her fragrant shoulder, leaned down and whispered in her ear. "It looks nice, but it's hard to operate. The process of solving the problem?" Chapter 19: Crossing the World, Putting on the Gloves. Beautiful, beautiful. Holding Nian Ning's soft body, Chen Yuan simply didn't want to let go. If he didn't need to continue spending money, he would have loved to just stay there. The two then left. She walked ahead, wearing high heels and looking sullen. As they passed the Vacheron Constantin boutique, Chen Yuan reached out and grabbed her arm. "I'm planning to spend the remaining 200,000 yuan of my refund credit right here." At the counter, two saleswomen in black stockings and uniforms held their breath simultaneously. Even though the mall is bustling with people every day, and I'm used to seeing all sorts of handsome men and beautiful women, the moment Chen Yuan walked in, they were still utterly amazed. "Hello, sir." The short-haired saleswoman's ear tips were flushed red. One glance was enough to capture a lifetime. "Which watch would you like me to introduce?" Chen Yuan smiled slightly at the saleswoman. "Any recommendations for a budget of 200,000? Nian Ning, standing beside her, was secretly surprised. At this rate of spending, even 2 million wouldn't be enough to keep up with his extravagant spending. She became even more convinced that Chen Yuan was a true tycoon. The saleswoman coughed lightly, producing a pleasant voice. "If it's 200,000, we highly recommend Across the Seas. Could you take it out and let me see it?" Chen Yuan tapped lightly on the glass counter with his fingertips. I glanced at my phone. There were 5 minutes left. It seems I spent a bit too long at the private cinema. Sigh, it's all because I have too much stamina. The saleswoman, wearing black gloves, carefully took it out from the central display case and gently pushed it in front of Chen Yuan. "Sir, look, this is the one." The painting, depicting a vast and diverse world, rests quietly in a velvet box. The deep blue dial gleams with a cold, eerie light. The watch strap is made of finely crafted matte black alligator leather. The sword-shaped pointer is fluid, its sharpness flashing briefly yet remaining understated. "Perfect, this is it." Chen Yuan fell in love at first sight. "Would you like to try them on, sir?" the saleswoman asked softly, her eyes gentle. Chen Yuan nodded. "Okay." The saleswoman gently placed the Across the World pendant on Chen Yuan's well-defined wrist. My fingertips brushed against his warm skin, and my heart skipped a beat. Sensing the woman's initiative, Chen Yuan looked up and sized her up. Although her features aren't as stunning as Nian Ning's, she's still considered a beauty. Nian Ning, who was standing to the side, saw the scene clearly and cursed inwardly. Chen Yuan, that bastard. He's genuinely bad, but he's also undeniably handsome. She had no doubt that Chen Yuan would be able to do it all with a snap of his fingers. The saleswoman in front of me would definitely be willing to pay Chen Yuan to have her child. My initial minor emotional outburst was instantly replaced by a sense of crisis. She quickly moved closer to Chen Yuan, affectionately taking his arm, her voice sweet. "Honey, this watch looks so good on your wrist." As she spoke, she deliberately glanced at the saleswoman, asserting her dominance. The saleswoman's eyes flickered, and she pursed her lips as she echoed. Yes, the gentleman's temperament matches this watch very well." Chen Yuan asked about the price directly. "How much?" "This watch is priced at 228,000. "Sir, is that acceptable to you?" The saleswoman's eyes lit up, full of anticipation. In a luxury store like theirs, selling just one of these watches, plus their salary and commission, easily brings them over 10,000 yuan a month. "Okay, this is it." Upon hearing this, the saleswoman immediately turned around happily and called her colleagues to process the order and settle the payment. But he couldn't help but mutter to himself. Such a handsome man, and so generous with his money, it's a pity he's already married. She secretly glanced at Nian Ning's LV dress and admired it inwardly. As expected, wealthy people are particular about marrying someone of equal social standing, and the girlfriends they choose are all stunning beauties. Ding! Your cashback card has been activated. Congratulations on receiving 1 million in cashback. Chen Yuan glanced at his balance, 2.46 million. After spending 500,000 yuan, the money not only didn't decrease, but actually increased. He touched the Conquer the World card he had just acquired and said, "Keep working hard, and buy a big villa as soon as possible." The two rode the escalator down. Chen Yuan casually put one hand in his pocket, exuding a relaxed air. Nian Ning stood close to him, her hands full of shopping bags, overflowing with her spoils. On the opposite escalator going up, the men all cast envious glances at Chen Yuan. "Wow, that's awesome," someone muttered quietly. "To have such a beautiful woman so well behaved." Chen Yuan's phone suddenly vibrated. It was a WeChat video call from his sister, Chen Jin. He answered quickly, "Have you arrived? I'll come pick you up." "No need," came the younger sister's cheerful voice from the screen. "We're at school, we can manage on our own." "Oh, and there's a welcome party tonight, do you want to come?" "Okay, I'll be there in a bit." The camera then panned to Nian Ning, and Chen Jin's eyes lit up. "Wow! Bro, is that your wife next to you? She's so beautiful." Nian Ning was initially a little jealous and worried about who the woman on the phone was. Upon hearing that it was Chen Yuan's sister, she immediately replied with a smile. "You're beautiful too, little sister." Okay, that's enough chatting, see you later." Chen Yuan hung up the phone. My current outfit must have given her quite a fright. The thought of seeing his sister soon brought a smile to his face. "Oh no, there's a welcome party tonight," Nian Ning suddenly exclaimed and pulled Chen Yuan outside. "We need to get back right away." Today's encounter with Chen Yuan completely overturned her understanding. It was only then that I remembered I had a dance performance tonight. Chen Yuan was speeding along in his Lamborghini on his way to Taichung University. The sky outside gradually darkened. Nian Ning sat in the passenger seat, her knees unconsciously shifting closer to Chen Yuan. She sat quietly, her beautiful eyes fixed on him without blinking. Or, should I just give him my first time? The thought suddenly popped into Nian Ning's mind, and she quickly shook her head. No. This guy just did something so outrageous to me in the room. How could I forgive him so easily? But once she saw his handsome face, she just couldn't bring herself to dislike him. What to do? I think I'm falling for this jerk. Ugh. Chapter 20. Baby-faced, huge-breasted Lu Qingqing. Chen Yuan was driving. Little did anyone know the various thoughts swirling in Nian Ning's mind as she sat in the passenger seat. The Lamborghini came to a smooth stop in the parking area outside Taichung University. The two got off the bus carrying large and small bags. Chen Yuan also took the top-of-the-line laptop that the system had provided. We finally arrived at the agreed location, outside the girls' dormitory. Chen Yuan spotted his younger sister looking around immediately. She is Su Nianing. After Chen Yuan finished his introduction, he put down what he was holding. Chen Jin, the younger sister, completely ignored what her brother was saying. He rushed over happily and hugged Chen Yuan tightly, his eyes looking strange. Brother! It's been so long, you've changed, a little different? During video calls, she always felt that Chen Yuan looking more handsome was just a problem with the phone camera. Even now, seeing it with her own eyes, she still can't help but be surprised. This is an iPhone. Thanks, bro. She snatched Chen Yuan's bag and exclaimed excitedly. And what else? Look at this laptop, do you like it? Oh my god. Bro, when did you get rich without telling me? Chen Jin held up his brand new, top-of-the-line computer, puffing out his cheeks in anger. As the two were talking, a girl slowly walked out from behind Chen Jin. Chen Jin released Chen Yuan's hand, turned around, grabbed the girl's arm, and stepped forward. Qingqing, what are you shy about? Come here. Chen Yuan then noticed the girl standing to the side. Lu Qingqing, her childhood sweetheart with whom she grew up. Her eyebrows and eyes were curved, just as lively and adorable as when she was a child. Her long, smooth hair fell naturally to her waist, with slightly curled ends. She was wearing a slightly oversized white short-sleeved shirt. 2 large cartoon eyes were printed on her chest, which were stretched out round by her voluptuous figure. The hem of the shirt just covered the blue denim shorts. She revealed a pair of fair and delicate thighs, and on her feet were a pair of clean white shoes. She has the typical innocent and girl-next-door look. With his eye of insight scanning over the area, Qingqing's information quickly appeared before Chen Yuan. Name, Lu Qingqing. Height, 165 centimeters. Age, 18. Weight, 52 kilograms. Appearance, 90 points, figure, 92 points. D rating, S. Number of charges, 0, number of charges, 0. Current state, nervous, embarrassed, and awkward. Thoughts, is he really Yuan's older brother? He seems more handsome than any other boy I've ever seen. Girls really do change a lot as they grow up. Who says slender branches can't bear fruit? Given time, surpassing his landlady, Su Wanqing, will be a piece of cake. This baby-faced, huge-breasted man is practically a born live-streaming savior. Chen Yuan thought of the outrageous female streamers he had watched on Douyin. The difference is that the women in the livestream all have a slightly worldly air about them. Unlike Qingqing, who is both innocent and alluring, she retains the most precious purity. The contrast is just too strong. Looking at Qingqing's breathtakingly alluring figure. At just one glance, Chen Yuan was already overwhelmed. He quickly forced himself to look away with a serious expression. I straightened my back, looked up, and took a step forward. He extended his hand gently, with a hint of nostalgia. Long time no see. Qingqing. At 18, she was just beginning to experience romantic feelings. Upon hearing Chen Yuan's greeting, she paused for a moment, her eyes flickering. Yes, yes. She responded softly, her bright eyes glancing furtively at Chen Yuan before quickly looking down again. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and even though she was looking down, she couldn't even see her own toes. Qingqing slowly stretched out her delicate little hand. I suddenly remembered that I had made an appointment with Chen Jin to get our nails done together, to make them long and beautiful. She quickly and instinctively curled her knuckles, afraid of accidentally scratching her brother Chen Yuan. You forgot. Noticing that she seemed a little reserved, Chen Yuan raised his eyebrows and smiled mischievously. When you were little, you cried and begged to hold my hand. As he spoke, Chen Yuan's warm and generous large hand gently enveloped her small hand. A gentle handshake eased her embarrassment. What's wrong? You've grown up, and you don't even want to shake hands anymore? No, no. Qingqing quickly shook her head, a faint blush rising on her cheeks. Her already moisturized body became even more so when Chen Yuan gripped her hand, causing fine beads of sweat to immediately appear on her palms. Glancing at Nian Ning beside her, she became even more embarrassed and quickly pulled her hand back. Let's put our things back in the dorm first, she said in a low voice, her voice tinged with panic. Oh, right, Qingqing gets a share too. You two decide how to divide it. Chen Yuan turned around and instructed Su Nianing. Here, help me take these things back to my sister. Nian Ning took the things without thinking, and she couldn't explain it either. Why did I gradually start to listen to Chen Yuan's advice? Is it because people are too attracted to his good looks, or because he suddenly became rich? Or perhaps for some other reason? In short, she obediently followed Chen Yuan's instructions and picked up the things. The three of them walked side by side toward the girls' dormitory. They chatted enthusiastically the whole way. As her best friend, how could Chen Jin not stand with Qingqing? Chen Jin knew all too well what Qingqing felt for her brother Chen Yuan. Looking at the tall, fair-skinned, and beautiful girl beside him. On the surface, she kept calling her sister. Deep down, I couldn't help but feel worried for Qingqing. By the way, Sister Nianing. Chen Jin blinked, asking innocently. Are you my brother's girlfriend? Forehead. Nian Ning was taken aback by her sudden question, and a wave of bitterness washed over her. She couldn't help but think back to the past and regret her past actions. Chen Yuan had expressed his feelings to her more than once. I had so many opportunities, but I didn't cherish them. Does Chen Yuan really consider her his girlfriend now? She herself wasn't sure what their relationship really was. Nian Ning forced a smile and quickly changed the subject. Are your things heavy? Let me help you carry some. Qingqing listened quietly from the side, occasionally chiming in with a few words. Seeing Chen Yuan today already made her feel a little excited. The girl in front of me, named Nian Ning, was well dressed and exuded elegance in every gesture. She and Chen Yuan looked like a perfect match. As for myself, I shouldn't think too much about it. What are you thinking about, Qingqing? Here, this is for you. Chen Jin handed over the new phone. Qingqing then came to her senses and took the brand new Apple phone with both hands. I've only just started university, and I've already received such a valuable gift from brother Chen Yuan. A warm feeling welled up inside her, and she was deeply moved. Nian Ning watched from the side, feeling surprisingly calm. After all, the dress she was wearing, worth 38,000 yuan, was bought for her by Chen Yuan. After the girls hurriedly packed their things, Qingqing checked the time and whispered a reminder. Let's hurry up, don't keep brother Chen Yuan waiting too long. Chen Yuan stood tall and straight outside the girls' dormitory building. His tall and upright figure stood out in the crowd. Girls passing by couldn't help but cast admiring glances at him. Some people would unconsciously glance at it a few more times as they passed by, and some would even secretly turn around to take another look. Two daring girls even walked by arm in arm. Seeing Chen Yuan's retreating figure, one of them suddenly tugged at his companion's sleeve. Look at that guy, he's so handsome. I wonder which college he's from. Another girl also started to look at them. Oh my god, this person is so good looking. I'll take a picture and post it on White Wall to see if I get a chance. The person is right in front of you, and you don't even know to step in. I'm a little embarrassed. His companion blushed and muttered under his breath, unable to resist stealing another glance at Chen Yuan. Compared to white-collar women who are new to the workforce and wear elaborate makeup, these female college students in front of me are even more youthful and graceful. He exuded a vibrant and energetic aura, which Chen Yuan liked very much. He subconsciously activated his eye of insight, scanning the girls passing by. Let's see if there are any S-class goddesses who slip through the net and meet the criteria. After one lap, he couldn't help but frown slightly. It's surprising that so many girls in today's ivory tower are being influenced by societal trends at such a young age. Among them was an A-grade girl with dazzling blonde hair. The system interface immediately popped up a notification, thoughtfully adding an exclamation mark. Charging times, 102, number of charges, 362. Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow. One can't help but glean some clues from the girl's eyes and demeanor. It seems I must find an opportunity to talk to my sister later and remind her to be careful when making friends. This is practically like playing a real-life version of Werewolf on campus. Chapter 21 The number one school beauty on the rankings. Chen Yuan shook his head inwardly. Girls these days are getting harder and harder to understand. Unexpectedly, the blonde girl walked straight up to him the next second. Her slender fingers rested directly on Chen Yuan's shoulder, and she spoke in a flippant tone. Hey handsome, are you waiting for someone? Want to add each other on WeChat? Chen Yuan looked her up and down. Wearing a crop top with low-waisted hot pants, this outfit is quite daring. He's a real scoundrel, and he's also a real flirt. He silently evaluated the situation in his mind and checked the system's warning about the toxicity again. They say you shouldn't waste your time with bad girls, and you shouldn't let down good girls. Chen Yuan reminded himself. This stuff is damn toxic, bro, I can't handle it. He forced a polite smile and declined. No, thank you, but I already have a boyfriend. The blonde girl knew exactly what men were thinking. In her experience, men who are already in relationships are often the easiest to pursue. Because there is only one competitor. At this moment, Chen Yuan's handsome appearance, like a star under the night sky, completely captivated her. If only she could win over such a high-quality man. The blonde vowed that she would put in even more effort than before when sleeping with him from now on. It's okay. She took a step closer, lowered her voice, and spoke with a hint of seduction. As long as I don't say anything, and you don't say anything, if the two of us trust each other, all three of us are safe. She blinked, her implication quite clear. Chen Yuan thought of the alarming number of times the system notifications had been displayed. He immediately realized that the blonde girl was already someone else's. Chen Yuan shook his head decisively. Upon seeing this, the blonde girl immediately glared at him resentfully and pouted. "Humph, do you even know this is my first time?" Looking at her less than skilled technique, Chen Yuan chuckled inwardly. "What first time? The system shows you've already killed 100 people. This is probably the first time today." Even after being rejected by Chen Yuan, the blonde girl still stood beside him unwillingly and refused to leave. She noticed that passers-by kept turning their heads back. Many people mistakenly thought she and Chen Yuan were a couple, and they were secretly delighted. A smug smile unconsciously appeared on his face. Then they heard footsteps in the distance. It was Nian Ning and Qing Qing running back. The blonde girl's gaze was immediately drawn to Qing Qing, who was running in the lead. As she ran, the full curves of her chest swayed naturally with her steps, making it impossible to look away. No wonder, this girl with big breasts, it's too exaggerated. The blonde girl stared at Qing Qing's figure. She subconsciously touched her flat chest, and her emotions instantly exploded. She glared at Chen Yuan fiercely, bit her lip, and left angrily. The younger sisters were tired from their long journey, so in order to save time, Chen Yuan decided to have dinner at the school cafeteria. As the senior student, Nian Ning naturally took the lead. She was proud and kept a respectful distance from Chen Yuan. She was unwilling to show too much affection for Chen Yuan in public. Chen Jin, Chen Yuan's younger sister, affectionately linked arms with Chen Yuan. Qing Qing, standing beside her, watched this scene with envy. With a complicated expression, she walked silently on Chen Yuan's other side. "I just can't muster the courage to hold his arm naturally like I did when we were kids. I don't know if it was intentional or unintentional. Along the way, whenever my body gently touched his arm or shoulder, she would feel as if an electric current was flowing through her, and her heart would race." Her cheeks involuntarily flushed red. This subtle contact was enough for her to savor slowly. Chen Yuan felt the warm touch coming from his arm. He reached out and naturally pulled both girls into his arms. He laughed heartily. "Order whatever you want, it's on me today." "Hee hee, then I won't be polite." Chen Jin smiled so hard his eyes curved into crescent moons. She leaned on her brother's shoulder without any hesitation, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Qing Qing was caught off guard by the sudden hug. She froze, her pretty face instantly burning hot. She could only reply softly, "Okay, okay." The farmhouse courtyard on the second floor of the canteen. The group of one man and three women attracted a lot of attention as soon as they sat down. The four of them are all incredibly good-looking. They all envied Chen Yuan's good fortune with women. "Hey, isn't that girl Sun Yanning, the most beautiful girl in the dance department?" A boy suddenly whispered to his companion. "Really?" exclaimed the companion next to him, slapping his thigh. "Wow, who's this guy? He's got way too much luck with women. Look over there, that little girl is so pretty. She looks like a freshman in college." The boy secretly glanced at Qing Qing. It looks like this year's list of campus beauties is going to change. Several home-style stir-fried dishes were quickly served. During the meal, I overheard some quiet conversations from the next table. Chen Jin listened intently for a while, then turned to Nian Ning with curiosity and asked, "Sister Nianing, what is the school beauty ranking? This is the first time I've ever heard of it." Nian Ning chuckled upon hearing this and explained, "It's just a tradition at Taichung University. Every year, some bored guys like to compile this list or that list." Qing Qing, sitting to the side, listened very attentively. "Sister Nianing, are you on the list too? I don't know about this year yet. I think I was ranked second last year." Nian Ning took a small sip of water. She appeared calm and collected on the surface, but she was secretly a little proud. Taichung University has nearly 20,000 students, half of whom are female. To stand out from 10,000 people and rank second. Nian Ning felt that this was enough to prove her charm. Even though she never admits that she cares about these rankings. Wow, there's actually someone ranked above sister Nian Ning. Qingqing's eyes widened in surprise. She never imagined there could be a girl more beautiful than Nian Ning. Yes. Nian Ning gently stirred the rice in her bowl, her tone calm but unable to hide her jealousy. I heard she's a senior student named Wenxin, and she's been the #1 beauty on the campus beauty list for 4 consecutive years. At this point, Nian Ning felt a vague sense of anticipation. Senior sister Wenxin is about to graduate. As soon as she leaves school, according to the usual practice. I have a very good chance of becoming the new campus belle of Taichung University. She had been coveting this position for a long time. Chen Yuan listened as several girls enthusiastically discussed the ranking of the school beauties. He couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly, inwardly scoffing dismissively. Forget about school beauties. In the face of real money, it's all just fleeting smoke. In this world, the only reliable way is to actually make money. He knew very well that if he didn't have a little money now, how could a girl of Nian Ning's S-level caliber willingly have dinner here? After the meal, the 4 of them spent a total of 108 yuan. Chen Yuan took out his phone to pay the bill. The proprietress couldn't help but glance at Chen Yuan again, and kindly rounded down the price for him. Nian Ning checked the time as a participant, she needed to arrive early. After exchanging greetings, I hurriedly went to the backstage area of the venue to get ready for makeup. Before long, the welcome party officially began. Students of this school may enter the auditorium upon presentation of their student ID. There was a long queue at the ticket checkpoint. When it was Chen Yuan's turn, the person in charge of checking tickets was a girl. As expected, Chen Yuan simply gave a friendly smile. The girl had even thought of names for their future children. Taking advantage of her moment of stunned silence, Chen Yuan swaggered inside. Qingqing and Chen Jin exchanged a glance. She covered her mouth and chuckled as she watched Chen Yuan enter by scanning his face. We arrived not too late, there were still empty seats in the middle. The 3 of them found a spot with a good view and sat down. Before the party even started, the auditorium gradually filled with students, creating a lively atmosphere. Just as Chen Yuan looked up and looked around, suddenly, a familiar figure came into his field of vision. Standing directly in front of him was none other than Nian Ning's best friend, Su Xiaolu. The person standing next to Xiaolu at this moment was not Song Hao, but a blonde-haired guy. The two appeared to be on good terms, chatting and laughing together. So she already had a boyfriend. And then she pulled that stunt with Song Hao, really? Chen Yuan pursed his lips. A goat farting like a sheep is both stylish and sassy. Chapter 22 Lu Qingqing being harassed. Chen Yuan's younger sister, Chen Jin, and Qingqing sat on either side of him. The middle position is pretty good, with a wide view. Soon after everyone took their seats, the venue filled up, and those who arrived late had to stand in the back. After the host finished the introductions, the performance officially began. The program mostly consisted of students' casual antics. Some people, in order to earn some credits, gritted their teeth and went on stage to make up the numbers. The performance was so-so, but the atmosphere at the venue was quite lively. The poetry readings by the poetry club were so soothing that they made me drowsy. Fortunately, the basketball team's "You're Too Beautiful" was refreshing and invigorating. A round-faced, chubby boy from the cosplay group was wearing a turtleneck sweater, with his bangs slightly covering his eyes. A blue kimono-style coat was draped over her body, and the legs of her black trousers were tucked into ninja boots. Clutching a plastic Kusanagi sword, he moved with surprising skill. From time to time, the audience could be heard making sarcastic remarks like "Sass J." The boy imitated this, tilting his head to look at the person with a disdainful attitude. Until he suddenly jumped to the front of the stage. He raised his hand and suddenly covered his eyes, then slid down on his knees. Amaterasu. That iconic line, delivered with a thunderous roar, instantly ignited the entire audience. Ha, this is interesting. Chen Yuan couldn't help but laugh out loud, feeling as if he had returned to his student days. Qingqing tilted her head and quietly watched him, not quite understanding the meaning. Huang Mao sat down next to Qingqing without anyone noticing. He had originally come to the show with his girlfriend, Xiaolu, but his gaze involuntarily fell on Lu Qingqing. The blonde-haired man had an ordinary appearance, with a few sparse acne scars on his face. However, he is bold, quick-witted, thick-skinned, and loves to show off. Using this skill, he actually managed to win over Su Xiaolu. Little did he know that Song Hao had secretly stolen his home. The moment the blonde-haired man saw Qingqing, his eyes widened instantly. Wow, this wild, big-breasted cutie is definitely a freshman. While she's still confused, let me, as her senior, teach her properly. The drama club is performing on stage, and the lights in the audience are flickering. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the blonde-haired man sidled up to Qingqing and whispered a conversation. Hey kid, have you ever been on If You Are the One? Qingqing shook her head blankly, no. Then why are you the girl of my dreams? The blonde guy immediately picked up on the joke. This pickup line had always worked for him. He didn't believe that the freshman girl could resist his tricks. Qingqing looked up and sized up the blonde-haired man, feeling that there was something strange about him. She just lacks romantic experience, but she's not naive or innocent, so of course she can tell that this is a flirting attempt. She ignored it and continued watching the performance. Seeing this, the blonde-haired man was still persistent, his face full of sincerity. I noticed you the moment I entered the venue. I think you have a great presence. There's nothing wrong with the blonde guy's actions. But he overlooked the most important point. Qingqing felt as if she had been branded in her heart after spending a short time with Chen Yuan. Once you've seen the ocean, other waters seem insignificant. Once you've beheld the clouds of Wushan, other clouds seem pale in comparison. The boy in front of her was showering her with attention. Facing him was Chen Yuan, a succubus with top-notch looks, figure, and an SSS rating. In Qingqing's eyes, Huang Mao was no match for her at all. If Chen Yuan hadn't appeared, the naive girl might have politely left her WeChat with the blonde-haired guy. But now, her mind and eyes are completely occupied by another figure. Qingqing simply smiled slightly and waved her hand. No, thank you. The blonde-haired man nodded reluctantly, feeling quite disappointed. Such a gorgeous and stunning junior, if you don't make a move soon. In a few days, she'll be surrounded by a bunch of simps, and then it'll be hard to even pursue her. Giving up like this would be too much of a waste and wouldn't be in line with his usual style. Unfortunately, they explicitly refused, so I had no choice but to think of another way. If he gave up so easily, he wouldn't be called Huang Mao. He secretly decided to wait until the performance at the venue was over. Just follow her around and see her through to the end. Maybe you can find another opportunity. After making up his mind, he secretly straightened his back under the dim light, glancing at Qingqing's chest out of the corner of his eye. As Qingqing leaned forward slightly, her full breasts became faintly visible. The blonde-haired man's throat bobbed twice involuntarily. Holy crap, that's huge, it's amazing. The moment the stage lights shifted and Nian Ning gracefully appeared on stage, the entire audience erupted in cheers. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience, and only then did Chen Yuan and his companions realize what was happening. The title of second on the list of school beauties is truly well-deserved. Many boys stared wide-eyed, and some shouted excitedly. Isn't that Su Nianing, the most beautiful girl in our department? Some even whistled, I came here specifically for her. It turns out that most of the audience came specifically to see the campus goddess's performance. As the stage lights shifted, the spotlight shone on her. Nian Ning wore a gorgeous dance dress, with lace and sequins that were both elegant and sexy. She stood gracefully in the center of the stage, as the lead dancer, exuding an aura with every gesture. Next, please welcome the dance students to perform the classic dance song Nobody. Several girls appeared together on the stage. Nian Ning, wearing high heels, instantly became the center of attention due to her nearly 1.8-meter height. The two backup dancers on either side were practically just supporting characters. The entire audience was immersed in the energetic singing and dancing. Only Qingqing's eyebrows furrowed more and more tightly. She could clearly feel the blonde guy next to her rubbing against her little by little. Every now and then, a restless arm would brush against her, trying to take advantage of her. Qingqing is the kind of girl who always gets off the bus with her friends since she was little. When I'm alone, I even have to muster up courage to walk up to the driver and say I'm getting off. Huang Mao had his eye on her timid nature. That's why he dared to so brazenly test her bottom line. The closer the blonde hair got, the closer Qingqing unknowingly moved closer and closer to Chen Yuan. At this moment, Chen Yuan was lazily admiring Nian Ning, who was shining brightly on the stage. Who could have imagined it? This usually unapproachable school beauty will belong to Chen Yuan tonight. Suddenly, Chen Yuan felt a soft touch on his right arm. Qingqing doesn't seem like the type of girl who takes initiative like this. Looking up with a puzzled expression, I saw her leaning closer to me, looking distressed. Her face turned bright red, clearly showing her aggrieved expression as she couldn't express what she was saying. Seeing that Qingqing only backed away and didn't turn on him, Huang Mao became even bolder. His eyes were arrogant, and a small flame suddenly ignited in his heart. He squeezed half a body closer to her. Qingqing was forced to retreat repeatedly, and finally she simply pressed half of her body against Chen Yuan's front. I want nobody but you. I want nobody but you. It was Nian Ning's shining moment on stage. Chen Yuan caught a glimpse of the blonde-haired man's lewd behavior and immediately flew into a rage. The man, standing at 1.85 meters tall, blocked Qingqing's path. He roared at the blonde-haired man, "Stand up." The shout silenced the entire room. The blonde-haired man shuddered in fright, his eyes darting around as he slowly got up. Coincidentally, the performance on stage had just ended. The moment Nian Ning and her dance partners took their bows, everyone's eyes immediately turned to them. If you're wrong, admit it. If you're going to get punished, stand up straight. Smack! Without saying a word, Chen Yuan raised his hand and delivered a crisp slap that echoed throughout the entire venue. The blonde-haired man covered his left cheek, his eyes wide with disbelief as he pointed at Chen Yuan. You, what right do you have to hit me? He quickly put on the act of an innocent victim. That's exactly what I'm going to do. All eyes in the room turned to him. They looked at Chen Yuan, wondering why he had hit someone. This is a university campus that promotes civility and good social customs? Chapter 23 Nian Ning's Massage Techniques. Huang Mao's girlfriend, Xiao Lu, then noticed Chen Yuan. I never expected to meet him here. Seeing that she slapped her boyfriend without saying a word, Xiao Lu panicked instantly. Recalling the frustration of that day, she rushed over and pointed at him. Chen Yuan, this is a school. How dare you hit someone in public? Chen Yuan completely ignored her and bent down to pull Qingqing into his arms. He gently patted her back twice to comfort her. It's okay, your brother is here. The onlookers' attention was immediately drawn to it. Seeing the pitiful little girl next to Chen Yuan. Upon glancing at the blonde-haired man again, he immediately guessed most of the truth. People started whispering to each other. Judging from this situation, it's probably because that blonde guy tried to take advantage of the girl and got caught red-handed by her boyfriend. I agree. A scumbag who flirts around even when he has a girlfriend should take a good look at himself and deserve to be beaten up. Good looks are everything. With his godlike face, Chen Yuan could stand there and have people speak up for him even if he were to fight in public. Especially Qingqing's gentle and delicate appearance instantly ignited the protective instincts of all the boys in the room. The blonde-haired man's face turned pale and then purple. They not only got beaten up, but also had to endure a barrage of public criticism. How could he have known that this busty girl was already taken on the first day of school? Now he's in the wrong and speechless, having lost all face, and all he wants to do is slip away and leave as quickly as possible. Xiao Lu grabbed the blonde-haired man and shouted loudly. Chen Yuan, you've gone too far. The performance on stage was immediately suspended, and everyone's eyes were turned to this side. You hit me, and you're not going to apologize. Smack! The next second, another crisp slap rang out. Nian Ning squeezed into the crowd without even having time to change out of her performance costume. She gracefully raised her hand and slapped Xiao Lu hard across the face. You're the one who should apologize. This former best friend conspired with Song how to frame her. Anger burned in Nian Ning's eyes. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. The curiosity of the onlookers was instantly piqued. Even the most beautiful girl in our department, Nian Ning, has gotten involved. Just how big of a juicy story is this? Xiao Lu was completely stunned after being slapped, and stood there covering her face. She pointed at Nian Ning with tears in her eyes. You actually dared to hit me? Xiao Lu turned to seek comfort from Huang Mao, but saw her boyfriend shrinking back in a panic. Chen Yuan's tall figure loomed over the two of them. Without saying a word, he stepped forward and gave it a hard push. With a thud, Huang Mao and Xiao Lu fell flat on their backs. Chen Yuan turned to the girls and said, "Let's go." Before leaving, he didn't forget to whisper a reminder in Xiao Lu's ear. Don't forget, that video of you and Song Hao is still saved on my phone. Xiao Lu's eyes widened, and she only realized what had happened after being hit. I was so caught up in my emotions that I forgot about this. She glanced humbly at the blonde-haired man beside her, then quickly lowered her head and fell silent. He prayed in his heart that Chen Yuan and his group would leave quickly. Unbeknownst to her, onlookers in the corner had already pulled out their phones and started snapping photos of the dramatic scene. Soon, news of this event will spread throughout the campus forum. My enjoyment of watching the performance was ruined by this blonde guy. It's alright. Chen Yuan squeezed Qingqing's soft little hand and turned to look at his younger sister. Take Qingqing back to her dorm and get some rest. Don't think too much about it. Call me anytime if you need anything. Mum. Chen Ji nodded obediently and naturally took Qingqing's arm. Qingqing turned around, her fingertips still warm from Chen Yuan's palm, her cheeks slightly flushed. Well then, brother Chen Yuan, let's head back now. Go ahead. Chen Yuan smiled gently, watching the two girls leave with doting eyes. Soon only Chen Yuan and Nian Ning remained. The two fell silent, and the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Inside the backpack, a B-grade prop of 5-star hotel presidential suite was emitting a faint glow. It seemed to be reminding Chen Yuan of what he should do next. He tacitly took Nian Ning's hand. In the palm of my hand, that slender wrist was trembling slightly. I don't know if it was the tension of tonight or the lingering effects of that slap. Chen Yuan took out his phone and quickly located the nearest 5-star hotel, the Hilton. Then, with Nian Ning in tow, he sped away in the flashy Lamborghini. How did I think of my jump just now? The evening breeze gently brushed against Nian Ning's hair as she turned her head to look at Chen Yuan. Her beautiful eyes were filled with anticipation. She clearly wanted to hear him say a few words of praise. I didn't look carefully. Chen Yuan held the steering wheel with one hand and caressed her long, beautiful legs with the other. In a casual tone, he said, when we get back to the hotel, you can dance it again. I'll enjoy watching it. Nian Ning was both embarrassed and annoyed, and punched his shoulder with her small fist. No way. The car stopped in front of the Hilton Hotel, and the two walked into the lobby side by side. Give me a presidential suite. Chen Yuan walked straight to the front desk without any hesitation. Room key 888, the moment the door to the presidential suite was pushed open. Nian Ning was surprised. The space was so big that the two of them could play hide and seek. This is my first time staying in a hotel, and such a high-class one at that. Nian Ning muttered to herself. Chen Yuan took a walk around inside. This bathroom is even more spacious than his rented apartment. Not only does it have its own sauna, but it also has a separate hair washing room. His gaze finally settled on the enormous jacuzzi by the window, and Chen Yuan smiled with satisfaction. The night was long, and Chen Yuan wasn't in a hurry to move forward. As before, he helped Nian Ning review her lessons. The first step upon entering the room is called jichi in Japanese bubble baths. In the steamy bathtub, warm water enveloped the two of them. After taking a bath, Chen Yuan, wearing a soft bathrobe, comfortably lay on the bed and tested its elasticity. Wow, this hotel is really great, even the bed is so thoughtful. Your outfit is pretty cool. Chen Yuan squinted, his gaze brazenly scrutinizing Nian Ning. At Chen Yuan's request, she put back on the performance outfit she hadn't had time to change out of. The V neckline reveals glimpses of the neck, while the high-slit long skirt plunges to the thigh, exuding irresistible allure. Feeling a little shy under Chen Yuan's direct gaze. Who stares at someone like that? However, her tone didn't suggest she was angry. Chen Yuan glanced at the time. It was 8 p.m. After a long day of running around, I'm really tired. He gazed at Nian Ning's stunningly beautiful face, which was so close to his. He casually pushed a 10G gold bean from his system space into her palm. Here's what we'll do, you give me a good massage, and this is yours. Is this gold? Nian Ning held the gold bean in her hand with some surprise, a slight hesitation in her eyes. But I don't know how to give a massage. If you don't know how, you can learn it on the spot. Chen Yuan grinned wickedly and pulled up a long treasured video from his phone. A set of high-definition Japanese SPA massage tutorial videos. Alright then. I'll give it a try. Only a fool wouldn't take gold. Nian Ning immediately saved her gold coins and took the phone to look at them carefully. Chen Yuan lay sprawled out on the bed. Get ready to enjoy the attentive service from Nianing. Xiao AI, play the song Unfortunately, If Only. Nian Ning squatted down in front of Chen Yuan, just like he had done. She gently placed Chen Yuan's head on her lap. The fingertips still carried a faint fragrance from the shower. This is my first time giving a massage, so please don't blame me if it's not done well. Her slender fingers rested on Chen Yuan's temples, the warmth of her fingertips seeping through his hair. Gently knead the forehead, moving slowly to the top of the head and then to the back of the head. This is it. Chen Yuan squinted comfortably, letting Nian Ning operate as she had learned from the video. After relaxing your head, you can then soothe your shoulders and neck. Slowly move your palms down along both sides of the spine to the back. Then she guided Chen Yuan to turn over and lie flat on his back, his thighs, calves. After using it all, I felt incredibly refreshed. Chen Yuan turned to look at Nian Ning, whose forehead was already covered in fine beads of sweat. Before I knew it, my wise man's time had passed. Alright, now it's my turn to give you a massage. Chapter 24 I love you the most before checking out. Nian Ning was still immersed in the sense of accomplishment from the massage. The next second, suddenly the world spun around. Wait a minute. Her eyelashes trembled slightly as she bit her lower lip. She playfully pushed him away, but without any real force. The smooth short skirt stretched taut as her body straightened, outlining two full, rounded curves. Chen Yuan's gaze slid down her flushed cheeks, thoroughly enjoying the sight. Nian Ning's disheveled yet shy demeanor made Chen Yuan's heart race even faster. Ding! Congratulations! You have won 5 lottery tickets. Chen Yuan happily accepted the lottery ticket from the system. Nian Ning looked like a banana leaf after a spring rain, her eyes glistening with a rosy sheen. She nestled quietly in Chen Yuan's arms. With a flicker of her eyes, her brows and eyes have gained a unique charm. Looking at his handsome face, I was moved and hesitated for a long time before saying, Chen Yuan, do you love me? Love you. Without thinking, Chen Yuan casually replied, gently stroking her thigh with his hand as if enjoying the moment. Nian Ning stubbornly raised her face, her almond-shaped eyes filled with displeasure. I want you to say, I love you. Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow, paused, and a mischievous smile curled at the corner of his lips. Before checking out. I love you the most. Nian Ning turned away in a huff, burying her face in the pillow, secretly angry. Chen Yuan looked at Nian Ning's slightly trembling shoulders. The images of those who relentlessly pursued her kept flashing through my mind. To completely eliminate this inner demon, her arrogance must be utterly shattered. Chen Yuan knew that a husky could never become a wolf, and a sycophant could never reach the top. The reason I can hold Nian Ning in my arms tonight is not because of her charity. It's not her outstanding looks and wealth that's the problem. The humiliation of those years of groveling and fawning will be repaid with interest. The more Chen Yuan thought about it, the angrier he became. His eyes darkened, and he rolled over and covered her. The next day, at dawn, Nian Ning dragged her tired body. His face was pale. Chen Yuan breathed a long sigh of relief, and the pent-up frustration from the past finally dissipated. He then used the 5 glowing lottery tickets in his hand. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained a great item livestream tipping limit 1 million. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained an S-rank item, a detached villa in the Purple Crepe Myrtle Garden. Chen Yuan's eyes widened, and he almost jumped out of bed. S-level? Z-Way Garden. Isn't that the top-tier wealthy area in Taichung? A villa there can cost tens of millions. I was originally planning to save up to buy it, but now I've just withdrawn the money. He then glanced at his account balance, which had reached 3 million. 1 million yuan in live stream donations? He was stunned for a moment, wondering why he wanted this thing. Soon, his eyes cleared, and he began to calmly analyze the situation, tapping his fingers lightly on the edge of the bed. With the Succubus System at his fingertips, his looks and figure are already top-notch, so he's naturally never short of female admirers. But to truly subdue these S-class or even higher-ranking goddesses, a pretty face alone is not enough. You must have sufficient hard power. This $1 million tip is equivalent to giving myself another million. However, it was limited to the live streaming field. By live streaming, one can cast a wide net. It's easier to encounter S-class goddesses who meet the system's requirements. That face, that body, it's a waste not to use them to pick up girls. He rubbed his chin, thinking that since God had blessed him with such talent, he couldn't let it go to waste. Chen Yuan acted immediately, getting out of bed to pack up and move back to his rented apartment. As soon as I lifted the covers, I caught a glimpse of the spot where Nian Ning had slept. He raised an eyebrow and smiled with satisfaction. Chen Yuan drove his Lamborghini toward the old residential area. I'm moving soon, which means I'll be saying goodbye to Sister Ching. He thought he would buy some fruit for her on his way back. I'll take this opportunity to ask her if she can move in with me. The intersection not far from the entrance of Zhigua number 1. On the zebra crossing where the red light is on. The durian bag a girl was carrying suddenly burst open. The durian rolled right out of the bag and slid all the way to the middle of the road. The next second, the girl turned back. Oh no, this is terrible. Chen Yuan reacted quickly and slammed on the brakes. The tires screeched as they rubbed against the ground, leaving a long black trail in the asphalt. Fortunately, it only lightly grazed the still rolling durian. However, the car body continued to slide forward due to its enormous inertia. It stopped about 10 centimeters away from the girl. Chen Yuan immediately turned on his hazard lights, opened the car door, and rushed forward in 3 steps. Are you all right? He looked down at the girl who had been forced to the roadside railing. There was a faint red mark on the girl's ankle, but thankfully, it wasn't bleeding. As the girl slowly raised her head, their eyes met for a fleeting moment. Suddenly, the entire bustling street fell silent. Chen Yuan's breath hitched, and his heartbeat slowed down. What a beautiful girl, like a crumpled painting. Her jet black hair was coiled into a circle, and her figure was slender yet shapely. Her eyebrows resembled distant mountains shrouded in snow, and her slightly upturned eyes exuded a natural coolness. I'm fine. The girl spoke softly, her gaze falling on Chen Yuan's sports car, where the paint on the front had been scratched off. Your car. Chen Yuan's eyes flickered, and an idea immediately came to him. It's a brand new car, what do you think we should do about it? Chapter 25 The School Beauty's Embarrassing Moment. As he spoke, Chen Yuan's eye of insight swept over the girl. Name, Wenxin. Height, 170 centimeters. Age, 22. Weight, 55 kilograms. Appearance, 92 points, figure, 92 C points, rating, yes. Number of charges, 0, number of charges, 0. Mental state, slight worry hoping nothing will happen to disrupt my life. Cozy? Chen Yuan silently repeated the name in his mind. Suddenly, he remembered the campus bell from Taichung University that Nian Ning had mentioned. Could it be this girl in front of me? Her chestnut brown hair cascaded over her shoulders, her features were delicate as porcelain, and her aligned skirt was elegant and graceful. Chen Yuan praised her appearance and figure. No wonder she's topped the list of most beautiful girls at Taichung University for 4 consecutive years. Wenxin clearly had never experienced anything like this before. She looked up at the man in front of her. He was dressed in extraordinary clothes and had an imposing presence. The light shone on him, giving him an icy glow. She exudes an indescribable charm. Wenxin froze on the spot for a moment. I didn't mean to. The green light came on at the intersection, and pedestrians came and went, all looking over. In a city like Taichung, such a top-of-the-line supercar is even rarer than a Panda. Holy crap, a Lamborghini, someone exclaimed. Looks like an Aventador, right? It'll cost at least 10 million. Many people took out their phones and started taking pictures. Wenxin stood beside the car, looking at the small scratch on the front of the car, and her legs involuntarily went weak. She could clearly hear the whispers of the people around her. How much will it cost to repair this? At least 100,000. Oh dear, this will bankrupt them. So pitiful. This young girl probably can't afford to pay for it. However, a boy suddenly nudged the shoulder of the person next to him. Didn't you see how pretty this girl is? Beautiful? His companion scoffed dismissively. Do rich people like pretty girls? Do you think someone who drives this kind of car would be interested in someone from an ordinary class? You're kidding me. Wenxin was shocked to hear this, realizing she had made a huge mistake. A thought immediately popped into my head, run away as fast as I could. Unfortunately, the education she received from childhood made it impossible for her to take the first step. You have to take responsibility for your own mistakes. Wenxin leaned against the railing with her head down, saying nothing. She stood there quietly, her eyes fixed on the ground, waiting for the man to handle the situation. Chen Yuan smiled knowingly as he looked at Wen Xian's expression. This girl is really honest. Not bad. Chen Yuan's feelings for her grew stronger. It's too hot for us to just stay like this in the summer heat. Chen Yuan first took a quick photo of the sports car to preserve evidence of the accident. He picked up the fallen durian and handed it to the girl. Quickly drive the car to a shady spot where it won't obstruct traffic. I know you didn't mean it. I'll consider the cost of repairing the paint later. Upon hearing the man's reply, Wen Xian's cool eyes lit up slightly, but quickly dimmed again. I was just about to start my internship. It costs 3,000 yuan a month, not including food and lodging. The man waved his hand dismissively, implying that this was already good enough for him. Judging from his nonchalant expression, he didn't seem to care about the money. However, every little bit less loss is better than nothing. She nodded slightly and said softly, "Okay. I'll add you on WeChat first." The two exchanged WeChat contacts. Wenxin hesitated for a moment, then handed the durian forward. "Could you see if you can?" Her voice trailed off, and her eyes held a hint of trepidation. "This durian is quite expensive, how about compensation?" Chen Yuan took the durian and said to Wen Xian with a smile, "Don't worry, I'll send you the quote when it comes out, and I'll try my best to help you pay less." Wen Xian breathed a slight sigh of relief upon hearing Chen Yuan's words. Although she was unsure, the man in front of her looked to be about her age and didn't seem like a bad person. "I hope I won't screw myself over." Wenxin paused for a moment, then added, I'm about to start an internship, the salary isn't high, but I'll do my best." Chen Yuan's gaze involuntarily fell on Wen Xian's feet. "Is your foot all right?" The red marks on her fair and smooth feet were quite noticeable. They must have accidentally bumped into the guardrail. Wenxin followed his gaze and looked down, then hissed in surprise. She instinctively pulled her foot back. "Ah, it's nothing, I just bumped into something in my haste, it hurts a little." Chen Yuan frowned. "Don't move yet, let me take a look." "Really, no need." Wen Xian quickly waved her hand, her cheeks slightly flushed. "It's just a minor scratch, nothing serious." As she spoke, she suddenly staggered and fell to one side. Chen Yuan reacted quickly, stepping forward to support her. Without saying a word, he opened the passenger door and let her get in. "Don't be afraid, Wenxin." Chen Yuan spoke gently and knelt down in front of her like a gentleman. His gaze was level with her slightly reddened ankles. "Let me give you a quick checkup." Wenxin's brow furrowed slightly, almost unconsciously. "How do you know my name?" "I not only know your name, but I also know that you are the campus belle of Taichung University." Chen Yuan had already gently grasped Wenxin's calf. He carefully parted the hem of her skirt to examine the abrasions. Wenxin let out a soft gasp, her cheeks instantly flushing red, and she instinctively wanted to pull her foot back. "No. Don't do this." After hesitating for a moment, she loosened her grip slightly. "After all, it was my own carelessness that damaged the paint on that expensive sports car." Now it seemed the man had heard of her, and Wenxin tentatively asked, "Could it be that you are also a student at Taichung University?" Wenxin secretly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling somewhat fortunate. "If they are alumni and have heard of your reputation, I hope I won't be too hard on myself." Chen Yuan shook his head, his tone calm. "No, it's my sister at Taichung University." Oh, Wenxin nodded thoughtfully. "She is a senior in college and is preparing to start her internship." Thinking of this, she couldn't help but glance at Chen Yuan a few more times. It's great to have such a rich older brother. I bet he won't even have to worry about finding a job in the future. Looking at myself, even if I have the halo of being the most beautiful girl at Taichung University, what good is it? She smiled wryly as she thought about her job prospects as a literature major. Looking around, it seems that there are no more respectable options besides office clerk. 3,000 a month. This salary level isn't just a joke circulating online, it's a stark reality. Just as Wenxin was lost in thought, Chen Yuan gently supported her scraped foot with his long, slender fingers. I felt a warm touch coming from my feet. Ugh. Wen Xian trembled and tried to pull her foot back as if startled, but Chen Yuan held her firmly. Chen Yuan's large hand touched Wen Yuan's skin and immediately felt a cool sensation. In this hot weather, it is smooth and not sticky, just like the finest mutton fat jade, warm and delicate. For a moment, everyone felt a little tense. Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Remember to tell me. Chen Yuan casually pinched her ankle, using this as a way to change the subject. But the palm involuntarily slowed down its movements. Under the guise of checking the injury, I enjoyed the wonderful touch even more. Wenxin is not a naive and innocent girl. The man wasn't checking his injuries at all, he was clearly taking advantage of him. In the current situation, she is indeed in the wrong. Wenxin bit her lower lip, trying to comfort herself. If touching his leg can offset the car repair cost, then let him touch it for a while. Wen Xin glanced at Chen Yuan discreetly and saw that his expression was normal and his technique seemed professional. She felt both ashamed and helpless. With repair costs amounting to tens of thousands of yuan, where can I seek justice? As a college student earning only 3,000 yuan a month as an intern, I'll just have to swallow this bitter pill. Chen Yuan saw that she only struggled slightly but did not strongly resist. A meaningful smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of his mouth. So generous? Then I won't stand on ceremony. He felt a secret thrill, and his fingertips became increasingly restless. Since becoming a succubus, he is no longer the soft-hearted young man he once was. He was more clear-headed than anyone else when faced with desire. It would be foolish not to take advantage of a good deal. His gaze was fixed intently on Wen Xian's pair of fair and delicate feet. The delicate texture made him love it so much. Seeing this, Wen Xian cursed inwardly, pervert. She bit her lip in embarrassment and anger, wanting to immediately pull her foot back and stomp hard on Chen Yuan's face. On second thought, compared to the tens of thousands of dollars in repair costs, what is this small sacrifice? Anyway, his technique was quite gentle. Apart from feeling a little itchy and strange, it wasn't really uncomfortable. Wen Xian lowered her eyes, letting Chen Yuan play with her feet. A pair of smelly feet, let him be if he likes it. Chen Yuan saw Wen Xian turn her face away, her small mouth tightly pursed, looking like she was trying her best to endure. The restless desire in my heart suddenly surged up. This is a rare opportunity. Chen Yuan thought to himself, and unconsciously increased the pressure on his hands. His large hand traced a path up her calf, gently caressing her from her delicate calf to her thigh. Upon seeing a man, she was about to casually lift the thin fabric of her skirt. Wen Xin finally couldn't hold back any longer and let out a soft cry. Ouch! You're pinching me so hard. She curled up in embarrassment, tears welling up in her eyes. Cough cough. Chen Yuan reluctantly released Wen Yuan's jade-like feet. There shouldn't be any major problems. If any issues arise later, remember to contact me. Okay. Wen Xin hurriedly got out of the car as if she had been granted a pardon. Her heart was pounding and her cheeks were burning hot. The shameful scene from just now kept replaying in my mind. God knows what she just went through. This seemingly gentlemanly man actually touched her from her ankle all the way up to her thigh. Pervert. Wen Xian cursed in her mind again. All I wanted was to escape this place of trouble as quickly as possible. On the contrary, Chen Yuan was different from all the other car owners who had accidents. He squinted at Wen Yuan's retreating figure, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. I actually hope the repair cost will be as high as possible. Chapter 26. A job with a monthly salary of 8,000. Chen Yuan briefly inspected the front of the car and found that the paint was slightly damaged. He casually took a picture and sent it to the Lamborghini store manager to see how much the repairs would cost. The sports car drove back to the old residential area, and Chen Yuan immediately carried the durian upstairs. I knocked on the door for a long time but no one answered. Is Madame Su Wanqing not home? Could it be that she accompanied Xiao Xiao to her exam? Unfortunately, Chen Yuan was slightly disappointed. I had no choice but to tell my wife about the move via WeChat. Arriving at my small rented room, I recalled that sweaty night with Sister Ching. His lips unconsciously curled up into a smile. Every time I moved before, I was exhausted. This time, Chen Yuan chose to pay Lalamove. I casually gave my mentor a 500 yuan red envelope as a tip. The cook was so attentive, running around doing everything he could, that the height of the fourth floor seemed to completely disappear. In no time at all, everything was loaded onto the truck. Master, just follow my car, I'll lead the way. Chen Yuan gave instructions. All right, the master readily agreed. Following the navigation, Chen Yuan drove to the most prestigious affluent area in Taichung. Crepe Myrtle Garden. This area is filled with detached villas, each costing tens of millions of yuan. Ironically, he had been here before when he was a food delivery man. A generous customer tipped him 100 yuan, which made him happy all day. I never imagined that I would be able to live in a house here now. When the Lamborghini drove toward the gate of the Ziwei Garden, the license plate recognition system automatically allowed it to pass. The young security guard at the guard post immediately bowed and saluted. The Lalamove behind them was stopped. Chen Yuan thought of the bunch of random things he had drawn from the system before. He casually flipped through the pile and handed over one of the items, along with the other. Before the young security guard could react, the security captain immediately caught a whiff of the smell and jogged over. "Brothers, you've worked hard. It's so hot, let's share the smoke," Chen Yuan said considerately. "Okay, welcome homeowner." The security captain immediately put on his standard smile and hurriedly accepted the cigarette. The gate opened, and Lalamov was able to pass through smoothly. Only after watching the vehicle drive away did he excitedly begin to dismantle it. The Ziwei Garden has more than 100 villas and an amazing greening rate. As the vehicles drove past the fountain in the center, water droplets sprayed everywhere. Chen Yuan immediately noticed the outdoor swimming pool and gym, which were fully equipped. It's clear that a lot of thought and effort was put into the construction of this place. Finally, Chen Yuan stopped the car in front of villa number 88. "This is it." Chen Yuan stood in front of the villa, a smile unconsciously creeping onto his lips. "The detached villa in front of us is exceptionally grand. The spacious 30-square-meter garage in front of the door is a pleasant surprise, with enough room for 3 cars." His gaze crossed the driveway and landed on the nearly 50-square-meter green lawn. The lawn was meticulously manicured and decorated with carefully arranged landscape lights. "Wow, what a show of power." Chen Yuan took a deep breath. The air seemed to be filled with the aura of a successful person. "Let's have a roast lamb chop feast here tonight." He was thinking about inviting his sister and Xingxing over for a get-together. Let them see what their brother is capable of. After all the trouble, everything was finally settled. Chen Yuanchang was walking around the villa when he was surprised to find that there was a room for the housekeeper. He thought about it and realized it made sense now that they lived in a villa. It was normal to hire a housekeeper. Should I hire a housekeeper too? Just then, my phone suddenly vibrated. Chen Yuan looked and saw that the Lamborghini store manager had sent him the price list. Repair cost, 128,000. Wow, sports cars really don't rip off poor people. It costs so much for such a small mark that's less than 10 centimeters long. Chen Yuan, who had just been thinking that the more expensive the repair cost, the better, was now amused by his own anger. He chuckled and forwarded the repair quote to Wenxin. Wenxin sat on her small bed in the dormitory, hugging her knees. I listened with a sullen expression as my roommates enthusiastically discussed their work arrangements. My family has already made arrangements for me. The girl, dressed in designer clothes, said smugly. The job at the sub-district office pays 5,000 yuan a month, works from 9 to 5, has weekends off, and contributes the maximum amount to the Housing Provident Fund. A collective gasp of envy immediately filled the dormitory. A girl couldn't help but sigh. Wow, this is amazing. My dad pulled strings for ages before finally getting me a clerical job with a monthly salary of 5,000. Only at this moment did Wenxin truly understand. It turns out that the campus is just a group of people from different social classes forced together. When it came time to look for a job, everyone had to use their unique skills and abilities. A girl with exquisite makeup suddenly approached Xin. He asked in a low voice, only loud enough for the two of them to hear. Xin, are you sure you don't want to go to that modeling agency from yesterday? Xin's expression darkened slightly upon hearing this. My experience with that so-called print modeling agency yesterday is back in my mind. The high salary of 8,000 yuan offered by the other party was indeed tempting. When the greasy-faced middle-aged man asked her to take sexy lingerie photos, she refused firmly and turned to leave. I'd better not go. When Xin shook her head, her tone firm. Seeing that everyone else's job is better than the last. The sophisticated girl, however, was secretly eager to try. Let them take the pictures, it won't hurt you. Money is the most important thing. The refined life at school these days has gradually made the girl develop a habit of high consumption. I didn't learn anything during my 4 years of university, but I did accumulate tens of thousands of yuan in debt. She eats several durians a week, and even asked Wenxin to bring one back for her. We agreed to be colleagues. Are you sure you don't want to go? I don't want to, you can go if you want. Wenxin is not a girl who spends a lot of money. She only does what she can. No sooner had I finished speaking than a WeChat message came through. She opened it and saw a picture. The moment I double-clicked to zoom in, I almost fainted. What kind of car was that man driving outside the school? A mere scratch on the paint costs 128,000. She felt incredibly anxious and left the dormitory alone. He immediately called Chen Yuan. Hello? I saw the picture. Can you give me a discount? Wenxin racked her brains and thought. I have a classmate who studies art. I'll have her draw one for you. What do you think? Chen Yuan listened quietly to Wen Xian's words, finding them somewhat amusing. He thought for a moment, then spoke softly. Since you've been so nice, I'll cover the bulk of it. You just need to contribute 28,000. 28,000. Wenxin did the math and realized that with her internship salary of 3,000 yuan a month, if I get a permanent position and earn 5,000 a month, after deducting expenses, it's questionable whether I can pay off the debt in a year. She immediately became a little nervous and said, Can't it be any less? Let me think about it. Chen Yuan suddenly realized that he seemed to be missing a live-in housekeeper. He smiled and coughed lightly. I have a job here, 8,000 a month, room and board included. If you're interested, you can come and give it a try. A warm and welcoming light appeared before my eyes. However, remembering her previous experience, she tentatively asked, Is it a legitimate job? Chapter 27 Your Highness, I retreat. The job is a legitimate job, it just depends on whether you take it seriously or not. Chen Yuan said in a slightly teasing tone. The warmth on the other end of the phone, listening to his smiling voice. The image of the man involuntarily surfaced in my mind. She was about the same age as me, and possessed an ethereal and otherworldly air about her. He drives a luxury car worth tens of millions. The man's words stirred something within Wenxin. Both earn 8,000 yuan a month. Wen Xian was more inclined to side with Chen Yuan. Compared to that middle-aged man in the modeling agency with greasy eyes and frivolous words, Chen Yuan at least appears to be quite respectable, so perhaps I can accept him? Can I think about it? Wenxin hesitated for a moment and did not agree immediately. Sure, if you've made up your mind, come for an interview. Chen Yuan replied in a relaxed tone. I sent them the address of the Crepe Myrtle Garden. $8,000 to hire a college beauty as a live-in nanny? Chen Yuan himself found it somewhat unbelievable, but reality is often just that magical. With enough money, even the most beautiful girls and goddesses have to bow down to me. He casually tidied up all the empty rooms. This detached villa is worth at least 10 million on the market. Fully furnished, move in right away. The total area is 400 square meters, with 5 bedrooms, 3 living rooms and 4 bathrooms. It has a 2.5-story structure with courtyards in the front and back. Chen Yuan chose a south-facing master bedroom on the second floor, which connected to a large terrace with a beautiful view. Sunlight streamed in, making the air feel exceptionally clear. I wonder if Wenxin will come. Was 8,000 yuan too little? As Chen Yuan lay back in the leather sofa, he comfortably opened Douyin TikTok. To be honest, there are 3 million in the account. If you really asked him to spend 1 million yuan on gifts in the livestream, he really wouldn't be willing to do it. In this light, the 1 million yuan in live streaming donations came at just the right time. I can finally treat myself to something luxurious. As soon as Chen Yuan opened Douyin, a notification popped up at the top of the screen. The streamer you follow, Lemon Isn't Cute, is now live. He paused for a moment, then a slight smile appeared on his lips. He found this female live streamer when he was bored while delivering food. If you count the time, it's been almost a year already. I didn't have any rice in my pocket at the time. The coins aren't used for coin redemption, the main focus is on providing companionship. Chen Yuan was deeply impressed by this young live streamer. She's a borderline streamer, walking the line between the extremes and the limits of the platform's rules. I don't know how many times I've been reported or how many times I've been banned. She always comes back after the lockdown is lifted to continue cleaning and broadcasting. Once, I saw that she had wiped it particularly excessively. The comment section was a mess, with all sorts of offensive and offensive comments flying around. Chen Yuan, as if possessed, posted a comment. When you're trying to skirt the line, have you ever thought about when you were a little girl wearing a white princess dress and asking your dad if you were pretty? Stop trying, you deserve to be loved. Unexpectedly, Lemon Isn't Cute actually replied to him. If we don't wipe it, we won't make money. If we don't make money, grandma's illness can't be cured. A simple sentence left Chen Yuan staring at the screen in silence for a long time. In this world, what is absolute right or wrong? He was just a food delivery man riding an electric bike, shuttling through the city streets and alleys. Lemon Is Not Cute is just an obscure, low-tier streamer who tries to grab attention by skirting the edges of social media. There are usually only a dozen or so people in the livestream, and sometimes there are only single digits. Lemon Isn't Cute earns a little bit of gifts and tips by skirting the edges and in the cracks. She has to pay rent, eat, and save money for her grandmother's medical treatment. Two people struggling at the bottom of society. One delivers food, the other does borderline live streaming. We met in the vast sea of people and warmed each other through screens on countless nights. After that, Chen Yuan started enjoying watching her live streams. Even if she just sings a couple of lines or chats about everyday life, he will listen quietly. Sometimes when she was feeling down, he would stay by her side. Sometimes when she was maliciously slandered, he would stand up for her. There was no interest or scheming between them, only the purest companionship. During that period, Chen Yuan always loved to boast. When I make money in the future, I'll definitely buy you tons and tons of carnivals. Let you experience what it's like to have someone backing you up and to be a top live streamer. Chen Yuan spoke with a hint of youthful arrogance, but his heart was inexplicably serious. Lemon wasn't cute. She would just smile and reply to him each time. Okay, then I'll be waiting for you. Even the most beautiful companionship cannot withstand the heavy pressure of reality. Chen Yuan looked at his bank balance. Looking at the wealthy men in her live stream, they ultimately fell silent. One evening, Chen Yuan entered her live stream room as usual. Xiaomeng was still the same as always, smiling and interacting with several people. She occasionally sings a couple of lines, but her movements are still very cautious, even when they're close to the edge. Chen Yuan didn't speak, but just watched silently for a while. With a whoosh, a rocket crashed into the live stream. The screen lit up instantly, and the live chat exploded with comments. Xiaomeng's expression clearly froze for a moment, and her tone was filled with surprise. Wow, why is Brother Yuan suddenly being so generous today? Chen Yuan didn't reply, but simply typed a line. Your Highness, I shall take my leave. Then he abruptly left the live stream and never appeared again. The two didn't even add each other on WeChat or leave any contact information. After so long, Chen Yuan never expected that she would still be live streaming and still trying to push the boundaries. She appeared more mature in the photos than I remembered, with more refined makeup and more practiced movements. Only he, a longtime viewer, knew this. Xiaomeng even borrowed her friend's ID card to start her live stream. At that time, she didn't even meet the platform's adult threshold. Yet, he managed to carve out a place for himself in this industry. Now, a year has passed. Time really flies. Chen Yuan looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure on the screen and felt a pang of sadness. She should be 18 years old this year, right? Finally, I don't need to borrow someone else's ID to start broadcasting anymore. The Lemon Isn't Cute livestream now has over 100 viewers. A petite woman, dressed up in cosplay, exuding pure allure. If you don't come in soon, someone else will. Chen Yuan stared at the enticing notification to start a live stream and clicked on it. My heart turns to the moon. Enter the live stream room. Family members, if we get 5,000 likes, how about I dance for you all? Lemon Isn't Cute smiled sweetly at the camera as usual. Her tone was coquettish, with just the right amount of teasing. She wore her hair in cute pigtails today, and her makeup was impeccably done. She was wearing a tight-fitting black leather jacket that accentuated her petite yet curvaceous figure. The snow-white skin peeking out from under the leather jacket was simply captivating under the light. She would occasionally bend over, twist her hips, and sway in front of the camera. Every movement was carefully designed. It is neither overly revealing, but it subtly attracts the audience's attention and desire to tip. The barrage of comments kept flooding in, and the comments section was completely overrun. How much is it per night? How do I add the streamer on WeChat? The streamer is so small, how come the sun is so big? Is that for real? I want to see the back swaying. And I want to see the little feet too. Just then, Lemon Not Cute's eyes lit up. Ha! My heart yearns for the moon. That's a familiar ID. She could hardly remember anymore, so she quickly clicked into Chen Yuan's personal profile. Chen Yuan's homepage was unusually clean, containing only one video. Amidst the misty rain, he took off his delivery uniform, his back to him, standing quietly on the street, creating a captivating atmosphere. Xiaomeng looked at the video she had liked and saved. Startled, I quickly opened the comments section and was surprised to find my own comment there. For the rest of my life, may I enjoy the gentle breeze and the long road ahead. Every step I take is like a gentle breeze, but you are no longer here, no longer here. It's him? That person who accompanied me through my lowest point. That man who left without saying a word again? Chen Yuan stared at the screen, his gaze lingering on Xiao Meng for a few more seconds. It's been a year, and this girl has changed so much. Her physical development is truly amazing. With her curvaceous figure, accentuated by a deliberately tailored black leather jacket, she was stunning. It perfectly accentuated her already excellent body proportions. What do girls eat to grow up like this? They have such amazing figures. He tried using the eye of insight, and to his surprise, it actually worked. Xiao Meng's information instantly appeared before my eyes. Name, Li Xiaomeng. Height, 158 centimeters. Age, 18. Weight, 48 kilograms. Appearance, 90 points, figure, 92 C points, overall rating, S. Number of charging cycles, 0, number of charging attempts, 0. Current state, calm, resigned, perhaps it's fate, accepting it as it is. Character's psychology, as long as their bottom line and principles are not crossed, they will stop at nothing to make money. Goodness, her appearance and figure are simply stunning. No wonder the viewers in the live stream didn't believe it. What surprised Chen Yuan the most was that he hadn't expected Xiao Meng to still retain her innocence. It's really rare for a female streamer who skirts the edge of the rules. The little girl who kept him company in the dead of night may never have truly changed. She was simply pushed into this position by life. Chen Yuan's eyes unconsciously softened. Welcome to the live stream, my heart turns to the moon, brother. A sweet, soft voice suddenly came from the live stream. Xiao Meng leaned closer to the camera, her eyebrows curved, and a shallow dimple appeared at the corner of her lips. She smiled sweetly, waved at the camera, and spoke in a soft, obedient tone. Sachet bureta na. The audience below looked completely bewildered. Is it necessary for someone whose livestream room level is only LV5 to do this? Chapter 28 returning as the number 1. LV10 level 8 Gale, is that all? A LV5 alt account doesn't even deserve a separate welcome? LV15 Extraordinary Life, hey streamer, why aren't you welcoming me? Level 10, level 8 Gale, doesn't seeing a handsome guy make you want to climax on the spot? Ha ha ha. LV28 is a lullicon, get lost. I've spent over 1,000 yuan on this and haven't even added you on WeChat. Who do you think you are? LV5 my heart turns to the moon, do you still remember me? Little Meng. They seemed to be waiting for Chen Yuan's answer. Xiao Meng leaned closer to the camera, blinked her big eyes, and smiled. Of course. You're finally back. You must have suffered a lot out there. Chen Yuan suddenly felt a pang of tenderness in his heart. The first person she thought of was herself. It's often said that female anchors lack genuine feelings, but that's entirely subjective. He couldn't help but wonder what it was like before, when he had no money. Was my decisive decision to give up the right thing to do? Now, I own a luxury car and a villa, have 3 million in savings, and have 1 million in tips. I'm full of confidence. LV5 my heart turns to the moon, is grandma feeling any better? Upon seeing Chen Yuan's reply, Xiao Meng lowered her head and peeked out of the camera's view. After a long while, she returned to the screen, her eyes slightly red, as if she were feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Grandma has been gone for a long time. Chen Yuan was taken aback, and unconsciously felt sorry for the little girl in front of him. LV10 level 8 Gale, let's chat about level 8, hurry up and dance. Let me see your little butt. LV15 Extraordinary Life, I got 5,000 likes, all from me. LV28 is a lullicon, hurry up and dance, I can't hold it in anymore, I'm about to come out. Wait a minute, guys, let me find some music and get ready. Upon seeing these comments, Xiao Meng quickly put on a forced smile. Soon, Xiao Meng started dancing to the music, her little mouth murmuring. Beep beep, accident-prone area ahead, please fasten your seatbelts. Ready? Let's go. The dragon roared, howl. Little windmill, big west, aba ababa. Big tiger, little axe, howl 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 howl. Xiao Meng alternately ran her hands across her neck. Black twin tails swayed as she danced. Her left leg was raised high, and a glimpse of her fair skin flashed by at the slit. He lightly tapped his lips with his right index finger to make a shushing gesture, and the live chat exploded with comments. LV15 Extraordinary Life, ah. Slow down, baby. LV28 is a lullicon, phew, it's over. I think it was just so-so. LV10 level 8 Gale, turn around, look at your back, look at your back, look at your back. Xiao Meng gently unzipped the back of her leather jacket halfway down, revealing her beautiful shoulder blades. As she turned around, the hem of her leather jacket billowed up, revealing the lace trim that was barely visible at the edge of her safety shorts. The bells on the anklet jingled softly with each movement. Finally, the closing action ended with him kneeling in front of the camera. She stroked her thigh with one hand and used the other to brush back some of her loose black hair. After the dance ended, the live stream suddenly fell silent for a moment. Xiaomeng's face was rosy, and she was breathing slightly out of breath. Her chest rose and fell gently with her breathing, making her breasts even more prominent under the leather jacket. She recovered in no time. A sweet smile immediately appeared on her face, making her look pure and lovely. Thank you, LV8, for the lollipop. Thank you, LV12, for the roses. Wow. Thank you, LV28 as a lolicon, for the confession balloon. Chen Yuan stared in disbelief at the screen. This unorthodox approach is just different from the regular army. He had seen Nian Ning dance as a professional dance student. Xiaomeng's movements and techniques may not be that precise. However, compared to her captivating charm with her swaying hips and alluring movements, Nian Ning is far inferior. It is true that there is a sequence to learning, and each profession has its own expertise. Excellent work, deserves a reward. Chen Yuan chuckled softly and tapped the screen lightly with his fingertip. He delivered on his boast without hesitation. LV5 My heart turns to the moon sent out Carnival X1. When the carnival's special effects burst onto the screen. In an instant, the entire live stream room exploded. LV15 Extravagant Life, holy crap? Who sent a carnival? So extravagant? LV10 Level 8 Gale, seriously, 3,000 yuan each. LV28 is a lolicon, who was just mocking you. Doesn't your face hurt? Then, another 20 carnivals came crashing down without warning. LV26 My heart turns to the moon sent out Carnival X1. LV29 My heart turns to the moon sent out Carnival X1. LV38 My heart turns to the moon sent out Carnival X1. Chen Yuan's hands were getting sore from typing. Now that feels good, my live stream level has jumped to level 38. Looking at it, there's still 940,000 yuan left in the live stream donation amount. You can't spend it all, you really can't spend it all. Xiaomeng's beautiful eyes widened, completely bewildered. Looking at that familiar ID, LV38 My heart turns to the moon. I leveled up from LV5 to LV38 in one go. That man has finally made a triumphant return. Xiaomeng took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. She bowed deeply to the camera. Thank you. Brother Yuan. The guy who was just mocking Chen Yuan for being LV5 was now completely dumbfounded. LV10 Level 8 Gale at My heart turns to the moon, you're awesome. Chen Yuan typed domineeringly in the live stream. LV38 My heart turns to the moon, ending the broadcast, taking a break. Seeing this, Xiaomeng nodded obediently. Okay, everyone, get some rest. That's all for today's broadcast. LV10 Level 8 Gale, no way, I'll pay for the rest of the content, okay? LV15 Extraordinary Life, sigh, I hate that I'm not the number one on the leaderboard. LV28 is a lolicon, Xiaomeng is different from other female streamers, no, she definitely isn't. The live stream ended the next second. They never imagined that Xiaomeng, who never gives out WeChat, would do this. They proactively sent a private message to Chen Yuan's Douyin account. I miss you so much, add me on WeChat, xxxxxx. You absolutely have to add it, or I'll get angry, humph. Chen Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. This is nothing, there's still a 940,000 yuan reward limit. Xiaomeng is determined to be the number one fan. In the past, I thought that as long as I let go, I wouldn't be afraid of losing it. Now that we have the strength, we will never let Xiaomeng suffer any injustice again. Chen Yuan quickly added the WeChat account that Xiaomeng had given him. Suddenly, my phone vibrated. Chen Yuan looked and saw that it was a warm WeChat video call coming in. Chen Yuan's lips curled up slightly. He slowly stood up and casually straightened his collar. The campus bell from National Taiwan University, I wonder if she'd be up to the task. Chapter 29 The live-in nanny is the school beauty. I've reached the entrance, but the security guards here won't let outsiders in. A warm voice came from the phone, tinged with a hint of helplessness. Chen Yuan frowned and said in a deep voice, "Give the phone to the security guard." The security guard took the phone and saw a familiar face in the video call. Isn't this the man who just moved in this afternoon? The security guard's expression changed slightly, and he quickly nodded and bowed. "Oh, it's you." The security guard waved to Xin, his attitude suddenly changing completely. All right, you can go in now." Xin dressed up carefully for her afternoon interview. She styled her hair in a bun and wore a light and natural makeup look, making her appear simple and elegant. She wore a light-colored fitted shirt tucked into a high-waisted short-aligned skirt, paired with loafers. Half of it carries the clean and lively spirit of student days. It also exudes the competence and intellect of an urban white-collar worker. A young security guard in his post. When have I ever seen such fine chaff? Staring at Wen Nuan's retreating figure, he silently swallowed. She secretly envied Chen Yuan, thinking, she's so beautiful. It must be so nice to live the life of a rich person. According to the location sent by Chen Yuan, Xin arrived at the impressive gate of Villa number 88 and pressed the doorbell. Looking at the exquisite flowers and plants in the front yard, she breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a little more at ease, and murmured to herself. So that's where he lives. No wonder he can afford such an expensive sports car. Chen Yuan stood on the second-floor terrace and waved to her. The two entered the spacious and bright living room. Xin carefully placed the bag next to the coffee table and gracefully sat down on the sofa opposite him. What exactly does the job you mentioned earlier involve? Do you see this villa? Chen Yuan casually picked up the teacup and took a sip. I just moved here and need a live-in housekeeper to take care of my daily needs. I see. Xin nodded thoughtfully. Is the live-in nanny you mentioned going to live here? That's right, Chen Yuan pointed to a room on the first floor. Although it's a maid's room, it has everything you need, and it shouldn't be any worse than your 4-person dorm room. Faced with the temptation of Chen Yuan's high salary. Monthly salary of 8,000 yuan, meals and accommodation included. Xin couldn't help but think about it seriously. Not far away, I could smell the fresh and pleasant fragrance of Xin's perfume. Chen Yuan, who had just finished moving, felt sticky with sweat. He planned to take a shower first, and give Xin some time to decide. Then take your time thinking about it. I'm going to take a shower. Chen Yuan carried his change of clothes and turned to walk into the bathroom on the first floor. Xin blushed slightly, secretly glanced at the closed bathroom door, and sat quietly on the sofa. She became a live-in nanny for a young man. Thinking about it carefully, apart from this less than honorable aspect, the other conditions are quite tempting. Chen Yuan lived alone in the entire villa, and her daily job was simply to take good care of him. I'll take this job while I'm still looking for something better. I don't have to pay Social Security, and I can keep my status as a recent graduate. If I find a better job in the future, I can leave at any time. Thinking this way, the scales in Xin's heart gradually tipped. After hesitating for a while, she made a decision in secret. A soft rustling sound came from the bathroom. He must have finished showering. Just as Xin was about to agree, the bathroom door was pushed open. Then they saw Chen Yuan walking out of the bathroom wearing shorts. A bare upper body, firm chest muscles, defined abs, water droplets trickling down his skin. The warm gaze froze instantly. Her snow-white neck instantly flushed crimson. Why aren't you wearing any clothes? Xin hurriedly turned her head, her voice incoherent. Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly. This is my home, do I need to wear clothes? As he spoke, Chen Yuan casually threw his clothes and underwear into the laundry tub. He clapped his hands and asked, have you thought it through? Xin nodded warmly. I've thought it over. When do I start work? No rush, let's wash this basin of clothes first. Chen Yuan gently kicked the laundry tub at his feet towards Xin, adding with a mischievous grin. By the way, these are all big brands, remember to hand wash them. Xin was slightly taken aback. Looking at the pair of shorts draped over the top of the basin, my cheeks instantly burned. She silently complained to herself. This guy is so shameless. How could he have the nerve to put his underwear in such an obvious place? Then she remembered the high salary of 8,000 yuan offered by Chen Yuan. Xin bit her lower lip and silently took a deep breath. Fine, for the sake of money. I'll put up with it. She blushed and walked forward, carrying the laundry tub. Like a wronged and aggrieved daughter-in-law, she walked into the laundry room next door. The sound of rushing water filled the laundry room. Xin officially began her first job. Chen Yuan's clothes in the laundry tub exuded a strong masculine scent. It has a unique smell, a mixture of shower gel and sweat. Wenxin carefully pinched the top of her underwear with her hand, and couldn't help but wrinkle her delicate nose. Chen Yuan's underwear was an old relic, weathered by time. Not only were there snags, but there were also some small holes. This made Wen Xin feel a little overwhelmed. She looked at the tattered underwear in her hand, feeling both annoyed and amused. What's the difference between this and putting the car in neutral? She muttered to herself, but her hands kept moving. After filling the container with water, I poured in the laundry detergent. Her slender, fair hands began to rub together. Listening to the rushing water and scrubbing sounds coming from the laundry room, Chen Yuan stood up and walked to the door of the laundry room. He stood with his arms crossed, leaning against the door, looking down at the warm and busy figure. Wenxin noticed that Chen Yuan was standing right behind her. Her shoulders visibly stiffened, but she didn't say anything. She scrubbed the clothes even harder, afraid that she might not have done something right. I'm done washing. Wenxin wrung out the clothes and put them back in the basin, making a muffled sound. Okay, hang it on the south-facing terrace on the second floor for me. Chen Yuan nodded in satisfaction, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his face as he looked at Wen Xian's hardworking and dutiful demeanor. He paused, then announced in a relaxed tone. Congratulations on passing the interview. You can start work tomorrow. Hearing Chen Yuan's words, Wen Xian's depressed mood immediately brightened. Finally, I have a job. I'll take it for now, anyway, it's not like I'll be doing this for the rest of my life. She thought to herself with delight, and even her steps became lighter. After hanging up the clothes, Chen Yuan led Wen Xin to the live and nanny's room. It's next to the laundry room, below the spiral staircase in the living room, and next to the storage room. The room wasn't big, but it was small yet complete, with everything you needed. As soon as I opened the window, a breath of fresh air rushed in. Outside the window is the view of the villa's backyard garden, and in the distance, a small lawn and ornamental trees can be seen. Chen Yuan stood in the center of the room and looked around. Do you think it's all right? It's much better than the dormitories at our school. Wenxin's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Okay, then move in with me tomorrow. Hearing Chen Yuan's words, Wen Xin blushed and softly hummed in agreement. Chapter 30 The Backyard Lamb Chop Feast begins. Chen Yuan glanced at the time. It was 6 o'clock in the afternoon. My sister and Xingxing should be free from class. He plans to hire a roast lamb chef to come to his house to celebrate his new home. Stay for dinner tonight before you go back. Wen Xin was taken aback by Chen Yuan's invitation. He thought to himself, it seems he's not so difficult to get along with after all. After all, he'll be my boss from now on. She hesitated for a moment, then agreed. I only found out when I contacted her that my sister had a club activity that evening and couldn't come. Although Xingxing felt a little embarrassed to be alone, she did not refuse him. It's more lively with more people, even if few people can't finish it. Chen Yuan thought for a moment and then called Nian Ning. Are you free tonight? Nian Ning was surprised that Chen Yuan would call her, and her heart suddenly felt warm. After all, he was the first man in her life. But as soon as she heard that, she knew that Chen Yuan definitely had no good intentions. After his torment that day, I even had to skip my dance class. What do you want? I bought a villa, and we're having a roast lamb feast tonight. Come join us. Really? I'll have to take a closer look. Upon hearing Chen Yuan's words, Nian Ning's eyes immediately lit up, and she agreed without hesitation. I'm coming right now. Chen Yuan waved his hand and spent tens of thousands of yuan. We invited the most famous roast lamb chef in Taichung. In a short while, the technician arrived at the villa in a flurry of activity with all the equipment. Chen Yuan led his master through the garden to the backyard. Grill it here, chef. All right. The chef set up the grill and expertly adjusted the charcoal temperature. Don't worry, these are Inner Mongolian grassland sheep that were airlifted here today. They are freshly slaughtered and guaranteed to be tender and juicy. He lifted the lid of the insulated box, revealing a whole, processed lamb. Would you like to take a look? Chen Yuan bent down to check the freshness of the mutton. He lightly pressed his fingertips against the lamb leg. The meat was firm and elastic. He nodded in satisfaction. Let's begin. Outside the crepe myrtle garden, Nian Ning changed into a JK sailor uniform and rushed over. Her delicate, snow-white skin was faintly visible beneath the pleated skirt. Without Chen Yuan saying anything, she actually put on white stockings on her own initiative. Nian Ning twirled around, her skirt billowing, revealing her straight and shapely calves. The ankles, encased in white silk, were slender and delicate. How is it? Does it look good? Chen Yuan smiled knowingly, turned around, and led the way. The two strolled along the wide, tree-lined path in the crepe myrtle garden. Night gradually fell. The retro streetlights dotting the surrounding lawns lit up, exuding exquisite luxury everywhere. Is this the crepe myrtle garden? Nian Ning unconsciously softened her voice. As a local who grew up in Taichung, she knows all too well the significance of this area. The property prices in Ziwei Garden have always remained high in Taichung. A set would cost at least 10 million. The man in front of me bought a villa with such nonchalance. She secretly glanced at Chen Yuan's profile. The moonlight outlined his perfect features. Chen Yuan's charm in her eyes had reached an extreme. Handsome and rich, definitely the type who's desperate to get married. The two met again after they had already had that kind of relationship. Nian Ning quickened her pace, naturally taking Chen Yuan's arm and gently pressing her body against him. As if he had thought of something, a vague sense of unease crept into his mind. Nian Ning frowned. There can't be anyone else here. Chen Yuan wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Of course, could the two of us finish such a huge whole roasted lamb? Why can't you finish it? Have you forgotten about Xin Lu's last time? Nian Ning stopped halfway through her sentence, lowered her head, and bit her lip. The man in front of her had indeed had an intimate relationship with her, but he had never made her any promises. In front of Villa number 88. A beautiful figure appeared, illuminated by the dim streetlights. A warm and caring senior? Nian Ning was greatly alarmed. What? The most beautiful girl from National Taiwan University is here? When did Chen Yuan manage to win over all the school beauties? Her gaze darted back and forth between Chen Yuan and Xin, you too? Wenqin also recognized the girl in the JK uniform as the most beautiful girl in the dance department. His gaze fell on their naturally clasped hands, and he immediately understood 7 or 8 parts of the situation. Unexpectedly, Chen Yuan's girlfriend was Nian Ning. Let's go inside and talk about it slowly. Chen Yuan said casually. In the backyard, the aroma of roasted lamb grew stronger, and the fat dripped onto the charcoal fire, sizzling loudly. The group sat together, chatting as they waited for the meal to begin. Nian Ning was surprised to find that the school beauty, Xin, was actually working as Chen Yuan's nanny. Her first reaction was one of trepidation. These two are together every day, something's bound to happen. She became increasingly uneasy and secretly observed the interaction between Chen Yuan and Xin. Although the two seemed normal, Nian Ning always felt that there was an inexplicable ambiguity between them. Nian Ning secretly made up her mind. Tonight, I must firmly capture Chen Yuan's heart. She noticed that Chen Yuan's eyes would occasionally glance at her legs. Luckily, I specially wore white stockings and a JK uniform today. This was absolutely the right choice. Wenqin felt a little strange under Nian Ning's ambiguous gaze. I'm just a live-in nanny, not, well, you know. Why does it seem like I'm submitting myself to Chen Yuan? When are we going to eat? It smells so good, I'm starving. Smelling the aroma of meat, Nian Ning couldn't help but ask. Wenqin, why don't you take that durian out of the fridge and eat it with us? Chen Yuan thought of the durian from earlier that day and mentioned it briefly. Wenqin readily agreed and got up to get it. Chen Yuan checked the time. So much time had passed, why hadn't Qingqing arrived yet? He went to the entrance of the crepe myrtle garden with a sense of unease. Just as I was about to make a phone call, a taxi stopped. Qingqing leaned out and immediately saw Chen Yuan at the door. Brother Chen Yuan. She came running over with a smile, her full chest trembling slightly beneath her white short-sleeved shirt. Under the cover of night, it is clearly even more alluring. It's not because it's so revealing, but rather because it's so well covered up, that it makes people's imaginations run wild. Chen Yuan was held captive for 3 seconds before slowly pulling his gaze away. It's good that you've arrived. I thought you had gotten lost. Chen Yuan nervously held Qingqing's soft, moist hand. Qingqing paused slightly. Her little hand was held in Chen Yuan's palm, and she immediately felt a warmth. It feels so wonderful to be cared for and loved. It's okay, brother Chen Yuan. It's rush hour, and there's been a traffic jam. She subtly enjoyed the moment, then obediently began to explain. Besides, I'm not a child anymore. Chen Yuan was finally relieved. Along the way, Qingqing looked around. Looking at the villas we passed by, I couldn't help but marvel. It's so beautiful. Chen Yuan smiled and squeezed Qingqing's little hand. Later, after you and Jin graduate, your brother will buy you another house. Real. Of course, when has your brother ever lied to you? Mum. The two walked side by side to the backyard, just as the lamb chops chef finished his work. A rich aroma wafted over. The roasted lamb has a golden brown, crispy skin that is glossy and has a full 108 knife marks on it. The lamb chops are roasted until the skin is crispy and fragrant. When you cut into them, they are tender and juicy, making them look incredibly appetizing. It is also served with onions, carrots, potato chunks, and broccoli. Add a secret dipping sauce made with Xinjiang specialties, and pair it with a few bottles of mellow dry red wine. The cool liquor slid down my throat, mingling with the savory flavor of the lamb in my mouth. This tastes absolutely amazing. Nian Ning and Qingqing had met before, so they weren't too reserved and sat down together. They enjoyed the delicious roasted lamb chops with great relish, chatting and laughing as they went. These lamb chops are so delicious. Nian Ning's mouth was stuffed full, and she mumbled a praise. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, not dry at all. Qingqing smiled and nodded, yes, yes. On the other side, Chen Yuan and Wen Xian sat opposite each other. She was gentle and graceful, taking small bites of the side dishes on her plate with proper manners. She occasionally glanced up at the two people opposite her. With a faint smile on her lips, she quietly enjoyed her dinner. Qingqing stared at Wen Xin beside Chen Yuan. Looking at her exquisitely beautiful face, I couldn't help but be amazed. Nian Ning put her arm around Qingqing's shoulder and took the initiative to introduce them. Qingqing, you don't know who she is, do you? She's the famous campus belle, Wen Xin. The #1 campus belle at National Taiwan University for 4 consecutive years. Isn't she beautiful? Wen Xin was caught off guard by Nianning's actions and blushed slightly. That's an exaggeration. I'm just an ordinary person. She turned to Qingqing and said gently, little sister is very cute too. Qingqing then realized that the outstandingly beautiful girl in front of her was the legendary campus belle of National Taiwan University. Oh my god! Qingqing exclaimed inwardly, unconsciously holding her breath. She stole a glance at Chen Yuan, who was chatting and laughing with Wen Xian, and then looked at the radiant Nian Ning beside her. Suddenly, she felt a tightness in her chest. It's a pity that Jin can't come today. Qingqing said with some regret. There's so much food, we definitely can't finish it all. Let's pack some up and take it home for her. As she spoke, Wen Xin tore off a piece of lamb chop and packed it away. Don't forget when you leave. After a few rounds of drinks, several glasses of red wine were downed. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, Nian Ning drank quite a bit of red wine. A faint blush rose to her pretty face, and her eyes became dreamy. Seeing this, Chen Yuan had no choice but to lead her into the living room sofa. Shall I take you back? Chen Yuan checked the time and then looked at the night outside. They intended to take both of them back, but the Lamborghini was only a 2-seater. Wen Xin, being the eldest sister, considerately took a taxi home first. Only Chen Yuan and Qingqing remained. Chapter 31. Qingqing gives her first kiss. Let's go, I'll take you back to school. Chen Yuan naturally took Qingqing's hand and said softly. Right now, it's just her and Chen Yuan. Qingqing was overjoyed and obediently let Chen Yuan hold her hand. She suddenly felt that the vague sense of unfamiliarity she had felt before had completely disappeared after meeting him today. Qingqing really liked this feeling. Chen Yuan's hands were warm, and holding them made her feel especially at ease. It feels like I've gone back to my childhood. Being able to spend time alone with brother Chen Yuan and having him hold my hand feels so wonderful. The Lamborghini in the garage started and slowly drove out of the crepe myrtle garden. Qingqing sat in the passenger seat with her feet together and her toes slightly turned inward. This was the first time the two had been alone together since they met again. She turned her head and secretly glanced at Chen Yuan. Under the cover of night, Chen Yuan's profile was sharply defined, with captivating features. The dazzling across the seas bracelet on his wrist accentuated his refined and otherworldly demeanor. Qingqing had so much to say. For a moment, I didn't know how to start the conversation. Chen Yuan caught a glimpse of Qingqing pursing her lips, looking as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. What are you thinking about, so engrossed? Qingqing blushed instantly, as if her secret had been exposed. She mustered her courage and spoke up. Brother Chen Yuan, do you remember when I was bullied when I was little? Of course I remember. Chen Yuan smiled. Those brats bullied you, how could I stand idly by? You were so scared that you hid behind a tree and cried, so I picked up the biggest rock and threw it at them. At this, Qingqing's eyes lit up immediately. She nodded, her voice light and cheerful. Yeah, the bullying in schools back then was really bad. Thank goodness you were there, otherwise I really wouldn't know what to do. She felt a warmth in her heart and couldn't help but feel grateful that she had Chen Yuan as her protector since childhood. Although both of them were severely reprimanded by their parents and had to pay for medical expenses. But from that moment on, the little girl made up her mind. Brother Chen Yuan is the best person in the world. Looking into Qingqing's bright, sparkling eyes, Chen Yuan's smile deepened. That's not what you said back then. You said it yourself, that you would marry me when you grew up. Qingqing was stunned. Her face flushed red to her ears. Of course she remembered saying those words. But how old were they back then? Seeing her blushing face, Chen Yuan lowered his voice, a hint of amusement in it. I don't know, does it still count now? When that bold confession from childhood was suddenly brought up, Qingqing's heart pounded. That was all because I was ignorant when I was little. She stammered, her eyes darting nervously out the car window, avoiding eye contact with Chen Yuan. The atmosphere inside the car suddenly became subtle. Only the soft breathing of the two people and the low hum of the engine remained. Chen Yuan smiled slightly, stopping short of making a point. He gently placed his hand on Qingqing's fair thigh, as if to comfort her. But the warmth from her palm made Qingqing tremble all over. Chen Yuan drove the Lamborghini with one hand, deliberately slowing down the speed. The warm, smooth feel on his hands made him love it. Happy times are always fleeting. The sports car slowly came to a stop at the school gate. Looking through the car window at the familiar gate, a fleeting look of disappointment crossed Qingqing's eyes. She knew in her heart that Chen Yuan was no longer hers alone. Sister Nianing is lively and beautiful, while senior sister Wenxin is so elegant and charming. The two of them surrounded him, and if this continued, he might never have another chance. Brother Chen Yuan. Qingqing suddenly spoke, her voice so soft it was almost inaudible. Hearing her words, Chen Yuan leaned closer and listened intently. Qingqing's little face turned bright red. She slowly and carefully approached Chen Yuan's ear, her hands nervously intertwined. You close your eyes. For a moment, Chen Yuan closed his eyes, not understanding why. The sports car fell silent instantly, with only the soft breathing of the two people remaining. Chen Yuan felt a warm breath getting closer and closer. It gently brushed against my cheek, giving me a tingling, itchy feeling. Qingqing took a deep breath, her heart pounding in her chest. She closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling slightly, and slowly raised her head. The next second, she gently pressed her lips to Chen Yuan's face. Her kiss was as soft as a feather, carrying the shyness and trepidation of a young girl. This was the first time Chen Yuan had ever experienced this feeling. It's hard to describe, but it's cool and refreshing with a touch of softness, which is very comfortable. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Qingqing, who was standing right in front of him, in surprise. Her pale cheeks resembled the magnificent sunset on the horizon. Her two eyes were watery as she looked at him, as if expecting something. Chen Yuan knew that it wouldn't be right not to respond. He gently cupped Qingqing's face and kissed her delicate, beautiful cherry lips. Unlike Qingqing's gentle probing, Chen Yuan's kiss was passionate and direct. Qingqing's eyes widened, and then she seemed to be electrocuted. I slumped into the seat. Chen Yuan gently supported the back of her head with his hand, his touch gentle, but his kisses never stopped. After a long while, Chen Yuan reluctantly let go of Qingqing. Looking at her flushed face, he asked softly, Qingqing, are you all right? Qingqing nodded blankly. Her face flushed, and she hurriedly pushed open the car door and ran out. Chen Yuan's heart was filled with turbulent emotions. Ding! Congratulations! You have won 5 lottery tickets. The system notification sounded. 5 more raffle tickets, which Chen Yuan happily accepted. Back at the villa, Nian Ning was much more awake. A strong desire rose in Chen Yuan's heart. Nian Ning was both surprised and delighted, knowing that wearing white stockings today hadn't been in vain. She pretended to be reserved. No. I need to go back to school. Chen Yuan carried Nian Ning and strode towards the bedroom. Chapter 32 Toyota Alfred launched. Chen Yuan was a food delivery driver just a few days ago. Now he drives a Lamborghini supercar and lives in a luxurious villa in the Ziwei Garden. People are in high spirits when they have a happy occasion. Chen Yuan slept very soundly and didn't wake up until the afternoon of the next day. Sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains. There was no one around. It seems Nian Ning has gone back to school. My gaze inadvertently swept over the headboard, where a pair of white stockings had been carelessly draped. Chen Yuan unconsciously curled the corners of his mouth into a smile. The phone screen lit up. It was a thank you message from Su Wanqing on WeChat. Xiao Xiao passed her grade 6 piano exam, all thanks to you. Chen Yuan replied with a smile. Congratulations. Xiao Xiao is very talented, keep up the good work. The chat window displays at the top, the other party is typing. A moment later, a new message popped up, Su Wanqing's tone reproachful. You didn't even tell me you were moving. I've already made room for you here. Since the last time I spent the night in Chen Yuan's shabby rented room. I was quite startled when a rat suddenly darted out of the bathroom while I was taking a shower. Su Wanqing quietly tidied up a clean and cozy room. Unexpectedly, just as things were getting ready, Chen Yuan had already moved out of the community. Ha, when are you free to come over to my new house for a meal? Seeing Chen Yuan's words, Su Wanqing paused slightly and replied. We'll see. She put down her phone, a blush spreading across her cheeks. She gathered her thoughts and got up to pick Xiao Xiao up from kindergarten. A series of clattering and clanging sounds came from downstairs. Chen Yuan knew that the school beauty, when Xin was busy moving in. He wasn't distracted. There were more important things to do at that moment. There are still 5 lottery tickets lying in the system. With a thought, the lottery begins. A series of notification sounds rang in my mind. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained a grade B item 100G large gold bean. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained a grade B item bar dragon set X1. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained an A grade item Toyota Alphard X1. Ding! 5 lucky draws have ended, and you have received a cashback of 300,000 yuan. I checked my balance, and my account has reached 3.3 million. Moreover, as the number of draws increases, the basic rewards have also improved. What was originally a 1G small golden bean became a 10G small golden bean, and now it has become a 100G large golden bean. The current price of gold is over 800, so 100G would cost 80,000. If my sister gets married someday, I won't need to buy the 3 gold pieces gold jewelry. If this were made into a gold necklace, it would be incredibly heavy to wear around the neck. The only Class A reward was a Toyota Alphard, which came at just the right time. We have a nanny, but what we need is a nanny car. With a thought, Chen Yuan clicked to use the Toyota Alphard in his system inventory. Thinking that he mainly drives in a cozy and warm environment, he casually chose the more elegant white color. Ding! A white Toyota Alphard is about to be parked in the parking space at Ziwei Garden Villa. Using $1 million Alphard as a nanny car. Chen Yuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. He was now considered a big shot. As for the bar's extras, Chen Yuan hadn't been to many of these glitz and glamour places. He plans to store it in the system first and use it later when he has the opportunity. After a quick wash, Chen Yuan went downstairs. When Xin had almost finished tidying up when she saw Chen Yuan appear, he turned around and brought out a plate of freshly heated meat buns from the kitchen. Steam was still rising from the snow-white bun skin. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Here, have something to eat for now. Chen Yuan didn't stand on ceremony and reached out to take it. Sit down at the table and enjoy your meal. The buns are soft and fluffy, with a savory meat filling. One bite gives you a feeling of complete comfort. I was definitely overworked last night, so I need to replenish my energy. Today is Wenxin's first official day at work. She wore exquisite full makeup, and her long chestnut hair flowed smoothly over her shoulders. The top is a simple white shirt with a letter print. She paired it with a high-waisted black mini skirt and black leather shoes. The overall design is stylish and full of youthful energy. Chen Yuan's gaze was unconsciously drawn to the beautiful legs beneath the skirt. Her legs were straight and long, and even without stockings, her skin was as white and translucent as cream. A woman's beauty is mainly judged by her thighs. When Xion's long, shapely legs are like a work of art. Chen Yuan was in a good mood, and he ate the meat buns even more deliciously. How much do you think is appropriate for you to be given for groceries each month? Chen Yuan suddenly asked. Wen Xin blinked, quickly calculating in her mind, and tentatively said, 2,000 or 3,000? Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan simply waved his hand dismissively. How about this? I'll give you 10,000 a month. 10,000? When Xian's beautiful eyes widened. He thought to himself, this is such an extravagant meal. What, you think it's not enough? No, no. When Xian quickly waved her hand, what I mean is, that's more than enough. Chen Yuan nodded calmly. If you need anything for daily household expenses, repairs, or new purchases, just let me know. For him, this 10,000 yuan was just a drop in the ocean, and he didn't need to worry about it at all. During the conversation, Chen Yuan learned that Wen Xian had obtained her driver's license during her high school summer vacation. It's been almost 4 years since I last touched a car. His gaze swept over the brand new white Alphard in the front yard, and he casually pointed. Did you see that car? You can drive it from now on. Wen Xin then noticed the car parked there, a look of surprise flashing across her face. She hesitated for a moment and said softly, I'm a little scared to drive alone, how about you give me a ride? Seeing her slightly shy expression, Chen Yuan laughed. That's true, if it weren't for my S-rank skill, driving proficiency. That Lamborghini worth tens of millions might not even be able to be driven. Come with me. Chen Yuan, understanding and considerate, got into the Toyota Alphard with a warm welcome. The central road of the crepe myrtle garden is wide and secluded, making it an excellent place to practice driving. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the car window, falling on Wen Nuan's tense profile. She gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands, her movements somewhat hesitant. Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow and comforted him in a relaxed tone. Drive boldly, if you crash it, it's on me. Okay. Wen Xin took a deep breath, and the vehicle finally started moving slowly. Chen Yuan leaned back comfortably in the leather passenger seat. He leisurely turned to the side to admire her figure. Throughout the entire practice session, Chen Yuan remained gentle and patient, his tone showing no sign of impatience. This reminded Wen Xin of her experience learning to drive. I failed both the driving test part 2 and the driving test part 3 several times. The instructor was so angry that he slammed his fist on the car door, saying that she was an absolute road hazard and that she should never drive on the road again. In contrast, Chen Yuan not only showed no disdain, but also praised her from time to time. Hey, those lines are great, beautiful. She felt much more confident and developed a slight liking for Chen Yuan. Suddenly, the road ended, leaving Wen Xin momentarily at a loss. Her hand hovered over the gearshift, unsure of what to do next. Chen Yuan extended his hand without making a sound. He gently placed his palm on the back of her slightly cool hand, holding her slender fingers along with the gearshift. Like this, Chen Yuan gently pushed her hand back. Shift into reverse, take it slow. The man's warmth seeped through her skin, and Wen Nuan felt a burning sensation on the back of her hand. She glanced at the handsome man beside her out of the corner of her eye, and her heart skipped a beat. Her slender fingers unconsciously tightened, gripping the gearshift. She responded softly, her voice somewhat unsteady. Oh, okay. All right, let's back out. Chen Yuan directed Wen Xian, go to the Sam's Club next door and buy more vegetables to stock up. He gentlemanly removed his hand, but his fingertips intentionally or unintentionally brushed lightly against the back of her hand. Wen Xin inwardly scoffed, here we go again? That guy. He remembered that he did the same thing last time, but he was too embarrassed to point it out. After all, they were genuinely teaching driving seriously. Overreacting will only make you seem like you're making a mountain out of a molehill and being too sensitive. Just as she was trying to convince herself not to overthink it. The next second, Chen Yuan's hand fell. He slapped her hard on her white thighs. Yes, that's it. Chapter 33 The School Beauty Who Was Ashamed. Chen Yuan seemed to be able to see through Wen Nuan's thoughts. Before she could react, he had already subtly withdrawn his hand. The time is not yet ripe. It is not advisable to act rashly. Seeing that the other party immediately put on a sanctimonious and serious expression. Wen Xian was both amused and exasperated. The words that were on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back, and he could only sigh helplessly in his heart. As the car drove toward Sam's Club, a gurgling sound suddenly broke the silence inside. Chen Yuan turned his head in confusion. What was that sound? Wen Xin's face instantly turned red, and she said shyly in a low voice. I haven't had lunch yet. Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback, but immediately realized what was happening. Could it be that she just gave me her meat bun? A warm feeling welled up in my heart, and I quietly made a mental note of this touching moment. Okay, don't be too picky about food. Eat more for dinner later. Upon hearing Chen Yuan's words, Wen Xian's lips twitched slightly. How could someone have the nerve to say such a thing? If I hadn't given you the meat bun, I wouldn't have gone hungry. However, Wen Xin only thought about these words in her mind. I dare not say it to Chen Yuan's face. She suppressed the urge to argue, turned her face to the window, and replied dismissively, Soon, the Toyota Alphard pulled up to the side of the road. However, the parallel parking technique does need improvement, as the wheels clearly cross the line. Chen Yuan saw this and thought to himself that the task ahead was arduous and the road ahead was long. The two got out of the car together and went into the supermarket. The supermarket is quite crowded at this time of day. The handsome man and beautiful woman, Chen Yuan and Wen Xian, attracted a lot of attention as soon as they appeared. The taste tester's eyes lit up when he saw Chen Yuan's outstanding demeanor. They immediately and enthusiastically offered a small cake. Sir, would you like to try our coconut milk cake? Chen Yuan remembered that Wen Xian was still hungry, so he nodded and smiled at the taste tester. Then she used a toothpick to pick up the small cake and put it into Wen Yuan's mouth. Wen Xin was slightly taken aback and instinctively opened her mouth in response to the sudden feeding. Before I could even swallow the first piece, a second piece of cake was already being offered to my mouth. With her cheeks still puffed out, Wen Xin could only vaguely refuse. Enough is enough. Chen Yuan then tasted a piece himself and nodded. The taste is indeed very good. He casually pulled off the shopping bag, saying, pack one of these boxes for me. Wen Xin, standing to the side, angrily took out a wet wipe from her bag and wiped her mouth. She, who was always elegant, gave Chen Yuan a coquettish glare. The two purchased a large amount of goods in the vegetable and meat sections, and their shopping cart gradually filled up. Wen Xin quietly followed beside Chen Yuan, responsible for pushing the shopping cart. The queue moved slowly as people waited to pay. Wen Xin seemed to suddenly remember something and whispered to Chen Yuan. You wait in line, I'll be right back. After saying that, he turned around and walked quickly towards the household goods section. Not long after, she hurriedly returned. He now held an opaque black plastic bag containing 2 pink items. She calmly and gently placed the bag into the corner of the shopping cart. Chen Yuan glanced at it but didn't point it out. Seeing that it wasn't his turn yet, Chen Yuan couldn't help but look at the shelf next to him. Guess what I saw? The shelves were stocked with all sorts of condoms, even some made with hyaluronic acid, and he couldn't help but tease Wen Xin. Strawberry, lemon, orange, which do you like? Strawberries, I guess. Wen Xin placed the bag in her hand at the very bottom corner of the shopping cart, speaking without looking up. Chen Yuan smiled upon hearing this and waved his hand dismissively. Okay, then take more. In a flash, I swept all the strawberry-flavored boxes on the shelf into my shopping cart. This move instantly attracted everyone's attention. When their gaze fell upon Wen Xian, they saw her stunning face and exquisite figure. They were taken aback at first, but then they all understood and showed expressions of sudden realization, mixed with a hint of envy. If only I had a wife like that. Let alone just one flavor, the entire shelf needs to be empty today. Wen Xin then noticed the strange looks coming from all around her. When she turned her head and saw what Chen Yuan was doing, her entire pretty face instantly turned red, both embarrassed and flustered. What are you doing? Looking at the shelves that had been completely emptied, I felt as if countless eyes were burning into me. She wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground right then and there. I don't have that kind of relationship with Chen Yuan, so even if I jumped into the Yellow River, I couldn't clear my name now. What's even more infuriating is that Chen Yuan then smirked and spotted the glow sticks nearby. Those in the back, you can line up now. Hearing the cashier's words, Wen Xin finally felt relieved. He quickly gave Chen Yuan a push from behind, urging him, let's go. After paying the bill, Wen Xin pushed the shopping cart. With the guidance of the staff, I started operating the phone. She was surprised to find that registering a 680 yuan membership could also arrange for orders to be delivered to her door. This will make grocery shopping much more convenient, as it will be delivered right to your door. Back at the villa, Chen Yuan took a relaxing hot shower. He changed out of his old clothes and put on the ones that Wen Xin had washed yesterday. I have to say, the clothes that girls wash are just different. Wearing it not only makes you look neat, but also gives you a pleasant fragrance. I had just picked up my phone when I saw a WeChat message from Li Xiaoming. Brother Yuan, are you still in Taichung? As a female anchor whom he met in the same city, Li Xiaoming was naturally also in Taichung. Yes, what's up? Chen Yuan replied. If you're free tonight, how about we meet up? Faced with Xiaoming's invitation, Chen Yuan didn't hesitate and readily agreed. Warm, busy sounds came from downstairs in the kitchen. Chen Yuan, dressed neatly, walked downstairs. I won't be home for dinner tonight, so you don't need to cook for me. Hearing Chen Yuan's words, Wen Xin lowered her head, her hands continuing their work, and simply replied softly. Oh well. If you listen carefully, you can easily hear the disappointment hidden in her brief response that she herself was unaware of. She shook her head and continued to focus on her own work. The two were simply boss and employee. Why do they want him to stay home obediently? What am I thinking about? Chapter 34 Xiaoming's Special Sauce. The sound of the Lamborghini's engine gradually subsided. Chen Yuan arrived at the commercial street where the two had agreed to meet. He closed the car door, looked up, and his gaze was fixed on something not far away. A familiar, petite figure stood quietly, waiting for a long time. The girl wore pigtails and had a fresh and natural makeup look. The pink bow in her hair made her look sweet and cute. She was carrying a small crossbody bag. The slender strap subtly outlined the white knitwear, creating a noticeable indentation. The black stockings worn under the pleated skirt added a touch of allure to the sweet look. Just then, the girl looked over. Their eyes met, and Chen Yuan immediately realized that this was Xiaoming. A flicker of surprise crossed his mind. Xiaoming looked much younger than I had imagined, both in her face and her overall figure. If it weren't for that rather prestigious-looking mouth. Chen Yuanzhen doubted whether she was over 18 years old. Xiaoming had never met Chen Yuan before, and her breath caught in her throat. The man in front of me was dressed in designer clothes, with an upright posture and outstanding temperament. This image is completely different from the Yuan Gu who delivered food in her memory. The stark difference made her hesitate to recognize him for a moment. I could only suppress the turmoil in my heart and give the other person a distant smile. Little beauty, who are you waiting for? Chen Yuan walked up to her with a smile, intending to tease her a little. Me? Xiaoming was taken aback. He held onto the backpack strap with one hand and pointed to himself with the other. Waiting for my boyfriend. Although the man was a bit too handsome, Brother Yuan still spent 20 carnivals on himself. I'm not the kind of girl who's fickle. She hesitated for a moment, but was not swayed by the beauty before her. Chen Yuan couldn't help but laugh and joked. When did I agree to be your boyfriend? Xiaoming's eyes widened, and she immediately beamed with joy. She pounced on him like a joyful little bird, wrapping her arms around his waist. He tilted his head back and carefully examined Chen Yuan. His deep eyes were filled with a smile, and the corners of his mouth curled up with a hint of wicked charm. An indescribable charm emanates from her entire being. Hee, I didn't know you were so handsome, Brother Yuan. Xiaoming said happily, her little hands holding Chen Yuan tightly. Chen Yuan was somewhat surprised he hadn't expected Xiaoming to be so cheerful and proactive. The nearly 20-centimeter height difference meant that her cheeks were buried right in front of her chest. Through her clothes, I could feel the softness of her distorted, squeezed opening. Nestled in Chen Yuan's arms, she felt very warm. Since her grandmother passed away, Xiaoming has rarely felt this sense of security. Her life was peaceful and monotonous. Every day consisted of live streaming, ordering takeout, and sleeping. Fearing being scammed, she rejected numerous offers to sign contracts with companies. Therefore, her traffic has never been very high. With her gentle personality, she manages to keep this live streaming room with only about 100 people. Her monthly income of a few thousand yuan was neither too much nor too little, which made her feel quite content. Today was the first time she had left her house this month. Chen Yuan not only kept her company, but also gifted her 20 carnivals. Even now, she doesn't need that much money anymore. Brother Yuan, can you carry me? Hearing Xiaoming's innocent words, Chen Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He looked around. Even in the darkness of night, there were still quite a few people around. Unexpectedly, she, who seemed so well behaved, made such a bold request. However, since the girl has taken such the initiative, I can't be shy. Chen Yuan smiled and bent down, opening his arms. He gently supported Xiaoming's waist and lifted her up. Without hesitation, Xiaoming jumped onto him and naturally wrapped her arms around his neck. Their bodies instantly pressed tightly together. Chen Yuan lowered his head slightly, and the faint, milky fragrance of her body reached his nose, which was refreshing and pleasant. Is this the scent of a young girl? Chen Yuan felt a slight stirring in his heart. This was the first time he had ever felt this. Xiaoming didn't know what was wrong with her. She has always kept her distance from men, and has a natural sense of boundaries. After confirming that the man in front of him was indeed Chen Yuan, a physiological attraction that transcended reason drew her in instinctively, making her want to get closer. It seemed as if it were meant to be. The intimacy between the two came unexpectedly, yet naturally. Xiaoming tiptoed, about to kiss Chen Yuan on the cheek. Chen Yuan turned slightly to the side, subtly avoiding Xiaoming's advance as Xiaoming's enthusiasm surprised him. He thought to himself, is the progress between the two of them too fast? Why are you hiding? Xiaoming pouted and complained, which caught Chen Yuan off guard. He smiled and gently placed Xiaoming back on the ground, changing the subject. Let's go eat first. Are you hungry? I haven't eaten yet. Xiaoming patted her stomach, taking a moment to feel it. I think I am a little hungry. What would you like to eat? Chen Yuan asked casually. Hot pot. Xiaoming's eyes lit up. Let's go. Chen Yuan replied with a smile. Xiaoming held Chen Yuan's hand, her face beaming with smiles. I skipped and hopped along the shopping street, my heart pounding with joy. Chen Yuan's mood was also affected by her emotions, and he felt happy as well. Is this the joy of being with little girls? Chen Yuan couldn't help but think of his previous blind date. She's overweight and has quite a few requirements. They are extremely picky about food, and are never satisfied with any of the restaurants they choose. Luckily, he escaped quickly. Compared to the innocent and adorable Xiaoming in front of me, this experience is like heaven and earth. Chen Yuan chose a high-end Sichuan-style hot pot restaurant, which cost 299 yuan per person. The hot pot with 2 broths was served quickly. Sweet corn and pork ribs float in the clear broth, while the red broth boils vigorously, emitting a fragrant aroma. And tripe, beef aorta, duck intestines. Okay, that's all for now. After ordering the signature dishes, Chen Yuan handed the menu to the waiter. And pea shoots and wide rice noodles. I want them all. Xiaoming seemed to suddenly remember something, her eyes lit up, and she quickly added. Looking at her playful and adorable appearance, Chen Yuan's heart melted. She was worried that the red paint would splatter on her white clothes. Chen Yuan carefully unwrapped the apron on the table and helped her put it on. The apron straps were wrapped around the back of the neck. Xiaoming suddenly exuded a gentle, well-behaved, and homely charm, making her even more endearing. The two went to the dipping sauce area. Looking at the dazzling array of seasonings, Chen Yuan was stumped again. He treats each dipping sauce like a blind box, relying entirely on luck, which greatly affects the taste. Xiaoming, on the other hand, seemed quite adept at it. She muttered to herself. 4 tablespoons of sesame oil, 2 tablespoons of minced garlic, 1 tablespoon of oyster sauce, and some cilantro and chopped green onions. He prepared 2 bowls of dipping sauce and handed one of them to Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan was stunned for a moment, then saw Xiaoming blink. Try it, it's my special blend, I guarantee it'll be delicious. Back at my seat, all the dishes had already been served. The spicy broth in the hot pot had already begun to bubble, filling the air with its aroma. The two immediately began to eat heartily. Chen Yuan quickly dipped the tender tripe in the pot, then dipped it in Xiaoming's specially prepared sauce and put it in his mouth. In an instant, the crispness of the tripe and the rich aroma of the dipping sauce blend perfectly on the tip of the tongue. He looked at Xiaoming with surprise and delight. Your cooking skills are pretty good. Of course. I'm from Shucheng. Xiaoming proudly raised her chin, then picked up a pea shoot from the side and examined it carefully. This shop is indeed particular about its ingredients, using only the freshest and tenderest tips of the leaves. She dropped the pea shoots into the clear broth, scooped them out a few seconds later, and placed a handful in Chen Yuan's bowl with her chopsticks. Try it, it tastes best right now. The tender pea shoots melt in your mouth, with very little fiber, and have a refreshing, sweet taste that is simply wonderful. Even though Chen Yuan prefers meat dishes, he couldn't resist eating pea shoots. I felt completely lightheaded. The tender, emerald green texture was simply irresistible. A large bowl of pea shoots was put into the pot, and after shrinking, only a small handful remained. The two went from being polite and yielding to fighting over the food. Finally, a few strands of white rice noodles soaked in broth complete the meal, making it a perfect ending. Xiaomeng leaned back in her chair, scrolling through her phone with a satisfied expression. Suddenly, she sat up straight with a look of surprise. Hey! Granny Wang has come to Taichung? She's on this commercial street. Chapter 35 I Want This Man. The matchmaking show Wang Patel's Matches was a nationwide phenomenon. Chen Yuan never expected that she would also come to Taichung. After we finish eating, shall we go join the fun later? Xiaomeng made the suggestion with great interest. Okay. Chen Yuan's interest was piqued, and he wanted to see this big internet celebrity. After paying the bill, the two followed the sound of the noise. Sure enough, there was a huge crowd in the distance, and the stage lights were flashing. This must be the scene of Wang Pai acting as matchmaker. Surrounded by a dense crowd, Chen Yuan approached and found a slightly elevated stone platform to sit down. Upon seeing this, Xiaomeng immediately opened her arms to him. Chen Yuan understood and smiled helplessly. He reached out and gently lifted her onto the stone platform, then sat her down beside him. At this moment, a female guest was standing on the stage. She had a hunched back, wore black-rimmed glasses, and her hair looked like it hadn't been washed in days. It was greasy. I don't have high requirements for a boyfriend, she said into the microphone. Granny Wang chimed in, come on, tell everyone about it. Okay. The female guest cleared her throat and said firmly. My requirements are very simple, just 4 points. First, he has to be handsome. The standard is, he just needs to look like Zheng Miu or Wang Anyu. As soon as he finished speaking, an uproar erupted in the audience. Some people couldn't help but complain. Good heavens, even Ma Yun couldn't get past the first hurdle. The female guest on stage was completely oblivious, foolishly thinking. Hee, it seems everyone agrees with my aesthetic sense. Chen Yuan frowned upon hearing this and whispered to Xiaomeng for confirmation. Zhang Miu and Wang Anyu, are they? They're all big stars. You didn't know that? You idiot. Xiaomeng playfully stuck out her tongue at him, saying this as she did so. Every time she looked at him, she felt that Chen Yuan was much more handsome than those movie stars. Goodness, don't you even look in the mirror first and see what you look like? The older brother next to him couldn't help but chuckle. Just as I turned my head, I happened to see Chen Yuan, and my eyes lit up immediately. Damn. Bro, you're so handsome. You're even better than her standards. Immediately afterwards, the female guest proudly pointed out her flat chest and stated her second condition. Secondly, he must be tall. After all, I'm 1.6 meters tall myself, so my boyfriend must be at least 1.8 meters tall. Wang Pa, standing to the side, bit her lip tightly and nodded with a solemn expression. Encouraged, the girl became even more confident and pressed on with renewed vigor. Third, he must have a physique that showcases a man's finest qualities. To be beautiful and self-disciplined, specifically, means having well-developed pectoral muscles and a standard 8-pack. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in a gasp of disbelief. Granny Wang was speechless at this point. Her eyes widened as she looked at the female guest beside her. The woman didn't see anything wrong with it at all, and became more and more enthusiastic as she spoke. Next is the fourth point, I also have a tiny bit of a requirement for intelligence. So, in terms of academic qualifications, you should at least have graduated from a 985 university. The older brother next to Chen Yuan clicked his tongue and shook his head again, then leaned closer to Chen Yuan and lowered his voice. Dude, let me put it this way, if any top-tier university student were to fall for her, they'd probably have cheated on their college entrance exam. But. Ha ha ha. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiaomeng beside her couldn't help but giggle sweetly. Her laughter was clear and melodious, like silver bells, and sounded especially pleasant in the noisy crowd. After the girl finished speaking, she looked at Granny Wang with an innocent expression. Are these 4 requirements acceptable? Granny Wang almost couldn't catch her breath. Is it okay? Is it all right for you? If the girl hadn't secretly given the director 10,000 yuan. I'd rather die than let you go on this stage today. With the professionalism of a presenter, Wang Pa suppressed her anger and forced a professional smile. Unexpectedly, the girl seemed to suddenly remember something and added. Oh, right. Girls are fine too, I like pretty older sisters too. Granny Wang was completely dumbfounded, inwardly screaming. Is this girl here for a blind date or to make a wish? She stared at the girl for a few more moments, puzzled, but only noticed 2 freckles. All right. Wang Pa took a deep breath, and with the spirit of the service industry, she braced herself and asked the audience. Hey handsome guys in the audience, anyone interested in getting to know this young lady? The sea of people below the stage fell silent instantly. Chen Yuan subconsciously took out his phone and searched using AI. The results showed that only 7 people nationwide met all 4 of these conditions. At this moment, the older brother beside him exerted his strength again, shouting at the top of his lungs. Your standards are so high, what about you? What do you have? Take a look at yourself first. That shout instantly stirred up the emotions of the audience, and a chorus of questions arose. The female guest on stage immediately felt wronged and her eyes welled up with tears, thinking, what? My request is perfectly reasonable. Looking at the out-of-control scene, Granny Wang sighed helplessly. Sigh. Why don't you take a look for yourself and see if there's anyone you like? Wang Po's suggestion finally satisfied the girl somewhat. She nodded symbolically, her gaze sweeping across the audience. There were quite a few young men at the scene, but she only glanced at them briefly, showing no interest whatsoever. Until her gaze swept over the older brother who had just loudly mocked her. She paused slightly, a hint of disgust in her eyes, before quickly moving away. Suddenly, her gaze fixed on Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan was sitting leisurely on the stone platform, turning his head to chat and laugh quietly with Xiao Meng beside him. Her long, casually stretched legs seemed to outlive her even more than her life. His exceptionally handsome face and relaxed demeanor immediately caught her eye. This man. He's even more dazzling than her treasured idol posters. The female guest was already screaming inside. She forcefully suppressed the excitement that was about to burst out. He pointed forcefully in Chen Yuan's direction, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. Wang Pa. I want him. This is the one. Chapter 36 The Legendary 3 Types of Women Who Won't Marry. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze. Everyone's eyes followed the direction the female guest was pointing and turned to look. The crowd parted automatically, and Chen Yuan's figure came into view. This face is simply a masterpiece of the creator. Sharp-edged features, handsome in a way that is almost aggressive. He's like a man straight out of a domineering CEO novel, completely out of place with his surroundings. Faced with this sudden and undeserved disaster, Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback, then couldn't help but chuckle. Xiao Meng beside her had recovered from her initial shock. She nudged Chen Yuan lightly with her elbow, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. Chen Yuan rubbed his forehead, both amused and exasperated, and muttered under his breath. What kind of mess is this? He was internally vehemently opposed to it. Hurry up. That girl specifically asked for you. Xiao Meng stood by with a grin, forcing the duck onto the shelf. Unable to resist her, and unable to withstand the intense gazes of the entire audience, Chen Yuan slowly walked onto the stage. The entire audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. The female guest's gaze fell on Chen Yuan, and she instantly became attracted to him. Facing Chen Yuan's flawless face up close, she was so happy she almost fainted. Come on, briefly introduce yourself. With a smile, Granny Wang handed the microphone to Chen Yuan. Hello everyone, my name is Chen Yuan. His deep voice came through the microphone. Even though Wang Pa knew perfectly well that the two were too different in appearance and were not a good match at all. We're just going through the motions out of politeness. What do you think of this young lady? It's fine. That was all the polite response. The girl was overjoyed, and a blush rose to her cheeks. She had already begun to unconsciously imagine the happy scene of the two of them living together in the future. Her appearance is impeccable. How about her figure? Let everyone take a look too? As Wang Pa spoke, she placed her hand on Chen Yuan's abdomen. The next second, her eyes lit up instantly. So good, so good. A knowing murmur of jeers immediately erupted from the audience. Wang Pa then lifted the corner of Chen Yuan's clothes. His clearly defined abs flashed by, immediately eliciting screams from the entire audience. The female guest opposite was so engrossed in watching that she couldn't help but swallow. Are you satisfied with this figure? Wang Pa smiled and turned to the female guest. The female guest was already blushing deeply. She nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice, too excited to speak. Wang Pa changed the subject, looked at Chen Yuan, and posed the key question. Young man, did you graduate from a 985 university? Chen Yuan shook his head, his eye of insight sweeping over the female guest in front of him. Chen Yuan smiled tactfully. Several men in the audience who understood the explanation applauded. The girl was immediately filled with remorse, quickly put on a smiling face, and hurriedly tried to make amends. Oh, actually, I don't really value academic qualifications that much. Alright. Seeing this, Granny Wang quickly interrupted the awkward situation and tried to smooth things over. Just think of it as making friends, add them on WeChat, okay? Wang Pa has already done everything she could to help the female guest. After exchanging WeChat contacts, the female guest was so excited that she forgot herself. She stepped forward and gave Chen Yuan a close hug, lingering in his arms as if she wanted more. Even Granny Wang couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up to stop it. Alright, please go back now. Among the audience were quite a few young girls who were eager to try their luck with Chen Yuan. Just as the female guest stepped off the stage, Chen Yuan turned to leave. The crowd instantly erupted in commotion. Wang Pa! Look this way! Several girls raised their hands and shouted at the same time, afraid of missing the opportunity. One daring girl even used one hand to support herself on the railing and flipped herself onto the stage. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, he rushed towards Chen Yuan. Granny Wang quickly called out to Chen Yuan, who was about to leave. Hey! Don't rush off. Look, so many girls are waiting for you. In the blink of an eye, the stage was filled with girls. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Chen Yuan was like a lamb walking into a pack of wolves, surrounded and viciously attacked. He glanced around and noticed that the girls were all seasoned veterans. And not a single girl met the S-grade standard. The woman in her 30s had particularly obvious signs of plastic surgery on her face. The male audience members below the stage were stunned, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. Are they all starving? They just pounce on any handsome guy they see? This scene completely shattered their worldview. They were practically grinding their teeth in disbelief. Damn it! Does being handsome mean you can do whatever you want? Wow, girls can be this proactive. But in the end, it can only turn into a long sigh. Sigh, it's hopeless. I'll just have to bear with it. Maybe I'll be reborn with a handsome face in my next life. I'm a nurse. I am a kindergarten teacher. I work at a bank. Listening to the girls' eager introductions, Chen Yuan couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. He's now fulfilled all three of the legendary 3 things he wouldn't marry statistic. I don't want a car or a house. I think character is the most important thing. A girl shouted first. My family can reciprocate with double the gift. Another girl immediately escalated the situation with a surprising statement. In an instant, the girls started talking amongst themselves, and the atmosphere became lively and engaging. The conditions were increasingly favorable, each one more so than the last, for fear of falling behind even slightly. The most outrageous case is that woman in her 30s who had undergone plastic surgery. A high nose bridge, a V-shaped face, and large, somewhat stiff breasts. She openly stated that everything above her navel is made of technology. I own a beauty salon and earn $1 million annual salary. You don't need to work, just stay home and provide me with emotional support. Her remarks clearly portrayed Chen Yuan as a gigolo who lives off women. Granny Wang winked at Chen Yuan. She glanced furtively at the woman next to her who had undergone cosmetic surgery, and asked in a low voice with a smile. Handsome, with such great offers, have you thought it through? Chen Yuan waved the Vacheron Constantine in his hand. He made it clear that he would not accept a job as a kept man. He looked at Xiao Meng, who was gloating in the audience, and pointed at her. He directly put her in a difficult position. I think that girl is very nice. For the sake of the show's entertainment value, Granny Wang immediately and enthusiastically invited Xiao Meng onto the stage. When this cute girl with pigtails and wearing a black stockings and short skirt appeared, the viewers, who had initially remained calm, instantly lost their composure and became envious. Wow, this girl is so tender, she looks like you could squeeze water out of her. These girls, aren't you going to reconsider them? Wang Pa pointed to the group of longing girls behind her and asked. Chen Yuan simply smiled and waved his hand, politely declining. The male audience members below the stage pounded their chests and stamped their feet, shouting. What a waste! We might as well take it. Chen Yuan thought to himself, 1 drop of semen is worth 10 drops of blood. As he had more and more women. These resources will be used wisely in the future, so how can they be wasted? What do you think of this young man? Granny Wang asked Xiaoming with a smile. Barely passable. Xiaoming pretended to be reluctant, but the smile in her eyes was unmistakable. Wang Pu smiled knowingly. Then you've successfully paired up. Let's go off stage together. Don't forget to collect your prize backstage. The two stepped off the stage smoothly, and the crowd watched the perfect couple. While lamenting the unfairness of fate, they also felt that they were a perfect match. We're all human, so why are some people born so good looking? It's not fair. The staff member handed over the reward with a smile. A pair of couples' water cups printed with heart patterns are very fitting for the occasion. They even thoughtfully included an in-bar coupon. Congratulations on your successful pairing. Here's a complimentary dozen beers. Chapter 37: A Night of Revelry as a Newcomer. In-bar is the most famous bar in Taichung. The store often invites well-known female DJs and female internet celebrities to warm up the atmosphere. Their sexy and alluring outfits brought the atmosphere to a climax. Business here is booming. People leave around 3 or 4 a.m. You often see girls who are so drunk they're completely unconscious. Disheveled and slumped by the roadside, often surrounded by several men with ambiguous expressions. It's still early, how about we go to a bar? At 9 o'clock in the evening, Chen Yuan glanced at the time and sent an invitation to Xiaoming. He remembered that he hadn't used the Divine Dragon set, a great item that the system had rewarded him with. This is a good opportunity to try it out. Xiaoming had been staying home for many days and wanted to find some fun, so she readily agreed. Okay, whatever you say. Chen Yuan opened the car door for her. Xiaoming, with her petite body slightly bowed her head, awkwardly and adorably sat down in the passenger seat. However, the trembling of his chest revealed his considerable strength. Perhaps it's due to a lack of social experience. She seemed a little overwhelmed when she first sat in a Lamborghini. After searching for a long time, I still couldn't find the seatbelt buckle. Seeing this, Chen Yuan bent down to help her. The moment he lowered his head, Xiaoming unconsciously twisted. The two bumped into each other, a sweet milky scent wafting over them, accompanied by a soft touch. Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback. What an amazing rebound force. Being young is truly an advantage. With a low growl, the Lamborghini drove straight toward In-bar. This is precisely the time when the various second-generation rich kids start their nightlife. The spacious parking lot in front of the bar was already filled with all kinds of luxury cars. The usual BBA, BMW, Mercedes-Benz, Audi models are almost relegated to supporting roles here. Porsche, Mercedes-Benz G-Class, Land Rover, Range Rover and other models can be seen everywhere. However, all the cars present. Even Chen Yuan's Lamborghini Aventador paled in comparison. The streamlined, matte black body blended into the night, instantly becoming the focus of attention. Men and women at the bar entrance turned to look, and whispers arose. Holy crap! An Aventador. That must be worth tens of millions. I never expected that our Taichung would have such a big shot. You drive this car to a bar? Don't the girls all get in the car themselves? The uniformed senior security guards reacted quickly, jogging forward. He was perceptive enough to notice the supercar and immediately directed Chen Yuan to drive it into the exclusive VIP parking space. Given the other party's attentive service, Chen Yuan parked the car. He smiled and handed over a package of food from the car window to express his gratitude. The security guard was taken aback at first, but then he understood and took the item with both hands, his smile becoming even more enthusiastic. Don't be fooled by the fact that these rich kids drive luxury cars every day. They don't actually have much money in their pockets. Normally, you're lucky to have a cigarette, let alone a whole pack of Tianxia cigarettes. Chen Yuan and Xiaoming walked into the bar side by side. The deafening sound of music instantly rushed towards us. Neon lights flashed wildly in the night, their light and shadow intertwining, sometimes bright and sometimes dim. Women who come to bars are usually dressed boldly and avant-garde, with all sorts of black stockings on display. Panties, high-waisted, over the knee, tank tops. Chen Yuan was dazzled by the variety. Oh, Passionbur. Passionbur. Dad, Sinburo. The DJ shouted loudly on stage, and men and women swayed in the dance floor, immersed in the atmosphere of sound and color. As soon as Chen Yuan sat down in the booth, several sharp-eyed marketing women came over, drawn by the scent. He was dressed in designer clothes, and the 4C's bracelet on his wrist shimmered under the lights. He exuded an extraordinary air about him. In their eyes, they are not only potential customers, but also pleasing to the eye. Several women sat down next to Chen Yuan without any hesitation. Ignoring the little cutie next to him, they rushed to strike up a conversation. Is my brother alone? Let's order a dance to liven things up, it'll be really exciting. Hey handsome, you can get employee discounts on drinks, I can save you a lot. In a bar, you can judge a man's strength. The simplest way is to look at the looks of the woman next to him. When the manager passed by the booth and spotted the innocent and pretty Xiaomeng, his eyes lit up. He approached Chen Yuan with a big smile on his face. Good evening, boss. What are the plans for today? Chen Yuan thought of the divine dragon set in the system and snapped his fingers. Let's get a dragon costume. The manager's eyes widened. This stranger was making such a big splash right from the start. He quickly bowed, his attitude humble, not daring to be negligent in the slightest. Yes, boss. We'll arrange it for you right away and make sure it's all served as quickly as possible. The words divine dragon set were uttered. The women gathered around the booth collectively gasped. My God, I've been working here for 6 months, and this is the first time I've ever seen a real extra. I heard this set costs over 50,000. Wow, you're so rich. A girl wearing a black suspender stocking and a leopard print leather skirt was even bolder. She sat directly on Chen Yuan's lap, her breath warm against his ear. Brother, let me toast you. Seeing how popular Chen Yuan was, Xiaomeng secretly resolved to be more proactive. A short while later, the music in the entire bar suddenly stopped. Just when everyone thought there was a problem with the sound system. The DJ on stage roared through his deep, loud subwoofer. All eyes, on me. Let's welcome our distinguished guest at booth number 8 with the loudest screams and light up the evening special. The DJ's voice was full of rousing passion. Thank you, my elder brother. I wish you all the best, may you have good fortune and wealth, and may you be a splendid newcomer every night. All eyes in the room immediately turned to Chen Yuan. Amidst cheers, a whole row of beautiful girls from the Atmosphere team made a dazzling entrance. They were dressed in matching sequin miniskirts, tall and slender, with perfect makeup and bright, professional smiles on their faces. Each person held a silver platter covered with bright red rose petals. The golden ace of spades champagne was raised high. Make sure that the luxurious wines are clearly visible from every corner of the venue. They made their way through the crowded dance floor, and the crowd automatically parted to make way. Now, let us witness together the awakening of the dragon. Please open the wine for our protagonist. As soon as he finished speaking, several beautiful women gracefully turned the bottle corks. With a few crisp and pleasant pop sounds. The cork was perfectly removed, and the rich aroma of the wine instantly filled the air. On either side, girls dressed in sexy black stockings took the opportunity to snuggle into his arms with coquettish smiles. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on it. Feeling the spotlight on everyone, Chen Yuan felt incredibly excited. Chapter 38 Hidden Benefits for the Divine Dragon Set. Seeing that Chen Yuan was surrounded by a dense crowd, he couldn't even squeeze through a crack. Xiaomeng could only sit alone on the outside, sulking. She bit her lip, thinking to herself. Humph, he must have done it on purpose. Then, I couldn't help but let my mind wander again. They're probably still blaming me for pushing him off Wang Po's stage, and now they're getting revenge on me. It's been a long time since I've seen anyone request a dragon character. I didn't expect to see a big shot tonight. Urged on by the manager, the bar's star bartender dressed up meticulously and hurried to booth number 8. She stopped in front of the transparent partition. I was secretly surprised at just one glance. In the center of the booth sofa. The man's posture was relaxed and leisurely, yet his brows exuded an undeniable air of nobility. The Vacheron Constantine on his wrist shines brightly, a testament to his global influence. The large Lamborghini car keys on the table further demonstrate its absolute power. Dressed in top-of-the-line attire, the top escort exclaimed inwardly, "This is a true big shot." The woman who suddenly appeared also surprised Chen Yuan, and he scanned her with his insightful eyes. The feedback he received surprised him. The woman's overall appearance and figure scored as high as 88 points, with a system rating of S. She has clearly crossed the threshold of being recognized as a goddess by the system. Her full breasts were about to burst out, and her alluring figure was stunning. Her long, shapely legs are stunning and breathtaking. Brother, this dance is a special gift for you. The girl smiled charmingly and then leaned down on the table. Like a kitten, it slowly crawled toward Chen Yuan, using both its hands and feet. She used the movement to gently rub against Chen Yuan's strong arm. Then she leaned close to his ear and whispered something sweet in his breath. The dragon set has such hidden perks? It was indeed a pleasant surprise. Chen Yuan leisurely stroked his chin, a playful smile on his face. Get ready to enjoy the upcoming special performance. Following in-bar's tradition. Guests who order the dragon set are entitled to enjoy a special sexy interactive dance performed by the top performer. The music started, and it turned out to be the Korean dance known for its suggestive themes, Puppet on a String. The song uses the puppet as a metaphor for the passive role women play in relationships. Chen Yuan looked the girl up and down. I discovered that even her outfit was exactly the same as in the music video. A high-quality gray bodysuit. The neckline features a low-cut U-shaped design. The stage tension is at its peak. As the music flowed, she swayed gently to the lyrics. That lingering affection that can't be severed, I'm still in your palm. That doll. Her waist twisted gently, and her hips swayed gracefully. The actions were so daring, they were practically erotic. Even though Chen Yuan was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by the performance. The sheer scale creates a powerful visual impact. Scenes that are in no way inferior to those in adult films. The only difference is that one is uncensored and the other is censored. Chen Yuan subconsciously pursed his lips and slightly shifted his gaze away. He thought to himself, it seems I still need to cultivate more. Just as he was lost in thought, the girl leaned back as she danced, her arms crossing like water snakes, and naturally wrapped around his neck. She instantly sank into Chen Yuan's warm embrace. A warm, fragrant scent wafted towards me. Xiaoming's fierce eyes were almost spitting fire. She stared intently at Chen Yuan and the top courtesan. Chen Yuan could only offer a helpless, bitter smile. Her body remained restrained and did not respond proactively. Xiaoming's subtle reaction was noticed by the top courtesan. She curled her lips into a defiant smile, extended her slender hand, and gently grasped Chen Yuan's hand. He guided her hand to the most beautiful part of her waistline. When the song ended, the girls next to me tactfully moved aside. The top courtesan giggled and naturally sat down on Chen Yuan's lap. She picked up Chen Yuan's glass and personally poured him the ace of spades. After Chen Yuan took a small sip, she drank the rest of the wine from the same glass in one gulp. His eyes were full of tenderness and affection. Brother, let me toast you. After several rounds of drinks, watching Chen Yuan having a great time among the women, Xiaoming finally couldn't take it anymore. She suddenly stood up, squeezed to sit next to Chen Yuan, her delicate brows furrowed, her face full of displeasure. She now regrets coming to this lousy bar. He secretly resolved never to let Chen Yuan set foot in such a place again. At the same time, Xiaoming glared fiercely at the head of the prostitutes hanging on Chen Yuan. She grabbed Chen Yuan's arm. Brother Yuan, we should go. Chen Yuan glanced at the time. It was almost midnight. He nodded and prepared to leave. Brother, aren't you going to take me with you? The top courtesan suddenly grabbed his sleeve, her eyes looking pitiful. Upon hearing this, all the girls around who knew the truth were stunned. Everyone knows she's famous in bars for performing but not selling her body. It has always been the case that they only care about taking off, not landing. I never expected that she would be willing to go out with this man today. Chen Yuan reached out and gently stroked her cheek, bidding her farewell with a carefree air. The top performer immediately pulled out her phone excitedly, her eyes lighting up. Well, let's add each other on WeChat. Let me know before you come next time, okay? To be fair, this woman is truly exceptional, and she's also in good health. Chen Yuan adhered to the principle of not wasting anything. Using her as a pastime at night to pass the time is not bad. Little Meng beside me kept urging me on. Let's go quickly. In the end, the top escort, overjoyed, added Chen Yuan on WeChat. Amidst a farewell party by a group of sexy beauties, Chen Yuan turned and left with a smile that seemed to say, I'm not done yet. Seeing his expression, Xiaoming felt a surge of anxiety. She was the one who met him first, so why is she now sharing him with other women? A strong sense of crisis washed over her. She had to establish a relationship with Chen Yuan as soon as possible. As soon as Chen Yuan sat in the Lamborghini, before he could even speak, Xiaoming suddenly leaned forward and quickly stole a kiss on Chen Yuan's cheek. Immediately, she took Chen Yuan's hand, her pigtails swaying gently. She said in a coquettish tone, Brother Yuan, will you be my boyfriend? Chen Yuan was taken aback at first, then chuckled and immediately understood. This girl must have been provoked by that top bar host. Ever since I became rich, I've seen Xiaoming again during live streams. In his heart, Chen Yuan already regarded her as his possession. He was also well aware that he had many beautiful women around him. If she can't accept it, she'll definitely want a formal title. That would be a difficult problem. Thinking about this, Chen Yuan couldn't help but feel a little reluctant to leave. Next, I need to work hard to improve myself and make more money. When one's strength reaches a certain level, worldly rules will no longer bind them. But today is only the first day we've met. Chen Yuan pinched Xiaoming's puffed-up cheeks and reminded her with a smile. I don't care. Why can they all do it? Xiaoming persisted, reaching out to poke Chen Yuan's neck, leaving a faint lipstick mark. Chen Yuan then noticed, wiped it away repeatedly, and comforted her. Of course, opportunities always have to be actively sought out. Really? Xiaoming tilted her head, pondering the words, her expression thoughtful. Okay, let me take you home first. As Chen Yuan spoke, he lightly pressed the accelerator, and the Lamborghini drove into the night. Guided by Xiaoming, the vehicle was eventually parked in the suburbs of Taichung. In front of a small apartment building converted from an old factory. You live here? Looking at the somewhat shabby environment, Chen Yuan couldn't help but feel sorry for Xiaoming. Yes. Xiaoming nodded and then invited. Then, would you like to come upstairs for a glass of water? Chen Yuan smiled mischievously, leaned close to her ear and whispered. Oh. And, what happens after you drink the water? Chapter 39. There's a big gecko upstairs. Xiaoming's cheeks flushed instantly, and she panicked for a moment. All she knew was that she longed for Chen Yuan to stay and be with her. If the price is to give up one's innocence. Well, she accepted it. After all, this man had been there for her during her lowest point. I thought I was about to lose him. I never expected to have the chance to meet again. It feels so good to have something back. What's more, Chen Yuan is so handsome. From the moment he appeared, every heartbeat and surge of jealousy she experienced made her deeply entangled in the relationship. At the bar, not only the hostesses, but she herself gradually became infatuated with Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan is both good-looking and wealthy. How could anyone not be tempted? Okay, let's go upstairs and take a look. Chen Yuan smoothly changed the subject, smiling calmly. He was genuinely curious and wanted to see what Xiaoming's house looked like. The corridor was long and dark, with only the echo of footsteps. This apartment building, converted from an old factory, has only 2 floors, and Xiaoming's room is at the very end. It's the early hours of the morning, and the surroundings are quiet, creating an eerie atmosphere. A dark figure approaching from the opposite direction startled Chen Yuan even more. Xiaoming, you're back so late, where have you been? An elderly woman had just come down from the public terrace outside, carrying a kettle in her hand. I went out for a walk. Xiaoming answered with a smile. You seem to be having a lot of fun. As the old woman spoke, her gaze immediately fell on Chen Yuan standing beside her. She squinted and smiled. Is this your boyfriend? He's a really handsome young man. Grandma, why aren't you resting so late? It hasn't rained in a long time. Come up and water my vegetables. As the old woman spoke, she waved to Xiaoming again. I've planted a lot of water spinach. If you want some, come and pick them yourself. Okay, thank you, Grandma. Xiaoming nodded obediently. Xiaoming told me that the old lady was actually the landlord here. As Xiaoming opened the door, warm yellow light shone through. With a subtle milky aroma, it's very pleasant. This is a studio apartment. The building is old, but the interior space is more spacious than expected. The renovation is quite nice, even the washing machine is a new front-loading model. Although there is no private balcony, the room is located at the end of the corridor. It's right next to a large terrace, making it very convenient for drying clothes, and the natural light is also excellent. The overall atmosphere of the room surprised Chen Yuan. The decor wasn't as girly as I'd imagined. It was mainly a simple style with light blue accents. It's both elegant and refreshing. Please sit wherever you like. Xiaoming pointed to the only bed in the room, her nervousness barely perceptible. She then added, there are drinks in the refrigerator. Help yourself to whatever you want. Xiaoming put down the shoulder bag she had been carrying all day and gently tidied her slightly disheveled hair. She skillfully removed her little black shoes and stockings, revealing a pair of fair little feet. I'm going to take a shower first. As she spoke, trying to hide her shyness, she turned and walked into the bathroom. Chen Yuan nodded. The day's journey, combined with the effects of alcohol, left him feeling somewhat exhausted. He lay down on Xiaoming's soft bed, half asleep. Just then, a WeChat call came and it was Wenxin calling. Are you coming back tonight? Chen Yuan glanced unconsciously at the bathroom, where the sound of running water could be heard. Regardless of what happens tonight, he knows he definitely won't be able to go back. You should get some rest. Chen Yuan paused for a moment, then said, I'm at a friend's house, and I won't be going back tonight. At first, Wenxin thought Chen Yuan was just not coming home for dinner. Unexpectedly, he didn't come back all night. After hanging up the phone, she was left alone in the empty detached villa. Wenxin looked around and comforted herself in a light-hearted tone. It's better if they don't come back. I'm happy to have some peace and quiet. The sound of running water in the bathroom suddenly stopped. After a moment of silence, the door was gently pushed open a crack. Xiaoming peeked out with half her body exposed, her wet hair clinging to her cheeks. Her flushed face and the misty steam made her look even more beautiful. The bathroom light gave her fair, jade-like skin a soft glow. She asked shyly. Brother Yuan, could you please go to the terrace and get me a towel? I forgot to bring it in. Chen Yuan's eyes widened instantly, and he sobered up considerably in a flash. It's unclear whether Xiaoming's actions were intentional or unintentional. He quickly left the door slightly ajar and rushed to the second-floor terrace to get a towel. As soon as I pushed open the balcony door, a strong night wind rushed into the hallway. There was a loud bang. Behind him, Xiaoming's door slammed shut in the wind. When Chen Yuan returned, it was too late for him to go back. He knocked on the door. Xiaoming, the door was blown shut by the wind. Xiaoming, who was quietly waiting in the bathroom, was stunned when she heard this. She was soaking wet and hadn't had time to dry herself off. How am I supposed to open this door? In a flash, a bold idea popped into my mind. Isn't this a golden opportunity? Having never experienced anything between a man and a woman before, her heart suddenly raced. A voice resounded in my heart. Why don't we just go and open the door for him? Although she couldn't predict what she would face after opening the door, Xiaoming had already made up her mind. She took a deep breath, her pretty face burning, and slowly moved behind the door. Water droplets dripped from her body onto the floor, reflecting her delicate, naked figure. She reached out her trembling hand and gently grasped the doorknob, her voice barely audible as she tentatively asked. Brother Yuan, is that you? It's me, you can open the door now. A calm response came from outside the door. With a creak, the door opened. Chen Yuan's pupils suddenly contracted, and his breathing faltered. Beautiful, so beautiful, it's like a peerless painting of a lotus emerging from the water. The bathroom was filled with steam, which enveloped her. Xiaoming's porcelain-like delicate features appeared even more tender after being moisturized. Her delicate skin was so smooth and supple that it made one want to touch it gently. Chen Yuan's Adam's apple bobbed violently, and his eyes locked on the target. It stared intently at the perfect body before it, like a vicious wolf. With the lingering effects of alcohol, my brain was completely out of control, and my rationality collapsed instantly. Xiaoming felt a little intimidated by his tall figure. She reached for a towel, then quickly retreated back into the bathroom. However, it was too late. Chen Yuan's hand moved with lightning speed, getting into the door crack first. Xiaoming couldn't bear to hurt Chen Yuan. In the instant she hesitated, Chen Yuan successfully entered the bathroom. In the misty water vapor. The silent stairwell. There is a 24-hour convenience store downstairs in the apartment building. A few girls buying snacks late at night passed by. I caught a glimpse of a blurry shadow projected onto the frosted glass of the second-floor apartment. Look! Upstairs, there's a big gecko, a girl exclaimed. Oh my, that's scary, one of the girls, the more timid one, shrank back. The third girl squinted and carefully examined the swaying marks above the shadow. She corrected him in a very serious tone. No, look at those two antennae, it's clearly a big cockroach. Chapter 40, a 100x leverage bet. The next day, early morning. The two, who knew each other inside and out, embraced. Chen Yuan looked at Xiaoming, who was fast asleep in his arms. Her eyes still bore traces of tears, like a delicate flower just beginning to bloom. It is said that young girls are alluring, while married women are captivating. Recalling the exhilarating experience of the previous night, Chen Yuan remained unconvinced. It depends on the person. Chen Yuan gently stroked Xiao Meng's firm waist with his large hand. He couldn't resist giving her a kiss on her blushing cheek. Ding! Congratulations! You have won 10 lottery tickets. The long-awaited system notification sound rang out again. Looking at the 10 faintly glowing raffle tickets in my hand, Chen Yuan immediately thought of the top bar hostess, the girl whose WeChat contact name was Qianqian. He stroked his chin, lost in thought. It seems I need to find an opportunity to take her in as well. For no other reason than to get more raffle tickets. With a thought, Chen Yuan initiated the lottery. Ding! Congratulations on unlocking the A-level skill Eye of Treasure Appraisal, low probability of discovering hidden treasures. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a grade B item, Heart of the World W25 folding phone. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained an A-grade item, Bitcoin X1 cryptocurrency. Ding! Congratulations on unlocking the Market Forecast Effect Future 10 minutes one-time use. Ding! 10 draws complete. Congratulations on receiving a total of 700,000 in rebates. Sure enough, as the number of draws increased, the quality of the rewards also improved. I finally got a useful skill, Eye of Treasure Appraisal. It sounds similar to the Eye of Insight. Does it want me to find some bargains? Relying solely on winning over goddesses to make money is far too passive. Now that I have this skill, I can take the initiative and open up new avenues to make money. Chen Yuan was secretly delighted and silently accepted the Eye of Appraisal. This stylish foldable phone is made by Samsung, a flagship business model designed specifically for senior executives of government and enterprises. The moment the device is powered on, the 4 large characters "Heart for the World" appear in the center of the screen. The brushstrokes are vigorous and natural, standing proudly, complemented by the watch on his wrist. A broader perspective on life. With heart set on the world, traversing the 4 seas. As you continue reading, you'll find Bitcoin too? Chen Yuan never expected that he could even win virtual currency. He quickly took out his phone to check the real-time market price, and the current price per unit was as high as more than 800,000. Suddenly, an interface popped up without warning. 5 years from now, which of the following 7 assets, each worth 5 million, will be the most valuable? 1. Gold. 2. Bitcoin. 3. Matai stock. 4. Nvidia stock. 5. Berkshire Hathaway stock. 6. Small apartments in Shanghai, Beijing. 7. LV Classic handbag. Choose one from 7, which one would you bet on? Chen Yuan calculated that, including gold and Bitcoin, his assets exceeded 5 million. Although he doesn't know which one is the most valuable, he definitely wouldn't choose the LV bag. After thinking it over, he couldn't help but chuckle. Having the ability to predict market trends allows one to foresee the direction of the market in the next 10 minutes. Why speculate about what will happen 5 years from now? The most practical thing right now is to immediately verify the effectiveness of this capability. Chen Yuan quickly opened the Items menu and used the Bitcoin. I opened my trading software, and sure enough, there was a new Bitcoin there. Without hesitation, Chen Yuan decisively placed a sell order at the current market price. 820,000 yuan was instantly deposited into the account. Market forecast unlocked with the item. Although it was only 10 minutes, this is in the crypto world. If fund returns are calculated monthly, then stock fluctuations are measured daily. The Bitcoin market, on the other hand, never sleeps, 24/7, with its price chart fluctuating every second. With contract leverage, 10 minutes is enough to launch a blitzkrieg and gamble big. 10 minutes is enough. A glint of light flashed in Chen Yuan's eyes. Hopefully, there will be enough volatility during this period to allow me to profit. Market forecast now enabled. Ding! A rapid price increase of over 7% is expected within the next 10 minutes. This 7% fluctuation is not considered earth-shattering in the volatile cryptocurrency market. If you enable 100x leverage, the 7% increase would be amplified into a 700% return. That means your principal will instantly increase 7-fold. However, the tip only indicated that the price would rise, but did not mention how low it would drop during the consolidation phase. If the price drops by 3% first, the high leverage will instantly wipe him out, and he won't even have time to wait for the price to rise. Behind the high returns lies a correspondingly fatal risk. That's what makes Bitcoin so terrifying. Chen Yuan has always been a radical, always looking for thrills. He quickly analyzed the situation and immediately decided, I'll take out 400,000 yuan and leverage it 100 times to go all in on a long position, with the remaining 400,000 yuan as margin, and go all in. This also means, if the price of the coin drops by 1%, this 400,000 yuan will vanish into thin air. The price of the coin dropped by 2%, and the total of 800,000, including the 400,000 margin, was instantly liquidated. Conversely, if the price of the coin rises by 7% as expected, leverage will amplify profits by 700%. Including the initial investment of 400,000, the total is 3.2 million. With a principal of 400,000 and leverage of 100 times, go all in on a long position. Which trader in real life would dare to do that? This tiny fluctuation represents the savings that many people could never accumulate in a lifetime of hard work. Chen Yuan's palms began to sweat, and his breathing became somewhat heavy. The sheer intensity of the stimulation is enough to make your blood boil. Brother Yuan. I heard Xiaoming's unconscious murmur beside me. She seemed to think Chen Yuan's body temperature was too high. So, in her sleep, she stretched out a snow-white thigh from under the air-conditioned blanket and gently placed it on Chen Yuan's body. Then, in a daze, she pulled Chen Yuan's hand. Feeling safe and secure, like hugging a doll, she held it tightly to her chest. Chen Yuan glanced at the pointer on his wrist that read the 4 Cs. It's 7:30 a.m. Beijing time. Those 10 minutes felt like an eternity, incredibly difficult to endure. Chen Yuan forced himself not to look at his phone. How about, we do something to distract ourselves? His hand lingered unconsciously on Xiaoming's smooth skin. The unconscious rubbing of the person in his arms was like a spark falling into dry tinder. Chen Yuan could no longer restrain himself and rolled over to lie on top of him. Ah, so early in the morning, you. Xiaoming's protests gradually weakened, turning into tiny ripples. 10 minutes later. Little Meng beside her fell into a deep sleep, overwhelmed with happiness. When everything returned to calm, Chen Yuan let out a satisfied sigh. The decisive moment has finally arrived. He reached for his phone, and the screen lit up. Long positions in the account have been closed for profit, contract profit plus 2,780,000 CNY. We won the bet. In just 10 minutes, after deducting the exchange's funding fees, Chen Yuan's net profit from this operation was 2.78 million, plus the principal of 3.18 million. He then submitted a large withdrawal request through institutional channels. The funds, after deducting transaction fees, are expected to arrive safely tonight, totaling 3 million. Chen Yuan calculated that his savings were nearly 7 million. Of course, what reassured him most was having an extra real trump card in his hand. Rank as skill, I have treasure appraisal. Making money will be much faster, and the goal of accumulating tens of millions in assets is just around the corner. Chen Yuan was in a good mood and turned to look at Xiaoming, who was sleeping soundly beside him. I couldn't help but gently kiss her sweet cheek and chuckle softly. Xiaoming, you are truly my lucky star. After saying that, Chen Yuan nimbly got out of bed and prepared to go buy breakfast. He walked downstairs to the 24-hour convenience store and pushed open the glass door. Boss, char siu bo, tea eggs, crispy sausages. After a night of fighting, I was exhausted, both physically and mentally. As you approach the Odin pot, a wave of steam hits you. He took a large paper bowl. Picking up the broth soaked small intestine rolls, white radish, kelp knots, and beef balls. Finally, a few pieces of tender duck blood were scooped on, and the bowl was filled with juicy soup. Next door is an upscale fruit shop with exquisite decor. Chen Yuan selected some of the best quality gem grapes, Yunshao loquats, Korla pears, red-fleshed pomelos. After buying several bags of various fruits, I spent nearly 300 yuan. Fruit shops these days are making ridiculously high profits. Even though he had some money, Chen Yuan never forgot his original aspirations. Then I thought about it again, and I had over 7 million in savings. It wasn't even a day's interest for me, and I immediately felt relieved. Chapter 41 Xiaoming's Special Surprise. Chen Yuan carefully returned to his room. The slight noise still woke Xiaoming up. She looked over sleepily and saw Chen Yuan stuffing several large bags of things into the refrigerator. I bought you lots of fruit, remember to eat it. As Chen Yuan tidied things up, he gave soft instructions. On the table were steaming hot char siu buns and tea eggs. Thanks, brother Yuan. Let's eat together. After washing up, Xiaoming skillfully retied her pigtails. She ran up to Chen Yuan with great energy. She swung her legs playfully and sat directly in Chen Yuan's lap. Xiaoming's room wasn't very big to begin with. After setting aside a space for live streaming, the remaining space felt cramped. The two squeezed into the less than 1 meter wide aisle between the wardrobe and the bed, slowly eating their breakfast. Chen Yuan really wanted to ask Xiaoming to move to the Ziwei garden and live with him. Anyway, there are plenty of empty rooms in the villa, so he swallowed the words back. He then thought that he might as well wait until he had one when Xin over. At that time, not only Xiaoming, but also Nianing and Sister Qin can move in together. This looks delicious. I want to try some. Xiaoming pointed at the half-eaten sausage roll in Chen Yuan's hand and made a request in a sweet voice. Here you go, Chen Yuan said with a smile, handing it over. Xiaoming showed no disgust whatsoever, took the food with a smile, and ate it with satisfaction. It's really delicious, hee hee. I bought it at the convenience store downstairs. Don't you usually buy your breakfast there? Chen Yuan asked casually. Xiaoming smiled shyly. I always have trouble getting up in the morning. Chen Yuan then nodded in sudden realization. Oh, I see. So how do you usually eat? I don't see you even have a kitchen here. Xiaoming's tone was light and cheerful. I order takeout, we can share the food, I only eat this once a day, it's so cheap. That's true, especially for female anchors. Broadcasting late at night often allows for more lenient content. Seeing the innocent light shining in Xiaoming's eyes, Chen Yuan's heart softened. I think her naivety and frankness are quite rare in today's society. Xiaoming was completely unaware. She ate the beef balls with big, carefree bites. Suddenly, soup splattered from the corner of his mouth and landed squarely on Chen Yuan's face. She panicked immediately and apologized repeatedly. I'm so sorry. But Chen Yuan could still hear the undisguised amusement in her voice. Chen Yuan feigned a sullen expression and remained silent. Xiaoming immediately stopped smiling when she saw this, genuinely thinking he was angry. In a moment of desperation, he inexplicably tilted his head back and leaned forward. She stuck out her tongue and gently licked the soup off his face. Chen Yuan's eyes widened, not expecting Xiaoming to suddenly pull such a move. The subtle tactile sensation is truly captivating. A girl who takes the initiative will always surprise people unexpectedly. Chen Yuan relaxed, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he was immersed in her intimacy. Seeing this, Xiaoming naturally wrapped her arms around his neck, responding to his warmth. As their breaths mingled, their hearts gradually became immersed in this small world. Chen Yuan glanced at the wardrobe out of the corner of his eye and saw all sorts of live streaming outfits. Various kinds of black stockings and short skirts, countless, sexy and alluring. A playful smile appeared on his lips. Xiaoming immediately understood and asked softly. Which one do you want me to wear? Chen Yuan took out one of the shiny, silky, open-work bodysuits. This one will do. Okay, I'll go to the bathroom to change. Before he could finish speaking, Chen Yuan gently grasped her wrist, his voice low and deep. No need to bother, this will do. Xiaoming was slightly taken aback, her cheeks instantly flushed red, and she hesitated to speak. Charging type, 1, number of charging cycles, 8. Chen Yuan glanced at the updated status on the system panel, and felt a pang of pity. When the sun was high in the sky, Chen Yuan finally got up and prepared to leave, feeling satisfied. Stepping out of the apartment, Xiaoming, who lived on the second floor, endured her physical discomfort. With difficulty, he leaned against the window, stretched out, and waved goodbye to Chen Yuan. Looking at her pitiful appearance, Chen Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. The roar of the Lamborghini was deafening. As Chen Yuan drove away from the apartment, he couldn't wait to try out his newly acquired A-level skill. The Eye of Treasure Appraiser. It was hot, so he decided to go back to the villa to take a shower first. By the way, I'd like to ask Wenxin if she wants to go to the antique market together. After all, feelings are cultivated. In some aspects, the overly rigid coordination resulted in a less than satisfactory user experience. Back to Villa number 88 in Ziwei Garden. Wenxin was squatting in the front garden, carefully watering the flowers and weeding. She has a graceful figure and moves with lightness and naturalness. It blends seamlessly with the surrounding scenery, creating a tranquil and beautiful picture. Noticing Chen Yuan's return, she looked up and asked, "Shall we eat now? I've finished cooking." Chen Yuan replied. He ate a few bites casually at the dinner table and mentioned to one Xin, "I'm thinking of going to the antique street later, do you want to come along?" It's true that Wenxin gets bored being alone in the villa. With Chen Yuan away, she had almost nothing to do all day. "Okay, let's do it together." She smiled and agreed, also wanting to see what Chen Yuan usually did. Chapter 42 First Date with the School Beauty. Get ready, you'll be driving today. Chen Yuan was thinking of training Wen Xin to be his personal driver. He didn't drive his Lamborghini. Instead, it was to let her get more familiar with the Toyota Alphard and get used to the role. The car window rolled down, and Chen Yuan sat leisurely in the passenger seat. Wenxin drove this $1 million MPV, complimenting her youthful and beautiful face. This understated yet stylish display certainly made a good impression. The antique street is located in the old town of Taichung. The journey used to take more than half an hour. The afternoon sun slanted into the car. The gentle spray fell softly on Wen Muan's profile, highlighting the fine, peach-like downy hairs on her cheeks. Her makeup today was very light. She only drew her eyebrows and applied a light layer of lipstick. She wore a fitted knit top paired with a floral print skirt, which accentuated her shapely upper body. The overall look exudes a subtle yet gentle sexiness. That natural beauty, fresh and elegant, is especially captivating under the light and shadow. It must be said that the beauty of warmth and coziness carries a sense of sophistication. However, this did not prevent her from making mistakes from time to time along the way. Chen Yuan leaned back in the leather passenger seat. The large hand makes restless movements, euphemistically calling it teaching guidance. He gently touched her small hand and patted her thigh, thoroughly enjoying himself. This unspoken, ambiguous tug of war is sometimes far more interesting than doing that kind of thing. What big pervert. Wenxin silently complained to herself, forgetting that she was the one who agreed to go out with him. Seeing the school beauty's expression of holding back her anger but not being able to vent it, Chen Yuan's smile deepened. He leisurely admired Wen Muan's profile, then suddenly spoke. "Wenxin, you're so pretty, don't you have any suitors at school?" "Of course there are." When Xin paused, her tone calm. "At first I was only focused on my studies and didn't pay attention, but later I realized, the boys were all too immature." She gently shook her head. "They don't understand what love is." "Immature? Doesn't understand love?" Chen Yuan stroked his chin, deep in thought. "Love, that thing. Chen Yuan is incredibly knowledgeable. He's better than anyone else at doing things. So tell me, does what we're doing right now count as a date?" Chen Yuan deliberately dragged out the word date and said it jokingly. Hearing Chen Yuan's words, Wen Xian's heart skipped a beat. Her ears burned instantly, and she glared at him, somewhat embarrassed and annoyed. Who went on a date with you?" We just went out for a walk together." Chen Yuan was very patient with Wenxin, the seemingly aloof white swan. He shrugged, adopting an air of nonchalance. "Yeah, I'm just browsing around, please don't overthink it." Wen Xian's lips twitched slightly, and she sighed inwardly. What is all this nonsense? I've been the #1 beauty in Taichung for 4 consecutive years. Even if Chen Yuan is outstanding in appearance, wealth, and temperament. But what he said doesn't seem to have any problems? A faint blush crept onto her cheeks as Wen Muan kept her head down. She deliberately avoided Chen Yuan's direct gaze and whispered, "I'm driving, don't bother me." Seeing this, Chen Yuan quickly ended the conversation. He knew he couldn't push too hard. This ambiguous approach was necessary. Watching the school beauty blush with shyness yet helpless against herself is truly captivating. Chen Yuan yawned, crossed his arms, leaned back in his chair, and took a nap. Perhaps it was because of the intense battles with Xiaoming that the experience was too wonderful. Even in my dreams, I unconsciously reminisce about it. Those swaying twin ponytails and the tiny waist that you could wrap your arms around. Size 34 fair and delicate feet were visible on her shoulders, perfectly complementing her figure. The next second, a warm voice came to my ears. She went to the passenger side and bent down to open the car door for Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan is wearing lightweight gray LV casual trousers today. Wen Xian was about to wake Chen Yuan, but his gaze inadvertently swept over a striking silhouette. A blush instantly crept up her snow-white neck. She thought to herself, how could the scale be? When Xin reached out her slender hand and quickly poked Chen Yuan on the shoulder. She then turned away to hide her burning cheeks. Little did she know that Chen Yuan had been exceptionally talented since childhood. In addition, he had consumed a grade A growth potion produced by the system. His physique has long surpassed the limits of ordinary people, making him stand proudly at the pinnacle of Asian men. Such extraordinary talent would make even industry legend Ken Shimizu feel inferior. After waking up, Chen Yuan straightened his clothes. He got off the bus calmly after his condition had improved. Seeing Wen Xin's flushed face and extremely unnatural expression, Chen Yuan immediately understood. Ahem, let's go in. He coughed twice and quickly changed the subject. Banqiao Antique Street is bustling with people in the afternoon. This is a historic street paved with bluestone slabs. A faint sandalwood scent filled the air. On both sides are old-style buildings with upturned eaves, lined with shops and old-fashioned signs. An old man strolling with his hands behind his back, and tourists looking around curiously. Many more were collectors lingering in front of the stalls, carefully examining the items. The two walked side by side into the street. Chen Yuan seemed to be strolling around casually, but his eyes changed in an instant. His thoughts stirred slightly, unlike usual. The eye for treasure appraisal is now open. In an instant, everything in sight seemed to be covered by a filter. The textures of everything are clearly visible. Most of the items displayed at the stalls exuded a dull and gloomy atmosphere. Chen Yuan immediately understood. These are either modern or contemporary imitations, or ordinary old items with no value whatsoever. Occasionally, a few items emitted a faint white light. He stepped forward, examined the area carefully, and inquired, learned that these are indeed old items, most of them are in ordinary condition, there are many of them, and their market value is not high. Wen Xin quietly followed beside Chen Yuan. She noticed that once Chen Yuan focused, his carefree and irreverent demeanor would instantly disappear. Gone was his usual languid and leisurely demeanor, his eyes held a sharper, more profound look. Damn, serious men are the most attractive. At this moment, Chen Yuan was like a magnet, attracting Wen Xin in a strange way. Although Wen Xin doesn't know much about antiques, she just felt that the porcelain and jade items on the stall looked very antique. Boss, what's the price of this brush washer? Chen Yuan squatted down in front of a stall and casually picked up a seemingly simple celadone brush washer. In his field of vision, the brush washer was emitting a faint blue halo. Although faint, it appeared remarkably pure. Chapter 43 From Warm Adoration. The stall owner was a lean, middle-aged man whose eyes darted around. He quickly sized up Chen Yuan, noticing his refined and otherworldly demeanor. Beside him was a gentle and graceful girl, and his eyes immediately lit up. He held up 5 fingers. Young man, you have a good eye. This is a fine folk kiln piece from the Qianlong era, worth 5,000. What a blunder. I should have known better than to wear this outfit. Chen Yuan thought to himself, this stall owner really does treat people differently based on their status. The appraiser's eye revealed a blue light. This item is definitely worth more than 5,000. It's obvious that the stall owner himself doesn't know the goods, he's just casually asking for a high price to test the waters. Although I have money in my pocket, I am not someone who can be taken advantage of. Looking at the long antique street in front of him, Chen Yuan remained calm. There are plenty of opportunities, so he's not in a hurry to take advantage of any chances. He'd rather familiarize himself with the skills first. He gently put down the brush washer and shook his head. Too expensive, let me look around some more. After saying that, he turned and left decisively, without any hesitation. 1 second, 2 seconds. Hey, don't be in such a hurry to leave. I can tell you really like it, you know your stuff. Upon seeing this, the lean stall owner immediately wore a pained expression, as if he were selling at a loss. Okay, let's be friends, 500. You can take the 500, consider it our opening day. The price suddenly dropped from 5,000 to 500. Wen Xin, standing behind him, widened her eyes in surprise. That's a total swindler. Hearing the stall owner's words, Chen Yuan stopped in his tracks. Boss, it's not that I'm saying this. He turned around, hesitated, picked up the pen washer, rubbed it a few times, and reluctantly said, You've bargained down the price way too much, I'm not even sure I'm going to make a decision now. How about this, 300? If it's okay, I'll take it, if not, then forget it. Without desire, there is no need for anything. Chen Yuan once again lowered the price. Unexpectedly, the stall owner's facial muscles twitched slightly, and he waved his hand. All right, 300 it is. You're a great bargainer, buddy. This is my first order today, so I'm selling it to you at a loss for good luck. After the transaction was completed, Shen Yuan casually handed the brush washer to Wen Xin behind him. Wen Xin accepted the Celadone brush washer with some surprise. I spent 300 yuan to buy this grayish-looking porcelain. Although she didn't know much about antiques, she could tell that the price difference was too great. I couldn't help but ask Shen Yuan in a low voice. Boss, is this reliable? Shen Yuan turned his head to the side and smiled confidently. Even if you don't make a lot of money, you definitely won't lose money. You'll find out soon enough. The two quickly strolled to the middle of the antique street, where many food stalls had sprung up along the roadside. Fragrant roasted sweet potatoes, snow-white osmanthus cake, and dark, stinky tofu. There were even experienced craftsmen who were making dragon beard candy by quickly wrapping sugar threads around their hands. Wen Xin may seem gentle and mild-mannered, but deep down she's still a little girl. Her gaze was drawn to the strings of bright red candied hawthorns, and her eyes lit up. Shen Yuan noticed her subtle glance, a smile playing on his lips, and walked straight to the stall. Boss, give me a skewer. A delighted smile instantly bloomed on Wen Xin's face. She was slightly moved, never expecting Shen Yuan to be so considerate. She gracefully accepted the candied hawthorn from Shen Yuan. Take a small, gentle bite. The sugar coating was crisp and sweet, and the hawthorn was tart and soft. She squinted her eyes in satisfaction. Seeing her contented expression, Shen Yuan actually felt happy too. There is a small pavilion by the river nearby. The scenery was nice, so the two went over and sat down. Why don't you buy something to eat? It's kind of embarrassing to just stare at me like that. As the two gradually became more familiar with each other, Wen Xin relaxed and started joking around. It's too high in sugar and calories, Shen Yuan teased her earnestly. This string of candied hawthorns is worth 2 bowls of rice. Wen Xin's hand trembled. Huh? Really? No girl would complain about being too thin. She glanced at the 2 remaining candied hawthorns and decisively handed them back to Chen Yuan. Here you go, I'm full. Chen Yuan pointed with a hint of disdain to the faint lip print left on the candied hawthorn. On it, a blush of color was the smudge that Wen Xin had accidentally rubbed onto. Then, if you're not going to eat it, just throw it away. Wen Xin then realized what was happening, her face turning slightly red. She quickly took out a makeup mirror from her bag, carefully wiped her lips, and touched up her makeup. Through the reflection in the mirror, she saw Chen Yuan casually pick up the candied hawthorn. He bit into her remaining 2 and ate them all in an instant. A slight flutter stirred in Wen Yuan's heart. Was he doing it on purpose? Or this indirect intimacy made her heart race even faster than direct gestures. Actually, that's not the case. Chen Yuan simply couldn't bear to waste it. Looking up, Chen Yuan noticed a pawnshop called Zhu Yuan Pawn Shop by the river. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, the interior of the store was dimly lit. He went straight to the counter and asked Wen Xin to bring out the old items. The experienced craftsman behind the counter casually picked up a magnifying glass. He glanced at it, then paused slightly. He thought to himself, a blue and white porcelain brush washer from the Qianlong era? The master craftsman carefully wiped it, examined the glaze and the base, and then gently tapped it with his finger to listen to the sound. He pushed up his reading glasses. Young man, this is a nice item. How did you get it? Chen Yuan curled the corners of his lips, but did not answer directly. The boss looked up and met Chen Yuan's gaze, then revealed a knowing smile. He nodded slightly. I understand. Young man, how much are you planning to pay for this? If the eye of an appraiser can detect a bluish light, it proves that this item is definitely genuine. 20,000. Chen Yuan immediately quoted the reserve price based on the authenticity of the Qianlong era artifact. If it works out, we'll close the deal. If not, I'll find someone else. The boss scrutinized him for a few seconds, then finally nodded. Okay, let's consider this making friends. Stepping out of the shop, Chen Yuan felt exhilarated. The eye of treasure appraisal was truly invaluable. 20,000 yuan a day. That's over 7 million yuan a year. Looking at the antique stalls that still covered half the street, he thought he would find a few more items later. The warmth behind me kept me from suppressing my excitement in the shop. My God, I've earned 20,000 yuan in such a short time. No wonder he's rich. His vision and boldness are truly admirable. Boss, how did you figure it out at a glance? Wenxin couldn't help but ask in a low voice, her eyes filled with genuine admiration. Chen Yuan smiled slightly, enjoying Wen Xian's admiration, which went beyond appearances and came from the bottom of her heart. This feeling is much more pleasant than simply being complimented on your looks. Want to learn? Chen Yuan turned his head and teased in a low voice. Come to my room tonight, and I'll teach you step by step. Wenxin pursed her lips, swallowing back the words that were on the tip of her tongue. The fervent admiration that had just arisen in my heart instantly crumbled. What the heck, it's still the same after all this time. This street not only has street vendors, but also some well-decorated shops that claim to offer genuine products. Chen Yuan, in high spirits, took Wen Nuan's hand. Her slender, delicate hands were soft and boneless, and felt incredibly smooth in the palm of your hand. Wenxin blushed slightly, but she wasn't actually against it. Don't do this. Out of modesty, she gently pulled her wrist away and whispered. However, how could a delicate girl like her resist Chen Yuan? She had no choice but to give up. The two entered a shop specializing in grade A jadeite, intending to taste its saltiness. The subtle lighting inside the store illuminated the jade bracelets in the display case, making them appear as if they were shimmering with turquoise. Chen Yuan noticed Wen Nuan's gaze. From the moment I entered the store, I was glued to a bracelet in the corner that was entirely green and had a uniform color. Chen Yuan was in a good mood and waved his hand. Which one do you like? I'll buy it for you. Her warm, autumn water-like eyes were filled with surprise. She extended her slender finger and lightly tapped the glass counter, saying to the shop assistant. Hello, I'd like to take a look at this bracelet. The shop assistant quickly took out the bracelet, and Wenxin was about to take it. However, just as the food was being handed over, the clerk deliberately let go of it prematurely. The bracelet slammed onto the glass counter with a loud crash. Although it didn't break, it did have a noticeable fine crack. Oh dear. Ma'am, why didn't you catch it? The portly owner at the cashier quickly came over. He immediately raised his voice, his face filled with anxiety. This is genuine grade A jadeite, icy green. You must compensate me, 88,000 yuan, not a penny less. Chapter 44 School Beauty framed and receives compensation. 88,000? That's an astronomical number. Upon hearing the boss's words, Wen Xian's face turned deathly pale. No. It wasn't me, I caught it, she let go too soon. Wenxin defended herself softly, her voice trembling slightly. But it seemed rather weak in the face of the boss and the staff's aggressive demeanor. The customers in the store were all attracted by the commotion. They cast different glances at each other and began to whisper among themselves. 88,000. That's incredibly unlucky. How long will it take to pay this off? The couple next to them hurriedly moved half a meter away from the counter in fear. Oh dear, this pretty and quiet girl, how could she be so careless? An older woman shook her head regretfully, her face filled with sympathy. I think there's something off about the owner and the staff, could it be? The middle-aged man wearing glasses noticed something amiss and expressed his suspicion. Before he could finish speaking, his companion tugged at him, signaling him to mind his own business. Wenxin has always been an outstanding student, the school beauty, and the center of attention. When have you ever experienced such an embarrassing situation of being surrounded and demanded compensation in public? In an instant, feelings of grievance and shame intertwined. Her cheeks were burning hot, and she wished she could find a place to hide immediately. However, it was at Wenxin's most helpless moment. Chen Yuan stepped forward and gently took her slender hand in his warm palm. Chen Yuan gave her a look to reassure her that he was there for her. I clearly handed it to you. The shop assistant insisted that she had done nothing wrong. Madam, you can't do this. Wenxin hurriedly looked at Chen Yuan. He had now become her only support. Boss, I didn't. Chen Yuan looks young, but he's no longer a recent college graduate. He could tell at a glance that this was a poor performance by the boss and the shop assistant. The eye of treasure appraisal activated. In my field of vision, the bracelet emitted a faint white light, barely even reaching grade B. Its internal structure is loose, and its luster is superficial. It's purely for show and has no value whatsoever. This is clearly a staged accident scam. The shop specifically targets customers who are unfamiliar with the area and don't know much about it. Especially young girls like Wenxin who seem to be just entering society. Seeing Wen Xian's pitiful appearance, Chen Yuan laughed instead of getting angry. It's okay, I'm here. He gently squeezed her warm and delicate little hand and gave her a reassuring look. Immediately afterwards, Chen Yuan slowly strolled forward, under the watchful eyes of the owner, the staff, and all the onlookers. He suddenly reached out and snatched the bracelet from the shopkeeper's hand. The movement was swift. The boss's short, chubby fingers were caught off guard and missed their grasp. "What are you doing?" The boss was taken aback when he realized his hands were empty. He immediately turned pale and instinctively lunged forward to snatch the bracelet back. "Ah!" The shop assistant next to her exclaimed in surprise. Chen Yuan held the bracelet high, taking advantage of his height and build. The owner and the shop assistants couldn't reach him even on tiptoe. They just couldn't get close to him no matter what they did. When Xin's heart began to race, she didn't understand what Chen Yuan was going to do. Is she going to smash the bracelet out of anger? Wouldn't that make things even more complicated? However, Chen Yuan only leaned back slightly. His face was filled with undisguised mockery as he looked at the bracelet in his hand with disdain. "What are you panicking about?" Chen Yuan's voice wasn't loud, but everyone present could hear it clearly. "Aren't you going to pay compensation? I need to see what makes this 88,000 yuan treasure so valuable." He shook the bracelet on his hand. "What if you switched it out, or what if the crack was there from the start? Who can I complain to?" Upon hearing this, the boss's face immediately turned extremely ugly. His outstretched hand froze in mid-air. Taking it or not taking it is both problematic. More and more people gathered outside the store to watch the spectacle. The whispers and pointing fingers gradually grew louder. Chen Yuan didn't look at the crack, but simply flicked the bracelet with his finger. The bracelet immediately emitted a slightly muffled sound. A smile played on his lips as he looked directly at the boss. "Boss, are you sure this is grade A jadeite, priced at 88,000? The boss was taken aback by the question, and immediately stiffened his neck to try and answer. "Of course. There's a certificate too." Chen Yuan chuckled and held the bracelet up to the light. "Ice type? More like rock sugar. The inside is full of messy cotton-like fibers and the structure is loose. Yang green? This color is so dull, it looks like it's been printed on, completely devoid of any life. And this sound," he flicked his finger again. "Grade A jade makes this kind of muffled sound? You're kidding me." With each word he spoke, the boss's face paled a little more. Outside the store, knowledgeable customers began to whisper among themselves. They're clearly taking advantage of the girl's youth and lack of experience. These shops these days are using such sophisticated tricks. The boss immediately realized that this young man was no pushover. "We can't eat this fat sheep today." The fat on his face twitched involuntarily. "Oh dear, buddy, look at this mess. Maybe I really made a mistake." He rubbed his hands together, trying to ease the tension, and his tone softened. "This bracelet may have had a flaw before, and the shop assistant didn't check it carefully. It's my fault, it's all my fault." The boss immediately absolved himself of all responsibility, shifting all blame onto the employees. He changed the subject, a fawning smile spreading across his face, and tentatively asked. "However, this thing was bumped in this lady's hands after all. How about this? The price was indeed 88,000, but it was unintentional on your part. We can discuss the compensation." He had a look on his face that said, "I've been taken advantage of. How about, you compensate me at cost price, 8,000. 8,000 yuan is just a token, consider it to make up for some of the store's losses, how about it?" At this point, the fat boss was still oblivious to his impending doom, thinking of using a strategic retreat to make another quick buck. For a bracelet like his, which might only cost a few hundred yuan to make, 8,000 yuan, still a huge profit. His posture made it seem as if he had made a huge concession, giving Chen Yuan a way out. The most ridiculous thing was that the couple next to them actually started to think that the boss was reasonable. 8,000? That's much better than 88,000. Sigh, I guess I'll just have to pay to avoid further trouble. After all, the item was indeed touched by someone else. When Xin heard the boss say 8,000, which was still a considerable amount, compared to the previous 88,000, it instantly gave her a feeling of surviving a disaster. 8,000 at cost? Are you sure? Chen Yuan sneered. This boss was still trying to play dirty tricks. They really think he's a naive fool. Chen Yuan took the bracelet and strode to the shop entrance. He addressed the growing crowd of onlookers outside, his voice clear and resonant. Everyone, look at this water, its color, and the workmanship of this thing. He asked me for 8,000. Chen Yuan held the bracelet high, pointing it at the light. Under bright light, the bracelet's crude workmanship and cheap feel were immediately apparent. This is highway robbery. How dare you ask for a price with something like this? This broken rock is worth at most 800. A rip-off. It's a total rip-off. Chapter 45 Stealing a Warm First Kiss. Seeing the situation escalating, the boss's face instantly turned a deep shade of liver. He didn't expect Chen Yuan to be so persistent, bringing the matter into the open. Hey! Bro! Let's talk this out. Let's go inside and talk. The boss was so anxious that he rushed forward to try to pull Chen Yuan away, and he was filled with regret. He inwardly groaned and cursed wildly. Damn it, I really misjudged you today. Chen Yuan was dressed in designer brands, looked smart, and was young. He thought he was some rich second-generation tourist who didn't know any better and was easy prey, so he could rip him off. Who would have thought this man would be so fierce and ruthless, showing no regard for face at all? What the boss didn't know was, the young man with such a powerful presence in front of me was, not long ago, a delivery man braving wind and rain. Dealing with difficult merchants, demanding customers, and unpleasant security guards. He experienced the hardships of working at the bottom of society. Such scenes were commonplace for him. Chen Yuan didn't give him a chance to speak again. Don't give me that. I'll give you two options. First, I'll call the Market Supervision Bureau right away. Let's handle this officially and see who compensates whom in the end. Second, you must immediately bow and apologize to my girlfriend, admitting your attempted staged accident was unsuccessful, and we'll call it even. The choice is yours. When Chen Yuan said the words girlfriend, Wen Xian's pretty face blushed slightly. A sweet feeling began to rise in her heart, and she took his arm in return, feeling incredibly at ease. Apologize? This isn't the first time the fat boss has done something like this. The previous arguments were all suppressed by his coercion and inducement. He used to make tens of thousands of yuan every time, but he never expected to be taken advantage of by Qing Yuan today. If you actually call the Market Supervision Bureau, you'll be in big trouble. They might just shut down for rectification. How will I make money then? I'll give you 3 seconds to think it over. 3. Chen Yuan had already started counting down. His phone screen lit up as he prepared to dial. 2. Under immense pressure, the boss, seeing the increasing number of raised phones around him, finally broke down. The word had just been uttered. I apologize. I apologize. The owner quickly called out all the shop assistants. Their faces flushed, and they humbly bowed towards Wenxin. I'm so sorry. We didn't hold it properly. It was a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. As soon as he finished speaking, the boss wished he could disappear into a crack in the ground. He strode to the door and flipped the open for business sign to close today. He then sheepishly shrank back behind the counter, never daring to look up again. Chen Yuan snorted coldly, didn't even look at it, and threw the bracelet back onto the counter like trash. He pulled Wen Xian, who was still a little dazed, into his arms and said, "Let's go." It's unclear who started it, but a round of applause broke out among the onlookers. The two walked out of the store side by side, amidst admiring glances from everyone. Chen Yuan was still upset about what had just happened. When Xin looked up and saw that Chen Yuan still had a stern face, she immediately felt guilty, thinking that he was angry because of her. The warmth in his arms, in turn, comforted Chen Yuan. Without thinking much, she gently placed her hand on Chen Yuan's chest. In a soft voice, she recited a rhyme she had heard as a child. I won't get angry when others do, because anger makes you sick and no one can take your place. The next second, when Xian realized what was happening. The way they're doing this, the distance between them, it's way too intimate. Her face flushed bright red instantly. Just as she was about to pull her hand back, Chen Yuan quickly grabbed it and gently held it in his palm. What are you going to do? Looking at Wenxin, who wanted to comfort others but ended up feeling shy and helpless, I realized that she was quite shy. This instantly made Chen Yuan laugh, and the slight displeasure in his heart immediately vanished. A gentle breeze was blowing on the street. She swept her bangs back from her forehead, along with her floral print skirt. Her perfectly oval face was fully revealed. The light shone on her, highlighting her fair and translucent skin. Her face flushed with shyness, making her so beautiful that it was impossible to look away. Chen Yuan's heart stirred, and he couldn't resist, so he lowered his head and kissed her. I could feel the hot, masculine scent spraying onto my neck. Wen Xin froze completely. Her beautiful eyes widened, her mind buzzing. This was my first kiss. The soft touch on her lips was clear, and she instinctively wanted to push it away. She placed her slender hand against Chen Yuan's chest, but couldn't muster any strength. In a public place, with people coming and going, Wen Xin felt her cheeks burning hot, but thankfully Chen Yuan finally let go of her. The two hands, clasped together, did not loosen. Since you've lost the bracelet, I'll reward you with a kiss. Wen Xin lowered her head, clutching the hem of her skirt. Her heart was pounding, and she dared not look Chen Yuan in the eye. There's still half a street to go. With his expert eye for antiques, Chen Yuan easily spotted several national treasures that were clearly faked. They also discovered one or two genuine artifacts that shimmered with a bluish light. As darkness fell, I thought that today might not bring me any good luck. Chen Yuan was preparing to buy the two items that shimmered with a bluish light. Suddenly, Chen Yuan's gaze was drawn to the items on an old man's stall in the corner. It was a celadone bowl, about the size of a palm, with a slightly damaged rim. Its exterior was covered in dirt and its glaze was dull, making it look unremarkable. However, from the perspective of an expert in treasure appraisal, this broken bowl actually emitted an ancient and pure golden halo. The texture and sense of age of that halo completely surpassed any object I had seen before. Chen Yuan was deeply shaken, and he tried his best to control himself. He approached the stall and squatted down without making a sound. He first casually picked up a small bowl from the side and asked, "Sir, how much is this bowl?" The simply dressed old man raised his cloudy eyes, his voice hoarse. "Late Qing Dynasty folk kiln, 800. Chen Yuan pretended to haggle for a while and finally bought the small bowl for 200 yuan. Finally, he casually pointed to the celadone bowl. "And this one? It looks like an old man, but it's too crippled." The old man glanced at the celadone bowl and shook his head. "I got it from the countryside, I don't even know what it is. If you like it, here's 100 yuan for you." "Alright, consider it buying a specimen." Chen Yuanxian suppressed his elation and readily paid the money. He never expected that such a treasure would be obtained so easily. The moment I took the bowl, the golden light around its surface flickered slightly once more. Chen Yuan is almost certain that its artistic value from that era probably far exceeds what ordinary people imagine. Wen Xin watched quietly from the side. Although I don't understand why Chen Yuan would buy this broken bowl. But she could clearly sense the surprise in Chen Yuan's eyes after he received it. "Another success?" she asked softly. Chen Yuan carefully held the bowl in his hands, and finally couldn't help but whisper, "We're rich. This time we've really struck it rich." Chapter 46: A Major Investigation. A common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. Chen Yuan understood this principle. He quickly calmed down and pulled Wen Xin away from the bustling antique street. Back in the Alfred, Chen Yuan took out the unassuming celadone bowl. I examined it carefully, taking advantage of the last rays of the setting sun. Chen Yuan's mind raced through all his knowledge, but he still couldn't find the answer. I sensed Chen Yuan's extraordinary rigor and seriousness. Wen Xin also realized that this thing was extraordinary, and asked in a low voice, "What is this?" "It's hard to say right now, we need to take it home and clean it first." Back at the detached villa in the Ziwei garden, Chen Yuan placed the bowl on the coffee table in the living room. Next, Wen Xin brought over a professional soft bristled brush and purified water. He bent down and began to carefully clean the grime off the bowl. As the last bit of stain completely disappeared, the bowl gradually revealed its true appearance. The glaze is a jade-like blue-green, warm and translucent, with a thick glaze layer and a restrained luster. The carving in the center of the bowl is a simple lotus scroll pattern, with smooth strokes and skillful carving technique. Chen Yuan took a deep breath, gently lifted it up, and continued to examine it. There is also an inconspicuous glaze shrinkage area on the bottom of the bowl, where a faint reddish-brown color can be seen. Chen Yuan's pupils contracted, and he immediately took out his phone, took a picture, and uploaded it using AI. The phone screen instantly lit up with the matching result, Yanglo Longquan celadone bowl. He suppressed his racing heartbeat, his fingertips swiping rapidly down the scroll, and continued reading. It even has past transaction records from top domestic auction houses. Sotheby's Hong Kong Autumn Auction 2022, Imperial Kiln Special Sale. Ming Dynasty, Yunla period, Longquan Kiln, Celadon bowl with carved lotus scroll pattern. Transaction price, 3,500,000 Hong Kong dollars, approximately 3.2 million renminbi. Chen Yuan quickly opened the reference image and carefully compared it with the actual object in his hand. The glaze, decoration, and shape are extremely similar. Wenxin, come here for a moment. Chen Yuan pulled Wen Xian over from the other side of the sofa and handed her his phone. Look closely, aren't these two very similar? Wenxin curiously leaned closer and bent down to examine the high-definition images on the screen. A few seconds later, she felt a jolt, and her pupils involuntarily dilated. It's not just similar, it's practically identical. Chen Yuan felt the gentle fragrance of shampoo wafting from her hair. The two were shoulder to shoulder, head to head, yet completely unaware of each other. Chen Yuan zoomed in on the image to the maximum, repeatedly comparing every detail. Finally, they looked at each other and came to a conclusion that made their hearts race. The bowl in front of us is not only highly similar to the rare items that fetched record prices at auction houses in Hong Kong. The glaze is clearly more well preserved, and the quality is no worse than the one in the picture. When Xian turned to look at Chen Yuan, her beautiful eyes filled with utter shock. It's not just the value of the bowl, but more so the incredible impression Chen Yuan has of him. When it was at the stall, it was just an ordinary little bowl covered in dust, completely unremarkable. But Chen Yuan spotted it at a glance, and the feeling of finding a treasure upon obtaining it. How is that possible? Or perhaps he is a hidden genius, an excessively young expert. Or, does he really have X-ray vision? A variety of strange thoughts flashed through her mind, making her feel quite unsettled. A man's happiness is that simple. Chen Yuan enjoyed the undisguised admiration that came from the warmth around him, and felt secretly pleased. The two were very close, and Chen Yuan, being tall, naturally looked down. You can easily see the warm and fitted knitwear underneath. Pleasing to the eye. Dopamine takes over. I should say it, but I won't. A surge of intense lust welled up within Chen Yuan, and his entire demeanor began to exude a sinister charm. His eyes darkened slightly as he took an aggressive step forward. Strong, powerful arms quickly pulled Wen Nuan into their embrace. In an instant, the two of them sank into the soft leather sofa. The soft indentation formed by the sofa after bearing weight enveloped their figures. Her warm, chestnut brown hair cascaded down the sofa like a waterfall, exuding charm and allure. It made her skin appear even whiter, her long eyelashes fluttering gently, and her natural beauty shines through with light makeup. The charm she inadvertently revealed at that moment made Chen Yuan even more irresistible. Chen Yuan leaned closer and gently covered her lips with his. Unlike the brief encounter at the antique street, this kiss was long and deep. Their breaths mingled, and time passed quietly. 10 minutes later, Wenxin turned her head away, panting slightly. Ding! Congratulations! You have received 5 raffle tickets. The system notification brought Chen Yuan back to his senses. He chuckled softly, deciding to let Wen Xian off the hook for the time being. She had barely stepped back when a pair of hands began to wander restlessly over her waist. Wenxin had never experienced anything like this before. She felt an unbearable itch, hunched her shoulders, and unconsciously tensed her toes. Her straight, snow-white feet bent and gently rubbed against the edge of the sofa. Just as Chen Yuan decided to launch a major investigation to uncover all the taxes Wen Xian had evaded. In the midst of their passionate encounter, a crisp tinkling sound suddenly came from the coffee table. Sigma! Chen Yuan turned around abruptly, startled. That priceless Yun Longquan Celadon bowl was touched by Wenxin's restless toes. Goodness, I almost kicked my precious baby off the coffee table. Losing millions for a few minutes of tenderness is not worth it. Wenxin immediately realized that she seemed to have kicked something. She was so frightened that she froze, too afraid to move under Chen Yuan, and even held her breath. Chen Yuan quickly stepped forward to steady the baby, who was still dangerously swaying on the edge of the coffee table. I'll go cook. Taking advantage of the moment Chen Yuan got up, Wen Xian hurriedly slipped away, her cheeks flushed, and ran to the kitchen. Chen Yuan carefully picked up the bowl and examined it thoroughly before letting out a long sigh of relief. Watching Wenxin stagger away, he had no choice but to give up. The sounds of washing and chopping came from the kitchen, and Chen Yuan calmed down. He thought things might change over time, and that he was clumsy and inept. The sooner we can cash in on this precious bowl, the better. Chen Yuan immediately took out his phone, searched for the contact information of the top auction houses in China, and dialed them. The call was answered quickly, and a gentle, professional female voice came through. "Hello, sir, this is the porcelain department of China Guardian Auction. How can I help you?" Chen Yuan cleared his throat. "Hello, I have a Longquan celadon bowl with carved decoration from the Yongle period of the Ming dynasty." There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the phone, then the woman's voice became noticeably more serious. "Yongle Longquan where?" "Sir, please wait a moment, I will immediately connect you with one of our senior porcelain appraisal experts." Chapter 47. It doesn't matter, I'll take action. The call was transferred, and a calm male voice came through the receiver. "Hello, I am Director Wang from the China Guardian Porcelain Department. Would it be convenient for you to add me on WeChat, take a few high-resolution detail photos, and send them to me for initial screening? If the photos are satisfactory, we can immediately arrange for a team of experts to come to your location for on-site authentication." "Okay." Chen Yuan hung up the phone and sent the picture. Less than 10 minutes later, a WeChat call came in. It was Director Wang, who spoke with great excitement. "Sir, several of our experts have examined the pictures and unanimously agree that they are authentic from the Yongle period and are extremely rare masterpieces from that era. Can we arrange a meeting tomorrow? If the item is confirmed to be genuine, China Guardian could make an exception and include it in their upcoming auction as a featured item." Chen Yuan felt much more at ease. "Okay, let's do it tomorrow." After putting down his phone, Chen Yuan carefully put away the bowl on the table. "This is a treasure worth 3 million, plus my existing balance of 7 million. After the auction, my savings will reach 10 million. Officially joined the ranks of millionaires." Chen Yuan leaned back on the sofa in the living room, comfortably crossing his legs. He thought of the 5 lottery tickets he had just received and used them. A dazzling golden light flashed. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining an S-level item wealth boost card. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained a grade B item hasten mattress. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining an A-grade item National Beauty women's wristwatch. To his surprise, he drew an S-rank item on his very first draw. Chen Yuan quickly checked the item's description. Wealth enhancement card, all cash, deposits, wealth management products, and other monetary assets under the user's name will receive a fixed annualized return of 365%. Returns are settled daily, can be withdrawn at any time, and have no handling fees. Duration, permanent. Chen Yuan gasped in astonishment. This was practically a money printing machine. What does an annualized return of 365% mean? Even if you have 10 million, you can put it in a large denomination certificate of deposit at one of the 4 major banks. At an annual interest rate of around 3%, the annual return would only be 300,000. With this card, annual income soared to 36.5 million, more than 100 times. Chen Yuan couldn't help but swallow hard, and began to look to the future. What if it's 100 million? Wouldn't that mean getting 365 million for free a year later? Indeed, the larger the principal, the more terrifying the returns. If real estate tycoon Su had had this card back then, he wouldn't have needed to run away. Chen Yuan's desire to make money has reached an unprecedented peak. The more he thought about it, the more regretful he became, especially regarding the 2 old objects with a bluish sheen that remained on the antique street. Why didn't you take it all at once? Because it was too late. Even a small amount is still something. On the entire street, among thousands of items, only 3 fine things gleamed with a bluish light. To be so lucky as to find a Yongle Longquan kiln gem is already an incredible stroke of luck. What a waste, such a huge waste. Chen Yuan then looked at the B-grade prop, the Hastings mattress. Hastings mattresses, the Rolls-Royce of mattresses, once the brand that supplied mattresses for the first-class cabins of the Titanic. The introduction is easy to understand, emphasizing luxury and historical heritage. Chen Yuan stroked his chin, his thoughts drifting to his current female confidants. Yeah, with my build, I really can't handle anything without a top-of-the-line mattress. He nodded in deep agreement. This lottery result is practically tailor-made for me. Looking further, there's another women's watch, absolutely stunning. Chen Yuan examined it carefully. Its workmanship was exquisite, its design elegant, and it showed great quality in terms of texture and details. It feels just as good as the overseas watch on my wrist. It's definitely a top-tier luxury item. Excellent, truly excellent. Chen Yuan was very satisfied he had actually gotten 3 high-quality items from these 5 draws. He lay leisurely on the sofa, in a pleasant mood. Thinking that he still had 940,000 yuan in live streaming donation credits, he casually clicked on Douyin live streaming. A notification immediately pops up on the homepage. The streamer you follow, Lemon Isn't Cute, is currently in a heated competition. Chen Yuan clicked in and saw that Xiao Meng was having a live PK battle with a female anchor named Vivian. Best of 3, the penalty is that the loser has to do 50 squats. Looking at the familiar apartment background in Xiao Meng's live stream, Chen Yuan's lips curled up. She's actually playing PvP? Since having in-depth conversations with Chen Yuan, Xiao Meng's style of dressing has also changed. It's no longer the eye-catching, exaggerated styles of the past. In the picture, she is wearing only a simple white round neck top. Especially after being nourished by Chen Yuan, she became even more radiant and relaxed. Even so, her top couldn't hide her naturally full and overdeveloped figure. It makes her look fresh and cute, yet sexy. Chen Yuan gifted her 20 carnival items last time, worth 60,000 yuan. With her savings in hand, Xiao Meng became much more assertive in the face of the foul language in the livestream. LV12 I love cilantro, why doesn't the streamer show his son? Is this some kind of scam? LV5 Lotus Pond Moonlight, how much does it cost, streamer? LV15 Extraordinary Life, so beautiful, drooling, time to wrap up. She finished her tirade in a huff, crossed her arms, and snorted. Her little face was full of an expression of not caring about money, and she was quite arrogant. However, the next second, LV38 My heart turns to the moon enter the live stream room. When I saw this familiar ID, Xiao Meng's angry face instantly melted away, and her eyebrows and eyes unconsciously curved into crescent moons. She immediately brought the peeled red pomelo next to her to the camera, her voice becoming several degrees sweeter. Thanks to my brother Yuan for the pomelos, they're so sweet, hee hee. LV38 My heart turns to the moon, you're welcome. The streamer who was just arguing with everyone and everything suddenly became as docile as a kitten. This unexpected interaction instantly piqued the curiosity of the viewers in the live stream. LV12 I love cilantro, streamer, who is this? LV10 level 8 Gale, new here, huh? This is our top spender in the live stream. Chen Yuan shifted his gaze to Vivian, the female anchor opposite him. She was wearing a pair of low-waisted, tight jeans that barely reached her hips. She wore a black and white cow print halter top that revealed her entire waist and abdomen. That exaggerated bust-to-hip ratio is nothing short of miraculous, definitely the result of a second cosmetic procedure. It's incredibly daring, with a hot and provocative style, and extremely seductive. They haven't been moved yet? Looks like they've really overwhelmed the censors. Chen Yuan silently watched the livestream. Xiao Meng's side only had 200 people online, but Vivian's livestream had more than 1,200 people. They are already considered mid-tier streamers on the platform, with a significant disparity in popularity between the two sides. From the start of the first round until now, Xiao Meng's side has only received scattered small gifts. Gifts such as hearts, flowers, and beer flooded social media. The most expensive item was just a confession balloon, and the total value of all the balloons together was less than 100 yuan. On the other hand, Vivian's livestream was filled with cheers as she thanked the viewers for their gifts. Thanks to my brother Long for the sports car. Love you. As she spoke, she quickly moved closer to the camera and used her arms to make a heart shape in front of her chest. Her top fan, Brother Long, even led the mockery in the public chat. Give up on that big-breasted cutie over there. I think you look pretty good doing squats, huh? This tight-fitting sound is even tighter than my great-grandmother's foot binding cloth. Chen Yuan couldn't help but make a comment. Because he entered the livestream relatively late. I've been so busy looking at Xiao Meng that I haven't had a chance to send her any gifts yet. The countdown for the first round of the PK has already ended. Xiao Meng lost this game without any surprise. Seeing that Xiao Meng was powerless to fight back, the other side became even more arrogant. Is that all there is on the other side? Not a single one of them is even remotely capable of fighting. Wasn't there supposed to be a top influencer? There's been no movement from him. LV28 Amalelikon, my confession balloon, all wasted. LV12 I love cilantro seized the opportunity to start a trend. This top-ranked guy is completely useless. Not as good as me, at least I got 2 bottles of beer. At level 8 Gale at my heart turns to the moon at Lemon is not cute. Xiao Meng, on the other hand, seemed quite calm. She never morally blackmails anyone. She can send gifts if she wants, and if not sending gifts can increase her popularity and buzz, that's fine too. It's okay, it's already great that everyone came to chat with me. She smiled and calmed the audience, showing a very positive attitude. Faced with provocations from haters and a tense atmosphere in the livestream, Chen Yuan smiled slightly and calmly typed a line of text on the public screen. LV38 My heart turns to the moon, it doesn't matter, I will take action. Chapter 48 Top Female Anchor in Real-Time Ranking. This match is a best-of-3 series. Xiaomeng has already lost the first game, which means she can't afford to lose either of the next 2 games. Otherwise, she would be punished with 50 squats. As soon as the second round of the PK began, Chen Yuan no longer hesitated. Looking at the 940,000 yuan in tips in his Douyin account, he tapped his finger lightly and then waved his hand dramatically. 10 carnivals instantly went viral. The live stream was filled with dazzling special effects. Xiaomeng's PK health bar surpassed her opponents with overwhelming force. The haters who were just moments before fiercely mocking the other side of the screen suddenly fell silent, and the comment section was flooded with exclamations of amazement. LV12 I love cilantro, holy crap? What's going on? 10 carnivals. 30,000 yuan. LV10 level 8 Gale, you're short-sighted, aren't you? That day, Big Brother cleared over 20 in a row. This is nothing. LV15 Extraordinary Life, 666, Big Brother is awesome. Wow, wow. Xiaomeng watched with delight as the dazzling carnival effects bloomed on the screen. Her eyes lit up, and a sweet smile appeared on her lips. Thank you. Thank you for the carnival, Brother Yuan, thank you. She was deeply moved by Chen Yuan's generous gesture without hesitation. This feeling of being firmly protected made her inner turmoil quietly dissipate. Xiaomeng had been secretly worried. That night, I gave myself to her in the apartment. With their relationship progressing so quickly, wouldn't he feel that I'm not reserved enough? Did he become the top spender on virtual gifts just for that one night of passion and then abandon himself? Now, Chen Yuan has shown her the answer through his actions. Instead of distancing himself, he reappeared in the live stream to help him in PK battles. Brother Yuan definitely cares about me. Xiaomeng was overjoyed and unconsciously felt relaxed and at ease. Huge rewards from 10 carnivals. This instantly propelled Xiaomeng's livestream to 8th place on the local hourly ranking. The huge exposure from eating during the evening rush hour. Xiaomeng's livestream quickly attracted over 1,000 viewers. Even the fans of the streamer Vivian on the other side were attracted by this wave of donations. They couldn't resist clicking in to see. The streamer is from the same city as me. I've followed them. I've discovered a hidden gem of a girl. I love this style. So cute. I'll stay here tonight. After changing her style, Xiaomeng is fresh and a little bit delicate. While attracting more goodwill from passers-by, the bullet screen area became even more lively. After sending out 10 carnivals, Chen Yuan's live stream level also increased to LV40. He glanced at the top-ranked player on the opposite side, Brother Long, whose level was LV50. This means that the other party has spent hundreds of thousands of yuan on Douyin, and their financial strength is also quite good. Chen Yuan did not continue playing, but chose to stop for the time being. He wanted to test the reaction of the top-ranked player on the opposing team first. In Vivian's livestream, the previously arrogant fans were instantly dumbfounded. What's going on? Holy crap! There's a real big shot on the other side. 10 carnivals? At Brother Long, look! Vivian's heart tightened. She hadn't expected that this seemingly insignificant little anchorwoman had such a hidden story. Such a great master was hidden away. You should know how much she paid to keep the top male fan firmly in her grasp. Chatting, playing games, and meeting in person. I even agreed to his request for a multiplayer game a few days ago. I was exhausted from being tossed and turned all night. It took a lot of effort to earn this little bit of favor today. Why does this adorable girl on the other side deserve such protection so easily? Wei Wei's face darkened, and a strong sense of jealousy and resentment welled up in her heart. She thought to herself. This girl across from me looks innocent and harmless, but I didn't expect her to be more cunning than me behind the scenes. I must not let my guard down. When Brother Long in the live stream didn't respond for a long time, Vivian panicked. She quickly opened WeChat and sent a voice message to Brother Long. Her voice was sweet and cloying, with a hint of grievance. Brother Long, why aren't you saying anything? People are being bullied. Brother Long didn't want to pay any attention to it. So what if losing a contest means doing 50 squats? This woman is being way too dramatic. To put it bluntly, isn't it just about getting him to spend more money? Brother Long isn't some sucker. He quickly calculated in his mind and immediately sent Vivian a WeChat message. What reward will you give me for helping you win this time? Seeing that Brother Long had responded, Vivian immediately seized the opportunity. If I can help them win tonight, I'll take a taxi to come find you, okay? Sure. Brother Long narrowed his eyes, a smug smile appearing on his lips, and then raised the stakes. However, you'll have to take a 2-day break from broadcasting tomorrow and the day after to spend more time with me. Vivian bit her lip, thinking about the victory in this PK and the subsequent reward, and nodded in agreement. Okay, it's settled then. Thinking of the woman's skills in bed, Brother Long couldn't help but feel aroused. Back in the live stream, Brother Long was smart. He didn't rush to send gifts to boost the ratings immediately. They wanted to wait until the last few seconds to launch a surprise attack and catch the opponent off guard. Didn't they send out 10 carnivals? Well, I'll send out 2 more and crush them. With only 5 seconds left on the PK countdown, Brother Long finally made his move. Carnival special effects exploded in Vivian's livestream. Chen Yuan looked at the actions of the top-ranked player on the opposite side with a cold smile. This wasn't his first time watching a livestream. Such tactics were all too common for the other side. Trying to play dirty? I'll make sure you lose more than you gain. At the very instant the carnival effects lit up across the street, Chen Yuan's finger moved. 1, 2, 3. Brother Long was silently counting the number of carnivals he had generated. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of Xiaoming's livestream. The carnival's special effects also started flooding the screen. Holy crap! What's going on? He was so frightened that his hand trembled, and he couldn't care less about counting. He could only frantically tap. Unfortunately, it was too late. Chen Yuan already had the upper hand, having completed 10 more carnivals than him. Finally, the second round of the competition ended. Chen Yuan's team, with an absolute advantage of 26 carnivals, crushed the 20 that Chen Yuan had generated. The opposing team's top player not only racked up 8 more kills than expected, but also lost the second game. Enraged, Brother Long slammed his fist on the table and began cursing loudly in the livestream. Damn it! You dare steal my tower? Vivian was overjoyed when she saw Brother Long's carnival. She thought she had the victory in the bag. Before I could even express my gratitude, the countdown had already ended. The word failure appeared glaringly on the screen, like a bucket of cold water being poured over my head. Her expression changed instantly, and she pointed at Xiaoming's livestream. That bitch on the other side. What kind of skill is it to steal a tower? Her furious appearance was completely different from her previous coquettish demeanor. In Xiaoming's livestream, the popularity sword as Chen Yuan made a strong move. She immediately topped the real-time rankings for female livestreamers in the Taichung area. Thousands of new viewers were drawn to this match, and the live chat was flooded with comments. I just came in, what happened? I heard the other side failed to steal the tower, and now they're accusing us of playing dirty. Interesting. Front row stools, sunflower seeds, instant noodles, bottled water. The screen is split in 2. On one side is Xiaoming, with a fresh, pure, and sweet temperament. On the other side was Vivian, a flirtatious female anchor with a distorted face and a look of exasperation. New viewers who were unaware of the truth almost unhesitatingly chose to side with Xiaoming. LV2, just browsing out of boredom, followed the streamer Lemon Isn't Cute. LV15 Extravagant Life sent 1 confession balloon. LV28 I'm a Lullicon gave away a sports car X1. Vivian was extremely unhappy after losing the second game. How could a top streamer with 500,000 followers lose to a small streamer? She couldn't swallow this insult no matter what. Seeing that Xiaoming's number of fans has exceeded 90,000 and is about to enter the 100,000 mark. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She had clearly staked her freedom for the next 2 days on Brother Long. Vivian slammed her hand on the table, pointed at Xiaoming, and shrieked. I'm raising the stakes. The loser not only has to do squats, but also has to cut off a lock of their bangs on the spot. Do you dare to take the challenge? Chapter 49 Even a dragon has to be coiled up. Soon, the decisive third game began. Both live streams had several thousand viewers online. The atmosphere was completely ignited by the 2 top-ranked figures. Various small gifts, hearts, beer, sunglasses, fluttered around. Chen Yuan's live stream level has already reached LV42. On the other side, Brother Long felt increasingly uncertain. Just who is this guy? He's not even a high-level player, yet he's spending money like crazy. A thought suddenly popped into my head. Could this be a secondary account created by the guild behind the female streamer? Is it specifically used to generate hype and generate revenue for her? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed, and Brother Long's momentum weakened by a third. He tentatively swiped a carnival card. Chen Yuan didn't hold back and immediately retaliated. Seeing that the top-ranked player on the other side was so determined to challenge him, Brother Long's temper flared up instantly. Damn it, you little brat, you want to compete with me in strength, huh? He stopped holding back and started flooding social media with one carnival after another. Vivian's eyes widened, her voice trembling with excitement. Ah, thank you so much, Brother Long. Carnival was so cool. I love you to death. The fans in the livestream went wild again. Don't take Brother Long for a pushover just because he's not showing his power. It has to be my Brother Long. He's absolutely dominant. However, this good fortune did not last long. Chen Yuan sneered and quickly launched a counterattack. Brother Long? Today, even if you're a dragon, you have to coil up. If you're a tiger, you have to lie low. He threw out the carnivals like they were free. LV42 My heart turns to the moon, send Carnival X1. LV42 My heart turns to the moon, send Carnival X1. LV43 My heart turns to the moon, send Carnival X1. 10 carnivals flashed by in the blink of an eye. 20, 30, the gift effect showed no sign of stopping. What's going on? What's wrong with Brother Yuan? Xiaomeng was dazzled by the sight and thanked him repeatedly. Thank you, Brother Yuan. This is too fast, and too much. However, Chen Yuan showed no sign of stopping. Even Xiaomeng's fans in her livestream were shocked and exclaimed that they couldn't take it. Is my brother printing money? With this firepower, how are they supposed to compete? The top spender is still spending. He's still spending. Brother Long on the other side was completely dumbfounded. They watched helplessly as the number of carnivals skyrocketed from 30 and 50 to 100. Chen Yuan only stopped when a full 100 carnival effects filled the screen. 300,000. That's a full 300,000 in cash. That's enough for a down payment on a house in Taichung and to buy a luxury car. The man casually swiped the QR code without even blinking. Thank you, Brother Yuan. Xiaomeng stammered as she spoke, instinctively covering her mouth. I stared in disbelief at the gift effects that were rolling wildly in front of me. When the two first met, Xiaomeng could tell from his luxurious clothes and confident aura that Chen Yuan was definitely wealthy. She never imagined that he could be so casual as to spend 300,000 yuan like water. Chen Yuan glanced at the account with a nonchalant expression. He had 600,000 left in the tipping balance, and he spent a full 400,000 of it. The live stream level also rose to LV50, matching that of the opposing streamer, Brother Long. But their essence is completely different. Brother Long's level was accumulated over time by spreading it out among countless female streamers. Chen Yuan's 400,000 yuan was all spent on Xiaomeng. With huge donations, Xiaomeng's livestream was pushed to the top of the Taichung real-time popularity chart. The traffic pool was completely detonated. Its popularity soared into the top 10 in Zhejiang province and broke into the top 100 nationwide. Tens of thousands of new viewers flooded into the livestream from various recommended spots, causing a surge in online viewership. Xiaomeng's fan count finally broke the 100,000 mark in just a few minutes. Even Vivian's livestream was boosted in popularity. She couldn't even feel happy, she was just staring in shock at this unforgettable scene. The carnival's special effects practically leaped off the screen. He couldn't even see the female streamer's face clearly. Who is this top-ranked fan on the other side? Why would they spend so much money on a female streamer? Are they crazy? Vivian's values were greatly shaken. She originally worked as a hostess in nightclubs, but switched to being a live streamer thanks to her stunning figure and flattering skills. I've gotten to where I am today step by step thanks to the generous donations from my older brother. In her worldview, no woman is unsellable, the only difference is the price. Wei Wei firmly believes this. That female streamer on the other side must be the property of the top spender, and the price she paid was definitely far higher than what she herself had paid. The terrifying firepower of 100 carnivals completely shattered her fighting spirit. They didn't even have the courage to urge Brother Long to keep sending gifts. Where's Brother Long? Why isn't he saying anything? The fans in the live stream started to turn against him. Guys, I'm going to the other side. Naturally cute girls still smell the best. Seeing that Brother Long didn't react for a long time, Wei Wei's mind raced. She decisively opened Chen Yuan's profile and sent him a private message. Brother, be gentle, I can't take it anymore. The PK time is over. Chen Yuan secured the final victory for Xiaomeng with an overwhelming and decisive win. Tens of thousands of viewers flooded into the live stream and witnessed this moment. Vivian had no choice but to accept the punishment with a long face. With trembling hands, she cut off the tuft of bangs from the top of her head, much to the delight of Xiaomeng's longtime fans in her livestream. LV15 Extraordinary Life, I haven't been a big brother for many years, I just want to love properly this once. LV10 Level 8 Gale, and if you're a Lullicon, just let her go, don't think about her. LV28 I'm a Lullicon, that little dragon on the other side is a paper tiger. He's a pushover, no good at all. LV50 My heart turns to the moon at Lemon is not cute, get some rest. Upon seeing Chen Yuan's message, Xiaomeng smiled and nodded obediently. Okay, Yuan Ji, you should go to bed early too, thank you so much for today. I received another 126 carnivals from Chen Yuan, worth nearly 400,000 yuan. After deducting the platform's share, I still received nearly 200,000 yuan. This money wasn't the most important thing to her. What she craved was the sense of security that came from Chen Yuan always standing behind her. After the broadcast ended, Xiaomeng reminisced about the moments she had shared with Chen Yuan, and a smile gradually appeared on her face. Chen Yuan had just put down his phone when he heard a warm voice calling out to him. Boss, lunch is ready. Coming, he replied as he walked toward the dining table. When Xin was facing away from him, taking off her apron. With graceful movements, her exquisite figure is revealed unintentionally, and 2 wisps of hair fall softly across her forehead. Chen Yuan naturally moved closer to her from behind, smiling as he reached out his hand. Gently tuck a few strands of hair behind her ear, and lightly brush her earlobe with your fingertips. A faint blush instantly rose on Wen-Nuan's earlobes. She instinctively shrank back, her heart racing. What are you doing? Chapter 50 The Virtuous and Family-Oriented School Beauty. Sit down and eat first, try it and see how it tastes. Hearing Wen Xian's words, Chen Yuan felt slightly displeased. This aloof and beautiful school beauty is like a mimosa plant, she shrinks back at the slightest touch. Didn't we just hold hands and kiss lightly this afternoon at the Antique Street? They were just now embracing and kissing deeply on the sofa. Once back to our daily interactions, things seem to change. How can I get her to lower her guard? Upon reflection, Chen Yuan instantly understood the key point. She only panics and loses her composure when something happens. It was through the unexpected car accident that they managed to get closer during their first meeting. The intimacy we shared this afternoon and just now was also because of that young Lolongquan Kiln Bull. Overwhelmed with excitement, the two became momentarily lost in passion. It seems that the boiling frog approach is ineffective against her. We need to create some unexpected situation to break down this barrier. Chen Yuan silently made his plans and sat down at the dining table without making a sound. On the table were scrambled eggs with tomatoes, garlic broccoli, stir-fried beef with potatoes, and seaweed, and egg drop soup. A simple meal of 3 dishes and a soup, a home-cooked meal, full of the warmth and comfort of everyday life. Chen Yuan sat down directly and naturally greeted Wen Xian, who was still standing to the side. Don't bother, sit down and eat with us. He ate his meal while casually scrolling through his WeChat moments. Chen Yuan's gaze was drawn to a post. It was Chanxian, the top hostess at that bar. The accompanying image is a 9-grid landscape photo, with the location showing Shiwang Valley. It was a natural campsite in the wilderness, with clear streams, dense forests, and a very soothing landscape. Caption: Escape the city and embrace nature. You can also climb to the top of the mountain for camping, where you'll find a sky full of stars at night. Looking at the open space and tranquil wilderness in the photos, a thought suddenly flashed through Chen Yuan's mind. This place might be suitable for creating some situations and building rapport. Wow, it looks really good. Chen Yuan felt it was time to have a deeper interaction with Wen Xian. Perhaps in a more relaxed, natural environment, the relationship between the two can warm up more naturally. He pointed to the pictures on his phone and casually arranged them, saying, Wenxin, I'm planning to visit this area tomorrow, so I'll leave the driving to you. Looking at the beautiful scenery of streams and forests in the photos, she couldn't help but feel a sense of longing. Wow, it's so beautiful. Wenxin nodded in agreement, then seemed to remember something. The voice softened, a tentative, indistinct murmur. Just the two of us going? An indescribable emotion spread through her heart. I'm both looking forward to this time alone and hesitant. After all, she knew very well that Chen Yuan had many other women around him besides her. When Xian's words did indeed awaken Chen Yuan. Yeah, it's so boring for just the two of them, a man and a woman, to go. A wicked smile curled at the corner of his lips, his mind racing. Why don't we invite Nian Ning and Qing Cheng along? After all, the seniors and juniors have a good relationship. He couldn't help but think of scenes from certain movies, and his heart burned even hotter. He kept her in suspense, giving her a mysterious smile. You'll find out tomorrow. The food was delicious, and Shen Yuan ate it in big mouthfuls. Wenxin watched all this with a sense of accomplishment, and couldn't help but smile slightly. The food tastes good, but it's all just home-style dishes. Chen Yuan said casually as he ate. Ha! Wenxin misunderstood his meaning. They assumed he thought the food was mediocre and suspected him of embezzling money. Wenxin hurriedly and nervously began to explain. I bought the best beef I could, it's 60 yuan a pound. The vegetables are the freshest too. Although they promised to provide comfortable meals and accommodation, there was a 10,000 yuan food allowance. That's 300 yuan a day. At this rate of consumption, how much would it cost per month? Around 2,000? Probably less. After carefully calculating in her mind, Wenxin answered, then quickly added. Don't worry, boss, I'll refund every penny of the extra money. Her eyes were clear, and she clearly valued not taking advantage of others. How about this, from now on, I'll give you an extra 50,000 yuan every month, and raise your food allowance to 60,000 yuan. 2,000 a day, it must all be spent, not a single penny left. Chen Yuan knew very well that one should never skimp on food, clothing, or other necessities in life. The days of delivering food, enduring the cold wind, and eating only steamed buns are gone. Now that I have the means, every meal must be the ultimate indulgence. This isn't extravagance, it's the best reward for your hard work. Upon hearing this, Wen Xian's beautiful eyes widened. How much? 2,000 a day? Are you trying to eat a whole cow? Hearing her reaction, Chen Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Sure enough, she was from an ordinary family, just like me. Poverty limits imagination. They believed that the emperor should have used a golden hoe to till the land. Can you buy groceries online now? Chen Yuan asked, and Wen Xian nodded. In Hangzhou, the city closest to our Taichung, there is a place called Mama Market, which specializes in top-quality dishes. Remember, we'll buy groceries there from now on. A budget of 2,000 a day should be enough for the two of us to eat well. Chen Yuan spoke calmly, opening a door to a new world for Wen Xian. Wenxin quickly searched for this market on her phone and found it to be the Hermes of the vegetable market world. The environment in the picture doesn't look like a vegetable market at all, it's practically an art gallery. Everywhere is clean and bright, full of aesthetic appeal. The ingredients are high-end, and all kinds of rare ingredients can be found. Premium meats, Australian M9 plus Wagyu beef, Iberian black pork. Rare seafood, king crab, Boston lobster, freshly killed grouper, geoduck. Organic vegetables flown in from around the world, rare fruits such as Japanese shine muscat grapes and Awaseshi strawberries. High-quality prepared foods, bakeries, and snack stalls. She then realized that 2,000 a day was not extravagance, but merely a threshold. As they were talking, Chen Yuan transferred another 100,000 yuan to Wen Xian. To broaden her horizons, I gave her another piece of advice. Remember, you're only allowed to spend more money, never less. Do you understand? Looking at the transfer amount, Wenxin felt the world was a bit crazy. Do rich people eat such expensive food every day? This is nothing. Chen Yuan smiled dismissively. If you had seen those special supplies made for the capital, you wouldn't say that. After finishing his meal, Chen Yuan casually grabbed a tissue to wipe his mouth. Looking down, I saw it was a sign that read heart to heart. Judging from this glimpse, this girl is indeed very suited for a simple life. Wenxin was still eating her meal in small, elegant bites. Seeing that Chen Yuan had finished eating, she quietly sped up her pace. With a mischievous grin, Chen Yuan stretched his toes out from under the table and gently lifted the hem of Wenxin's floral dress. Boss, you go and rest first. I'll clean everything up in a bit. As they were talking, Wenxin suddenly felt a slight chill coming from under her skirt. She glanced down, a blush rising to her face, and hurriedly turned her knees to the other side. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Chen Yuan looking at her with a half smile, his eyes full of smug malice. Faced with that ridiculously handsome face, she simply couldn't bring herself to be angry. In the end, all I could do was hurry up and finish my meal, pursing my lips and mentally complaining. What's wrong with you, always so indecent? Would Chen Yuan let her off so easily? Wenxin, could you please bring down my change of clothes and slippers from upstairs? Chen Yuan gave the instructions in a natural tone. When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Wenxin silently turned around and went upstairs to retrieve Chen Yuan's clothes. She gently placed it on the dining chair beside her, like a demure young wife. Chen Yuan immediately took off his coat and trousers, wearing only a pair of loose shorts, and walked confidently towards the bathroom on the first floor. Before entering, he didn't forget to turn back and let them know. Wenxin, I'm going to take a shower. I understand. Wenxin responded softly, but inwardly she was cursing. There's a private bathroom upstairs, why does he insist on showering on the first floor? This guy is definitely doing it on purpose. Unfortunately, I was completely helpless. Wenxin prepared to get up and clear the table. He suddenly stopped moving, as if he had remembered something important. Her heart tightened, and her pretty face flushed bright red. Oh no! My underwear, which I just changed out of this morning, is still hanging in the bathroom. Chapter 51, Refuse or Obey? I still remember spring many years ago, when I hadn't cut my long hair, didn't have a credit card, didn't have her, and didn't have a home with 24-hour hot water. Chen Yuan hummed a song as he rinsed off, feeling relaxed and happy. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a small basin of clothes on the storage rack next to the sink. Didn't I take all my clothes out? Curious, he reached out and picked it up to take a look. A pair of pink underwear with a cute bear pattern was prominently displayed on top, making it particularly eye-catching. A white lace bra was hanging down next to it. Hanging there, seemingly about to fall off, it exudes a pure and alluring charm. This, if it's not heartwarming, whose is it? Chen Yuan recalled the rumors circulating online. Do girls' underwear always have a faint fragrance? He couldn't believe it, how could this be? With a hint of curiosity. Netizens were right. Suddenly, he realized that his actions seemed somewhat indecent. When did I become this kind of person? Chen Yuan chuckled to himself. He coughed lightly, quickly finding a way to save face. Sigh, it's only human nature, it's only human nature. Chen Yuan, not content with going too far, called out towards the door with a wicked grin. Wenxin, you've been slacking off lately. As Chen Yuan spoke, he picked up the basin of personal clothing, intending to hand it over to avoid losing control of himself. At that moment, Wenxin, who was washing dishes in the kitchen, heard his shout and blushed. She ran to the bathroom door, eager to retrieve her underwear. She had only raised her slender hand halfway when she heard the continuous rushing sound of water inside. Her outstretched hand froze in mid-air. Neither advancing nor retreating is an option. Just as Wenxin was hesitating about whether to leave, the bathroom door suddenly opened with a whoosh. Amidst the swirling white mist, a robust figure emerged. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, and smooth muscle lines perfectly conformed to the golden ratio. Chen Yuan held the basin of clothes in his hands and handed it to her. Here, yours. Her warm gaze unconsciously drifted down to his lower abdomen. A fleeting glimpse of the antique street in the afternoon was breathtaking. Now, I am utterly terrified. Wow, this is an exaggeration, is it really possible to get in? She quickly shook her head vigorously, trying to clear her mind of the jumbled thoughts. Wenxin. What are you thinking? There is fruit on the table, washed. Wenxin hurriedly changed the subject. She took the basin from Chen Yuan and ran away without looking back. Chen Yuan watched her hurried departure, a smile playing on his lips, and turned to dry himself off. Looking down, I realized there were no towels in my basin. Since that's the case, he casually took a pink bath towel hanging nearby and began to wipe himself naturally. It smells wonderful and has a soft, fluffy feel, completely different from my own bath towel. After washing up, Chen Yuan slowly walked into the living room. The coffee table is already set with thoughtfully prepared fruit. A plate of neatly sliced watermelon, with a few lychees placed beside it. The fruit peel was covered with water droplets, making it look exceptionally fresh. How thoughtful of me. Chen Yuan leaned back comfortably on the sofa. While eating the sweet watermelon, I started scrolling through my phone. We're going to Shiwang Valley tomorrow, wanna come? Chen Yuan first sent the message to Qingqing and her sister. Unfortunately, they are freshmen and are currently undergoing closed-door military training, so they can't find the time. Sister, I really want to go, but it's a pity. Brother, you can play a little longer for me. Qingqing, I can't go anymore. Sighs. After replying to the message, Qingqing couldn't help but think of Nian Ning, the beautiful senior student next to Chen Yuan. I felt a pang of envy how wonderful it would be if I could go too. I remembered that I had previously given my younger sister 10,000 yuan for living expenses. As for Qingqing, this pure and lovely girl next door, we naturally cannot show favoritism. With a wave of his hand, he transferred 10,000 yuan directly via WeChat, adding the following message. Take this. It's hot, girls should buy some good cosmetics and sunscreen. Don't skimp on yourself. Unexpectedly, Qingqing did not accept the transfer. For her, Chen Yuan had already given her the latest iPhone. She was already very grateful for this gesture and dared not ask for anything more. Chen Yuan smiled helplessly and sent another message. Sweetie, take it. Otherwise, your brother won't like you anymore. Beneath his jokingly threatening tone lay a concern that brooked no refusal. Upon seeing this message, Qingqing finally clicked to accept the payment. Looking at the notification on the screen that the payment had been received, Chen Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile. This girl, like her younger sister, is so sensible it breaks your heart. I sent another message to my younger sister and Qingqing. After reminding them again to be careful when making friends, he finally put down his phone. Chen Yuan thought of Nian Ning. On the road to winning over Wenxin, she might become an excellent wingman. He dialed Nian Ning's number directly. Are you free to go out tomorrow? Nian Ning was showing off her LV clothes to her roommates in the dormitory. Upon seeing Chen Yuan's call, he immediately answered it with focused attention. I think I have class tomorrow. She hesitated slightly when she thought about taking attendance. Going to class? Chen Yuan chuckled and casually transferred 5,000 yuan to her via WeChat. Do we still need to go to class now? Nian Ning's breath hitched slightly as she looked at the transfer notification. She pursed her lips, a feeling she couldn't quite describe welling up inside her. Actually, she would prefer Chen Yuan to come and pick her up in person rather than transfer the money. Even if it's just riding the electric scooter back, she's willing to go with him. Even if Chen Yuan hadn't given her the 5,000 yuan, Nian Ning had already accepted him in her heart. Of course, it cannot be denied. Chen Yuan's flawless face, his flashy sports car, his luxurious villa. These hard requirements scored highly in her mind. Nian Ning's fingertip hovered above the screen, but she hesitated to press the receive payment button. I'm not the kind of woman who only cares about money. On second thought, it's still 5,000 yuan, and it includes a trip with the man I like. After hesitating for a moment, she gently tapped the receive payment button. Consider it a form of emotional support. She found a way to save face in her mind. After tidying up the kitchen, Wenxin walked into the living room and thought she would empty the trash can as well. Chen Yuan lay on the sofa with his hands behind his head, looking relaxed. He squinted, his gaze unconsciously falling on Xin who was approaching. When she leaned forward slightly, the curve of her collar was faintly visible. With food and warmth in their stomachs, people begin to think of lustful desires, and Chen Yuan's breathing unconsciously became a little heavier. As if guided by fate, the watermelon rind that had just been discarded slid to the ground. Wenxin was tidying up with her head down when she stepped on a melon rind without noticing where she was going. Ah, she exclaimed, leaning back. She fell right into Chen Yuan's arms. A soft spot pressed tightly against Chen Yuan's inner thigh. Wenxin was so embarrassed that she froze, unable to move for a moment. It would be foolish not to eat food that's delivered to your door. Chen Yuan quickly seized the opportunity, wrapping his arm around Xin and holding her securely in front of him. The hot breath exhaled from his nose gently brushed against her earlobe, instantly stirring a warm feeling in her heart. Xin glanced at Chen Yuan out of the corner of her eye after he came out of the bath. His slightly damp black hair flowed freely, making his facial features appear even more handsome. The neckline of his shirt was slightly open, revealing his well-defined chest and his muscular physique, which was practically perfect. Her heart skipped a beat. Before she could admire it for long, Wenxin was gently laid down deep on the sofa by Chen Yuan. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly as she sank into the soft sofa cushions. Just as Chen Yuan's hand reached towards the hem of her floral dress. When she nervously pressed her legs together, her mind a jumble of emotions. To refuse or to obey? Chapter 52 Qingjia's evening call. However, the next second, Chen Yuan's phone suddenly rang. Who is it that had to ruin the mood at this time? Chen Yuan frowned and reluctantly released one xin. As soon as I stood up, I saw Sister Qing displayed on my phone. Sister Cheng? Why would she suddenly call? A hint of doubt flashed through Chen Yuan's mind, and he pressed the answer button. Hello, is this Chen Yuan? The voice of Sister Qing, trembling with tears, came from the other end of the phone. Little one has disappeared. What? Chen Yuan instantly snapped out of his lust and stood up abruptly. What happened? Tell me slowly, when did you realize it was missing? Wen Xin also noticed the sudden change in Chen Yuan's expression. She quickly straightened her clothes and looked over with concern. This afternoon I went to pick up Xiao Xiao from school, and I looked for her several times in the crowd but couldn't find her. It's all dark now, I really don't know where she went. Su Wanqing's tone was flustered, and her voice trembled. The teachers all say she was clearly at school today. Could it be that she was kidnapped by bad guys? She tried hard to recall, but she had always been law-abiding and had never offended anyone. As a widow, she had no one she could rely on. When something happened, the first person I thought of was Chen Yuan. We live in a society governed by law, and surveillance is everywhere. How dare human traffickers be so rampant? Chen Yuan frowned, then asked, Did you call the police? The principal told me not to worry, saying that all the teachers in the kindergarten have been mobilized to help search. What do you mean don't rush? That's just to avoid damaging the kindergarten's reputation. Chen Yuan asked seriously, which school? I'm heading there now. Tianshui Kindergarten on Development Avenue. Okay, don't panic, I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yuan quickly tidied his clothes. He grabbed his car keys and headed for the door. Wen Xin, watching his hurried figure from behind, felt a pang in her heart. Chen Yuan always seemed so relaxed. This was the first time she had ever seen him like this. It seems something really serious has happened. Boss, I'll go with you. Wen Xin followed without hesitation. Chen Yuan paused, thinking. More people means more strength, he nodded. Okay, get in the car. The two quickly went out. To save time, he decided to drive himself. He opened the door of the Lamborghini and got into the driver's seat. Chen Yuan floored the accelerator, and the Lamborghini's engine roared to life. The S-Class's driving mastery is activated instantly, allowing the vehicle to navigate through traffic with ease. The passenger in the front seat felt a strong pushback sensation, and her body involuntarily pressed herself against the seat. The evening wind howled into the car, and she quickly closed the windows. Tianshui Kindergarten is located on Taichung Development Avenue. Fortunately, the roads were clear at night, reducing the journey from what would normally be a half-hour drive. Thanks to Chen Yuan's exceptional skills, they arrived at the scene in just over 10 minutes. As soon as Chen Yuan got out of the car, he saw a large crowd gathered at the entrance of Tianshui Kindergarten. I heard the child went missing after school this afternoon, and there's no CCTV footage. We've been searching for 2 or 3 hours now, turning the riverbank and old factory buildings upside down, but there's not a trace of it. Discussions rose and fell. Su Wanqing stood in the center of the crowd, her eyes red and her expression anxious. She was confronting a woman in a business suit who looked troubled. Judging from her appearance, this woman is the kindergarten director. Upon seeing Chen Yuan's appearance, Su Wanqing's forced composure instantly crumbled. She rushed forward, her pretty face streaked with tears. Chen Yuan, Xiao Xiao, Xiao Xiao. Chen Yuan gently put his arm around her shoulder, his broad hand softly stroking her back. Don't rush, tell me slowly. I'm here, what's going on? Su Wanqing recounted what happened that evening with a choked voice. Wen Xin stood aside, watching Chen Yuan and Su Wanqing's intimate interaction. She was secretly surprised. What exactly is the relationship between these two? Does Chen Yuan already have a family, or even get married? And his child is already in kindergarten. Questions flashed through her mind, but now was clearly not the time to press for answers. She took a deep breath, suppressed her curiosity, and prepared to focus on dealing with the emergency. Chen Yuan asked the kindergarten director. Did the surveillance footage capture any clues? The kindergarten director watched Chen Yuan get out of the Lamborghini. He was imposing and dignified, clearly a great man. She looked embarrassed and rubbed her hands together as she explained. This is a newly opened branch campus, and the monitoring system is not yet fully installed. There's a security camera at the main gate, it just broke yesterday and hasn't been fixed yet. Chen Yuan cursed under his breath and immediately took out his phone to call the police. The principal quickly stepped forward, grabbed his hand, and whispered. All teachers have been mobilized to search, and a missing person notice has been sent out in the parents group. Give us some time, in case it's just the kids playing outside. Let's look again, maybe we'll find it soon. The principal spoke urgently, his eyes darting around. Chen Yuan knew that she was clearly afraid that if the child couldn't be found, it would damage her reputation. Chen Yuan slapped away the principal's hand that was trying to stop him, and his voice suddenly rose. How long has it been? It's been at least 2 or 3 hours since school ended. There's still no news about the child, and you haven't even called the police? He looked directly at the headmaster. Do we really have to wait 24 hours before calling the police? The child's safety is the top priority. Chen Yuan's words immediately stirred up a storm among the crowd. What? The child has been missing for so long and you haven't called the police yet? What is the park doing? I thought they had already called the police. Isn't this just stalling for time? The voices of the onlookers grew louder and louder. Faced with the questioning gazes of everyone, the kindergarten director's face turned pale and then red. Chapter 53 Rooms prepared in advance. After quickly calling the police, Chen Yuan turned and walked towards the kindergarten. Wait, the headmaster hurriedly followed. We've searched inside several times, but we really can't find it. Xiao Xiao is so smart, it's unlikely she would run away if she couldn't find her mother. Chen Yuan kept walking. Could it be that she slipped out when the teacher wasn't looking? The headmaster considered this possibility. Chen Yuan did not answer. He calmed down and quickly analyzed the various possibilities. Wen Xin, ask around at nearby shops and intersections if anyone has seen a lost little girl. He then led Su Wanqing back into the park. Let's search carefully again. Xiao Xiao might be hiding in some corner. In the open space in the center of the park. The playground is fully equipped with a variety of facilities, including slides, seesaws, and sandpits. There was a small pond in the corner, where several turtles were sleeping on the rocks. The two searched the entire park, inside and out, but still found nothing. Looking at the dark teaching building in front of me, Chen Yuan found the kindergarten director and instructed her to bring out the key. Open every classroom door and turn on all the lights. Soon, the 2-story teaching building was brightly lit. Chen Yuan thought of the skills he possessed, the eye of insight and the eye of appraisal. With both eyes open, he strode into each classroom. Preschool, kindergarten, preschool. His eyes swept over every corner, leaving no stone unturned. As classroom after classroom was eliminated, hope dwindled. Su Wanqing's heart sank. Her whole body felt weak, and she could barely stand. Chen Yuan, what should we do? Upon seeing this, Chen Yuan immediately stepped forward to support her, not even bothering to feel the soft warmth in his arms. His large, strong hand firmly grasped her cold fingers. Xiao Xiao is so smart, she'll be all right. He spoke softly, raising his hand to tidy Su Wanqing's messy, long, wavy hair. Cheer up, it's not time for us to give up yet. Chen Yuan strode towards the last room that had not been searched. That's the dormitory where the children take their afternoon nap. The moment he stepped into the room, suddenly, a cyan light appeared in the field of vision of the treasure appraisal eye. The light came from under a bed in the corner. Chen Yuan was startled and immediately went to check, but the bed was empty. Strange, there was definitely a reaction. Without hesitation, he lay down and peered under the bed. All that could be seen was a cotton quilt, tucked into the innermost corner. He reached out and pulled hard, dragging the quilt out at the same time. A small, curled-up figure then appeared. It was little Xiao Xiao, fast asleep wrapped in her blanket. Her long eyelashes fluttered gently, oblivious to the noise around her. Completely immersed in their own little world. She must have played too much during the day, because she's sleeping exceptionally soundly now. Breathing is even and deep, with the lower abdomen rising and falling gently with each breath. Chen Yuan's gaze sharpened as he noticed a delicate red string tied around her right ankle. A small jade ornament is strung on it, gleaming with a warm luster under the light. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Chen Yuan let out a long sigh of relief, turned around and called out towards the door. Sister Qing, we found it. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing's spirits lifted, and her eyes instantly lit up. She rushed into the room in her high heels. Seeing Xiao Xiao sleeping soundly in Chen Yuan's arms, her tense nerves finally relaxed. She sat down on the ground and carefully took her daughter from Chen Yuan's hands. Su Wanqing gently pressed her cheek against the little one's warm forehead, her voice choked with emotion. Little one, you really scared your mother to death. A mixture of lingering fear and relief at regaining what she had lost was etched on her pretty face, and tears silently streamed down her cheeks. Chen Yuan gently wiped away Su Wanqing's tears with his thumb, his tone mild. See, it's all right now. Su Wanqing looked up at Chen Yuan, her red lips parted slightly, her eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you, Chen Yuan. As she spoke, she gently kissed his cheek. Then, as if she had let down all her guard, she rested her forehead on his shoulder. Chen Yuan smiled slightly and reached out to embrace the mother and daughter. Only after Su Wanqing calmed down did the two of them walk outside together. Downstairs, the police had arrived and were talking to the kindergarten director about the situation. Chen Yuan stood by the second-floor window and waved to the outside. The child has been found, everything is all right. It turned out to be a false alarm. During free time before school ends in the afternoon, Xiao Xiao and a few friends played hide and seek. She crawled under the bed alone, feeling increasingly sleepy. I simply pulled the blanket off the bed, wrapped myself in a corner, and fell asleep without realizing it. When it was time to leave school, the teachers were busy organizing the children to leave the kindergarten. No one noticed that Xiao Xiao was still hiding in the nap room. During the final routine check, they simply turned off the lights and locked the door. Let Xiao Xiao sleep more soundly in the dark and quiet room. Parents picked up their children one after another, but Su Wanqing waited for Xiao Xiao for a long time and then realized that her daughter was missing. Now that Xiao Xiao has been found safe and sound, Su Wanqing has no intention of pursuing the matter. She simply patted the little girl's back gently and nodded slightly at the principal's repeated apologies. The police gave the kindergarten principal a safety education session and demanded that management be strengthened. The headmaster stood there, listening with a look of shame on his face. The crowd gradually dispersed as the matter was resolved. It all felt like a dream. Su Wanqing held Xiao Xiao tightly, her hands trembling slightly from the lingering fear. She drove her own Audi A4L to pick up her child. Given her current condition, it's clear she can't drive. Chen Yuan noticed her unease, turned to an Xin, and smiled gently. Wenxin, could you please drive my car back for me? She paused for a moment upon hearing this, intending to ask something. The scene before her made her swallow her words. Chen Yuan naturally put his arm around Su Wanqing's shoulder, while Su Wanqing held Xiao Xiao in her arms. The three of them standing together looked just like a harmonious family of three. She lowered her eyes, nodded gently, and silently got into the driver's seat of the Lamborghini. Chen Yuan then got into Su Wanqing's white Audi. As night fell, we drove smoothly towards the old residential area. Back in the apartment complex, Chen Yuan carefully took Xiao Xiao from Su Wanqing's arms and steadily climbed to the fourth floor. Su Wanqing followed quietly behind him. Watching Chen Yuan's tall figure illuminated by the corridor lights, I saw him busy all night. A thought suddenly occurred to Su Wanqing. If I really had to choose a father for my child, this man in front of me might be the most suitable candidate. Not only is he tall and handsome, but he is also responsible, has a good economic situation, and is quite well off. As for the others, such as the stunning girl who was with Chen Yuan tonight, Su Wanqing had no intention of investigating further. After all, Chen Yuan even gave himself to her for the first time. I visited Su Wanqing's home again. Chen Yuan gently placed Xiao Xiao back on the bed. The little guy slept soundly the whole way without waking up, and it looks like he'll sleep until dawn. The two returned to the living room and sat down side by side on the sofa. The night was deep, and a lone man and woman were alone in a room, the air thick with a subtle, ambiguous atmosphere. Thank you so much for today. Su Wanqing spoke softly. We haven't seen each other for a few days, why do we seem so distant? Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly. Yes, it was nothing. I'm glad you're all right. Thinking of Xiao Xiaoping, Su Wanqing's face regained its usual bright and charming smile. She said with a hint of coquettishness. You moved out without even telling me. I spent all that time preparing a room for you for nothing. Chen Yuan glanced at the small room with a wicked smile. Really? Well, now's the perfect time to put them to use? Su Wanqing pursed her red lips slightly, her fingertips lightly tapping Chen Yuan's forehead. "You're always thinking about these things." Before she finished speaking, she gracefully stood up, her eyes gesturing for Chen Yuan to follow. Looking at Sister Qing's plump and rounded back, Chen Yuan felt a surge of passion in his heart. The two turned off the living room lights and closed the door in tacit agreement, then quietly went into the next room. The warm yellow light from next door came on, and a soft gasp from Su Wanqing could be faintly heard. Then it dissipated into soft, fragmented murmurs, gradually fading into the night. Chapter 54. The three set off for Shiwang Valley. The next day, early morning. When Chen Yuan woke up, he found that Su Wanqing was no longer in the room. The bedding beside her still carried the faint scent of her perfume. He smiled slightly, guessing that the man must have been worried after he fell asleep, and quietly returned to the small room. Chen Yuan looked around. The room was clean and tidy, with bright windows and spotless furniture. "It's so much better than my previous shabby rented room. It seems that Sister Qing really put a lot of effort into preparing." After a quick wash, he quietly walked to Su Wanqing's door, ready to say good morning. Xiao Xiao, who was watching TV, saw Chen Yuan. She immediately pounced over like a joyful little bird. "I think I had a dream yesterday. And I even dreamt about my older brother." She tilted her little face up and talked to herself. Looking at her innocent expression, Chen Yuan thought to himself that she still remembered him even in her half-asleep state, and couldn't help but smile as he patted her head affectionately. "Aren't you a little lazybones? You slept so soundly yesterday, I couldn't wake you up no matter what I did." Is that so?" Xiao Xiao smiled happily. She wiggled her body playfully, looking both bewildered and happy. Chen Yuan chuckled. So many people were in a panic last night. "This little guy doesn't know anything at all, he's such a child." Hearing the slight sounds coming from the kitchen, he whispered to Xiao Xiao. "You sit quietly and watch TV, I'll go help Mom." "Ooh." Little one obediently hopped back onto the sofa. Chen Yuan walked into the kitchen and saw that Su Wanqing had already gotten up early. She was wearing soft slippers and her loose pajamas had the neckline slightly open. In the morning light, her full figure is faintly outlined, exuding a languid and charming aura. "So diligent?" Chen Yuan stepped forward and gently wrapped his arms around Su Wanqing's soft waist from behind. He suddenly remembered his A-level skill, culinary mastery, and leaned close to her ear. "Sister Qing, let me do it." Su Wanqing turned her head in surprise. "You can cook?" "Of course." Chen Yuan smiled and took the spatula from her hand. "Let me show you my skills. Go back inside and rest." Su Wanqing took off her apron, wiped her hands, and smiled. "Okay, then I'll wait and see." The room was filled with the laughter of Su Wanqing and Xiao Xiao playing around. Taking into account the different tastes of adults and children, and using the ingredients available in the refrigerator, A-level culinary skills activated instantly. Chen Yuan skillfully prepared the batter to the perfect consistency. With a flick of the wrist, 3 golden and crispy egg pancakes were quickly cooked. The crust is fluffy and the aroma of eggs is irresistible. Soon after, it was served with a glass of warm milk and some cut fruit. A nutritious, colorful, and delicious breakfast can be easily prepared. At the dining table, Su Wanqing watched her daughter taking small bites of the egg pancake. Her eyes shone with tenderness. "Did Uncle's pancakes taste good?" Delicious." Xiao Xiao blew on the hot pancake, burning herself. She tossed the food back and forth between her left and right hands, her cheeks bulging as she ate, looking both comical and adorable. "Ha, eat slowly, no one's going to take it from you." Chen Yuan gently wiped the crumbs from the corner of her mouth, feeling a great sense of accomplishment. During the meal, a warm phone call came in. "Boss, the auction house people are here." "Okay, you can take care of them for now, I'll be back as soon as possible." Chen Yuan hung up the phone, and Su Wanqing, seeing this, said knowingly, "Go ahead and do what you need to do." "That won't do," Chen Yuan said firmly. "Your car is still over there, and it won't take much time to get it to you." Seeing Chen Yuan's insistence, Su Wanqing nodded gently, a warm feeling rising in her heart. The three approached the sports car. The little boy's eyes lit up, and he tugged at his mother's clothes, jumping up and down. "Wow! Mom, this car is so pretty. Does it belong to your older brother?" Chen Yuan smiled and opened the car door. "Of course, my brother also has a big villa. When you have time, bring Mom to my house for a visit." Okay. Xiao Xiao nodded happily, completely unaware that she had sold her mother. Su Wanqing watched helplessly as the two of them went back and forth. During rush hour, the streets are piled high with cars, forming long queues that cause traffic jams. People in the non-motorized vehicle lane turned their attention to the supercar and the family of three inside. Xiao Xiao excitedly rolled down the car window and peeked out. Wow! Mom, they're all looking at us. The people outside the car were already in turmoil. The most bitter thing this little girl has ever eaten in her life is probably an iced Americano. Some things, you're born with them, and if you're not, you're really not. A beautiful wife, an obedient daughter, a Lamborghini. I'll fight you rich people to the death. After seeing Su Wanqing and her daughter off, Chen Yuan drove towards the villa. Boss, you're finally back. Upon seeing Chen Yuan, Wen Xin felt a great sense of relief and quickly stepped forward to greet him. In the living room, several staff members dressed in Guardian auction house uniforms held their breath. The leader was a middle-aged man wearing black-rimmed glasses. Chen Yuan thought to himself, this person is probably Director Wang from the porcelain department. Wearing professional black rubber gloves and holding a magnifying glass, he was gently examining the small bowl. Upon hearing footsteps, several pairs of eyes turned to Chen Yuan, and the atmosphere became formal. Director Wang carefully placed the bowl back onto the tray lined with black velvet. He looked up, adjusted his glasses, his gaze filled with scrutiny and astonishment. You must be Mr. Chen, the owner of this bowl. He took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. Based on the professional assessment of our team, this is indeed a genuine Longquan Celadon bowl from the Yongle period of the Ming dynasty. Although the rim of the bowl is slightly chipped, the lotus scroll on the base is of excellent quality. The market valuation is around 3.5 million yuan. Chen Yuan was quite satisfied with the price quoted by Director Wang. This is basically consistent with the price of that bowl at Sotheby's Hong Kong that he had previously found out. He nodded calmly. I never expected him to have such composure at such a young age. Director Wang couldn't help but admire Chen Yuan's composure after hearing the valuation of 3.5 million. Mr. Chen, based on the current valuation, we typically offer two cooperation options. Director Wang adjusted his glasses and explained earnestly. First, we will put this piece up for auction. We will develop a special promotional plan for this rare item and strive to have it featured as a key lot in the autumn auction, aiming for a higher price. Of course, this will take some time, and we will charge a 10% commission on the hammer price after the sale. Secondly, direct transfer. We can acquire it on site for 3 million, without any other fees. Of course, this price will be lower than the expected hammer price. After all, we need to bear the risk of the auction failing and market fluctuations. Chen Yuan's deep gaze swept over the small bowl on the table. Inside the system, the faintly glowing, wealth enhancement card, operated silently. For him, a 1% daily return translates to a stable cash flow of 100,000 yuan per day. Instead of waiting a long time to gamble on an uncertain auction price, why not grab the 3 million quota now? Chen Yuan looked up at Director Wang almost without hesitation. Okay. 3 million, deal now. Okay, Mr. Chen, you're a straightforward person. It's been a pleasure working with you. Director Wang laughed heartily, immediately stood up and shook hands with Chen Yuan, his eyes full of admiration. His subordinates acted swiftly, and the contract was signed in no time. 3 million yuan in cash was deposited into Chen Yuan's account. Mr. Chen, from today onwards, you are a VIP user of our Guardian. If you need to sell any of your collectibles in the future, we will definitely provide you with the highest priority and the most favorable service. After seeing Director Wang and his entourage off, Wen Xin couldn't help but ask. Boss, why don't you choose to put it up for auction? Who would complain about having too much money? Chen Yuan smiled but did not answer. He couldn't very well tell Wenxin that he had a wealth-enhancing card with a daily return of 1%, could he? Looking at the more than 10 million yuan in his account, Chen Yuan felt a surge of unreal exhilaration. Numbers that were once unthinkable can now be accessed and used at any time. The daily interest is over 100,000, which is more than enough to spend. Just then, a crisp notification sound rang in my mind. Ding! Congratulations! User's deposit has exceeded 10 million. SS-level items, goddess, and skills have all been unlocked. The voice from the system startled Chen Yuan. He originally thought that S-level was the highest rating. After all, even Wen Xin, the elegant and naturally beautiful school beauty of Taichung, is only S-level. So, above S rank, there's SS rank. A glint flashed in his eyes, and an unprecedented ambition rose within him. Could it be that after this, there are still legendary SSS-class ships? Chen Yuan shook his head, temporarily putting aside his chaotic thoughts. He remembered the B-grade prop in his hand, the Hasten mattress, and instructed Wenxin to help him set it up. It truly lives up to its reputation as the Rolls-Royce of mattresses. The moment Chen Yuan lay down, his body felt as if it were being lifted up by soft clouds. Every joint and muscle receives just the right amount of support, and fatigue disappears completely. He couldn't help but wave to Wenxin. Wenxin, come and try it, this mattress is incredibly comfortable. Standing by the bed, Xin felt a little awkward. Her face flushed slightly as she muttered softly. Are you kidding me? I don't want to. Unexpectedly, Chen Yuan grabbed her wrist and gently pulled her down onto the mattress. The bouncy mattress undulated gently, a soft sigh escaped my lips, and then my eyes lit up. Wow, this feels so good. Thinking about their afternoon trip to Shiwang Valley, Chen Yuan instructed Xin. Prepare some outdoor gear, don't be stingy, buy the best of everything. Wenxin returned to the butler's room downstairs and immediately placed an order skillfully on her phone. Tent, sleeping mat, swimsuit, barbecue grill. All high-quality outdoor gear was put together in one go. Chen Yuan leaned back leisurely on the Hasten mattress, scrolling through Douyin TikTok. There's still 400,000 yuan left in the account for tipping, but it's not Xiaoming's broadcast time yet. She's probably still sleeping. Chen Yuan didn't want to disturb her rest, so he casually browsed the other female anchors. Fingertips slide repeatedly across the screen. After removing beauty filters and effects, most of the streamers in the live broadcast room received only average ratings. Rank A is already quite rare, and those who reach rank S like Xiaoming are even rarer. Perhaps, the system has also included whether it's the first time or not in the scoring criteria? Chen Yuan thought to himself, you know those popular female streamers are usually very experienced in protecting their big brothers. And Ran, a slightly chubby hot girl born in 2007, has fair skin and an eye-catching curvy figure. Brother, would you stay for me? Chen Yuan was taken aback. 2007? This girl has only just come of age. It's rare to come across an A-level female streamer, and the system shows that she has a low number of appearances. He casually clicked on the carnival, and the gift effects instantly appeared. Where had the female streamer ever seen such a scene in a small live broadcast room with only a few dozen viewers? She was stunned on the spot, and the live chat exploded with comments. Holy crap! A carnival! The boss is out of his mind. Streamer, quickly thank the big brother. And Ran even screamed on the spot. Ah! Thank you so much for the carnival, brother, LV50 my heart turns to the moon. Love you. Faced with Chen Yuan's demands on the public screen, the instructions were, back up, hip twist, lower back arch. She was completely obedient to him, doing whatever he asked. However, the screen went black the next second, and a system notification popped up. The live stream you are watching has been banned for allegedly containing vulgar and pornographic content. Almost simultaneously, my private messages popped up. Anran, brother has followed you, remember to follow back. Anran, what's your brother doing? Have you eaten yet? This happened several times, resulting in the closure of several more live streaming rooms that had gone too far. Chen Yuan chuckled inwardly, is this the charm of the top-ranked player? This is awesome. Tens of thousands of yuan were spent in the blink of an eye, and the number of private messages in the background quickly reached 99 plus. Chen Yuan rejected all the numerous requests from female live streamers to add him on WeChat. If your rating doesn't reach S-level, you're not even worthy of being on his friend list. Until Wenxin called from downstairs that dinner was ready. Chen Yuan Kai was surprised to find that it was already noon. He found himself captivated by the bold and unrestrained female anchor's seductive poses. I was so engrossed in watching that I forgot the time. I really shouldn't have done that. Going down the stairs, the living room was filled with all sorts of supplies. Tents, sleeping mats, barbecue grills, fresh ingredients. The items are neatly categorized and all-encompassing. The two of them carried the items into the spacious trunk of the Toyota Alphard, where there was plenty of room. At the dinner table, Wenxin learned her lesson and decided to choose expensive ingredients over suitable ones. A complete upgrade in quality. The same common ingredients cost less than 100 at the Sam's Club next door. The imported organic version of Mama on the market costs close to 1,000 yuan. Even the dessert was changed to Colombian yellow dragon fruit. This rare, slow-growing fruit commands a consistently high price. With its golden yellow skin, snow-white and delicate flesh, and a sweetness level of over 18%, it melts in your mouth. Chen Yuan took a bite and nodded in satisfaction. This is what life is all about. After enjoying the sweet fruit, Chen Yuan stood up in a cheerful mood. That's enough, let's go, let's head to Shiwang Valley. With Wen Xian driving the Toyota Alphard and Chen Yuan directing the way, they drove straight towards Taichung University. He picked up his phone and sent Nian Ning a message. At the gate of Taichung University, come quickly. Nian Ning, who was about to take a lunch break, saw the message and immediately perked up. Okay. I'll be right there. Nian Ning walked out of the school gate but didn't see the familiar Lamborghini sports car. Only a white Toyota Alphard was discreetly parked on the side of the road. Just as Nian Ning was looking around in confusion, the Alphard's window slowly rolled down, and Chen Yuan waved his hand, "Get in." Chapter 55, Sharing a large tent. As soon as Nian Ning got in the car, she saw that the driver was actually senior sister Wen Xian. This is the goddess in the hearts of male students at National Taiwan University. She not only worked as Chen Yuan's nanny, but also took on the role of his driver. Isn't this the campus belle of National Taiwan University? When we met again, I saw her elegant profile in the driver's seat. The last bit of unease in Nian Ning's heart vanished in an instant. So what if she's beautiful? She still has to be Chen Yuan's driver. As Chen Yuan's woman, all she had to do now was sit elegantly in the back row and do nothing. A smile unconsciously crept onto her lips. It seems that the timing of getting to know someone is indeed the most important factor. Shiwang Valley is located in Lincheng, not far from Taichung, less than an hour's drive by expressway. This is a summer-only natural haven. With its clear, shallow streams and dense forests, it is a veritable paradise for city dwellers seeking respite from the world. With a focused and attentive grip on the steering wheel, Wen Yuan's driving skills became increasingly proficient. It was perfectly reasonable for Chen Yuan, as the boss, to sit in the back row. But Nian Ning sat down next to him as if it were the most natural thing in the world. This made Wenxin feel vaguely uncomfortable. What's with the attitude? It's like you're her personal driver. While driving, Wenxin would occasionally glance at the rearview mirror from the corner of her eye. Nian Ning sat affectionately on Chen Yuan's lap, leaning on his shoulder. Her slender hand gently twirled around Chen Yuan's clothes, as if she wanted everything he wanted. Wen Xian already had a good impression of Chen Yuan, and seeing Nian Ning being so close to him made her even more excited. An inexplicable possessiveness quietly began to grow. It has to be said that, among luxury cars costing millions, the Alphard has a truly spacious interior. The leather sofa seats can be adjusted back 181 degrees to Long Island Expressway flat, 1 degree more than the Maybach. Nian Ning nestled against Chen Yuan, letting his fingers roam freely, their posture intimate. Wenxin glanced at the unbearable scene in the rearview mirror and couldn't help but cough softly. Cough, cough. This sound was actually masked by the soft murmur that drifted from behind. Wenxin's ears burned, so she simply looked straight ahead. I stepped on the gas and sped towards Shiwang Valley, just wanting to end this agonizing journey as soon as possible. In the scenic area's parking lot, Wenxin suddenly braked, causing the car to swerve forward and backward. She stepped out of the car with a sigh of relief and took a deep breath of fresh air. After a while, Nian Ning's cheeks flushed slightly as she slowly got out of the car. You must have been feeling stuffy in the car, right? Wenxin asked with a deliberately warm smile. Ugh, I can't breathe. Nian Ning heard the teasing in her words, and instead raised her chin, with a hint of smugness. Thank you for driving, senior. Chen Yuan then calmly got out of the car and said to the two of them, let's go buy tickets. Nian Ning wanted to pay to show her appreciation, but Wen Xian scanned the code and paid first, leaving her empty-handed. The group slowly walked into the valley, where the scenery was beautiful. Wow! This place is so beautiful. Nian Ning couldn't help but marvel, instantly captivated by the scenery. The terrain is flat, the vegetation is lush, and the bamboo forests on both sides of the trail are verdant. Sunlight filters through the bamboo leaves, casting dappled shadows that create stunning photo opportunities. The subtle tension that had just been there in the car was instantly dissolved by the surrounding landscape. The two girls quickly burst into laughter and playful banter. Take a picture for me, wow, this angle is amazing. Of course. I minored in photography in college. Wow, senior is so amazing. Quickly take a few more pictures for me. A moment later, Nian Ning stepped forward and took Chen Yuan's hand again. We found a spot with a great view and took a group photo. Not to be outdone, Wen Xin turned a two-person photo into a three-person photo. Passing tourists couldn't help but turn their heads, they had never seen such a good-looking couple before. Chen Yuan, standing tall and imposing in the middle, is flanked by two fair-skinned and beautiful girls. Those unaware of the situation might think the scenic area had hired models specifically to attract business. Wow! Look how handsome that guy is. Oh my god, that profile is absolutely stunning. Her aura is just like a celebrity. A group of female college students traveling together seemed to have discovered a hidden gem in the scenic area. They mustered their courage and waited for Nian Ning and Wen Xin to finish taking photos before swarming up to take pictures with Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan chuckled, but couldn't resist the girls' enthusiasm, so he had no choice but to cooperate and take photos with his arms around their shoulders. Looking at the beautiful women in front of them, Nian Ning and Wen Xin exchanged a glance. The two instantly understood each other's thoughts. With external enemies at hand, internal conflicts must be put aside for now. I finally managed to get away from the group photo. Chen Yuan was immediately grabbed by the arms of Nian Ning and Wen Xin, one on each side, and led forward. As you slowly venture deeper into the trail, the sound of flowing water fills your ears. After turning a corner, the view suddenly opened up before me. A wide, open stream stretches out before you. The clear stream flows quietly over the pebble riverbed, and the sunlight shines down, making the surface of the water sparkle. This is clearly a popular spot in the valley, attracting many tourists. Children chased and played in the water, couples strolled hand in hand on the shallows, and the elderly sat idly on the rocks chatting. Chen Yuan and his group were quickly infected by the joyful atmosphere. Fortunately, the scenic area took this very seriously. The surrounding area not only sells various swimsuits and water play equipment. Clean and tidy public changing rooms are also provided. The two women, who were prepared, slowly walked forward. When they came out of the dressing room hand in hand, it seemed to have captured all the light and color of the sky and water in the valley. The most beautiful girl at National Taiwan University and the most beautiful girl in the dance department walked arm in arm. They coincidentally chose one white and one black swimsuit, with contrasting styles, yet both equally dazzling. Nian Ning chose a one-piece white swimsuit. The smooth lines outline her youthful and graceful figure. It perfectly highlights her flexible waist and long legs, which are unique to dancers. Her slightly damp hair draped over her shoulders, making her look like a moon goddess descending to earth. Wen Xin opted for a black two-piece swimsuit. The black swimsuit contrasted sharply with her fair skin, making her skin appear even whiter than snow. The sheer shoulder straps were delicate, highlighting her exquisite collarbones. The high-waisted design of the swim trunks is simple and understated, highlighting her graceful figure and elegant temperament. Their exposed skin was dazzlingly white in the sunlight, like a glowing body. The clear stream flows gently. The tourists who were originally playing in the water were all captivated by the two women. Nian Ning and Wen Xin walked gracefully towards Chen Yuan, their skin as white as snow, their figures swaying on the shimmering water. Many male tourists watched with their Adam's apples bobbing and unconsciously holding their breath. The pebbles at the bottom of the stream were slippery, and the two women exclaimed softly in unison as their feet slipped. The next second, she naturally took Chen Yuan's arms on either side. She leaned almost half her body against him. Before I could even feel the soft, jade-like touch on my body, Chen Yuan instantly felt countless gazes, a mixture of amazement and jealousy, directed at him. The air around them froze, and a silent groan echoed in the men's hearts. Holy crap, who is this guy? He's got some serious luck with women. God, why don't I get to have such good things? Yuan Nian Ning gently tugged at Chen Yuan's left arm. Do you prefer my white one, or Senior Wen Xin's black one? She was warm and elegant, yet unwilling to be outshone by Nian Ning. She gazed at Chen Yuan with tender eyes, her fingertips lightly tracing his right wrist, silently urging him on. Chen Yuan sighed inwardly, this is practically a death trap. After hesitating for a moment, he turned his head and smiled softly at Nian Ning. I'm sorry, Nian Ning, I choose Wen Xin. Nian Ning knew that Chen Yuan was joking. Instead of getting angry, she playfully punched Chen Yuan's shoulder. Humph. You're always so biased. As she spoke, she scooped up some stream water and, laughing, splashed it at Chen Yuan. The stream was cool and refreshing. Nian Ning was surprised to find that many timid stream crabs were hiding under the rocks at the bottom of the clear water. Look! There are crabs here. Nian Ning exclaimed in surprise. She bent down and carefully reached out to explore. Unexpectedly, her movements were clumsy, and as soon as her fingertips touched the water's surface, the little crab nimbly disappeared into the depths of the crevices in the rocks, leaving only a string of tiny bubbles. "Let me try." Seeing this, Wenxin smiled slightly, a rare occurrence, and became interested. She put her finger to her lips, signaling Nian Ning not to make a sound. He held his breath and focused his mind, gently slowing down his movements. Gently probe your fingers into the water, patiently waiting for the right moment. Chen Yuan stood aside, watching the two women, one lively and eager, the other calm and focused. The next second, Wenxin actually managed to firmly pinch the shell of a small crab with her fingertips and successfully captured it. "Got it." She raised her head with a hint of smugness. He held the spoils in his palm and showed them to Chen Yuan. It was a small crab, its claws outstretched in her fair palm. A rare glint of playfulness and pride flashed in Wenxin's eyes. "Look! Aren't I amazing?" Chen Yuan was amused by her childlike appearance and couldn't help but feel affection for her. He instinctively leaned down and pulled Wenxin into his arms. He gently kissed her forehead, his voice soft with approval. "Yes, Wenxin is the best. This is your reward." When Xian was slightly taken aback, and a blush quickly spread across her fair cheeks. She lowered her head with a hint of coquettishness and muttered softly. Who wants this kind of reward?" The joy in her voice was impossible to hide. This intimate scene was clearly seen by Nian Ning, who had come over. She was consumed by jealousy and muttered a remark to herself. "The water is too cold, it's not fun, I'm going ashore." Watching Nian Ning storm off ashore in a huff, Chen Yuan told Wen Xian that he was going to the restroom and then quickly followed her. Wenxin, being incredibly clever, lowered her head, smiled, and continued pretending to search for crabs by turning over stones. Chen Yuan caught up with Nian Ning, who was sitting on a rock by the shore with her knees drawn up to her chest. Water droplets slid down her fair back, making her exceptionally beautiful. "Don't be angry, I still need your help." Chen Yuan sat down next to her and gently nudged her with his shoulder. Nian Ning's ears twitched slightly, but she still didn't turn around. "Help you? Help her get a bigger reward?" Nian Ning's voice was tinged with jealousy, but deep down she hoped Chen Yuan would come and coax her. Unexpectedly, Chen Yuan nodded directly. "That's right. Help me win over Wen Xian. You'll get your share of the rewards after it's done." Nian Ning was taken aback, her face full of doubt. "You two haven't. I don't believe it." "Believe it or not." Chen Yuan spoke calmly, his gaze sweeping over her swimsuit. "This white one-piece swimsuit suits you very well." As he spoke, Chen Yuan took out a classic Chanel bag from his system space and handed it to her. "Here, this is for you." Hearing Chen Yuan's praise, Nian Ning lightly stroked the smooth leather of the Chanel bag with her fingertips. He quickly weighed the options in his mind. Even if I don't get involved, they'll get into trouble sooner or later. It's better to do Chen Yuan a favor, at least he'll remember me. Nian Ning gazed at the heartwarming scene of someone bending down to catch crabs by the stream. Her innocent and focused expression stirred a strange feeling in Nian Ning's heart. It is really a satisfying thing to go into the water at Lei Liang's house. Besides, Wen Xian is a top campus beauty. To make even such a proud and beautiful woman like her submit to Chen Yuan. She smiled and turned to get closer to Chen Yuan. They started actively offering Chen Yuan advice and strategies. After figuring things out, Nian Ning quickly immersed herself in the atmosphere of playing in the water. The three chased and frolicked in the cool stream, splashing water and laughing all the while. Time passed quickly, and the sky gradually darkened. The two women had a great time until their stomachs started rumbling in protest. They then realized they hadn't had dinner yet. After quickly packing their belongings, the three of them slowly walked up the bluestone steps. Nestled among bamboo groves halfway up the mountain, the upscale restaurant in the scenic area is bathed in warm light. The 180-degree panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows offer a breathtaking view of the mountains and bamboo forests. The evening breeze swept through the hall, carrying the fresh scent of bamboo leaves. The signature bamboo forest chicken hot pot is made by slow-cooking free-range chickens, resulting in a golden broth and tender meat. Steamed river fish are caught and cooked to order, with only scallions and ginger added during steaming, preserving their original flavor and sweet taste. With the mountain breeze and bamboo shadows as a backdrop, this meal was exceptionally delicious and enjoyable. After dinner, the group decided to camp on the mountaintop that night. Walking slowly up the mountain path, accompanied by the streetlights at night, we headed towards the summit. Upon reaching the summit, the three worked together seamlessly. Chen Yuan deftly set up the tent, when Xin carefully laid out the moisture-proof mat, and Nian Ning was responsible for spraying mosquito repellent around the area. Soon, the two tents were set up. One is a spacious tent provided by Wenxin, and the other is an orange single tent provided by Nianning. All right. Nian Ning clapped her hands. Before Wenxin could react, he bent down and crawled into his little tent. She poked her head out and pointed with a smile at the large tent. This biggest one is for you guys. Good night. When Xin was startled, her cheeks slightly flushed in the night. This won't do. You and Chen Yuan can stay on this roof, I'll sleep on the smaller one. She was well aware of the close relationship between Chen Yuan and Nian Ning. If I were to actually share a tent with Chen Yuan, it would be right under their noses. This is so embarrassing. Oh, don't be so polite. Nian Ning continued, her voice low but loud enough for Chen Yuan to hear. Look, senior, this tent is super warm, even though it's a single tent. Besides, I'm a restless sleeper. What if I accidentally kick Chen Yuan down the slope? She blinked as she spoke, giving off an innocent look that said, I'm doing this for your own good. The big place is perfect for you too, I'll just take the small one. When Xin wanted to decline again, but Chen Yuan just chuckled. Nian Ning is right, safety first. He spoke naturally and as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Wenxin's ears turned even redder, and she clutched the hem of her clothes with her fingertips. She couldn't understand when Nian Ning had become so generous. He actually offered Chen Yuan to his side? Wenxin felt half flustered and half secretly delighted. Taking the opportunity, Nian Ning reached out and gently pushed the warm scene in front of her towards the tent. Go test how soft the cushion is. I'll zip it up for you. She moved nimbly and quickly pulled the tent flap shut. The large tent fell silent instantly. Wenxin lowered her head, and could clearly hear her own heartbeat. Chen Yuan sat down next to her. The space inside the tent suddenly felt a little crowded, yet also warm. Nian Ning, you're quite good at making arrangements. Chen Yuan smiled, feigning helplessness, but the joy in his voice was undeniable. The mountain wind was cold, but it blew through the tent's mesh, carrying the scent of grass and earth. With no other option, when Xin could only quietly move closer to Chen Yuan. The air inside the tent seemed to freeze, leaving only the sound of their intermittent breathing. Chen Yuan noticed when Xin's subtle movements. He naturally reached out and gently put his arm around her shoulder. If you're cold, you can come closer. Wenxin's body stiffened slightly, then relaxed. The two have had more intimate encounters than this before. As if remembering something, Wenxin's cheeks gradually flushed red. Chapter 55. You've arrived just in time. Chen Yuan's arm was wrapped around Wen Nuan's waist. The warmth of the palm seeps into the skin through the thin fabric. Wenxin's cheeks were flushed as if painted with rouge, making her look stunningly beautiful. Her chestnut brown hair was loose and flowing, and a delicate fragrance wafted through the air. Chen Yuan couldn't resist leaning down and burying his face in the crook of her neck, smelling her sweet fragrance. Feeling the warm breath surrounding her, Wenxin trembled slightly. She bit her lower lip, her eyelashes drooping, her mind filled with a myriad of thoughts. After spending this time together, Wenxin has to admit, Chen Yuan is indeed an impeccable man. The only thing that bothered her was the large number of women around him. Whether it was Su Wanqing, the gentle young woman with her child. It was Nian Ning from the next tent, and Xing, the little sister from that day. With her keen mind, Wenxin naturally knew that this was just the tip of the iceberg. But she quickly dismissed those thoughts. Thinking too far ahead is pointless. Live in the present and follow your heart. At least, the person by Chen Yuan's side now is himself. The air inside the tent was scorching hot, with only the sound of their intermittent breathing remaining. Chen Yuan's hand slowly slid down Xin's waist. My fingertips lightly touched her delicate, warm skin. Wenxin's body trembled slightly, her breathing became slightly erratic, and she whispered, I feel a little dizzy. Chen Yuan chuckled softly and leaned close to her ear. Don't panic, dizziness is very normal. Chen Yuan gently supported her lower back with his palm and placed her on the mattress. Moonlight shone through the gauze curtains, illuminating the cozy half-open collar of her dress. Watching the crimson color gradually spread from her neck to her collarbone. Like the sunset painting the white snow. Chen Yuan could no longer restrain himself and leaned down to kiss her slightly parted lips. The next second, Nian Ning suddenly exclaimed from outside the tent. Ah! Listen, a rustling sound, is that a snake? The moonlight illuminated her pale face, which was trembling noticeably. The two people inside the tent suddenly stopped moving. When Xin stiffened, and Chen Yuan frowned as he listened. Sure enough, a faint rustling sound could be heard coming from Nian Ning's small tent. It looked like something was moving around inside. It might be a mountain rat. Chen Yuan reluctantly withdrew his hand and gently pulled when Xin's clothes tighter. Go outside and start a fire. Animals are afraid of open flames. The charcoal fire crackled and blazed, its light quickly dispelling the chill of the mountains. The snakes, insects, and rodents dared not come to bother them again, and the sound quickly disappeared. Still shaken, Nian Ning sat down next to Chen Yuan, gripping his arm tightly with both hands. Seeing this, Wenxin quietly draped a thin blanket over her shoulders with gentle movements. It's all right now. Chen Yuan then added some more charcoal to the fire. Let's sleep in the big tent together tonight. The three sat around the campfire. The flickering firelight reflected in their shimmering eyes. When Nian Ning caught sight of Xin's flushed cheeks and Chen Yuan's slightly disheveled collar, I instantly realized what I had interrupted and felt a little embarrassed. Wenxin looked at the charcoal fire, then her eyes lit up and she pointed to the backpack. I brought some fresh ingredients, how about we have some barbecue? The oil dripped into the charcoal fire, sizzling, and the group quickly began to eat their barbecue. Look! What's that? A shooting star. Nian Ning suddenly pointed to the night sky, and a silver light streaked across the deep blue sky. That's right. Wenxin immediately closed her eyes and clasped her hands together to make a wish. Seeing this, Nian Ning also lowered her head and muttered to herself. Chen Yuan quietly looked at the two women in front of him, his eye of insight activating silently. A warm and comforting state of mind is evident. I hope that every time I look at the stars, he will be by my side. Nian Ning's is even more unconventional. I hope that even though he has a warm and caring senior, he won't forget me. Chen Yuan couldn't help but chuckle, and closed his eyes, pretending to make a wish. Then, I'll grant your wishes. Nian Ning didn't actually want to bother Chen Yuan. Unfortunately, the fear of snakes and insects overwhelmed everything. Fortunately, the charcoal fire warmed her up considerably, and she gradually relaxed. As the embers died down and the Milky Way hung low, the shadows of the three men flickered in the firelight. When asked what she wished for, Wenxin gently fiddled with the sparks. I want to open a flower shop. We trim the branches and leaves every day and wrap the bouquets so that the shop is always filled with the fragrance of flowers. Living in a villa can be lonely, so it's good to have something to keep you busy. Chen Yuan immediately made the decision, we'll go find a shop tomorrow. You'll be the boss, and I'll invest. Really? When Xin asked in disbelief. Chen Yuan nodded, of course. He thought to himself, how much money does it cost to open a flower shop? When it was Nian Ning's turn, she tilted her head and thought for a moment. Me? I don't want to do anything. Seeing the two looking at her, she quickly changed her words. Just kidding. I want to be a dance teacher. What she truly longed for was to be a leisurely, wealthy housewife. We go shopping and drink tea every day, but we're just too embarrassed to admit it. As soon as she finished speaking, Nian Ning suddenly gagged. She forced a smile and pretended to yawn. I think I've caught a cold, I'm going back to sleep. You guys, you continue. Chen Yuan nodded knowingly, his gaze gently falling on Xin's face. Then came the sound of even, long breathing from inside the large tent. All that remained was the occasional crackling of the charcoal fire. Wenxin gently rested her head on Chen Yuan's shoulder. The evening breeze gently caressed his face, his soft hair brushing against his skin. Chen Yuan took out a dark blue velvet square box from his pocket. The Gus Tianxiang women's watch gleams with a warm luster under the moonlight. The dial is adorned with countless tiny diamonds, resembling a galaxy in the sky. So beautiful, what did you do? Before Wenxin could finish speaking, Chen Yuan had already put the watch on for her and gently fastened the watch chain. Do you like it? Wenxin didn't answer, but gently stroked the watch face with her fingertips and nodded deeply. It's getting late, we should go back to sleep. Wenxin felt a slight flush at these words. The unspoken understanding between adults made her tacitly agree. Her gaze swept over Nian Ning, who was fast asleep in the tent, and she hesitated again. She's asleep, isn't that a bit inconvenient? Wenxin spoke softly, and she could even hear her own heart pounding. Suddenly, a fleeting image flashed through Nian Ning's mind of being intimate with Chen Yuan in the back seat of the car that afternoon. An inexplicable feeling welled up in my heart from watching anime. Forget it, let's just consider it an eye for an eye. Be gentle. When Xin whispered in Chen Yuan's ear. Don't wake her up. The night was deep, the mountain breeze carried the fragrance of grass and trees, and shadows moved inside the tent. Goddess, warmth, charging item +1, charging count +1. In the dead of night, she nestled quietly in Chen Yuan's arms. The afterglow of the previous experience still lingered in her body. She closed her eyes, letting her thoughts drift. The system notification sounded in Chen Yuan's mind. Ding! Congratulations! You have won 5 lottery tickets. With a slight thought, Chen Yuan immediately started the lottery. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained an S-rank item, Stock Market Information Forecast. Predicts precise stock price movements for the next 3 days. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained an SS-level item, Shop Ownership Card. After use, you will randomly receive 10 prime location shops, complete with full property ownership documents. Ding! 5 draws completed, reward 200,000. S-level stock market information prediction? Being able to know 3 days' worth of stock price fluctuations in advance, this is truly a windfall. Chen Yuan currently has over 10 million yuan in liquid funds in his account. I'll jump in as soon as the stock market opens tomorrow. SS-level items are being directly given away to businesses? Chen Yuan chose to use the Shop Ownership Card without hesitation. System notification sounds rang out one after another. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained 5 shops in the university town. Mishua Ice Cream X1, Shasan Snacks X1, Luckin Coffee X1, Fun Internet Cafe X1, EA Erotic Club X1. Wow, now I have my own business. 5 familiar signs instantly flooded my mind. It also comes with complete property ownership documents and a lease agreement. Although these shops are not particularly large assets. However, its advantage lies in its stable location and ample customer traffic. The Mishue ice cream shop located in the university town alone makes a net profit of 70,000 to 80,000 yuan per month. Moreover, the existing team will continue to operate, so I can just sit back and collect money. Chen Yuan excitedly continued reading. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 5 shops in the commercial street. Orange Hotel, Romantic Flower House, Emperor Billiards Club, Leisure Fitness Club, Tranquil SPA Foot Bath Club. Chen Yuan's eyes lit up instantly. The value of a commercial street is indeed different. Orange Hotel, in particular, is a mid to high-end chain brand in Taichung. It occupies an entire building in the commercial street and has hundreds of guest rooms. Last year's net profit reached more than 3 million. As for billiards, gym, and foot massage parlors, anything with the word club in its name sounds high-end and sophisticated. Chen Yuan didn't know much about it yet. I don't know how much profit it will generate, but at least it's my own business. Chen Yuan decided that he would need to take some time tomorrow to thoroughly investigate his business. Just as Chen Yuan was immersed in the joy of the system's reward, Nian Ning, who was beside her, opened her eyes groggily. Through the haze, I saw Wen Xian leaning on Chen Yuan's shoulder, the two of them in an intimate pose. She rubbed her eyes and murmured softly. Did I wake up at the wrong time? Chen Yuan chuckled softly and reached out to pull back the covers. No, you woke up just in time. Chen Yuan opened his arms and gently pulled Nian Ning into his embrace. Nian Ning let out a soft cry, her cheeks instantly flushing red, but she did not break free. Warmly and considerately, they made way for each other. The next day, early morning. Nian Ning was the first to wake up. She tiptoed out of the tent and suddenly pointed to the sky with delight. Look at the sunrise. It's so beautiful. The golden sun slowly rose from the mountain ridge, its rays bathing the clouds in a breathtaking spectacle. At Nian Ning's insistence, Chen Yuan took a series of photos of her with the sunrise as the background. She sat quietly to the side, resting, a faint smile on her lips. After taking photos and commemorating their visit, the three packed their belongings and began their return journey. After sending Nian Ning back to Taichung University, the two returned to the villa. After a quick wash and shower, Chen Yuan lay comfortably on the sofa. The stock market opened on time at 9:30 a.m. On the phone screen, red and green candlesticks fluctuate up and down. With a slight thought, Chen Yuan's stock market prediction ability was instantly activated. The trend chart for the next 3 days unfolds clearly in my mind. Thousands of stocks are listed like stars in the sky. The daily price increase limit for the main board is 10%, while the limit for the Science and Technology Innovation Board and the Chi-Next board is 20%. He quickly filtered the information and focused his attention on a Chi-Next stock with a code starting with 300. The cumulative increase over 3 days reached an astonishing 50%. A large influx of funds could indeed cause volatility. Chen Yuan's assets, amounting to tens of millions, are not enough to shake the trend of this stock. With a light tap of his fingertip, Chen Yuan immediately decided to buy 10 million. Just wait quietly for 3 days, and 5 million will arrive in your account. With less than a million left in his hands, Chen Yuan felt a little panicked. He decided to immediately investigate the properties gifted by the system and find out the true state of these assets. The Lamborghini's engine roared as it headed toward Taichung University. A great location is awesome. Near Taichung University. The line to order at Mishue ice cream stretched all the way to the door. Students crowded in front of Luckin Coffee's self-pickup lockers. Shaxin Snacks has an extremely high table turnover rate, with delivery riders constantly arriving at the store entrance. To Chen Yuan's surprise, Erotic Shop was actually a very large store. The floor is over 100 square meters, and various styles of silicone dolls are displayed in the glass windows. In the past, I might have taken a second look. Now, it's completely unnecessary. Chen Yuan slowly walked into the fun internet cafe next door. The two receptionists were stunned for a moment, then they realized what was happening. They quickly stood up to greet them respectfully. "Hello, boss." The employees heard early in the morning that the shop had been transferred to a new owner. But to my surprise, he looked as young as a college student. Moreover, he's not just handsome, he's exceptionally good-looking. Chen Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. The receptionist immediately led Chen Yuan to a private room. After playing 2 games, I suddenly felt bored. Chen Yuan looked up and saw sexy posters advertising game companionship on the wall. That's true. Nowadays, internet cafes offer a one-stop service for eating, drinking, and having fun. He scanned the QR code to enter the mini program and found that the service was divided into online voice companionship and offline on-site companionship. Of course we'll choose offline. There were plenty of photos of girls who offered to be his companions, and Chen Yuan randomly picked one that looked decent. The fee for accompanying someone to play with you is really not cheap, 188 yuan per hour. After adding the girl on WeChat, she didn't mention the fee for playing with the girl, but instead sent her location directly. "Brother, I'm at the Orange Hotel. Will you come over now?" Chen Yuan was taken aback as the boss, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The manager of this internet cafe deserves a reprimand. They promised to provide gaming services. How did it turn into prostitution? And so directly at that. This is unacceptable. Chen Yuan shook his head and selected a new player on the gaming companion platform. 18 years old, claiming to be a freshman at Taichung University, working part-time with the Note Green companion. 10 minutes later, the clattering of high heels could be heard outside the private room. A knock sounded on the door, and a young, pretty girl in black stockings peeked in. She was sensible and polite. "Hello, brother. I'm Xiaoyu, the playmate you requested." The private room wasn't large, but it was fully equipped, with 2 high-end computers and even a sofa. When Xiaoyu saw the Lamborghini car keys that Chen Yuan had casually placed on the table, her beautiful eyes widened. Upon learning that he was the new owner of the internet cafe, his tone instantly became warmer. "Boss, let me teach you some combo techniques." She naturally leaned closer, her fingers lightly resting on Chen Yuan's hand holding the mouse. Chapter 56: Xiaoyu's Companion Service. Xiaoyu teaches very diligently. She leaned slightly forward, her soft hair brushing against Chen Yuan's cheek, causing a slight tickle. Chen Yuan felt a warm, soft touch on the back of his hand, and a sweet fragrance reached his nose. He turned his head to the side and easily slipped his hand through the loose collar of Xiaoyu's shirt. My gaze caught a glimpse of the outline of black lace peeking out from beneath. Chen Yuan's eyes flickered slightly, and his eye of insight silently activated. Xiaoyu's rating is A, and her figure is an amazing C. Despite its young age, it has grown to be so impressive. Such capital is truly exceptional, and the number of times it has occurred is relatively small, indicating excellent health. "Boss, look, this skill needs to be used in conjunction with Flash to deal maximum damage." Xiao Yu's voice rang almost right next to Chen Yuan's ear. A warm breath brushed against his earlobe, almost imperceptibly. Chen Yuan was stunned for a moment before turning his gaze from the beautiful scenery in front of him to the screen. Ahem. He coughed lightly to cover up his embarrassment. Xiao Yu took in his momentary lapse in concentration. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and she instantly understood. Instead of backing away, she made her voice even softer and more charming, with a hint of innocence. Boss, did you understand? Would you like me to demonstrate it again? Well, theory is one thing, but how effective it is in practice can only be known by trying it out hand in hand. Chen Yuan steadied himself, twirled the mouse in his hand, and spoke with a playful tone. Xiao Yu just started working as a gaming companion at the internet cafe. All she wanted was a simple, eco-friendly part-time job to earn some pocket money. But when she pushed open the door to the private room, the first thing she saw was Chen Yuan. My heart skipped a beat. Oh no, this is bad. The man in front of her was completely different from the greasy, game-addicted men she had imagined. He leaned back in his gaming chair with a relaxed posture and languid movements. On his wrist was a priceless across-the-world badge. The aura emanating from him clearly indicated that he was a successful businessman. During the chat, I learned that he was actually the new owner of this high-end internet cafe. Xiao Yu subconsciously lowered her eyes, staring directly at the screen, but couldn't help glancing at it secretly out of the corner of her eye. The man in front of me had deep-set eyes, a high-nose bridge, and a well-defined jawline. Just a side profile shot was incredibly impactful, instantly captivating her heart. My God, how can there be such a handsome man? A voice inside her was screaming. Her remaining rationality and girlish reserve made her suppress her amazement. She could only try her best to maintain a smile, not daring to go too far. As a female college student, Xiao Yu usually only interacts with the shy male classmates on campus. Compared to the composed and outstanding Chen Yuan before him, they were worlds apart. She worked as a game companion in order to earn more money for her living expenses. Now things are great, the client I got on my first day of playing games is my own boss. Her physical attraction to the subject allowed her to shed all awkwardness and restraint, and she used all her skills to teach. Why go through all that trouble? Come, sit here, you can see much better. Xiao Yu's clumsy leaning posture made Chen Yuan find it both funny and somewhat cute. He curled the corners of his lips into a smile, patted his leg, and spoke with a hint of coaxing in his voice. This angle makes it easier to give instructions. A hint of surprise flashed in Xiao Yu's eyes. Just as she was about to get up, she saw a security camera in the corner of the private room facing the two of them. She felt as if her secret had been exposed, and stood frozen in place, embarrassed and caught in a dilemma. Upon seeing this, Chen Yuan immediately understood and, without saying a word, reached out and pressed the button for private room service. A moment later, there was a knock on the door. This time, it wasn't the receptionist who came, but the store manager himself. He personally carried the fruit platter, which was adorned with exquisite fruits. There was also a bag of Haching Tianxia beetle nuts and a box of golden leaf neatly arranged. The store manager bowed respectfully and asked, "Boss, what can I do for you?" Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow and looked towards the surveillance camera. The store manager nodded knowingly and quietly slipped out. Shortly after the door closed, the red light from the surveillance camera went out. As the last trace of worry dissipated, Xiao Yu breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed. She turned around and boldly faced Chen Yuan, then sat down in his lap. With a soft, fragrant body in his arms, Chen Yuan looked down at the girl's radiant smile. What's wrong? Why are you so happy? How could I not be happy to meet a young and handsome boss on my first day of providing companionship services? Xiao Yu's eyes sparkled, and her tone was innocent. Ha, it can talk. After several rounds of games, both of them were getting tired. Xiao Yu carefully unwrapped the packaging and picked up a beetle nut with her slender hand. He brought the cigarette to Chen Yuan's lips and then lit it for him. How did you come up with the idea of becoming a gaming companion? Chen Yuan casually asked, are you short of money? Xiao Yu nodded honestly, my family gives me 2,000 yuan a month for living expenses. Now, even buying a decent set of cosmetics or a handbag isn't enough. She spoke in a lower voice, tinged with envy. My best friend uses all high-end brands, and she said the pay for escort services here is pretty good, so I wanted to give it a try. You're quite honest. Chen Yuan smiled and asked casually, so, how much money do you think is enough? Ha? Xiao Yu was taken aback by the question. She really hadn't calculated that number before. Chen Yuan didn't say anything more, and casually picked up his phone and operated it a few times. Xiaoyu's phone immediately rang with a notification sound. The screen lit up, and Chen Yuan's WeChat transfer of 8,000 yuan had been received. Let me round it up for you, 10,000 a month, that should be enough for you to live like your girlfriends. The amount transferred via WeChat made Xiaoyu's eyes widen instantly. The next second, a joyful cheer escaped her lips. Thank you, boss. You're so generous. As she spoke, Xiaoyu, like a cheerful little bird, rushed forward and kissed Chen Yuan. She naturally wrapped her arms around Chen Yuan's neck, expressing her excitement. She leaned close to him affectionately, whispering sweet nothings in Chen Yuan's ear. Boss, you're so kind. Even she herself couldn't believe that the first day of working part-time as a gaming companion would yield such a huge result. Of course, she knew none of this was free. On second thought, given the boss's appearance and demeanor, having the opportunity to have in-depth conversations with him means I'm not at a disadvantage at all. After enjoying Xiaoyu's enthusiasm, a flame ignited in Chen Yuan's heart. As soon as he stood up, Xiaoyu, so sensible. Xiaoyu's pleas for mercy startled the guests in the aisle. He said to his companion with a shocked expression. Holy crap, the soundproofing in this internet cafe's private rooms is terrible. How can playing games make this much noise? Upon hearing this, his companion patted him on the shoulder and shook his head, feigning seriousness. Dude, broaden your horizons. Who says you can only play games in an internet cafe? Inside the private room, the air was warm, black stockings were scattered, leaving only a mess on the floor. The morning passed quickly, and the inspection of the fun internet cafe was completed. As the store manager saw him off, Chen Yuan casually tossed out a remark before leaving. Xiaoyu is a pretty good girl. After saying that, without waiting for the store manager's response, she turned and left, satisfied. After standing there for a long time, Xiaoyu slowly walked out of the private room, leaning against the wall. Her steps were unsteady, and her sore legs made it almost impossible for her to stand steadily in her high heels. Her face was still flushed, and she hadn't fully adjusted to the outside light. The store manager called her over, and out of the corner of his eye, he noticed her smooth, flawless legs. Her black stockings were nowhere to be seen. Xiaoyu, come here for a moment. Manager, is there anything I can help you with? Xiaoyu asked, feeling a little uneasy. The store manager had a smile on his face, and his tone was more amiable than ever before. Xiaoyu, your basic salary will continue to be paid. Your main task is to take good care of General Manager Chen. Really? That's great. Xiaoyu's joy instantly dispelled her fatigue. It seems all that hard work just now paid off. A dedicated person to entertain the boss? What a steal. She forced herself to walk quickly to the window facing the street, just in time to see Chen Yuan getting into his car. She quickly waved her arms and called out in a sweet voice, Boss. Take care. Chen Yuan looked up at the sound, met her bright face, and smiled knowingly. This gaming experience was top-notch. He thought to himself, if only the system rating hadn't been lowered to S-level. I might actually consider keeping her by my side. Chapter 57, taking over the flower shop and giving it to you. Just as Chen Yuan was preparing to inspect the next stop, he then discovered that the flower shop on this side of the commercial street had also become his business. Looking at the flower shop in front of me, called Romantic Flower House. The exquisite shop window displays flowers arranged in a pleasing, staggered pattern, their delicate fragrance wafting out. Chen Yuan remembered his promise to Xin to open a flower shop for her. Then I made a warm WeChat call. Wenxin, come to the commercial street now, I'll send you the location. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly so formal? On the other end of the phone, Wenxin's voice was as gentle as ever, tinged with a hint of doubt. Chen Yuan smiled but did not answer directly. Didn't you say your biggest wish was to own your own flower shop? There was a sudden silence on the other end of the phone. You could almost hear Xin holding her breath. A few seconds later, a warm voice rang out again, filled with unbelievable joy. A flower shop? You can't be, seriously. Last night while camping, Chen Yuan promised her under the night sky that he would open a flower shop for her the next day. Wenxin took it as just sweet talk created by the romantic atmosphere and didn't take it seriously at all. To my surprise, Chen Yuan told me this news in just one day. Chen Yuan confirmed her guess, speaking in a doting tone. I happen to be on the commercial street. I just took over a flower shop and am giving it to you. If you're free now, why don't you come over and take a look? Oh my god, really? The warm voices were filled with surprise, and a rare cheer erupted. A commercial street? Could it be that famous, big and beautiful, romantic flower shop? Boss, you're so sudden. Do you like it? Chun Yuan asked softly, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. I can even imagine the happy expression on her face right now. I'll help you realize your dream. From now on, you'll be the owner of this flower shop. I love it so much. She spoke warmly and excitedly, but then a hint of worry crept in. But I have absolutely no experience. Can I really run this business successfully? What are you afraid of? Chen Yuan chuckled lightly, reassuringly saying. The store has all the staff already in place. You just need to do what you like. Decorate however you want, and bring in whatever flowers you want. It's all up to you. If you lose money, it's on me. If you make money, consider it pocket money from me. Thank you, Chen Yuan. You're so kind. I'll go now, I'm heading out. Okay, I'll wait for you at the store entrance. It's rare to see Wenxin so happy. It seems the florist arrived at just the right time. Feeling a bit bored while waiting, Chen Yuan casually walked into the store. The interior of this flower shop is much more spacious than it appears from the outside. The decor is luxurious, and the air is filled with a delicate, not cloying, floral fragrance, just like an art gallery. Several young girls dressed in matching uniforms and wearing aprons with the romantic flower shop logo were skillfully wrapping bouquets. The girls were all beautiful and had great figures. They were a feast for the eyes. I had only taken a couple of steps inside. Chen Yuan heard the female shop assistants surrounding the shop manager, chattering away. Business has always been good, Mr. Su was doing so well, why did you suddenly sell it? A girl with her hair in a bun asked in confusion. Yeah, there wasn't a hint of it at all, it was so sudden. Another short-haired girl chimed in. The store manager was a capable woman in her 30s, who was equally clueless. I was wondering the same thing. Just now, Mr. Su sent a notification directly in the group chat, saying that the ownership of the store has changed and the new owner may come to inspect it in the next few days. She took out her phone and opened the photos sent in the group chat. The man in the photo was young, wearing a well-tailored suit, with a distinct profile and an extraordinary air about him. The new boss is a man? The girl with the bun hairstyle took a closer look, and her eyes lit up instantly. Wow, he looks pretty handsome. So young and already a boss? Really? Let me see. The other girls immediately gathered around, their eyes filled with intense curiosity. Yes, I didn't expect the new boss to be a man, and so young. The store manager nodded, wondering to himself what kind of temperament the new boss had. I wonder if I can continue being the store manager. Just then, the glass door of the flower shop was pushed open. The wind chimes on the lintel made a clear, tinkling sound. The women instinctively looked up. A tall, handsome young man, dressed casually but exuding an air of nobility, walked in. His gaze swept across the store, finally settling on the female shop assistants gathered together. The store fell silent instantly. The girls looked at the handsome stranger in front of them. Suddenly, I remembered the figure of the man in the photo I just saw. At the same time, a thought popped into my mind. Could it be such a coincidence? The store manager is indeed very experienced. Her heart skipped a beat, but she immediately put on a professional smile, stepped forward, and tentatively asked. Hello sir, welcome to Romantic Flower Shop. How can I help you? Or, are you Mr. Chen? Chen Yuan looked at the group of employees in front of him, who instantly switched from gossip mode to tense mode. The way those young girls looked at him, wanting to observe him but not daring to be too obvious, was particularly amusing. He nodded calmly. It's me, don't be nervous, I just came to check on things. Chen Yuan's voice was gentle, yet it carried a powerful aura. Hello, boss. The store manager immediately took the lead in greeting, and the girls behind him also realized what was happening and followed suit. They all stood ramrod straight, their hearts pounding. The new boss is not only young and rich, but also so handsome. Chen Yuan's gaze swept around the store, finally settling on the store manager. Business as usual will continue. Everyone just needs to do their job well. Also, Chen Yuan paused, thinking of the warm feeling that was about to arrive. A Miss One will be coming over soon. From now on, she'll be the owner of the flower shop. Just listen to her. This news surprised the girls even more than the change of boss. The store manager and the girls exchanged glances, communicating with each other. Who is this Miss One? I see. The girl with the bun hairstyle mouthed to the short-haired girl next to her, her face beaming with excitement and knowing smiles. It seems this young and handsome new boss. He bought this thriving flower shop just to win a smile from his beloved. This gesture, this romance, it's like an idol drama come to life. Who is this Miss One? She's so lucky. Another girl couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, her tone full of undisguised envy. They work at this flower shop and have seen many couples. Many people send bouquets to express their love, but some can actually buy an entire florist shop as a gift. This is absolutely the first time I've ever heard of this. Amazed, the girls then looked at Chen Yuan's calm and collected back as he surveyed the flower shop. Their expressions became complicated. What kind of strength does that take? Oh my god, if only someone would do that for me. The girl with the bun hairstyle held her hands to her heart, unable to resist daydreaming, her eyes glazed over. Although the other girls didn't say it aloud, their hearts were also in turmoil. When will I be able to meet someone with such abilities? I wish I had a boyfriend who would pamper me so much. The arrival of Miss Wen instantly piqued their curiosity. Just how outstanding must Miss Wen be to warrant such a man's attention? She must be exceptionally beautiful, or have an exceptionally good temperament. Perhaps they're a good match, maybe she's some rich girl. The girls pretended to be busy packaging flowers and wiping the counter, occasionally stealing glances towards the door. Chapter 58. I'll reward you when I get back tonight. Soon, a slender figure appeared at the store entrance. Wenxin is wearing a soft, light-colored dress today, with her long hair loosely tied up. A few strands of hair fell around her neck, and she wore light makeup, her eyebrows and eyes were like a painting. She exudes a gentle and graceful beauty that makes people forget the mundane world. Chen Yuan was stunned. Through the bright glass windows of the flower shop. When Wenxin saw Chen Yuan in the store, a bright smile immediately appeared on her face. You've already finished? She walked briskly into the store, speaking with delight. Chen Yuan stepped forward and naturally reached out to put his arm around her slender waist. You're here? Take a look and see what you think. Do you like it? Strolling gently among the flowers, I reach out and softly brush the delicate petals. She slowly walked to the rest area by the window, surrounded by greenery, and exclaimed in sincere admiration. Wow! This feels so nice. It must be so comfortable to sit here. Chen Yuan stood beside her, chuckling softly. If you like it, then this is your place from now on. Decorate it however you like, it's all up to you. As Chen Yuan spoke, he turned and waved in the direction of the shop assistants. Hello, boss lady. I'm Wang Jing, the store manager. Manager Wang immediately understood and quickly led the four girls forward, bowing slightly. She respectfully handed over a folder. These are the store's recent order records and flower inventory list. Would you like to take a look? Wenxin took the folder and gently closed it instead of opening it immediately. Her gaze towards Wang Jing was sincere. It's all right, Manager Wang. I'm new to this and don't know much yet. You'll be in charge of the store's daily operations. I'll learn slowly. Seeing Wenxin's humble attitude, she didn't have the airs of a boss lady at all. Store manager Wang Jing and the girls breathed a sigh of relief and felt a sense of goodwill towards each other. The other girls also quickly greeted Wen Xin, their eyes filled with curiosity. They glanced at Wen Xin discreetly, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The new boss lady looks to be about the same age as them, like she's still in college. Wenxin turned her gaze to several girls her age and introduced herself with a polite smile. Hello everyone, my name is Wenxin. I'm not very familiar with running a flower shop yet, so I'll have to trouble you all a lot in the future. No trouble at all, ma'am. The girl with the bun hairstyle eagerly answered, her face beaming with excitement. Just call us anytime if you need anything. Wenxin nodded kindly to her, then turned to Chen Yuan. You go ahead and do your thing. I want to stay here a little longer and get familiar with the surroundings. Seeing that she really liked it, Chen Yuan had no choice but to agree. Okay, stay here if you like. Before leaving, she turned back and whispered, don't tire yourself out. Owning her own little flower shop has been Wenxin's dream for many years. She never imagined it would become a reality, let alone so quickly. Unable to contain her joy, she walked briskly to the door with Chen Yuan. While the girls in the shop weren't looking, she quietly tiptoed. She leaned close to Chen Yuan's ear and spoke with a soft, fragrant breath. Wait. I'll reward you properly when we get home tonight. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan's eyes lit up instantly, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up. The shop assistants glanced at the couple out of the corner of their eyes. The atmosphere between them was so harmonious that it was hard to look away. After Chen Yuan left, the atmosphere in the flower shop became noticeably more lively. The girls gathered around Wenxin and began enthusiastically introducing the various details of the flower shop. Chapter 59: Celebrity Female Foot Bath Technician. After leaving the flower shop, Chen Yuan walked down the bustling commercial street. Deep inside the street, I saw another property belonging to him. It is a SPA foot bath club called Jingyi. The signboard gleamed in the afternoon sun. Even after becoming wealthy, Chen Yuan has never truly enjoyed such services. Looking at this impressive clubhouse, a genuine sense of ownership welled up inside me. He decided to go in and experience it for himself. It's both an enjoyment and a test of our own service quality. Outside, the sunlight was bright, but the lighting in the clubhouse lobby was soft. The air was filled with a pleasantly subtle fragrance that was refreshing and delightful. Upon seeing Chen Yuan's arrival, the tall, black-stockinged receptionist immediately stood up. She was beautiful, with a sweet smile on her face. Good afternoon, sir. Do you have any preferred technicians? This was Chen Yuan's first time visiting such a place. I've never specifically requested a technician, so how can I claim to be familiar with them? At that moment, the door to the adjacent conference room opened. The store manager, a portly middle-aged man, came out. His gaze swept across the front desk and instantly settled on Chen Yuan. His eyes lit up immediately, and he quickly stepped forward with a big smile, stretching out his hands from afar. Oh my! You must be our new boss, Mr. Chen. It's a pleasure to meet you. Chen Yuan looked up at the overweight middle-aged man and gently shook his hand. Hello, boss. Just call me Xiao Wang. The store manager was unusually enthusiastic, bowing slightly without his body even noticing. Come on, boss, let's go upstairs to talk. The receptionist in black stockings stood frozen in disbelief. I watched the young man's back as he went upstairs, being led by the store manager with great enthusiasm. I heard that the club has a new owner with a powerful background and a very generous budget. Unexpectedly, this mysterious boss is so young and handsome. He looked to be only a few years older than me. Fortunately, I had just been hospitable and hadn't slacked off. The stairs were covered with a thick, dark red carpet that felt soft and plush underfoot. Store manager Wang stepped aside to lead the way, enthusiastically introducing the products as he went. Boss, our shop currently has a total of 18 female technicians and 5 male technicians, all of whom have undergone systematic training and their techniques are absolutely professional. He slowed his pace slightly to make sure Chen Yuan could hear him clearly. The services mainly include foot baths, massages, acupressure, and aromatherapy spas. Upon reaching the second floor, the light in the corridor became noticeably dimmer. We have a lot of repeat customers, especially our signature female technicians, whose looks are comparable to celebrities. The store manager's face broke into a smile, and his tone of voice subtly shifted. Mr. Chen, would you be interested in experiencing it? Chen Yuan's heart stirred slightly, and he couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth into a smile. I wonder if they have any S-level female technicians? If you can enjoy the service while also getting extra rewards, that would be even better. Chen Yuan nodded immediately. That works too. The store manager, Xiao Wang, immediately understood and courteously invited Chen Yuan to the exclusive VIP room. The private room was very spacious, and its decor was different from the other rooms glimpsed in the corridor, exuding a sense of exclusivity and privacy. Chen Yuan glanced at the across-the-world indicator on his wrist. It was 2 p.m. The technician's break room was a hive of activity. The girls either sat in front of the dressing table carefully applying their makeup. Alternatively, try on sexy clothes in front of the fitting room mirror to prepare for the upcoming work. The store manager, Xiao Wang, eagerly offered Chen Yuan a cigarette, lit it for him, and said with a fawning smile. Boss, shall I go and call over some of our star technicians for you to take a look? Chen Yuan took a drag of his cigarette and exhaled a smoke ring. Go! Not long after, the sound of high heels clicking closer came from outside the door. Xiao Wang immediately stepped forward, opened the door, and ushered in the 3 well-dressed female technicians. Wait until they stand side by side in front of the sofa. Xiao Wang then sensibly withdrew and thoughtfully closed the door behind him. Good afternoon, boss. Good afternoon, boss. Good afternoon, boss. Three girls, each with a different figure and beautiful appearance, greeted each other in unison, their voices soft and sweet. Their repeated greetings to the boss were not just polite formalities. Because the man in front of them was actually their boss. The girls exchanged glances the moment they saw Chen Yuan. At the same time, I sensed the surprise in the other person's eyes. This new boss is so young and handsome? As their gazes secretly swept over the Lamborghini car keys on the coffee table, the women felt a wave of dizziness wash over them. The room was dimly lit, and the atmosphere was inexplicably ambiguous. The female technicians stood in a row, and Chen Yuan couldn't quite make out their faces. But their figures and clothing were particularly striking. Boss, I'm number 666, I'm 26 this year, and I've been here for just over a year. The girl standing on the left spoke first, her voice soft and sweet. If you feel any particular soreness or tightness in your body, tell me and I'll give you a massage. The girl who was speaking was pretty and tall. She was wearing a black spaghetti strap mini dress, the hem of which was so short it barely covered her upper thighs. Two long legs were encased in sheer black stockings, and her feet were clad in shiny stiletto heels. Her long, wavy hair cascaded over her shoulders, and even in the dim light, her makeup was exquisite and meticulously applied. Despite being stunned by Chen Yuan's good looks, she remained calm due to her rich experience. Chen Yuan smiled slightly and walked over to the person in the middle. Employee number 888 looks like a young, mature woman, not very old, but full of charm. She was wearing flesh-colored stockings, and her figure was voluptuous and full. She was wearing a slightly tight, fuchsia bodycon dress with a very low neckline. Her prominent collarbone and large expanse of snow-white northern hemisphere were clearly visible. The fabric of the skirt had a subtle sheen, which perfectly accentuated her curves. Boss, how about trying my localized massage? Her voice was charming and coquettish, and her round face was full of smiles. Her eyes were fixed on Chen Yuan, making no attempt to hide her affection. As she spoke, she boldly reached out and put her hand on Chen Yuan's shoulder. The warmth, a mixture of perfume and body heat, rushed towards me. Everyone who's tried it says it's great. As she spoke, she exchanged a knowing glance with number 666 next to her and chuckled softly. Chen Yuan's gaze followed her voluptuous curves down to her slightly protruding belly. He gently reached out and removed her hand, which was painted with bright nail polish, from his shoulder. Not needed for now. His gaze swept over numbers 666 and 888 in front of him, examining them closely. To be fair, both of these technicians are indeed beautiful and have great figures. If you put her on the street, she would definitely be a stunning beauty who turns heads. Unfortunately, she had too much of a worldly air about her, which wasn't Chen Yuan's type. With a thought, the eye of insight quietly activates. Overall rating, A. State, comma. It seems to be in good health inside and out, and it appears to have the professionalism expected of someone in this industry. Of course, Chen Yuan wasn't someone who would eat anything when he was starving. He sighed inwardly, that's right, how could a technician who works on the fringes of the profession not have experience? To expect them to remain untainted by the mud is simply naive. Chen Yuan turned and stopped in front of the last girl. Employee number 999, slender figure, completely different from the previous two. He looked the youngest, at most 20, and still had a timid, student-like air about him. She was wearing a plaid pleated skirt suit, with a short blazer on top and a white shirt underneath. The top two buttons of her shirt were undone, and the collar was slightly open, giving off an impression that didn't match her innocent and pure image. She wore white ankle socks and platform loafers. When Chen Yuan's gaze fell on her face, her eyes immediately began to dart away. I subconsciously lowered my head, staring at the tips of my shoes, feeling a little embarrassed. Girls at this age still have fantasies about love. Seeing a young, handsome, wealthy, and powerful man like Chen Yuan, it's hard not to feel your heart race. The thought of her current identity as a female technician. The budding fantasy was instantly suppressed by feelings of inferiority. You, lift your head. Chen Yuan's voice was calm, yet it left no room for the girl to refuse. Her body trembled slightly, and after hesitating for a moment, she timidly raised her head. Chen Yuan's gaze sharpened slightly. The girl had a very delicate face, and the features of her eyebrows and eyes even resembled Nian Ning's. Indeed, beautiful women all look alike, only ugly people are ugly in their own unique ways. Looking at the low-budget version of Nian Ning in front of him, Chen Yuan lay back down on the sofa, feeling somewhat disappointed. Even the most prestigious foot massage parlors on the busiest commercial streets Even the so-called star technicians don't reach the S-level standard. He thought about it again and immediately felt relieved. Taichung is, after all, only a second or third tier city, and its upper limit is limited. You'd be more likely to encounter exceptional individuals in places like Shanghai or Beijing, places known for their extravagance and decadence. Chen Yuan stroked his chin, thinking about his other two businesses. Emperor Billiards Club, Ledong Fitness Club? Hopefully, the quality over there will be better than here. Chen Yuan asked the girls to open their WeChat payment QR codes. I am the owner of this foot massage parlor. They are also considered my employees, so I gave them a small gift as a token of my appreciation. Life is tough, and if there were a better way out, what girl would want to come to a place like this? With that in mind, Chen Yuan scanned 888 for each person. After a few beeping notifications, the red envelope arrived in my account. The atmosphere in the private room, which had been slightly tense just moments before, instantly became lively. Thank you, boss. You're so generous. Wishing you great wealth, boss. You're so kind, boss. The room was filled with sweet, melodious thanks, tinged with undisguised excitement and ingratiation. The three girls beamed with joy at receiving an extra day's wages for nothing. Her eyes were practically brimming with tears as she looked at Chen Yuan again. Before Chen Yuan could speak, the people who received the red envelopes, numbers 666 and 888, suddenly became bolder. The two exchanged a knowing glance and, without further ado, sat down next to Chen Yuan on either side. Her plump, soft body immediately pressed against him. Wow! Boss, why are you so kind to us? The young woman, number 888, rubbed her full breasts against Chen Yuan's arm, her voice soft and sweet. The neckline of the fuchsia dress was almost completely exposed. Large swaths of snow-white skin dazzled the eye in the dim light. That's right, boss. You'll have to take good care of us sisters in the future. Seeing this, number 666 was not to be outdone and immediately hugged Chen Yuan's left arm tightly, saying in a sweet voice. The young woman even brought her red lips close to Chen Yuan's ear and whispered. Boss, how about we go somewhere else later? I'd like to thank you properly. In their minds, this young new boss didn't seem like a difficult person to get along with. And judging from his appearance, he's obviously not short of money. If only we could build some connections with him. The benefits in the future will definitely be more than just these 888. Number 999 clutched his phone tightly, his face beaming with joy at receiving the red envelope. Seeing her two older sisters being so proactive, a blush crept onto her face. Just as I was debating whether or not to join them in doing something, Chen Yuan suddenly waved his hand, his tone flat. All right, that's all. You can go back to your work now. The girls were stunned, looking at each other in bewilderment. To their utter surprise, the boss called them over and gave them red envelopes. But no one made a reservation, they were simply told to leave, leaving them all feeling disappointed. It's worth noting that with Chen Yuan's physical attributes, even disregarding his status as a boss, even if you put it out there, it would be 1 in a million. Even if the boss in front of you is just an ordinary customer, they would certainly not let this opportunity to get closer slip by easily. However, since the boss has spoken, despite their regret, they could only obediently leave the private room one by one. Just as the last person in number 999 was about to close the door, Chen Yuan's voice came again. By the way, could you call Xiao Wang over for me? Okay, boss. She quickly replied. A short while later, the store manager, Xiao Wang, strode in. A slightly apprehensive smile played on his lips. Boss, were those guys from before not quite to your liking? Or should I get you a new batch to try? Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan frowned slightly and waved his hand. Forget it, the top girls in the store are only this good. Replacing them with a new batch would probably be about the same. Just as Xiao Wan was about to say something to salvage the situation, his cell phone rang at an inopportune moment. Xiao Wang's face stiffened, and he instinctively wanted to hang up. Chen Yuan casually raised his chin, indicating, "It's okay, you can answer it." With his boss's tacit approval, Xiao Wang quickly answered the phone. Hello? Oh, you're the one who's here for the interview, right? He glanced cautiously at Chen Yuan as he spoke, then raised his voice. Well, you're in luck. Our boss happens to be in the shop today. Why don't you come over now and try out a session? After hanging up the phone, Xiao Wang, as if showing off a treasure, quickly explained to Chen Yuan. "Boss, this person is here for an interview." Apparently, he's really short of money, so he's thinking of trying his hand at being a technician. As he spoke, he pulled out some data from his phone and handed it to Chen Yuan. "Look, the terms are supposedly quite good." Chen Yuan had only glanced at it casually, but his gaze suddenly fixed on it. The girl in the photo has a familiar, youthful yet stubborn quality. Could it be her? Chapter 60: The Truth About Anonymous Voting. "Boss, do you know her?" When Xiao Wang noticed something unusual in Chen Yuan's gaze, he felt a pang of anxiety and tentatively asked, "What's wrong?" Chen Yuan didn't answer him, but simply swiped his finger across the screen. "This photo has been enlarged." The girl had short, slightly wavy hair, wore no makeup, and her clear eyes held a resilience beyond her years. "This face has lost some of its youthful naivete and now bears the faint marks of life." But Chen Yuan could still recognize her at a glance: Lin Yingxue. She was the prettiest girl in my high school class, and we even sat at the same desk together. Back then, Lin Yingxue was the object of many boys' secret crushes in the class. She has excellent grades, is beautiful, and possesses a cool and proud demeanor. Back when they were deskmates, she would gently poke his arm with her pen to remind him when he was daydreaming. Time has passed, things have changed, and people are no longer the same. It's truly a cruel twist of fate. The class beauty from back then, wearing a clean school uniform, with even her hair smelling fresh. How did it end up on the interview list for a foot massage parlor? Thinking about his current status as the owner of the club, Chen Yuan couldn't help but feel amused. "That's really interesting." Xiao Wang, not understanding what was going on, cautiously stood aside and spoke. "Then, should I call her over now to try out the clock?" Chen Yuan nodded, closed his eyes, and lay back on the sofa. Fragments of the past uncontrollably surfaced in my mind. Chen Yuan, a high school student in his adolescence, was different from the other restless boys in his class. He wasn't interested in this exceptionally beautiful girl from his class. Chen Yuan only liked his English teacher, Zhao Ying. Because she was different from the other teachers, she always liked to wear cool dresses, and her figure was graceful. Every time it walks past me, it carries a faint fragrance. He bent down to point out the scenery that was visible while he was doing his homework, which made him blush. When Zhao Ying got tired of lecturing, she habitually leaned her buttocks gently against the edge of his desk. The scene, as Chen Yuan saw it, was incredibly vibrant and exciting, surpassing all that was beautiful. I learned that Ms. Zhao Ying had taken a long leave of absence due to her pregnancy. Chen Yuan was completely devastated. The goddess in my own imagination, pure and innocent, with a secret possessive desire. She actually had a child with another man. Countless nights, Chen Yuan could only drift off to sleep with the last vestiges of his fantasy. 6 months later, after completing her maternity leave, Ms. Zhao Ying made a strong comeback. Not only has it gained a more mature and elegant style, but its scale has also been further expanded. The passing Chanel-style fragrance also carried a hint of Mengyo milk. When she announced in class that she would be electing a new English class representative, this instantly caused quite a stir in the classroom. Chen Yuan was moved almost without hesitation. A bold idea, never before considered, popped into my head. He wants to be the class representative. At that time, Chen Yuan was of average appearance and grades, and was a nobody in the class, so no one paid much attention to him. Even so, he mustered his courage and was the first to raise his hand. At the same time, Zhou Hao, a well-known rich kid in the class, also raised his hand. His family owns a factory, and the sneakers he wears and the cell phone he carries are always the most fashionable and newest in the class. Zhou Hao was clearly also eyeing this opportunity to frequently get close to teacher Zhao. Within a few days, he used his financial power to easily win over all the students in the class. The class vote was conducted anonymously. When the results came out, Chen Yuan only received a pitiful 2 votes. He cast his own vote, and no matter what, he will never give up on his ideals. As for the other vote, he always thought it was cast by his good friend Yang Qi. On the day he graduated and left school, his good friend Yang Qi put his arm around his shoulder and told him the truth. "Hey, Chen Yuan, do you know who cast the other vote for you in the English class representative election back then?" Chen Yuan shook his head. Yang Qi forced a bitter smile, revealing a complex expression: "It's Lin Yingxue." Chen Yuan was taken aback and subconsciously asked, "How did you know it was her?" Yang Qi sighed, his gaze drifting to the noisy crowd in the distance, his voice carrying a hint of relief. "She told me herself, not long after the vote. And she also said that she likes you and told me not to bother her anymore." Chen Yuan's heart skipped a beat. That's because he always stuffs textbooks and test papers haphazardly into the drawer. She frowned and spoke to him in a tone that was both cold and helpless. Chen Yuan, can you at least be a little more organized? Lin Shui exclaimed. She actually likes me? After a brief moment of shock, a nameless anger suddenly surged up. Damn it, Yang Qi, you call yourself a good brother? You're not going to vote for me, are you? Ha ha ha. After graduating from high school, he couldn't even afford a cell phone. Naturally, he cut off all contact with everyone, including her. This relationship, which ended without a trace, also ended with the fragrant teacher Zhaoying. As one enters society, one disappears amidst the hustle and bustle of making a living. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan felt a slight tingling in his chest. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Xiao Wang turned his head and looked at his boss for instructions. Chen Yuan took a deep breath, his face regained its composure, and he gently raised his chin. Xiao Wang, understanding the implication, called out, "Please come in." The door was slowly pushed open. Backlit, a slender figure stood at the doorway, with short, shoulder-length hair that curled slightly inwards. She was wearing a simple white t-shirt and jeans, the faded fabric highlighting her slender shoulders. The girl lowered her head slightly, clearly indicating that it was her first time in such an occasion and she was not used to it. Her hands were clasped tightly in front of her, her nails were neatly trimmed and unpainted. Hello, I'm here for a technician interview. My name is Lin Shui. Lin Shui's voice was soft and gentle, and it was unclear who she was speaking to. Her eyes were lowered, and she dared not casually look around the overly luxurious room. She dared not look at the man on the sofa who had an extremely strong presence. Chen Yuan's gaze swept silently over her. His eyes and brows still retained their innate aloofness. A small mole on her profile is just the right touch. Compared to the photos, the person in front of me looks thinner, but the basic features are still there. Beneath the slightly loose neckline, her waist was ramrod straight, and her full curves were faintly visible. The eye of insight swept over it, and unsurprisingly, the rating reached S-level. Name, Lin Shui. Height, 162 centimeters. Age, 22. Weight, 45 kilograms. Appearance, 92 points, figure, 92B plus points, overall rating, S. Number of charging cycles, 0, number of charging attempts, 0. Current status, slightly nervous, praying for a good interview. Character traits, outwardly stubborn, inwardly proud, ultimately succumbing to the conflict between self-respect and reality. She actually retained her purity? Chen Yuan was quite surprised by this rating and situation. He clearly remembered that Lin Shui had excellent grades and her college entrance examination score was also quite good. Strangely, on the day the college entrance examination ended, she didn't even attend evening self-study. After that, he vanished as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth, completely disappearing from the sight of all his classmates. I asked her casually at the time, but no one around me knew where she was. What exactly happened to her over the years? It's really strange. A subtle atmosphere filled the air. Just as Chen Yuan remained silent, sizing up Lin Shui. This is our club's owner, Mr. Chen. Standing to the side, Xiao Wan was very quick-witted. He stepped forward and introduced her to Lin Shui. I caught a glimpse of the complex emotions in my boss's eyes out of the corner of my eye. He immediately and tactfully bowed slightly and whispered, "Boss, you go ahead with your work, I'll go check on the shop from the front." After saying that, he quietly left the luxury private room, carefully closing the door behind him. With a soft click, the door closed. The huge private room was now empty except for the two of them. Even the sound of the central air conditioning blowing air can be heard. In these kinds of settings, the spatial design deliberately creates a very unequal environment. A dazzling rainbow of light swirled around the marble coffee table in front of Chen Yuan. On the other side, there wasn't even a chair for Lin Shui to sit on. "Don't stand there," Chen Yuan said helplessly, patting the seat next to him. "Come, sit here." Chapter 61 Pleasing Shui. The private room was dimly lit, and the atmosphere was ambiguous. Lin Shui clearly hadn't recognized Chen Yuan. This is understandable, as the two haven't seen each other for so many years. With the enhancement of the Succubus System, Chen Yuan is no longer the same person he used to be. Whether it's her tall and straight figure or her stunning appearance. Moreover, Chen Yuan now possesses personal assets worth tens of millions. He was dressed in expensive Armani clothes, along with a priceless watch on his wrist. All of this made Chen Yuan exude an aura of authority from the bottom of his heart. People of that caliber are far beyond the reach of her social circle. Hearing Chen Yuan's words, Lin Yingxue only vaguely felt a sense of familiarity. She looked up at him. The man's face was excessively handsome, yet so unfamiliar that it made her uneasy. Even so, she still adheres to her principles. Her pretty face showed a hint of resistance, her voice soft yet persistent. No. No need, Mr. Chen, I'm fine standing up. Lin Yingxue knew very well that in the eyes of such a big boss, she was nothing more than a plaything. While speaking, she also took great care to consider the man's feelings, afraid that he would get angry. Chen Yuan narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself. Even now, this girl's inherent pride and stubbornness haven't changed at all. Seeing her tense body, looking as if she were facing a formidable enemy, Chen Yuan felt both annoyed and amused. May I have your name? Even though he already knew her name, Chen Yuan still wanted to confirm it one more time. Lin Yingxue. Her voice was very soft. So, do you even know that you're here for a technician interview, huh? Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow and asked, a question that precisely shattered Lin Yingxue's forced composure. Her awkwardness from the moment she entered the room until now. They have absolutely no awareness of the need to make a living from this. Instead, she resembled a virtuous woman forced into prostitution, yet still possessing her own sense of chastity. Chen Yuan didn't want to make things difficult for her, but her performance was really disappointing. You can't even sit down next to a customer, how can I trust you to provide good service? You should know that the biggest taboo in this industry is wanting to have a reputation but not wanting to be one. Seeing Chen Yuan's slightly furrowed brows and the obvious dissatisfaction in his tone, Lin Yingxue's heart sank. She knew she had overreacted. She then slowly calmed herself down, reason prevailing over her grievances and shame. She came here to make money, to grasp at this lifeline. If he continues like this, he won't even pass the interview. He'll probably be kicked out in no time. The thought of the pressures of reality instantly brought her to her senses. I absolutely cannot miss this opportunity. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. Lin Yingxue took a deep breath and forced herself to lift her head. Despite her still burning cheeks, she tried her best to meet Chen Yuan's scrutinizing gaze. She forced a slightly stiff smile. I know I'm here for a technician interview. I'll do my best. Chen Yuan watched her trying to get into character. For some reason, I felt a strange sense of being pleased. As she spoke, she slowly sat down on the sofa next to Chen Yuan. He tried his best to move his body a little further into the sofa, not just to the edge. Chen Yuan took in her subtle movements. Good to know. Chen Yuan lit a cigarette, neither saying it was good nor bad. Have you had a similar experience before? He exhaled a puff of smoke and asked casually. I have. Lin Yingxue answered hesitantly, secretly encouraging herself. She had searched online before she came. For high-end stores like this, if the job requirements state young and beautiful, the so-called massage technique is completely irrelevant. What they care about is whether you're good-looking enough and whether you're daring enough to your customers. Online guides say that if you act more relaxed during the interview, your chances of success will be much higher. They can't even lie. Looking at the jeans she was clutching tightly in her slender hands, Chen Yuan sighed and rubbed his forehead. You're making me uncomfortable. Talk is cheap. Let's get started, testing the clock. Chen Yuan did not choose to shower, but instead changed into his blue trousers. Judging from Lin Yingxue's current state, she probably won't be able to accept it. Moreover, her outfit was extremely unprofessional. It is also completely unsuitable for a real massage. Considering it was their first time meeting, Chen Yuan simply adjusted his posture. He sprawled onto the spacious sofa, closed his eyes, and revealed his broad latissimus dorsi muscles. In fact, Lin Yingxue already had a cushion at home. I practiced clumsily in front of the video on my phone all morning. The pressing and kneading techniques that I just memorized are still somewhat vague in my mind. Looking at the man in front of her, who had turned his back, closed his eyes to rest, and completely surrendered himself to her control. She made a snap decision, thinking, what the hell? I'll just press it. When it was her turn to test the bell with real ammunition, she was much more composed. Should we start from the feet or from the head? Lin Yingxue was a little confused for a moment. In her memory, the video seemed to start by pressing on the feet. Fortunately, the boss beneath me was very patient and did not rush me. She didn't dare delay and quickly stood up to prepare for the massage. Looking at the expensive leather sofa at her feet, she hesitated again. I'm afraid my canvas shoes will get them dirty. After a slight hesitation, she bent down and gently kicked off her shoes. Wearing only white cotton socks, she carefully stepped onto the soft sofa. Then, she squatted down beside Chen Yuan's feet, reached out her hand, and awkwardly began to massage. This was the first time in her life she had ever given a massage to a man. Lin Yingxue was born with a delicate and refined appearance. The force in her hands was so gentle that it revealed a unique kind of allure. The moment Lin Yingxue's hand touched Chen Yuan, she felt the smooth and firm lines of his muscles. He exudes energy, a clear result of long-term consistent exercise. She couldn't help but marvel. The club owner in front of me looks like he lives a life of luxury, but he has such a great physique. For a moment, she felt a slight flutter in her heart and couldn't help but feel a little envious. Slowly, it climbed up to Chen Yuan's waist, where there wasn't an ounce of excess fat. Her sturdy figure made her face flush slightly. Finally, she reached out her slender, delicate hands to massage her shoulders and neck. Unfortunately, my arms were no longer long enough to support me. She hesitated for a moment, then tried to spread her legs, thinking of squatting between Chen Yuan's waist and hips. However, the surface of genuine leather sofas is too smooth. Her feet, clad only in white socks, slipped. All of his weight pressed down on Chen Yuan. Ugh! My lungs were suddenly compressed. Even with Chen Yuan's exceptional physique, he couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. Fortunately, Lin Yingxue was slender and weighed less than 100 pounds. Although the impact was considerable, it did not cause any real damage. If it were Xiao Wang from earlier, and he did that, I doubt many people could withstand it. However, on the other hand, Chen Yuan would never give any man the chance to climb on his back. Boss! I'm so sorry! Lin Yingxue exclaimed in surprise, frantically trying to sit up and apologize. Chapter 62 Your interview fails. Just as Lin Yingxue tried to exert force to support her body, a familiar, excruciating pain suddenly shot through my lower abdomen. Ugh! All her strength was drained away in an instant. Lin Yingxue convulsed instantly, and instead of getting up, she collapsed limply to the ground again. She pressed her hands to her lower abdomen, her face was pale, and fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. A warm current uncontrollably surged from between her legs. Oh no, my period has started. Lin Yingxue's heart sank suddenly. It had to be at this crucial moment. Judging from the overwhelming force, the quantity is definitely not small. The worst part is that this is my trial period right now. I found myself lying on my boss's back in such an awkward position. She instantly realized the seriousness of the situation. The embarrassment of the scene far outweighed the stomach pain. Lin Yingxue's mind went blank, her body froze on the spot, and she didn't dare to move even her fingertips. A burning sense of shame surged up her cheeks, and she wished she could disappear into the ground right then and there. Sensing something was wrong, Chen Yuan subconsciously turned his head to the side, looking at Lin Yingxue's rosy face and her tightly biting lower lip. He was very surprised. I was the one being pressed down, so why did she seem to be the one who was injured? His gaze inadvertently swept over the sofa beneath him. Just as Chen Yuan was about to speak, he suddenly noticed something on the dark gray sofa fabric. And at the base of her light-colored jeans, there was a striking dark red stain. Chen Yuan's breath hitched as he looked into Lin Yingxue's despairing eyes. All playful thoughts vanished instantly. Don't move yet, Chen Yuan said in a low voice, trying to be as gentle as possible. He used gestures to calm the bewildered Lin Yingxue. He braced himself with his arms and slowly and steadily sat up from under her, preventing the situation from escalating. She quickly grabbed the Armani suit jacket from the table and deftly tied it around her waist. He considerately covered up all the embarrassing marks for her, preserving her dignity to the greatest extent possible. Lin Yingxue was shocked. She hadn't expected that such a big boss could be so considerate. Even though she was in excruciating pain in her lower abdomen, she immediately spoke up. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, boss. Chen Yuan looked at her deeply, a feeling of pity welling up in his heart. You wait here, don't go anywhere, I'll be right back. Chen Yuan planned to personally buy her those kinds of supplies. This is too private, it's safer to buy it myself. Although the club had no shortage of female masseuses and he could easily find them, he didn't want to do that. Chen Yuan quickly went downstairs. Fortunately, it was located on a commercial street, so there was no shortage of shops. We didn't walk far before we found a small supermarket. He quickly went inside and made his selection with a clear purpose. I asked the clerk for an opaque black plastic bag to put it in. just as he was about to turn around and pay the bill. He caught a glimpse of brown sugar on the shelf out of the corner of his eye, and his steps faltered. Without saying a word, he reached out and grabbed a bag. Chen Yuan hurriedly returned to Jingyi Foot Bath SPA Club, carrying a small bag. The receptionist, dressed in black stockings and overalls, greeted him with a smile and respectful greeting upon his return. "Hello, boss." Chen Yuan had no interest in small talk. He nodded slightly, walked straight through the corridor, and re-entered the VIP room. Pushing open the door, Lin Yingxue curled up deep inside the sofa. She was slender, and when she shrunk down like this, she looked even more delicate and refined. Chen Yuan was dazed. She looked exactly like her in high school. He slowed his steps, his heart softened, and he stepped forward, gently placing his large hand on her slender shoulder. "Are you all right now, Xiaoxue?" Chen Yuan asked gently. A gentle pat on her shoulder made Lin Yingxue's body tremble almost imperceptibly. She slowly turned her head, her gaze meeting Chen Yuan's concerned look. Her eyes were full of surprise. The club owner had just called her Xiaoxue? Lin Yingxue lay on the sofa, her beautiful eyes fixed on Chen Yuan. When the man smiled, the corners of his eyes curved slightly. That relaxed and natural expression, it feels so familiar. She blinked, her thoughts racing, and the outline in front of her gradually overlapped with a blurry figure in her heart. Chen Yuan? The moment that name popped into her mind, she was almost 80% certain. But she still couldn't believe it and couldn't utter a single question. "I've already troubled him enough. What if it's not true? If you also mistake someone for someone else, wouldn't that be so embarrassing it'd be enough to make you want to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment?" Their eyes met silently. Chen Yuan had a sudden thought and couldn't help but move a few more inches closer. He just watched her quietly until Lin Yingxue's pupils trembled slightly. Chen Yuan then subconsciously reached out and pinched her pretty face. The touch was slightly cool. "Now, do you recognize me? Class beauty." Lin Yingxue responded softly, her eyes flickering uncertainly. He then quickly turned around and faced the inside of the sofa again. It seems she doesn't want to face Chen Yuan in her current state. Her sudden avoidance startled Chen Yuan, who couldn't help but frown. What happened? Did I do something to offend her? Chen Yuan didn't ask any further questions and opened the plastic bag in his hand. "Take out a pack of sanitary napkins and gently place it on the table next to her." "Here you go, Xiaoxue, these are the sanitary napkins I just bought." After saying that, Chen Yuan turned around to give Lin Yingxue some time to process what he had said. This large private room is very spacious, with a chess and card room, a massage room, and a huge private bathroom. Even so, Chen Yuan still pushed open the door and went out, preserving her dignity as a young woman. "Oh, by the way, remember to let me know when you're done changing." Chen Yuan took the bag of brown sugar, closed the door, and went to the rest area outside. In the tea room next to the passageway, there are various tea snacks and hot drinks prepared for guests. He took a clean cup, filled it with hot water, and poured in the brown sugar. Then I gently blew on it to lower its temperature as much as possible. He had just returned to the entrance of the private room when he bumped into Lin Yingxue. Chen Yuan handed over the brown sugar water, which Lin Yingxue accepted with a surprised expression. He clearly hadn't expected Chen Yuan to do that. The two sat back down on the sofa, and she held the brown sugar water, feeling warm inside. "Chen Yuan, no, boss, you don't actually need to." Chen Yuan interrupted her. "Don't say any of that, just call me Chen Yuan." Oh. Lin Yingxue responded softly, but couldn't help but secretly raise her eyes to glance at Chen Yuan beside her. When did he become so considerate? The boy in my memory was clearly a rough and straightforward young man. He gets drenched in sweat while playing ball, speaks without thinking, and is never aware of his own feelings for him. Now he is composed, meticulous, and still the big boss of this club. Chen Yuan had many questions he wanted to ask Lin Yingxue. For a moment, I didn't know where to begin asking. Lin Yingxue held the brown sugar water he handed her and sipped it slowly. The warm, sweet sensation made her feel better, and she unconsciously relaxed. She lowered her head slightly, and her short hair kept slipping down her sides, with a strand just touching the corner of her lips. With a touch of unconscious disarray and tranquility, she looked incredibly endearing. Chen Yuan stepped forward and, without saying a word, reached out and tucked her behind his ear. She revealed her beautiful oval face, small and delicate. Lin Yingxue's cheeks flushed slightly, and she muttered softly as if by reflex. "What are you doing? Are you trying to be a pervert?" This coquettish rebuke, tinged with a hint of embarrassment, instantly reminded Chen Yuan of the times he teased her when they were teenagers. He couldn't help but laugh out loud, a familiar feeling welling up inside him. So, someone just touched me all over, does that count as making the first move? Just now, wasn't that a clock test? Lin Yingxue defended herself softly, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up. Since we're old classmates, I'm pretty sure I'll pass today's interview. With the heavy weight lifted from her heart, she felt much lighter. Thank you, Chen Yuan. She shook the little brown sugar water left in her hand, then pointed to the things on the table. How much are these in total? Let's add each other on WeChat, and I'll transfer the money to you. After adding each other on WeChat, Lin Yingxue looked down and was about to open the transfer window. Stop spinning. Chen Yuan gently pressed her hand down. Consider this a reward for your hard work trying out the clock today. Lin Yingxue pursed her lips. She was short of money and glanced at the sanitary napkins on the table. Chen Yuan bought an imported brand, Yona's, which costs over 100 yuan a box. Hearing him so considerately offer an out, she could only nod shyly, then, okay. She secretly made a mental note, once I start working and get my salary, I must repay this favor. Then, she raised her eyes and looked at Chen Yuan expectantly. Mr. Chen, can I pass the interview and come work here? To everyone's surprise, Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow, chuckled, and replied decisively, no way. Chapter 63 Can I keep you as a sugar daddy? Thank you. The words of thanks were just on the tip of her tongue. Lin Yingxue suddenly realized that Chen Yuan had rejected her. Ha! She was stunned, and a sense of panic welled up inside her. Why? Was it because did I do something wrong? Her voice unconsciously rose an octave, clearly indicating her anxiety. Chen Yuan's gaze lingered on her for a while. She had a charming appearance, but her clothes were so simple they were almost shabby. It was completely out of place with the dazzling lights in the private room. A pretty girl like her, if she really wanted to take shortcuts. As long as you're willing to bow to reality, material things will never be a problem. Chen Yuan leaned forward, looking into her slightly trembling eyes, and said in a low voice. Do you really want to work in a place like this? Lin Yingxue was taken aback by his question, her eyelashes drooping, casting a faint shadow under her eyes. She bit her lip and remained silent for a long while. If it weren't for the lack of money, what innocent girl would be willing to step into a place like this? Seeing that she didn't say anything, Chen Yuan didn't press her further. Chen Yuan knew very well that this girl was stubborn. The more you press her, the more she becomes like a seashell, refusing to speak no matter what. Even if I wanted to help, there was nothing I could do. The two remained locked in a stalemate, with Lin Yingxue standing there, head bowed, lost in thought. This petty and stingy demeanor instantly brought Chen Yuan back to his student days. Whenever my deskmate was feeling down, she would do this, remain silent. Chen Yuan had a sudden thought and couldn't help but move closer. Some even deliberately tilted their heads down to peek into her line of sight from below, making exaggerated movements. At first glance, their posture makes it seem like they're about to kiss. Until Chen Yuan's hot breath brushed against her cheek and touched her hair. Lin Yingxue suddenly came to her senses and hurriedly shrank back. What are you doing? It's so annoying. So annoying, so annoying. Chen Yuan pinched his throat and imitated her favorite catchphrase. The imitations of the actions were incredibly lifelike, and the tone of voice was comical. Lin Yingxue, who was originally in a heavy mood, couldn't help but burst out laughing. She subconsciously raised her hand and gently punched Chen Yuan's shoulder. Her tone held a long-lost hint of coquettishness. You're so annoying. Why are you still like this? It felt like returning to the student days when we could play around and have fun as we pleased. The next second, Chen Yuan grabbed her slender hand in his palm. Chen Yuan's broad, strong hands completely enveloped her. A blush quickly crept up Lin Yingxue's neck, making her look quite beautiful. She wanted to break free, but she couldn't do anything about him. This is not right, you should let go. As Lin Yingxue spoke, her eyes darted towards the door, as if afraid someone would see her. Her heart was pounding so hard she could hardly breathe. Over the years, Chen Yuan is now more attractive than ever before. She verbally refused, but her body was completely powerless to resist. TSK, TSK, TSK. He wantonly kneaded and played with her little hands in his palm. Upon experiencing that delicate, silky smooth texture, Chen Yuan couldn't help but feel annoyed. Why did I spend so much time thinking about teacher Zhaoing when I was young, instead of thinking about the beautiful woman next to me. Now she is even more beautiful and charming, and her figure has become slender and graceful. She had been struggling slightly, her chest rising and falling with the movement, trembling slightly. Chen Yuan released his grip at the opportune moment, his Adam's apple bobbing as a surge of intense desire rose within him. Lin Yingxue, who had just escaped a disaster, was still breathing heavily. He saw Chen Yuan's eyes darken, his gaze fixed on him. Lin Yingxue's heart tightened, realizing something was wrong, and she kicked her legs backward. Chen Yuan moved even faster, reaching out to grab her ankle. A tremendous force instantly pulled her back. The next second, he was tackled onto the sofa. She arched her back in alarm, trying to avoid her vital areas and protect herself. However, Chen Yuan was too strong, and he pressed his large hand on her waist, preventing her from moving around. People have different physical constitutions. Xingqing and Yingxue are exceptions. Unlike Xingqing, who would break into a sweat from nervousness the moment her hand was held, she had a hydrated constitution. Lin Yingxue, on the other hand, has an extremely high sensitivity to pain. Even the slightest pain will be magnified several times over for her. Just like my period earlier, the pain was so intense that I felt completely weak. Others get through it quickly, but she needs a very long time to recover. The force from her wrists and waist made her wince slightly in pain, and her body stiffened involuntarily. Ugh, that hurts. Chen Yuan, are you crazy? The low moans of pain from the person beneath me reached my ears. Chen Yuan then seemed to wake up from a dream and released her. Lin Yingxue's eyes were red, and fine tears clung to her long eyelashes, about to fall. Several clear bluish-red finger marks instantly appeared on her originally fair and delicate skin around her waist. Since you need money so much, I have a solution. Seeing her with red eyes after I bullied her, I felt sorry for her. Chen Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking. What is it? Lin Yingxue raised her tearful eyes, a glimmer of light flashing in them. Let me take care of you. Chen Yuan said bluntly. What nonsense are you spouting? Impossible. I don't want to. A sense of humiliation mixed with anger welled up inside me. Lin Yingxue grabbed a sanitary napkin from the table and threw it at Chen Yuan, disregarding his status as her boss. Even you're bullying me. Wa'ata. As she spoke, she burst into tears, feeling wronged. Chen Yuan raised his hand to block her, then stepped forward and pulled her tightly into his arms without saying a word. Lin Yingxue twisted her body and struggled, her eyebrows furrowed, and she lowered her head to bite his shoulder. Chen Yuan winced in pain, grabbed her slender arm, and turned her to face him. Only when her struggling strength gradually weakened did he speak in a low voice. I'm not just the owner of this club, I also own other businesses. Chen Yuan changed the subject slightly, calmly looking into her wet eyes. A thought struck him, and, unwilling to give up, he continued to probe. But then again, how about I take you in as a sugar daddy? Chapter 64: The Flexible and Resilient Flathead. Chen Yuan, you bastard. Is this the only thing you can say to insult me? Insult? Chen Yuan chuckled and pinched her chin, forcing her to raise her tearful eyes. Then tell me, do you expect me to just stand by and watch you get your thigh touched by a customer in a place like this? Lin Yingxue was shocked Chen Yuan was right. She was walking down the corridor leading to this VIP box when she arrived. As she passed a room with its door slightly ajar, she glanced at it casually. I saw a female technician wearing a miniskirt and sky-high heels. She was half lying on top of a fat, bloated old man, a fake smile on her face. She let that greasy, lewd hand roam and caress her legs. She immediately felt a desire to back out. Perhaps it was because of Chen Yuan's outstanding appearance and physique, and his gentle attitude. That's why I had the illusion that I could barely accept this job. Upon calming down and thinking about it, what if it wasn't him who pushed open the door, but some other shady guest? Can I really tolerate those disgusting touches? If you want to make money here, you have to tolerate others taking advantage of you. Thinking of this, she stubbornly turned her head away. She pressed her lower lip tightly together and remained silent, then reached out her slender hand to cover half of her face. It's unclear whether they're considering Chen Yuan's suggestion or thinking of giving up. Seeing her on the verge of tears, Chen Yuan's heart softened. He sighed, his tone softening slightly. There are many types of sugar daddies, and it doesn't necessarily have to be one-sided. Lin Yingxue kept her head tilted, her tightly pursed lips moved slightly, and her voice was so low it was almost inaudible. Which one are you referring to? Chen Yuan thought to himself that as the boss, he now had so many businesses that it was not easy to manage them all. when she now owns her own flower shop, and her business is just getting started. She also serves as her personal assistant, managing the daily operations of the villa. Chen Yuan had considered hiring a professional housekeeper. But I also felt that doing so would dilute the remaining warmth in the home. He secretly thought to himself, I need to make as much money as possible. When we become wealthy enough, we'll buy a bigger estate. Driver, butler, nanny, bodyguard, they have it all. As for Lin Xue, let's leave it to her to manage her businesses for now. Although the industries are not particularly large, they are simple and easy to get started with. Given her outstanding grades and comprehension back then, she should be able to learn very quickly. For example, becoming my work assistant. Work assistant? Lin Xue turned her head, her eyes filled with doubt. Is it, in this club? Not just here. Chen Yuan thought of the Orange Hotel nearby, which was also one of his properties. He habitually ruffled the top of her hair, his gesture affectionate and his tone gentle. Come on, I'll take you somewhere. Although she couldn't figure out Chen Yuan's intentions, she didn't know where he was taking her. But given Chen Yuan's earnest and tender attitude, it's unlikely he would lie to himself. As she stood up, the conspicuous bloodstain on the sofa made her cheeks burn instantly. She instinctively tried to wipe it with her hand, but it was all in vain. To make matters worse, the lining of her Armani suit, which was wrapped around her waist, was inevitably stained with a small patch of dark red. She was so ashamed that she wanted to disappear, and quickly wiped herself a few times with her hands. She retreated quickly behind Chen Yuan like an ostrich, wishing she could hide herself away. Noticing her change, a knowing smile flashed across Chen Yuan's eyes as he walked ahead on his own. The surveillance footage from the corridor showed Chen Yuan leading the girl who came for the interview out of the private room. Xiao Wang and the receptionist in black stockings immediately rushed forward, bowing and greeting, "Take care, boss." Once the two figures disappeared. Unable to contain their curiosity, they quietly pushed open the door to the private room. Seeing the dried, still shocking bloodstain on the sofa, the two looked at each other, both seeing shock on each other's faces. The boss's efficiency is amazing. In just a short while, they captured the man. And judging from the situation, the battle seems to be exceptionally fierce. Orange Hotel is a 6-story building with over 100 guest rooms. It is quite large for the city and can be considered a grand hotel. From the outside, the decoration is exquisite and stylish, and the price is affordable, so it has an excellent reputation. On weekends and holidays, the area is always packed with people, and it's hard to find a room. We were getting closer and closer to the brightly lit Orange Hotel. Lin Xue's heart was beating faster and faster. She tilted her head, her mind filled with questions. Chen Yuan, why did you bring me to the hotel? Were all those high-sounding words he just said just lies, and was his ultimate goal? I'm in a special period. Just then, Chen Yuan seemed to see through her thoughts. He glanced down at her, his tone teasing. What are you thinking? I just acquired this hotel. Let me show you around. Come on in. I see. Lin Xue was shocked upon hearing this. This rather large hotel is actually owned by Chen Yuan? She was quite envious of that luxurious foot massage parlor she had just visited. And if we add this hotel to the mix? She looked at Chen Yuan's profile, her curiosity about him growing even stronger. It was dinner time, and there was only one pretty girl on duty at the front desk. She looked down at her phone, seemingly new to the job, and didn't recognize Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan asked her for the hotel manager's contact information. Not long after, a manager wearing a suit jacket, with some oil stains on his hands, wiped his mouth and hurriedly ran out of the employee passage. Upon seeing Chen Yuan, he immediately put on a respectful smile and extended both hands. You must be General Manager Chen. Hello. I'm so sorry for not greeting you sooner. Chen Yuan nodded slightly, and looking at the manager's shiny lips, he suddenly felt a little hungry. He turned to look at Lin Xue. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something first? Seeing Lin Xue nod slightly, the manager beside her immediately understood and stepped aside to lead the way, beginning the introduction. Mr. Chen, there's a high-end buffet restaurant on the 3rd floor of the hotel. The food is plentiful, and the ambience is quite nice. As he spoke, he pressed the elevator button first. The elevator doors opened, and the manager quickly realized that it was inconvenient for him to continue following. He cleverly pulled a black master room key from his inner pocket, bowed, and handed it to him. Boss, Suite 666 is the best equipped suite in the hotel. After you finish your meal, you are welcome to go upstairs to rest and check on things at any time. After saying that, he tactfully stepped back, giving the two of them some space. When had Lin Yingshui ever experienced anything like this before? The manager's respectful demeanor, the exclusive luxury suite, everything was arranged perfectly. So this is the world of the rich, they are so respected. The elevator ascended smoothly, its interior plastered with alluring advertisements for the tranquil SPA. She then realized just how much power Chen Yuan wielded. Originally, advertising fees should have been paid to the hotel. Now they all belong to Chen Yuan, which is indirectly equivalent to transferring ownership from one hand to the other. The buffet restaurant is upscale and offers a wide variety of dishes, which can be considered to meet the standards of a star-rated hotel. For Lin Yingshui, who usually cooks plain noodles and broth at home to save money, this is already quite a luxury. She held the plate, her eyes darting around, and unconsciously filled it to the brim. Chen Yuan felt a lump in his throat as he watched her somewhat clumsy actions. He suppressed his emotions and spoke in as normal a tone as possible. Eat slowly, and I'll take you to buy some decent clothes after you finish eating. I can't possibly let you spend any more money. Lin Yingshui instinctively refused, forcing a smile on her face, not wanting Chen Yuan to see her embarrassment. Will you listen to me or not? Chen Yuan feigned a frown and said in a deep voice. With you dressed like that, where am I supposed to save face in public? Chen Yuan started from the bottom, and he said this only to get Lin Yingshui to cooperate with him. Knowing full well that this girl was stubborn, she would never accept it without some forceful measures. Seeing her subconsciously shrink her neck, Chen Yuan couldn't help but feel a pang of tenderness in his heart. Okay, boss. Lin Yingshui was startled by his sudden outburst of anger and quietly agreed. But instead of feeling any fear, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. Why are you being so fierce? After finishing their meal, Chen Yuan and Lin Yingshui walked out of the hotel side by side. We arrived at the conspicuous Lamborghini parked by the roadside. A group of brightly colored young men with colorful hair gathered around the car, pointing and whispering. The person in the middle was a young man with a crew cut. Standing at 1.8 meters tall, with a slender build and skin hardened by years of wind and sun exposure, he was clearly the leader of this group. He had his arm around a girl, a cigarette dangling from his lips, and a line of words clearly tattooed on his exposed arm. His lifelong love was Chen Yuling. They were blocking the car door. The honey badger, chin raised, spoke to the girl in his arms in heavily accented Sichuan dialect. Xiaoling, did you see that? That's a Lamborghini, a real bull. It must be worth over 10 million. When I make something of myself in a couple of days, I'll definitely get one. The girl he called Xiaoling clung tightly to his arm, tilted her head back, and exclaimed in a sweet, delighted smile. Oh my god. Really? Then can I sit in the passenger seat? Absolutely. The honey badger thumped his chest loudly. Hey bro, you're always the best in the passenger seat. The henchman nearby erupted in exaggerated jeers. Wow. That big pot is so impressive. Your wife is so lucky. Just then, a soft beep sounded as Chen Yuan pressed the car key. The sleek body gleamed with a cold luster, and the butterfly doors slowly rose. The noise from the side abruptly stopped. The smiles on the faces of the honey badger and his gang of henchmen froze as they all looked in Chen Yuan's direction. Lin Yingshui's beautiful eyes widened involuntarily. Although she didn't recognize the car's brand, its striking design and the instantly changing atmosphere around her told her. This car probably costs over $1 million, right? She was secretly amazed, once again directly experiencing Chen Yuan's strength. The sky was dark, and I was being stared at by a group of people with brightly colored eyes. Lin Yingshui felt a chill run down her spine. She instinctively moved closer to Chen Yuan, grabbed his arm, and appeared somewhat nervous. Chen Yuan quickly noticed her unusual behavior. He gently pulled her soft body closer to him, turning his head to give her a reassuring look. Suddenly, I found her startled, rabbit-like appearance rather endearing. Chen Yuan gently patted the back of her hand, walked smoothly to the passenger side, and elegantly opened the car door for her. Lin Yingshui sat down in the low chair with a slightly shy expression. Her delicate and refined temperament blended surprisingly well with this luxury sports car. Xiaoling, standing to the side, was so envious she could hardly look away. The honey badger saw her reaction clearly, and his eyes darkened. Chen Yuangang closed the car door for Lin Yingshui and prepared to walk around the front of the car back to the driver's seat. A sudden change has occurred. The crew-cut youth, known as the eldest brother, moved extremely fast, rushing to Chen Yuan in a single stride. The instincts of an A-level fighting expert are instantly activated. Chen Yuan's muscles tensed, his center of gravity slightly lowered, and a sharp aura emanated from his body, as if he were ready to strike. However, what happened the next second left Chen Yuan both amused and exasperated. The honey badger didn't make a move, instead, it made a plop sound. He knelt down completely in front of Chen Yuan. He clasped his hands together, and with a burning, urgent look in his heavily accented Mandarin, shouted, "Big brother! Big brother! Teach me how to make money. I want to get something done for my Shaoling too." As he spoke, he excitedly pointed to the Lamborghini. "Damn, that scared the hell out of me. I thought they were going to rob me." Chen Yuan finally relaxed. He looked at the honey badger kneeling in front of him and felt helpless. The group of colorful underlings around them were completely dumbfounded. He stared wide-eyed at his older brother's sudden action. Shaoling stood to the side, her cheeks flushed, but she didn't seem embarrassed at all. Her bright eyes darted between the glittering supercar and her kneeling boyfriend. The way she looked at Chen Yuan carried a hint of expectation. Lin Xue, sitting in the passenger seat, leaned over with concern. Chen Yuan waved to her, giving her a reassuring look, indicating that everything was all right. "Are you really keen on making money?" Chen Yuan looked down at the crew-cut youth still kneeling on the ground and said in a calm tone, "Stand up first, then we'll talk." The honey badger's kneeling caused quite a stir. It instantly attracted the attention of passers-by, and many people began to point and whisper. Chen Yuan frowned slightly. He didn't want to make such a fuss. A huge crowd surrounded a supercar, and one person was kneeling on the ground. This spectacle looks like something out of a gangster movie. Honey Badger scratched his stubble like short hair. Realizing that his actions had gone a bit too far, he gave an embarrassed grin. You can't blame him for being impulsive, after all, he's grown up. This was the first time he had ever been so close to the legendary Lamborghini in real life, and he even met the owner. That's how the honey badger has always been. It takes life and death lightly, and if you're not convinced, it'll fight. In his simple values, seizing the opportunity to change one's fate and kneeling in public is not shameful at all. Being born into poverty is not a disgrace. A true man is one who can bend and stretch. Upon hearing the big boss speak, he quickly patted the dust off his knees. Then he stood up nimbly, his back ramrod straight. The eagerness and anticipation in their eyes did not diminish. On the contrary, they burned even brighter. Chen Yuan nodded slightly to the honey badger. His gaze then swept over the group of underlings who were looking at each other, at a loss for what to do. Finally, the voice returned to the honey badger's face, calm and meaningful. "A man's knees are worth gold. Don't lose face in front of your brothers." Chen Yuan suddenly realized that as his businesses grew, inevitably, some things will happen behind the scenes. He definitely needs some capable, courageous, and clever people to handle this. This honey badger in front of me is certainly bold, but I don't know about its understanding and loyalty. However, it's best to prepare first and observe before making a decision. With that thought in mind, he no longer hesitated and took out his phone. The WeChat QR code was opened and handed to the honey badger. "It's okay, let's be friends, this is my WeChat." The honey badger was taken aback at first, then its eyes lit up with immense joy. To be able to afford such a luxury car, this person's net worth must be in the hundreds of millions. He frantically pulled out his phone, whose screen was slightly cracked, and his hands trembled slightly as he aimed it at the QR code. With a soft beep, the addition was successful. Honey Badger suppressed his excitement as he looked at the note Chen Yuan had sent him. He tried to make his voice sound calmer. "Mr. Chen, my name is Zhao Chang. The guys in the underworld call me Flathead Brother out of respect. If you need anything, just let me know." Chen Yuan simply hummed in response, put away his phone, and said nothing more. He turned and opened the car door, the Lamborghini's engine roared again, and it sped away. Zhao Chang was left standing there, clutching his phone tightly, feeling like he was dreaming. He turned and looked at Xiaoling beside him, whose face was beaming with joy. He glanced at his brothers, who were still not fully recovered, and his chest heaved violently. An untimely voice rang out from among the younger brothers. "TCH. It's just a beat-up sports car, who knows if it's rented or even a used car." "Dude, what are you doing, is it really that big of a deal?" A green-haired thug with a face that screamed hatred of the rich leaned closer. They were trying to recapture some of the aura that their small group usually possessed. Honey Badger's face instantly darkened. Having just connected to another world that seems so far away, we now need to solidify our internal confidence. Such words that undermine morale and carry a hint of sour jealousy are absolutely intolerable. You don't know anything. Without warning, the honey badger slapped him across the face. The sharp crack not only stunned Greenhair, but also stunned everyone else. The scene fell silent instantly. The honey badger pointed at the green-haired guy's nose, its gaze sweeping over the colorful figures present. The voice carried a fierce edge, but also an unprecedented clarity. I'm not kneeling for that car. I'm kneeling for the opportunity. A tiny bit of it slips through their fingers and it's enough for a bunch of us to work ourselves to the bone for years. You're so short-sighted, you only see the car logo, but I see the opportunity to live an upright life from now on. He caught his breath and continued to roar. If anyone ever speaks with that sour tone again and ruins my plans, don't blame me for not showing any brotherly mercy. Chapter 65 Lin Yingshue's Little Thoughts. Chen Yuan and Lin Yingxue walked side by side into the familiar Louis Vuitton store. Several female shop assistants dressed in office lady uniforms immediately recognized the wealthy Chen Yuan. They greeted us with warm and professional smiles. Good afternoon, Mr. Chen. Welcome. Chen Yuan nodded in response, his gaze sweeping over the dazzling array of luxury goods. Fearing that Lin Yingxue might be reluctant to spend the money, he directly instructed the head shop manager. You guys take a look and pick out an outfit that suits her. Upon seeing that it was a major customer, the female shop assistants exchanged glances, understanding each other perfectly. The group quickly surrounded Lin Yingxue. Smiling, he led her, who seemed a little flustered, to sit down on a sofa in the VIP area. The store manager personally brought over the juice, speaking in a warm tone. Miss, I see you have very fair skin. These light colors would definitely look great on you. We just received some new spring-summer styles that I think would suit you perfectly. As she spoke, she gestured for the shop assistant to bring the clothes, and then picked up a handbag. This limited edition cherry blossom pink color is the perfect match for an off-white dress. The effect is very harmonious. Looking at the luxurious clothes in front of me and the enthusiastic manner of the shop assistants, Lin Yingxue glanced at the sign instinctively and was instantly stunned by the string of numbers. She quietly tugged at Chen Yuan's sleeve and whispered, Chen Yuan, the clothes here are too expensive. I'll just look. Chen Yuan sat lazily on the sofa, smiling calmly. He ignored them and looked directly at the shop manager who was waiting to the side, saying loudly, Do as I say. Pick the best one, no need to look at the price. The store manager got excited and immediately gave the staff a meaningful look. The girls became even more enthusiastic, no longer mentioning the price, and instead showering the girls with compliments from every angle. Miss, this dress fits your figure perfectly, it's like it was tailor-made for you. Why don't you try these shoes? They really make your legs look longer. You absolutely have to try them on. With a mix of reluctance and acceptance, Lin Yingxue was ushered into the spacious fitting room. A short while later, she came out again, looking somewhat hesitant. She hesitated, awkwardly adjusting the hem of her skirt. The off-white lace hand-embroidered dress hugged her figure. She was carrying a cherry blossom pink capucine's handbag, which matched her nude high heels. She was already fresh and refined, but with this top-notch fashion, she became even more radiant. Lin Yingxue stared at the unfamiliar yet familiar figure in the full-length mirror, slightly taken aback. She had never seen herself like this before. Who would have thought that she was the same person who had just been interviewing for a technician position? A look of amazement flashed in Chen Yuan's eyes. He stood up and quietly walked behind Lin Yingxue. Looking at her in the mirror, a satisfied smile spread across his face. Great, this outfit is fine, no need to change. He turned to the store manager and pointed. Wrap up everything she just tried on, and everything else she thought was suitable. Also, add accessories. Yes, Mr. Chen. The store manager and staff were overjoyed and quickly began packing the items. This is too much. Lin Yingxue's eyes widened in surprise. She looked at the lively scene and didn't even have time to stop it. Remember, you are now my assistant. Maintaining my image is also your job responsibility. Chen Yuan took the opportunity to put his arm around her waist, pulling her closer to him, and whispered in her ear. You don't want to lose this job, do you, Assistant Lin? The warmth and force emanating from her waist made Lin Yingxue's cheeks instantly burn. Chen Yuan is right. If his assistant dresses cheaply, it will damage his reputation. I understand, Mr. Chen. She responded softly, making a token, slight struggle that ultimately failed. She had no choice but to lean against him helplessly, looking like a submissive young lady from a modest family. Chen Yuan in the mirror was tall and had a casual and lazy air about him, making him a perfect match for the petite woman in his arms. The scenes she had longed for during her school days were right before her eyes, but she felt a mix of emotions and couldn't feel happy. "Sir, your total bill for this transaction is 220,000 yuan. Upon hearing this number, Lin Yingxue gasped in shock. Several outfits cost over 200,000 yuan. A thought immediately flashed into her mind. Besides the one I'm wearing, the tags on the other items are still on, so I should be able to return them, right? While Chen Yuan was looking down at his phone, they took advantage of the moment. She carefully moved to the store manager's side and whispered, "Manager, excuse me, besides the one I'm wearing, can I return the others later? That's 200,000. An astronomical figure. My mother suffered a stroke due to high blood pressure and is now bedridden with hemiplegia. The treatment has already exhausted all of the mother and daughter's savings, and the subsequent rehabilitation costs are exorbitant. For the time being, she could only bring her mother home, struggling to take care of her while working hard to save money." At that moment, how could she feel at ease wearing such expensive clothes? Upon hearing Lin Yingshue's words, the shop manager's smile instantly froze. Her shrewdness and caution, honed in the service industry, allowed her to quickly return to normal. She glanced quickly at Chen Yuan not far away and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. "Miss, well, in principle, goods can be returned if they are undamaged." She paused, lowered her voice even further, and spoke with difficulty. "Mr. Chen is our most valued client. If Mr. Chen finds out, we will find it very difficult to explain." The store manager's words were self-evident, highlighting the most crucial point. All the power did not lie with the store manager, nor with her, but with the man opposite her. After paying the bill, Chen Yuan turned around. With a casual glance, he quickly noticed the lingering panic on Lin Yingshue's face. Then look at the store manager next to her, and the subtle expression that flashed across his face. Chen Yuan immediately understood and couldn't help but smile to himself. It's no wonder Lin Yingxue felt this way, he hadn't given her enough security. It seems it's time to talk about compensation. He walked to Lin Yingshue's side and naturally reached out his hand. I gently took the shopping bag from her hand, not giving her a chance to return it. "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the things?" Lin Yingshue's heart pounded, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at Chen Yuan. The store manager, fearing she might offend Chen Yuan, reacted quickly and maintained a polite smile. No. Mr. Chen, we are just confirming the packaging details." Stepping outside the store, I recalled Lin Yingshue's petty attempt to return the goods. Chen Yuan couldn't help but chuckle softly, turning closer to her. "I never take back what I give away. Keep these clothes safe." Sensing her nervousness, Chen Yuan deliberately paused, then spoke clearly, word by word. "Now, let's talk about the salary and benefits." Chapter 66: The Class Beauty's Past Experiences. Lin Yingxue responded softly. She was carrying her old clothes, along with Chen Yuan's expensive Armani suit. She was also very curious and anxious to know what kind of treatment Chen Yuan would offer her. However, given his status as the owner of the club and his driving of a sports car. In any case, it's still better than the job I could find outside, right? Chen Yuan counted on his fingers. There are 5 shops near the university town: Mishue, Shaxian, Luckin Coffee. Thinking that the romantic flower shop had been handed over to Wenxin to manage, he paused, then continued. There are 4 more shops on this commercial street: Orange Hotel, Emperor Billiards Club, Ledong Fitness Club, and Jingyi SPA Foot Bath Club. All 9 shops will be under your management from now on. This, so much? Lin Yingshue's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. They were speechless, stunned by Chen Yuan's casual overview of the industries. The sheer number of industries was beyond her comprehension. Is Chen Yuan a billionaire? Chen Yuan calculated that the exact amount of net profit for these shops in a year was still unclear. The size of the billiards club and the fitness club is still unknown. In total, a profit of 10 million should be achievable, especially considering that this is just cash flow. As for the Orange Hotel with its 100 rooms, it is a real fixed asset. The construction and decoration alone will definitely cost at least 20 to 30 million. We have these assets, and they are all in different industries. Chen Yuan can be described as someone who remains steadfast in his fishing boat, regardless of the storms. he said to Lin Xue. It's called managing, but actually you just need to check the revenue reports periodically. In Lin Xue's limited knowledge, the most powerful uncle among her family relatives was. He owns a barbecue restaurant and earns hundreds of thousands of yuan a year. A person who drives a Mercedes and has spent 2 million to build a big house in the village is already quite remarkable. Okay. She readily agreed, her mind still a little dazed. As for your salary, I'll give you a year's salary in advance. Chen Yuan spoke casually and relaxedly. No sooner had he finished speaking than he transferred 300,000 yuan to Lin Xue without further ado. When the notification sound of 300,000 yuan arriving in her account rang, Lin Xue was completely stunned. No, this won't do. I haven't done anything yet. She frantically tried to use her phone to get the money back, her face slightly flushed. Chen Yuan smiled nonchalantly. I have a bad memory, so I'll give it to you first to save you trouble and prevent you from forgetting. Lin Xue knew perfectly well that this was a way out he was offering. In just a short while, Chen Yuan had already spent 500,000 yuan on her. A warm feeling welled up inside her, and she couldn't help but feel moved. Thank you, boss. What are you thanking me for? Chen Yuan said half-jokingly. If you've taken my money, you'd better work hard for me for the next year. Yes. Lin Xue nodded firmly, her pretty face resolute. I will definitely do my best. Back at the Orange Hotel. Chen Yuan took out the black master card that the manager had given him, which granted him the highest level of authority. With a soft ding, we arrived at the top floor. Lin Xue walked on the hotel's soft, sound-absorbing carpet, wearing brand new LV high heels. She doesn't usually wear high heels, and she's not used to the unevenness of them. His body swayed slightly, as if he might lose his balance at any moment. Seeing this, Chen Yuan naturally put his arm around her slender waist. Lin Xue simply lowered her head, completely immersed in her own world. She swiped her fingertips back and forth across the phone screen, repeatedly checking her balance. The sight of 305,800 yuan in her account made her grip her phone tightly. With the burden lifted, she felt much lighter and her smile became brighter. Chen Yuan looked at the radiant glow on her pretty face. The off-white haute couture dress further accentuated her outstanding temperament. She has the air of a young lady from Beijing. Chen Yuan's heart stirred slightly, and he hugged her even tighter. The door to room 666 opened. What comes into view is not an ordinary hotel suite, but a luxurious duplex space. An artistic spiral staircase leads directly to the rooftop terrace. I casually tossed the car keys onto the storage cabinet in the entryway. Chen Yuan turned around and saw Lin Xue still standing hesitantly at the door. Don't just stand there, come in. Lin Xue then turned around, took a deep breath, and stepped inside. Chen Yuan walked to the center of the living room and sat down on the soft leather sofa. Put your things down. He gestured to the spot next to him. From now on, this will be your workplace. Huh? Lin Xue was stunned and stood there. Such a luxury suite must cost 1 or 2,000 a day, right? Then he realized that the entire hotel belonged to him, so naturally he was in charge. It's right on the commercial street, close to the shop you manage, which is convenient for your work. Okay, sure. Lin Xue obediently walked over and sat down next to him. The room was large and filled with a faint fragrance. Chen Yuan's gaze calmly swept over her from bottom to top. Nude high heels are understated, while the off-white dress exudes elegance. As expected, clothes make the man, and Lin Xue was indeed quite beautiful after dressing up. Chen Yuan reached out and gently pulled her into his arms. Now, there shouldn't be anything to worry about, right? Lin Xue's bright eyes flickered slightly, her long eyelashes trembled, and she whispered with genuine emotion. Thank you, Chen Yuan. I just don't want my former class beauty to end up in such a miserable state. Chen Yuan gently stroked her flushed cheeks and asked the question that had been bothering him. Speaking of which, what have you experienced since graduation? Me. Lin Xue pursed her lower lip, her voice as soft as if she were talking to herself. My parents divorced the year I graduated from high school. It was my mom. She was confused in her early years and did some wrong things. My dad hated her so much that he disowned me as well, and that's how we were kicked out. Did I do something wrong? Chen Yuan understood immediately. Lin Xue paused, then gave Chen Yuan a bitter smile. Later, my mother and I came to Taichung. Even though I was the only one working, we were still able to make ends meet. But last year, my mother suddenly fell and suffered a brain hemorrhage and a stroke. She was saved, but she is now paralyzed on one side and bedridden. At this point, her voice began to choke, but she forced herself to continue. The surgery and subsequent treatments used up all my savings, and I also had to take care of my mother. So life has always been very difficult. So that's how it is. Chen Yuan finally understood why she couldn't continue her studies. He gently pulled Lin Yingxue into his arms and comforted her. That's all in the past, and things are getting better now, aren't they? After a while, Lin Yingxue seemed to calm down a bit. She slowly rose from Chen Yuan's embrace without saying a word. His gaze fell on the spiral staircase, and he casually walked up it. Seeing this, Chen Yuan followed her to the rooftop with some concern. Chapter 67 Rooftop Heart-to-Heart Talk with Explosive Rewards. The evening breeze blew on the rooftop, and the night was alluring. Lin Yingxue walked slowly to the edge of the rooftop and held onto the cool railing. She gazed at the myriad lights that illuminated the homes before her, her slender figure appearing somewhat frail. Chen Yuan didn't approach immediately, but stood a few steps away, quietly keeping her company. She needs some space to calm down. If only we could go back to the past. After a long while, Lin Yingxue finally spoke softly. She paused for a moment before adding in a low voice, "Back when I was in school." "Back when you were in school?" Chen Yuan repeated, then suddenly thought of the anonymous voting. He subconsciously took a step forward, getting closer to Lin Yingxue and asking, "Do you remember that anonymous vote for English class representative?" Lin Yingxue's heart tightened. "Why are you suddenly asking this?" "So, that vote you cast back then, was for me?" As he spoke, Chen Yuan intently watched Lin Yingxue's eyes, not missing a single subtle change. Lin Yingxue's gaze faltered slightly, as if she had been burned by the question. She shyly turned her head away, revealing a flushed earlobe to Chen Yuan, and stared at the distant lights. I'm not telling you." Seeing that she neither admitted nor refused. Her flustered eyes had already betrayed her true feelings. A smile unconsciously crept onto Chen Yuan's lips. With her keen insight, Lin Yingxue's mental state was easily revealed. Why did he suddenly ask this? Could it be that he knows I voted for him? The answer was right in front of him. Chen Yuan looked at the girl and his goodwill towards her increased greatly. He didn't expose it, he was just very curious. I was so ordinary back then, how did she fall in love with me? Thinking of this, Chen Yuan tentatively wrapped his arms around Lin Yingxue from behind. Lin Yingxue was startled by Chen Yuan's sudden closeness and her body stiffened. Her high heels tapped the ground twice, seemingly lost. Her soft, warm body instinctively struggled slightly. The smooth, delicate fabric sent a shiver through Chen Yuan's heart, and he thoroughly enjoyed it. Chen Yuan rested his chin on the side of her neck, his breath warm against her skin, his voice deep. "Now can you tell me why you chose to vote for me back then?" Lin Yingxue's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. He knew it after all. "Because I think you're more suitable to be the English class representative than Zhou Hao." After thinking for a moment, she finally spoke slowly. "After all, you like teacher Zhao so much, and you're even my deskmate, so of course I want you to be happy." Chen Yuan at that time was very different from those boys who only knew how to fawn over others. He is a loner, unconventional, yet a genuinely sunny and cheerful young man. "It happens when I forget to bring my textbooks." Without a word, he pushed his textbook over and turned to the page he was explaining. Before she could react, he casually stood up. Under the watchful eyes of the entire class, and facing the teacher's questioning, he answered calmly. "Teacher, I'm sorry, I forgot to bring it." Then he put one hand in his pocket and consciously walked to the back of the classroom to stand as punishment. He still had a nonchalant, relaxed smile on his face. She looked at the empty seat next to her. His doodles were still on the textbooks on the table, both elegant and unrestrained. Lin Yingxue lightly traced his handwriting with her fingertips, a faint flutter in her heart. As Chen Yuan listened to her gentle words, his insightful eyes probed into her heart, and he was startled. So that's how it is. This little thing touched her so much. As his thoughts raced, Chen Yuan suddenly understood many things from the past. No wonder I always seemed to run into her in the cafeteria back then. She always insisted on bringing her tray and casually sitting down opposite me. At the time, I thought the class beauty was acting strange. Turns out, I was just infatuated with her. What a coincidence, what I'm thinking right now is also to make you happy. As Chen Yuan spoke, the delicate fragrance of her hair wafted to his nose. He couldn't resist lowering his head and kissing the beauty mark on her cheek. In an instant, as if an electric current had surged through her, the inexperienced Lin Yingxue trembled all over, and her pretty face flushed crimson. "I'm a little, not used to you doing this to me." She instinctively shrank her neck, raised her hand to cover her burning cheeks, and whispered as softly as a mosquito's buzz. Chen Yuan chuckled softly, his fingertips stroking her shoulder as he turned her towards him. "It's okay, we'll try a few more times, and we'll get used to it." Feeling her trembling long eyelashes, Chen Yuan's heart stirred, and he leaned closer. He stared intently at her soft, moist lips, translucent and untouched by the world. Chen Yuan's Adam's apple bobbed, and he couldn't help but lower his head to cover it. Lin Yingxue's breath hitched, and a soft sob escaped from between her lips. "Ding! Congratulations! You have won 2 lottery tickets." This was Lin Yingxue's first real kiss. She wasn't unhappy at all that Chen Yuan took it from her. A secret yet genuine joy welled up inside me. Lin Yingxue hurriedly raised her hand to wipe away the glistening strands of saliva from the corner of her mouth, her face flushed, and turned to run back to the living room. She collapsed onto the sofa, too embarrassed to face Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan followed her into the living room. She looked so cute curled up on the sofa. A tenderness welled up in his eyes, and he quickly turned off all the lights in the room. Only slivers of moonlight filtered through the curtains into the living room. Chen Yuan then walked back to the sofa, bent down, and carefully picked up the small bundle and kissed it. In a dark environment, the sound of fabric slipping softly to the ground rang out. At a certain critical point, the two of them looked at each other simultaneously. I almost forgot. Seeing her slightly flustered expression, I realized that it was still her special period. Before he could speak, Lin Yingxue had already jumped off the sofa barefoot and shyly ran towards the bathroom. "How about, you go home first today?" Lin Yingxue's voice, carrying a soft plea, paused slightly by the door. Chen Yuan looked at her hazy profile in the moonlight, smiled helplessly, and let go of her hand. "Okay, I'll come see you another day." Ding! Congratulations on receiving 3 lottery tickets. As soon as I closed the door, a system notification sounded in my mind. His close encounter with Lin Yingxue tonight earned him 5 raffle tickets. So, all the money I spent on her before was immediately returned. Chen Yuan sat in the driver's seat of the Lamborghini, and with a slight thought, began 5 consecutive draws. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained an A-grade item Constitution Enhancement Potion. After taking it, your physical fitness will be comprehensively improved to the level of a top Special Forces soldier. Ding! Congratulations! You have acquired an S-rank skill Master Level Billiards Proficiency. Your billiard skills will break through the limits and reach the level of Ding Junhui. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained an S-level item Live Stream Rewards. Includes a complimentary 10 million yuan credit limit, which can be used for tipping on online platforms at any time. Ding! 5 draws completed, extra reward of 300,000 yuan has been credited to your account instantly. Chen Yuan's eyes lit up immediately. The rewards from this 5 pull far exceeded my expectations. I even got 2 S-level rewards. He had already taken the growth potion provided by the system and possessed the practical combat skills of an A-level fighting expert. Now, with this physique enhancer, you'll have a special forces level physique and explosive combat power. In a street fight, even a dozen or so thugs wouldn't be able to get close. Ding Junhui's S-level billiard skills are legendary. That's a world-class snooker master. I've actually reached the same level as him. Chen Yuan's emotions were in turmoil as he lightly tapped the steering wheel. Thinking about the Emperor Billiards Club that I own, I couldn't resist the urge to give it a try. Looking at the 10 million yuan in live streaming donations newly added to the account. The previous million hasn't been used up yet. A thought flashed through Chen Yuan's mind. The most popular female live streamers are currently streaming, so I wonder if I should join in and give it a try. And there's Xiaomeng, a professional streamer, by my side. Is there any chance to build your own live streaming company? To cultivate potential female anchors? Chapter 68: The Reward of the Black Battle Robe. Chen Yuan drove his Lamborghini to the flower shop and picked up Wenxin, bringing her back to the villa. Chen Yuan hadn't forgotten her promise to reward herself that night. Are you getting used to working at the flower shop? Is it tiring? As Chen Yuan drove smoothly, he asked naturally. Not tired at all. When Xin shook her head, her tone light and cheerful. Nothing is difficult. I'll be able to get the hang of it in a few more days. That's good. Have you had dinner yet? Yes, I treated everyone to sauerkraut fish for dinner tonight. Wow, this proprietress knows how to handle people. The two of them talked back and forth. It's like a warm and cozy everyday moment for a couple after get off work. It was getting late when we got back to the villa. The two had already been intimate, and Chen Yuan didn't want to go back to the cold room to sleep alone. He lingered at the door of the cozy room, unwilling to leave. Seeing him like this, Wenxin softened and let him into her small room. Chen Yuan was slightly taken aback as he stepped into the room. Unexpectedly, in just a few days, she had transformed the entire room into a place with a homey feel. The wardrobe is full of clothes, the storage cabinet is neatly organized, and a cute doll lies on the bed. Even the walls are covered with heartwarming photos of her daily life. A faint fragrance filled the air, gentle and peaceful, making one feel warm. Then I thought about how my master bedroom on the second floor was completely empty. This further strengthened Chen Yuan's resolve to sleep here tonight. Without saying a word, he lay down on his back on the soft little bed. I don't care, I'm sleeping here tonight. Wenxin looked at him like this, even though they had a past relationship. No matter what, Chen Yuan is still his boss. Although she was still a little embarrassed, she gently conceded. Yes, that's possible, but you need to take a shower first. Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow, stood up triumphantly, pulled her into his arms, and gave her a firm kiss. I love you, I love you. Wenxin had no choice but to smile helplessly. She raised her hand to remove the hair clip that held her hair back, and with a gentle flick of her long, flowing hair, it cascaded down her shoulders. She turned around, took out a neatly folded change of clothes from the wardrobe, and put them into a basin next to her. Chen Yuan could tell from her posture that she was about to go to the bathroom next door. By the way, the water heater upstairs seems to be broken. Chen Yuan pressed himself against her from behind, wrapping his arms around her soft body, his tone smirking. Is it really broken, or is it just pretending? When Xin tilted her head, her eyes filled with suspicion. I don't know, I'm just guessing. Wenxin wrinkled her nose slightly and gave him a cute, playful glare. Her reproachful expression carried a hint of a smile, revealing a touch of unintentional charm. Chen Yuan watched with a mix of emotions, his heart pounding with excitement. He bent down, picked her up around the waist, and carried her straight to the bathroom next door. Oh dear! Wenxin exclaimed softly. She instinctively wrapped her arms around Chen Yuan's neck, reminding him with a mixture of urgency and embarrassment. You haven't brought your change of clothes yet. Let's talk after we've washed. The bathroom was filled with steam, and two hazy figures appeared and disappeared in the mist. Warm water slid over my skin, and all I could see was a white expanse before me. When she noticed the changes in Chen Yuan's body and her cheeks flushed. Considering his kindness in sending the flowers to the florist, she let him do as he pleased. That day, you told Nian Ning that you liked me more, was that true? Wenxin spoke softly, with a hint of shyness. Chen Yuan chuckled softly, smoothing her damp hair with his large hand, and whispered close to her ear. Of course it's true, but I still prefer you in that black battlesuit. He swallowed hard, watching the water droplets slide down the gentle, undulating curves. Wenxin paused for a moment, then remembered the black swimsuit she had worn on her trip in her closet. Okay, then how about I wear it for you tonight? She lowered her eyes, a smile spreading across her lips, her voice soft. Consider it a reward for you. Stepping out of the bathroom, before Chen Yuan could speak, when Xin naturally picked up a towel. Her long eyelashes fluttered gently as she carefully wiped the water droplets from Chen Yuan's back. After enjoying the warm and wonderful service, Chen Yuan walked into the room naked and naturally lay down on the cozy, soft little bed. He casually lifted one side of the blanket, smiling and waving at her. Come on, let's have some fun. When Wenxin blushed, turned around and snapped off the main light in the room, leaving only the warm yellow bedside lamp on. She really couldn't understand it. The master bedroom on the second floor is large and spacious, and the mattress is top of the line. Why does this person insist on squeezing into her small room? In the darkness, Wenxin groped her way slowly toward the edge of the bed. Before they could take 2 steps, they were instantly pulled in by a tremendous force. To turn the tide and change the course of events. The next morning, light streamed through the curtains and filled the room. Chen Yuan held Xin in his arms and lazily rubbed his head against hers. Wenxin, bring down the mattress from my master bedroom later. He spoke arrogantly in a sleepy voice. From now on, I'll sleep in your room. Climbing stairs is such a hassle. Close your eyes and think to yourself. I need to earn more money so that my next house will definitely have an elevator. When she nestled in Chen Yuan's arms, motionless, pretending to be asleep and not hearing anything. Her long, fluttering eyelashes betrayed her. Chen Yuan raised his hand, neither too lightly nor too heavily. It doesn't cause much damage, but it's extremely insulting. What are you doing? When Xian said angrily, shoving her hand down on Chen Yuan's arm. Ouch. Believe me or not, I'll kill you. I don't believe it. Chen Yuan chuckled softly, not dodging, but instead. When Shen's pretty face flushed, her earlobes blushed. Early in the morning. Chen Yuan hugged her tightly, as if it were perfectly justified, and whispered in her ear. Let's celebrate the opening of our Boss Wen's flower shop with a celebratory firecracker. More than half an hour later, when Shen fell into a coma, but fortunately her breathing was even and long. Looking at her peaceful sleeping face, Chen Yuan thought to himself. This physique-enhancing potion is really something else. This reminds me to be more careful next time. Otherwise, given this situation, we won't even have breakfast to eat anymore. Chen Yuan tiptoed out of bed, only to realize that he was still naked. He quickly went up to the second-floor balcony and took down the clothes that Wen-Xin had hand-washed and neatly hung out to dry for him. After a quick wash, he went downstairs to the kitchen. With her A-level culinary skills on display, a delicious and visually appealing breakfast was ready in no time. Chen Yuan gently placed the warm breakfast on the cozy bedside table. He leaned down and gently kissed her forehead, whispering, "You can sleep a little longer. I'm going out." Chapter 69. Xiaoming joins the big villa. The weather forecast says it will rain today. Before it rains during the day. Chen Yuan went to the antique market early in the morning, hoping to find something good. This time he was alone, his steps were light, and his eyes were sharp. Once the eye for treasures is opened, any old object that faintly glows will be detected. He didn't let any of them go and decisively accepted them all. "Hey boss, could you bring me this sack too?" The stall owner was quite surprised Chen Yuan was holding a pile of old objects in his hands. He thought to himself, this young man is such a sucker. Chen Yuan didn't haggle much throughout the morning and spent nearly 100,000 yuan. He took the sack and stuffed all the things inside. The antique street was bustling with people, and many cast strange glances at Chen Yuan. I don't understand why he bought such a large sack of stuff. Is it because they have money but nowhere to spend it? Everyone knows that this street is full of counterfeit goods. Only Chen Yuan knew that his sack was full of treasures. It contained many objects that shimmered with a bluish light. There was even a Tang tricolor porcelain horse with flowing gold light. When the boss quoted a price of 50,000, Chen Yuan agreed without hesitation, paid, and left in one go. The boss froze on the spot, immediately filled with regret. Damn! It seems like the price was too low. This is a huge, fat sheep. He watched Chen Yuan's departing figure, regretting that he hadn't dared to ask for more. Returning home with a full load of goods, Chen Yuan immediately called Director Wang of China Guardian Auction House. "Old Wang, I've received another batch of goods. When would be a convenient time for you to come and take a look?" Upon seeing that it was Chen Yuan calling, Director Wang's tone immediately became warm. "No problem. I'll make time to go there this afternoon." After hanging up the phone, Chen Yuan carefully took out the Tang tricolored porcelain horse. A golden halo swirls around it, and its texture is exactly the same as the small bull from last time. Moreover, given the size of this horse, its price will likely be significantly higher. Chen Yuan happily placed the horse in the corner of the living room and put it away carefully. Around noon, Wen-Xin had already left the villa and gone to the flower shop. Chen Yuan thought of the tens of millions of yuan in reward money he had. I glanced at the time again and thought that it was already midday, so Xiaoming should be awake by now, right? He casually dialed a WeChat video call. The moment the call connected, the screen was filled with Xiaoming's big eyes. A cute and sweet voice came out. "Brother Yuan, what are you doing?" "Of course I was thinking of you," Chen Yuan said with a smile. "I don't believe it," Xiaoming retorted playfully. "Luckily I went to bed early this morning, otherwise I definitely wouldn't have answered your call." "You only went to sleep this morning?" "Yeah, I didn't stop streaming until 3 a.m. last night, I was exhausted." "You've worked hard." Chen Yuan's tone was tinged with concern. "What do you want to eat for lunch?" "Come to my place, I'll make it for you." "Really?" I want to eat sweet and sour pork. The sweet kind, do you know how to make it? No problem, come over here now. Chen Yuan hung up the phone and immediately sent over the address of Ziwei Garden. In the kitchen, the double-door refrigerator was taller than Chen Yuan. It was filled with premium ingredients that Wenqin carefully sourced from the market in Hangzhou. She kept the entire kitchen tidy and spotless, allowing Chen Yuan to fully showcase his skills. He put on his apron and skillfully handled the ingredients, the aroma filling the air as he flipped the spatula. The doorbell rang, and Xiaomeng arrived just as Chen Yuan finished plating the last dish. Morning glory vines entwine around the white fence of the villa. The blue-purple flowers bloom quietly, and unsurprisingly, they are all heartwarming masterpieces. Xiaomeng stood outside the door, her pigtails swaying gently, a few strands of hair falling across her forehead. Today she was wearing a pure white cotton t-shirt, the soft fabric outlining her full curves. She paired it with light blue high-waisted jeans and strappy high heels. As Chen Yuanying stepped out, a slight stirring in her heart occurred to her attire was simple yet sexy. Wow! Brother Yuan! Xiaomeng's eyes widened, her voice filled with surprise. You actually live in the crepe myrtle garden. Chen Yuan smiled slightly and naturally took her hand. The two walked side by side through the small garden in the front yard and pushed open the door to the living room. Do you like it here? At the dining table, Chen Yuan casually asked her a question while serving her food. Of course I like it. Xiaomeng, with food still in her mouth, spoke indistinctly, her eyes crinkling with laughter. Then, how about we consider moving in? Faced with Chen Yuan's sudden suggestion, Xiaomeng paused slightly in her chopsticks and looked up at him. But, won't my sister-in-law be unhappy? Her gaze unconsciously drifted towards the cozy bedroom. Just now, she was curiously looking at this villa. I saw a pair of pink slippers placed at the door of this room. She instantly realized that there was a female owner in the house. Chen Yuan smiled and placed a piece of golden brown sweet and sour pork on her plate. Don't worry, she's a very nice person. Xiaomeng lowered her head and softly hummed in agreement. She knew perfectly well that a wealthy boss like Chen Yuan would never lack female companions. Being treated so generously is already a stroke of luck. I have no right to be jealous or competitive anymore. After receiving Chen Yuan's generous reward, Xiaomeng was thinking of moving to a better place to stay. Now that Chen Yuan has spoken up. Rather than living alone in a dilapidated apartment converted from a factory, it's better to avoid the loneliness and isolation. Why not move to the crepe myrtle garden? At least here, I can see him every day. Having figured this out, Xiaomeng looked up at Chen Yuan. A rare hint of embarrassment appeared on her pretty face as she asked softly. So you told her? Not yet. Huh? Xiaomeng jumped off the chair. She threw herself into Chen Yuan's arms, clinging to his arm and acting coquettishly. Then, does she know me? Have no idea. No. Absolutely not. Xiaomeng shook her head like a rattledrum. My mind is now uncontrollably replaying those short videos of catching mistresses that I've come across. The wife, accompanied by a group of people, aggressively surrounded them. Stripping off clothes, slapping faces, kicking and punching. With her petite frame of 1.58 meters, her fighting ability is close to zero. If a fight really broke out, I'd be beaten half to death on the spot. Seeing Xiaomeng's slightly changed expression, Chen Yuan gently patted her shoulder and comforted her with a smile. What are you thinking about? You're so scared. I'm full. I have to go back. Xiaomeng suddenly broke free from his embrace, her movements quick and urgent. They were afraid that if they were even a second late, they would bump into the lady of the house returning home and get caught, which would be embarrassing. She tried to slip lightly out of Chen Yuan's arms. Chen Yuan instinctively grabbed her ponytail as it swayed past. Just as Xiaomeng was about to take a step, her hair tugged. She stopped abruptly, and due to inertia, she did a split, her high heels flying off. Fortunately, I had practiced some dance when I was a live streamer, so my flexibility was pretty good, and I managed to hold up this difficult pose. The jeans she was wearing weren't so great. With a rip, the crotch area of the pants tore open. Ouch, it hurts so much. She was both ashamed and angry, and tears welled up in her eyes. Chen Yuan couldn't help but chuckle, and gently bent down to wipe away the tears on her face. Silly girl, she and you are actually the same. Xiaomeng's emotions come and go quickly. Upon hearing this, she immediately raised her big, wet eyes. The same? What do you mean? She suddenly seemed to understand something, her eyes lit up, and she lowered her voice to ask curiously. Could it be that she was also kept by you? Chen Yuan pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement to make it easier for Xiao Meng to accept. More or less. Objectively speaking, Wen Xin is indeed currently alive in Nanny. However, in his heart, it was already more than that. Chen Yuan still really liked Wen Nuan. I felt that she seemed more suitable to be the lady of the house. He. Why didn't you tell me sooner? You scared me to death. Xiao Meng instantly stopped crying and started laughing, playfully punching him. Chapter 70 The Villa's Enchanting Scenery. She was halfway through her sentence when suddenly she hurriedly pressed her knees together, her small hands haphazardly covering herself, so embarrassed that even the roots of her ears turned red. Chen Yuan found her shy appearance particularly touching. A surge of heat rose in his heart, and he couldn't help but chuckle softly as he teased her. Now you know how to be shy? Chen Yuan narrowed his eyes, his heart burning with excitement. He took a step forward, picked up Xiao Meng in his arms, and carried her up the stairs to the second floor. The master bedroom of the villa is incredibly spacious, much better than Xiao Meng's cramped apartment. Here, even breathing becomes free, there's no need to deliberately suppress it. Director Wang arrived at the villa in a hurry with 2 assistants, but before he could even ring the doorbell, he was caught. Then they heard faint sounds coming from inside the house, which sounded like someone begging for mercy. Director Wang and his male assistant exchanged a glance and immediately understood what was going on. The two stopped and turned around with perfect understanding, pretending to examine the green plants on the fence. The young female assistant stood there blankly, then tugged at Director Wang's sleeve worriedly. Director Wang, could it be that something has happened to Mr. Chen? Director Wang glanced at his watch. More than half an hour had passed since they started standing there. The sounds from inside the house continued to drift out intermittently, sometimes loud and sometimes soft. The female assistant beside her lowered her head deeply, her face so red it looked like it could bleed. After quite some time, the noise inside the house finally subsided. Make sure it's completely quiet inside. Only then did Director Wang cautiously call Chen Yuan. Hello, who is this? A girl's sweet, languid voice came through the receiver. Hello? We are from China Guardian Auction House. My name is Wang Defa. Is now a convenient time for you, Mr. Chen? Yes, please wait a moment. Chen Yuan quickly answered the phone. Old Wang, come in quickly. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yuan glanced at the jeans on the ground that were torn to shreds. He turned around, took out one of his own XXXL size t-shirts from the closet, and handed it to Xiao Meng. Just wear mine for now. Xiao Meng took the clothes and put them on the wide hem covered her upper thighs. Her entire petite body was completely enveloped in it. It seems, it's okay not to wear pants? She smiled, tugged at the hem of her dress, and twirled lightly in front of Chen Yuan. Brother Yuan, your clothes are so big. Chen Yuan sat leisurely on the living room sofa. Xiao Meng nestled close to him obediently, her hands affectionately linked with his arm. She was wearing a men's t-shirt that was clearly several sizes too big, her face still flushed, and her expression was lingering. Wang Defa immediately realized that the playful and cute girl in front of him was not the same person as the gentle girl from last time. He remained expressionless, merely offering a knowing smile, before getting to the point. Mr. Chen, what treasures have you found this time? Chen Yuan took out the bottles and jars from the sack one by one and placed them on the coffee table in the living room. Wang Defa bent down and looked at them one by one without lingering for long. He froze when his gaze fell on the seemingly ordinary copper coin. He carefully picked it up and took out a magnifying glass from his pocket. Kaiyuan Tongbao, with a yuan radical on the left and a yu radical on the back. He repeatedly examined the inscriptions and patina. These casting marks, this patina, this is definitely not artificially aged. Mr. Chen, this is a fine piece. Chen Yuan hadn't expected that this bluish-green object would elicit such an expression from old Wang. Little Meng's eyes lit up, curving into crescent moons, and she leaned forward with a grin, asking, Uncle, is this copper coin very valuable? Wang Defa slowly extended 2 fingers. 20,000? That's so much. Xiao Meng exclaimed in surprise. Wang Defa shook his head, his tone solemn, not 20,000, but 200,000. 200,000? Xiao Meng's eyes widened in surprise, and she covered her mouth with her little hands. My grandma's family used to have a lot of these copper coins. Wang Defa smiled upon hearing this and patiently explained. This Kaiyuan Tongbao coin with a left pointing stroke and a crescent moon on the reverse is quite different from the ordinary Kaiyuan Tongbao. Look at the trend of the inscription and the position of the crescent moon on the reverse. These are all characteristics of finely minted coins from official mints. Xiaoming nodded as if she understood, but not quite. Oh. The excitement on her face faded, and she sighed in disappointment. While the two were talking, Chen Yuan had already placed the porcelain horse on the table. Wang Defa's smile vanished instantly. His Adam's apple bobbed, and his eyes widened in shock. He whispered to the staff behind him. Quick! Take photos from all angles to document this. Wang Defa was startled and stood up, cautiously approaching to examine the object. This horse, which is half a meter tall, is covered in celadon glaze. Under the bright light, the glaze has a warm and restrained luster. With its head slightly raised, hoofs powerful, and muscles full and flowing, the horse exudes the grandeur of the Tang dynasty. Flashlight. Wang Defa took the powerful flashlight handed to him by his assistant and carefully shone it on every detail of the porcelain horse. The body is dense and firm, the glaze shines through from the inside out, and the crackle pattern is naturally formed. This is a genuine Tang dynasty artifact. He took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and turned to Chen Yuan. Mr. Chen, a piece of this size and in perfect condition is estimated to be worth at least 5 million on the market. Xiaoming was stunned. She never expected this. A piece of porcelain that Chen Yuan casually picked up was worth a staggering 5 million. While everyone was in shock, Chen Yuan simply smiled calmly. He casually pointed to the pile of objects on the table, his tone relaxed. All right, Lao Wang, these are all yours. You can pack them up and give me a price. If we sell them all at once, considering the price fluctuations in the auction market, if Mr. Chen needs cash right now, I can offer 5 million directly. What do you think? Make a deal. Chen Yuan agreed readily. These things were obtained by chance. No matter how much, it's pure profit. Mr. Chen is indeed straightforward. Wang Defa stood up with a smile and shook hands with him warmly, while his assistant stood respectfully to the side. By the way, Mr. Chen. As if suddenly remembering something, Director Wang added. Guardian is currently hosting a private equestrian event for its VIP members. Would you be interested in participating? Chen Yuan had never been involved in such high society activities before. Just then, Xiaoming's eyes lit up, and she shook his arm, saying sweetly. Great! I've always wanted to try horseback riding. Yuan Ge, let's go together. Chen Yuan was amused by her and patted her head. You're pretty brave, aren't you afraid of falling? With you by my side, I'm not afraid at all. Xiaoming leaned on his shoulder with a smile. All right then. Chen Yuan turned to Director Wang and nodded with a smile. We've signed up too.